was.
We'll give him Epstein.
Yeah. Even then, right? Like, Epstein is proof of criminal activity, not proof of high-level government conspiracy, right? Mm-hmm. It's still not smoking gun. You know what is smoking gun? Criminal activity, not high-level government.
I mean, we did find OJ innocent in this country, so I guess smoking gun is real fucking subjective.
No, definitely.
What kind of country?
You don't think Epstein's smoking
What kind of country do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a government? Do you want to live in a country where you go to jail only with a smoking gun, or do you want to go to jail in a country that says, there's like a 15% chance that I'm right, so send them off just to be safe. Just to be safe, that person should go to jail. Right? So all those, it's just one of those things.
So what was Epstein?
Epstein is still a big question mark in a lot of worlds, in a lot of places. There's information we're not allowed to see. There's information that nobody has. There's tons of criminal activity. But you know what? Like, when you have professional politicians, that lends itself towards criminal activity. When you have a system where the same politicians that dictate the law are the politicians who are elected to make the law, and then what laws do they have to follow? Right? You've got super PACs out there are funding who the politician is going to be. You've got lobbyists out there deciding who's going to be. It's not a government by the people for the people like it was intended to be. And even then, it was never intended to be a government for the people by the people. It was a government intended to be for land-owning individuals by land-owning individuals.
Oh yeah, we have to change that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we ever actually changed it either. Right?
Well, we took. Are you talking about like how we were still like a slave-driven society?
Yeah. My point is, our country was founded, our entire government was founded on the idea that you don't get a say unless you own land, which is a way of saying you don't get a say unless you have a stake in the long-term success of the country. Now we are a country where you can have a say and you can be wholly against the government itself, and you still have an equal say to somebody who has a business, has land, has multiple kids, has whatever else, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, let's notice where we were, where we are, right? And where we're going. Yeah. Ideally, where we're going.
All right, let's
Their vote's as good as anybody else.
for a second. Let's play a realistic, not realistic, like something that definitely has happened as far as like where intelligence has been used through criminal enterprises to be able to get information. And let's remove like Epstein from the equation. Let's say that you are government A. It could be pick any powerful government in the world: U.S., Russia, China, France, Britain, Israel, and pick any one of them. And you are sitting in a room. Let's say you're sitting in a room in the mid-60s right now, and you are saying to yourself, okay, we are focused on the survival of our country, not 10 years from now, not 50 years from now, but 1,000 years from now. And that could also include, every country I just named an ethnicity too. So let's even include that. And perhaps with the exception of America in a way, obviously. But they're looking for the survival of their people to be able to have a place in the world and not be threatened in the future. And you have in this room the president or prime minister, the fucking head of the intelligence, the head of the national police, and maybe one or two other people. It is the top guns on a need-to-know basis. And you say to yourself, okay, what's the best way for us to be able to survive? Well, it's to have leverage. It's to have a need so that who aren't like us from other places have to help us out when we call upon them.
This is going to go a lot better if you don't answer your own questions.
I'm not.
You just answered your own question.
How did I just answer?
You just said, what are they going to think? They're going to think we need to do this way. That's what you just did.
Yeah, but I'm saying like think about it in the worst. Like actually put the visual on it. And you're saying, what if we needed to get leverage over these people to be able to do what we need to do?
So right away, you're assuming that the best solution is to get leverage over these people.
And you
know
tell
their
me
darkest
it's not?
secrets.
You tell me it's not?
Nope. How do you ensure survival of the country for 1,000 years?
I mean, bunch of different.
Yes.
Bunch of different.
You don't try to leverage the people. You take the choice away from the people.
Yes, by leveraging. But how do you? Why is China buying up every single fucking port around the world? Because they just enjoy collecting ports?
They're not leveraging. They're not leveraging people. They're literally just rewriting the rules.
That's not leverage.
That's not leverage. Means it takes effort to try to put this. Leverage is another way of saying debt. I mean,
How's that not debt? That's literally debt. I go buy Greece's fucking port for $600 billion or 600 million, whatever it was, and now Greeks owe me shit. How's that not leverage?
So, because China's not leveraging China. Greek in that example, Greece is leverage.
Yes, this is okay. So right back to it. This is exactly what I'm saying. So you are these people in a room from country A, and you are saying I'm focused on our survival, and the only way to do that is to get leverage off of pick up all these powerful nations and the people who are in them who mean something and have a say. Would you not sit there if you're just thinking in this way? And I'm actually trying to look at it from their perspective of like they're not being evil, but they can lead themselves to think and do an evil thing past the line. Would you not sit there? Would you not be able to see them sitting there in that time and in this groupthink room of 5 people focused on this one thing, be able to convince themselves, like, you know what? Yeah, we would sacrifice 50,000 girls over the next 4 or 5 decades to make sure we were able to do that. Because what's the one thing no one can come back from? Fucking a kid. It's the one thing you can't come back from. O.J. Simpson's out there tweeting and his wife did that. Now, I would argue he didn't really come back, but there's other people who have come back from horrible things. You can't, once you are a kid fucker, you're a kid fucker. It's done.
You haven't traveled to Pakistan, India, the Philippines, Thailand.
I'm talking about
Vietnam.
in the power.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that?
Child prostitution is a very real thing all over the world.
Yes, I know that. I'm saying in the United States it's not accepted.
You didn't say anything about it being in America. You said a powerful country, and then you listed off a whole bunch of different examples.
Britain, United States, France.
Right. There's plenty of powerful countries out there where it's a totally normal thing. It's not newsworthy at all. And let's not forget that. Let's not glorify the United States, where we have a massive human trafficking of children problem.
Right.
Right, so there's plenty of ways that you can bounce back just fine all over the world. It's not like a death sentence to engage in prostitution or child prostitution.
Yeah, but not with
It's
people
just
who make laws, not people who make the rules.
Yes.
Those are exactly the people who make the rules are the people who have the most power. Again, I think the problem here is you're actually trying to veilably talk about the United States by using this hypothetical country.
No.
So then if you're talking about a hypothetical country, we can talk about real countries where it happens all the time, including the United States.
Right, but if you're a country who has bigger threats, that your threats are the other 3 big countries that are much bigger than you, have much more powerful people that can easily take you over or easily destroy your race or your culture or whatever it is, you want to have leverage on the tippy top people of those top countries, those top nations.
So you're going to try to blackmail them with child prostitution. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, leverage is in power, right? So we're mutually assured destruction still exists. You know what I mean? The fact that Putin's in power and he's got nuclear weapons, the fact that North Korea has nuclear weapons, the fact that Pakistan has nuclear weapons, that's really where the leverage lies on each other. Nobody wants to die, right? We don't want to be extinct as a population. Now, the rest of what you're talking about with child labor and child slavery and those issues are very, very real. However, I've been to Thailand, Andy has. I've been to certain places where it's the accepted way of culture. Not for us. We get picked up immediately by doubt for that to happen to us. Not that we would select to do it, but make sure that they're not selecting us.
Yes.
Kind of thing, right? So when I think about leverage on top people, it's never going to happen.
Efficiently, you're not going to go down the road of blackmail. Blackmail is an unpredictable one swing, one attempt to blackmail somebody. If it works, it might work for a short period of time, but it's much more controllable to gain leverage over somebody with a strong dictator.
So if I had,
Would you say it worked with Epstein?
well, we can't know.
If you would say the theory is true, would you say it was effective?
All I'm saying is if the news were able to come out that pick any of the last 5 presidents, like any of them.
Yeah.
If the news were ever able, that's the highest level. If the news ever came out while they held any power, so let's say while they were in office, that there was irrefutable evidence that they were fucking a kid. And no, I'm not talking about Monica Lewinsky. She was 21 years old. I'm saying, like, dead serious. If it came out, they're like, oh, they're fucking 14-year-olds. They're done. They're done.
Agreed.
Benito.
Agreed. But I think what we're saying is knowing
That's not going to put another country in power over the United States.
Yeah,
Why not?
and it's just never going to happen.
It's
never gonna happen.
why?
Right? So
Because
because the United States is
It
bigger
happened
than
to
a
us.
president.
and we're nobodies. It wouldn't happen to us. We've traveled to the country. I can tell you the in brief is I'm going to be on your ass. I'm going to make sure nobody approaches you. Because you go to wash your hands. I was undercover in Thailand. You go to wash your hands and there's a girl sitting on the faucet. You got to like
Move
your
her out of
hands
the
like
way.
this.
Yeah.
So it's just the accepted way of
You're trying
their culture.
You're trying to
Terrible.
ask us to prove to you in a conversation why an unlikely situation isn't likely going to happen, and why even if it did happen, it wouldn't create enough leverage to unseat a nation state or to put one country over another country. It just like that's an impossible task that you're asking for in the first place. If you just think through it logically, how many controversies have happened of any kind all over the world where the country remains even though the head of state's replaced?
Oh yeah, but
It's
but,
not-
but if the headache and the blackmailer are the two people in possession of this knowledge and no one else knows, and then the head of state in
Head
their
of state
own
for sure is
and
going
their own
to
survival.
call the bluff. They're going to say, blackmailer, do it. I dare you. And you better do it faster than I can use my executive authorities to have you assassinated.
So if I have video of that dude,
Deep fake. You prove to me it's not a deep fake.
all right, in 2000.
Prove to me that it was from 2000.
Right.
No. I'm saying like let's say no. Let's
I'm telling
literally
you-
go back 20 years ago, not in
Who's got the
2022.
burden of evidence?
Yeah, you could easily make a video look like it was shot 10 years ago.
Correct. Even if
No, I'm saying
So
like
do it
let's
10
go
years ago.
back right now.
Do you see
and
what
say
you're-
this happened?
Julian, do you see what you're doing? You are now artificially creating the confines of the exercise to
Because
tighten
you
it to a
resisted.
place because you're looking for something specific. You're not having a hypothetical conversation. You're digging for some kind of specific parallel. You're not having a true.
I think the leverage. I think you just can't. I know where you're coming from, and I get it, but the leverage just isn't in that particular piece. Deterrent is everything. Just knowing
Blackmail is the weakest leverage in the world.
you can come out and just say, okay, it's an admission. Just come out. Listen, I made a mistake.
I didn't know she
You
was
know,
14.
yeah, I had no idea.
How many judges have we had say that?
And you have a million people come behind you and say, he really didn't. He's really in care. He goes away.
Right, but
When you fight it, that's when it becomes leverage. When you continue to say, what are you going to do? Take it to another level. The person I don't know if I was telling you guys, one of somebody I know, had an instance where with gift cards. Hey, I'll fix your computer. In fact, you just go out and buy me 5,000 Sephora gift cards. At the end of the day, as long as you come clean at that point and say, oh my God, I had no idea what was going on, whatever, it goes away on a different level. It's the same thing. Hey, I know you're saying this, but he didn't do, he didn't know, he didn't do it, prove it, whatever.
I know it's
This
not.
goes away.
I know it's not.
no. So you're seeing
It's
it,
not
but
a
no, at least you're taking. You're not playing word jujitsu with what I said. You are taking, and that's exactly why I brought it up. You're taking what I said and you're extrapolating it into these very real hypothetical situations, and I can accept that because that's why I'm asking it, because it's like, would this have that type of power?
Yep.
And you're saying hypothetically in a lot of situations, not necessarily.
Correct.
Right, but couldn't it
That's
be
all I
useful on
want.
a smaller
Yeah.
scale? Couldn't it be used for influence? Like to say, okay, Clinton,
To a certain point.
Clinton knows he was in your house, fucking getting a massage and a rub and tug from a 14-year-old. I think I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to bring it up. Next time I ask you for a favor, you're going to know subconsciously that exists.
For a certain
Right.
Because eventually you're going to come to the people that you trust and say, look, I might have got jammed up.
Yep.
I might have done something right, but there's a moment of uncomfortableness. It's like anything, any of our relationships. Something happens. You know what? I screwed up.
The other thing
Okay,
you
it
gotta,
goes away. There's nothing you can say after this.
the biggest reason why this blackmail has a shelf life, because the person who becomes the blackmailer, at some point in time, if they choose to execute that card, now they have to publicly explain why they held that secret for so long. That's the shelf life.
But here, yeah. So I guess my point is they don't want to publicly break. They don't want to publicly leverage.
For a shelf life.
And they better be perfect in their world. Because deterrent, what we're talking about, mutually assured destruction,
Yep.
I can guarantee you, you give me a couple of days, I'll find your piece, and then and that's a lot of times that's what may happen, that we don't see behind the scenes with a guy like Epstein.
So when
You know what I mean? Like, what did we kind of show him that may have been, well, show him a noose, I mean, basically. But well, I'm not saying that anyone did it. I'm just saying that's kind of what happened.
Where were you that night, Jim?
Yeah.
What was Epstein? What was Ghislaine's her dad? What was the story of her dad again?
Well, her dad is.
Did she hold the black book?
He
Did she have the book?
I think so.
Yeah, she had the book, right?
He was a Mossad asset.
And he was the biggest like media guy in where was he really
In Britain.
in Britain,
And it was all a house of cards too. He actually left a giant fraud for his kids when they died.
right. He was like the Rupert Murdoch of Britain.
Yeah.
But even look at client number 9, right? That guy's was Elliot Spitzer, was that his name? The mayor or the governor of New York. I mean, that goes away. He's thriving, and the woman is thriving. Yeah, Ashley Dupree. She's thriving. She lives down at the Jersey Shore. She owns her own stores and hangs out. Married, like, top money.
She was one of the victims, right?
No, she was the hook.
Oh,
She was the one, client number 9.
She made money and took him down.
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, look what happened to what's the prince's name that did the interview, the fucking interview. Prince Andrew.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've forgotten Prince.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's like the brightest. I
No.
don't think there's a ton going on with that. Might have been some of that like
Yeah.
royal and
They told him he was a prince. He came out in purple. No, you're not that prince, bro. You're actually a
Velvet.
prince. Oh, all right. Sorry.
All right, guys, that was 3.5 hours.
It's 3.5 hours.
Andy, I don't want to make you late.
I appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Both of you guys.
That's great.
Keep up the good work, man.
Yeah.
We love it.
Tell the people listening where they can learn more about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, if you want to find me, you'll find me at everydayspy.com. You'll find me on my podcast, the Everyday Espionage Podcast. And if you're on social media, you'll find me everywhere at Everyday Spy.
Awesome. J3 Global for me. I just did a new website. Check it out. Give me your input. And also on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is really where I shine. So I'll see you on LinkedIn. Look me up, friend me up, send me a message.
And the Trend to Fire podcast, soon to be the Julian Dory experience.
It's not going to be too
The Julian Dory podcast.
There will be a name change announced early next year. But
All linked below,
now
guys.
it's Trend.
Don't want to spoil it. Sleep tight, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Tell people what it is you do.
That's a complex question.
I'm sure there's not many people that don't know, but for the people that aren't aware.
I'm basically an instructor first and foremost. I train people how to survive and live in and go through non-permissive environments is the moniker that I've been kind of given by the people that I've trained. Specifically, my background was in is working for the government of Mexico, and that kind of gave me some experience as far as how to survive some of the conditions that are down there. West country about 4 years ago. I started getting invited out to different companies and people that offer training of that nature. So kind of became subject matter guy as far as how to not get into bad situations in foreign countries or in this country as well. Escaping from situations of abduction, for example. How to manage emergency situations in places where you don't have the means that we have access to in this country. Which I have people that I give that specific type of training, and I kind of set them up for some of these instructions, instructed courses out there in the world. And also, become people that don't have a voice in Mexico or not a clear that you don't hear a lot about up here, specifically law enforcement. And that undeclared war in Mexico, that's still going on down there. This whole joke about coming to this country and going to a veteran event some Marine friends of mine, and they all had hats with the where they served on it, and they jokingly made a drug war veteran hat for me, put it on my head, you know, with the Mexico symbol. So I do a lot of advocacy related to bringing a bit more awareness and a voice of people like myself that went through that conflict, that have seen things on the inside and are now on the outside, and kind of bringing the awareness in some of these people who are still in the fight. The honest ones, anytime you mention law enforcement in Mexico, they're all kind of labeled in the same way: all corrupt, all evil, all bad. But I know that there are a lot of good ones out there doing the job, thankless job, a job without retirement, a job that could end abruptly and leave you without a lot of options. And so, in a lot of ways, I'm also an advocate for some of those people and Mexico as a whole, trying to bring awareness to what's happening down there up here.
Can you show us your shirt?
Sure. There you go.
I was drugged and left for dead in Mexico, and all I got was a stupid T-shirt. That's amazing.
It's a movie reference, but also maybe half the part true on my end. It's from a company called Black Triangle Group. Shout out to them. They sent me this T-shirt and said you don't dare to wear this on a podcast, and here I am with it.
The thing, the crazy thing about Mexico when it comes to right now is that everyone is distracted with what's going on in Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
And it's like no one's talking about Mexico.
That is, just like I posted something about that in the first 72 hours of that conflict, which was basically an armed invasion from Russia into the Ukraine. Mexico outperformed that war zone in the first 72 hours as far as the body count. The amount of people that died in violent altercations related to cartel violence in Mexico in the first 72 hours outperformed the war zone. And this is happening right on the southern border. Not just that, but also if I'm not a numbers person, but people can look them up. The amount of people that have died in this conflict and the amount of people that are missing or reported missing in Mexico is astounding. And the amount of mass graves that are being found all over the country now, and the sheer amount of control that some of these criminal groups have over territories in Mexico. There was a recent leak of military documents that has kind of come to light recently. Maya Leaks is our version of the WikiLeaks situation, basically. Hacker group, basically computer systems of the Senate. I just read this. And a lot of documents that the government itself has written are coming to light. And I think some reporting down in Mexico has put the estimates that the military themselves have put forward, that over 70% of Mexico is under some sort of control of criminals. And that there are no-fly zones over some places because they're afraid to get knocked down. And this is happening on the southern borders. To me, it's pretty amazing. It's a conflict that's been going on for decades. It is kind of, it's interesting that the denial aspect of it that the U.S. has, or the media has in the U.S., or in the government as well, as far as not wanting to call it what it is in Mexico. It's just basically a multi-group armed insurgency going on right across the border, and utilizing, in many cases, military-grade weaponry, fitting every single definition of not only a criminal enterprise, but also a terrorist network in a lot of ways. Very much politicized. We have, I think we have a record as far as the amount of political candidates being assassinated in Mexico, and also, reporters that are reporting on some of these things. So if they don't meet the definition of a terrorist organization, I don't know what does. But it's interesting that it's just not communicating the attention of a conflict as far as a war.
Do you think there's a reason that the U.S. is trying to bury this? Is it because, let me phrase this differently, does the shit going on in Mexico benefit the United States at all?
Mexico is, so there's a few levels to it, I think. Mexico is the second largest consumer of American products that the U.S. has, if you want to think about it that way as well. So we're very much dependent on each other. You see a lot of people calling for the close the borders now and stuff like that. There's a reason why it doesn't happen. You know, and one of the reasons is because the U.S. economy depends a lot on Mexico. You know, that's an interesting link that we have. But it goes both ways. Mexicans cross the border and work in this country in a lot of parts of the industry. They're very much a backbone of this country in a lot of ways. You know, you want to think about how indispensable illegal immigration was to this country. During COVID, the produce aisles were stocked.
The what?
The produce aisles were still stocked. There was no shortage of produce.
Yeah.
So Mexicans are essential workers in this country, I guess. Illegal immigration is essential. In the places where legislation has been passed to stop illegal immigration working on fields, you get the farming industry crashing these places, and some of these things get pulled back. But they send money back to Mexico. So we're very much living in we're very much linked through blood, through commerce, through an economy, and now through basically living next to the largest drug market on the planet, which is the United States. Having the experience of seeing the poppy fields down in places like Michoacan, and then training law enforcement in places like Seattle, where I can get to see where that light brown fentanyl infused heroin ends up, and seeing the government actually supply the tools to put that into your body. The states are. It's been insane. It's surprising to me on that end. And seeing
Really supplying the tools.
There's government programs out in places in the United States where they supply syringes and crack pipes basically as well. Basically, yeah. There's programs out there that supply some of these things to people, which basically they supply the vessels to infuse things that are coming into this country illegally that are supplied by cartel groups in Mexico, which is, again, there's a weird denial in the United States when it comes to some of these problems, and also the mentality that a lot of Americans have as far as it being a Mexico problem, like a foreign problem from a foreign country. It's all on Mexico. And the responsibility is taken by Americans as far as their role in some of these things, from having industry that is completely dependent on illegal immigration, and having the immigrants kind of be the bad guys, in a lot of mentalities in the United States, and that narrative of them coming here to take jobs for people. Yes, there is a problem with illegal immigration, but the problem isn't the people that are coming over the border and working in industries that are essential for the United States. The problem is in the immigration system and basically the enforcement on that border not being looked at closely and regulated. I mean, people coming here to get a job seasonally should be a thing that could be regulated, I guess. That has happened before in history. Something went wrong, something happened, something changed. The only people that benefit economically with the immigration being illegal are the people that are taxing those immigrants when they cross that border. And those are not government officials. Those are cartels. Those are criminal groups that basically make, in some cases, most of what they earn comes from taxing people going across that border, paying, getting protection fees by some of the coyotes that work on that border, and putting some of these people in actual slavery. There's a big conversation in this country about historical slavery when there's actually still slavery going on in this country. People like myself, Mexicans, coming to this country illegally and not being able to pay for that process, paying a coyote half of their payment, or having their families stateside paying for that process over a time period, and then working, and then working off that payment through labor. Slavery. This happens in this country right now.
How much does it cost to get across the border?
You have numbers from 8,000 to 10,000. You have 6,000 in some places. Some people say, well, I'll just go off myself and then get caught by by people on that border saying, "What are you doing crossing through our zone?"
So what is that process like? So if I'm living in Mexico, I'm living, anywhere in Mexico on the border or whatever, and I want to get across, who do I have to go to?
You have to go to smuggler. You have to go to smuggler. I mean, people do it independently. They try and do it independently. Some of them get through, some of them don't. Some of them die in the desert. Some of them get caught by the same smugglers. Like, what are you doing trying to cross yourself? You need to pay us a toll. Some of them get caught by the police down there and then get all of their stuff taken because the cops down there, some of them are really bad and some of them are not to be trusted. Take their meager belongings and then get tossed back into whatever border town they're currently in.
The Border Patrol are working with them, though, right? The Canadian Border Patrol, are they in cahoots?
I wouldn't say that. I know the Border Patrol, the U.S. Border Patrol. I'll say this: I've worked as an instructor with some members of the Border Patrol, and I've also seen how they operate on both sides of the border. Both on the Mexican side with binoculars, looking at some of them, looking the other way as a group of people cross by. So there is corruption in that, and there is corruption historically in the Border Patrol on the U.S. side. You look at the convictions as far as corruption charges. The U.S. Border Patrol is one of the ones that have the most convictions when it comes to corruption, and it's clear that it is not only underfunded, but it's undermanned. I've also seen them perform acts of great humanity and paying out of pocket for things like toothbrushes and toys and cold medication for some of the people that are in detention centers. You also don't see the fact that most of them are first generation or second generation Mexicans and do have a vested not only interest in some of these people being treated humanely, but also for them doing well. So it's a complicated issue as far as the Border Patrol. Yes, they do, and sometimes I've seen when I was down there perform certain acts of corruption as well. Corruption is stateside as well. It's not something that ends at the border. But then you go into Mexico and you see municipal, state, and federal police agencies also predating, being predators as far as trying to get some of these smugglers and tax them as well. Or some of these people that are coming to the border, and it's known that if you're coming across the country to try and cross that border, you probably have some cash on you. So they're perfect victims for for a lot of people that are coming up on the border, specifically authority figures.
How did you get involved in Ukraine, training people in Ukraine?
It's not even that I train people specifically for that. Is that a lot of students that actually came to some of my classes, including one specifically, Vince. He's out there and listening to this. Yeah, I love you, brother. Basically, some students that went through some of the training that I provide, basically I train people how to work in hostile environments. And some of the classes I've done, some interesting people have shown up, people that have a background themselves, people who have trained people from the military, federal agencies, and people of that nature. Some of them showed up and said, wow, this material could be put to good use somewhere currently, or something. It's like, oh, that's awesome. You want to go, Ed? And I'm like, yeah, I would want to go, but I'm just no conditions to go, physically, mentally, and all that. I'm at 40 and I have a kid, and I have my own fights, so some of them, can we take some of the material out there? Yeah. I gave them what I could as far as educational material, and they took it with them, and they went out there front lines and trained a bunch of people specifically how to utilize what they had on hand as far as a medical management emergency or improvising medical management equipment, austere medical management type material that I gathered from some of the people that I've worked with before. And also how to get out of bad situations, restraints, how to get out of handcuffs, how to get out of certain improvised restraints like zip ties and duct tape. Is a lot of stuff they're using out there. They're very they're not equipment rich, these Russian forces, so they're improvising a lot of stuff they're doing, which kind of like emulates or mirrors a lot of the stuff that I saw in Mexico as far as some of the criminal groups abducting people out there. So it made sense for some of that material to be spread out that way.
What has, as far as like your communication with the guys that are out there, what has shocked you the most, or what has sort of surprised you the most out of how they operate over there and some of the tactics they use? Like you just said, using duct tape.
I mean, I think both sides are doing a lot of horrible stuff. It's a war zone, and there is no shining knight in that situation, and there is no clear heroic side. Some of them are defending their homeland. That's to be admired and commended. And then there's just a Russian contingent coming in, and some of them are mercenaries, and they're performing some barbaric acts against the civilian population. Booby trapping, farming equipment, leaving some of the areas, mining planted fields, leaving improvised booby trapping explosives in schools and places where, people would try and scavenge food and stuff like that. I think is something that's pretty scary, alarming, and unneeded in a war zone like that, but happening, and then, not to just focus on Russia. I've heard, from going out there to try and fight for that Ukrainians getting treated poorly by the Ukrainians.
Like civilians going like that?
Individuals,
Veterans.
There's two Mexicans out there that I know of, who I used to work with, who are now out there, performing. They reported back that treated poorly by some of the Ukrainian military because of the color of their skin. So there's a shit happening on both sides. There's elements of the Ukrainian military that are clearly,
Very racist.
Very racist. Culturally, there are people out there that have brown skin that might want to help you.
Yeah, very much like neo-Nazi groups out there.
There are, and there's some sense that not all of them again. This is just some stuff that I've heard from people that have been out there. So the shocking thing for me is that the whole targeting of civilian populace, how they're, setting food traps, man traps, the devices that are going to be probably in that area for decades from now.
Who ones that are setting this up? Is it both sides?
And Russia, mainly Russian treating forces that are
That's wonderful.
letting
What the hell?
retreating or moving back in control territory.
Thank you,
Mike. To be placed back in the hands of Ukraine.
And this is the kind of stuff that you need to be able
I
to survive and to be able to recognize.
I don't show anything related to explosives, but I do show things as far as trying to surveil in environments and to see the risks involved in moving in places like that. We weren't exposed to a lot of improvised explosives of that nature. Well, not improvised conventional explosives. A lot of these things are military grade explosives that are being utilized in some of these conflict zones. Down in Mexico, we faced civilian drones on people. That happened in Mexico.
You're like, cool.
Like the little GI drones.
Yeah, that happened in Syria first, and then in Mexico. That happened in Syria first, as far as it being kind of like shown publicly through videos on social media. And then you start seeing it in Mexico. The first improvised explosive that I saw in New Mexico, delivered by a drone, was actually dropped in Baja. It was a grenade that didn't explode in them, but it was a grenade attached to a civilian drone that was dropped in the backyard of the private residence of the Secretary of Public Safety in the state of Baja. And the first drone I saw used for similar activity was actually crashed on the road to Plaza Tijuana. It's a quad drone that was carrying a giant brick of meth. So this was like 2011, I think. I think I remember 2011. So it's the kind of rise of drone technology as far as still going. It was apparent to a lot of us when we started seeing them being utilized for special that. I remember seeing some of the first videos coming out of Michoacan about 2-3 years ago. Michoacan right now, for people that don't know, is basically an active war zone in Mexico.
Tell, paint a picture of where in Mexico is
Michoacan, center of Mexico, towards the Pacific side. It's next to a hotbed of activity that is related to the New Generation cartel, which is one of the largest, most militarized cartels coming out of Mexico right now. It's kind of vying for power as far as the Sinaloa cartel and the New Generation cartel. They are trying to control of Michoacan, which is a very rich place as far as the ability to plant and harvest things like coffee. And it's also on a drug route. So it's a pretty. The Mexican federal government is actually allying themselves with the Carteles Unidos out there, which is basically what is left of the cartel that used to dominate that area. So they're involved in trench warfare against the New Generation cartel. So the New Generation cartel, probably 2 years ago, I think some of these videos came out, and I remember them coming out on social media and kind of some of my U.S. based friends so they could see it. Right? So I thought it was interesting, and they were surprised by the fact that they hadn't seen some of this stuff before. They're basically weaponizing, using mining explosives, conventional mining explosives, in combination with chemicals used to the pesticide chemicals. Right, so basically using the explosives not to disperse these pesticide chemicals that are mixed and very harmful if you breathe them in. They're using them to drop on some of the fortified positions that the federal government and the cartels, the Carteles Unidos have to fight against the Mexican cartel. So, that whole exchange of information is going on right now as far as social media and YouTube and live leaks and all these online sources basically exporting the methodology has been kind of like a really interesting part of all of these conflicts that have recently kind of dawned on the world. You know?
How are they exporting the methodology? What do you mean by that?
I mean, you see Farmington back 40 millimeter grenades being dropped in Syria to stabilize that grenade as it goes down from a drone. And somebody out there takes note of that, and then you see it in Mexico. And then somebody takes note of the fact that some specific drones are better than others, taking some of that methodology and showing it to the Ukrainians, and now the Ukrainians are utilizing some of it. So this whole weird improvised civilian drone arms race that's going on right now in the world.
That combined with the group chats on WhatsApp of them sharing different things, photos and videos and learning.
WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, social media. Facebook used to be like a place. Now because of all the censorship. Instagram also used to be a place. I remember.
I looked this morning. I was looking for you this morning. For some reason, I couldn't find you.
Shadow ban. Basically, you can't find a lot of stuff that I post because of repeated violations of the terms of service, and usually they come from like news posts from my sister page. Then most of my print strikes on the page have been of me sharing news about stuff that's going on in Mexico. So some of the censorship is pretty great. So I have it all in my information, put my educational information behind the table on page. People can access that on social media without me getting social strike on my account.
That's insane. That's insane. And are they doing that because of like you're posting stuff that actually violates the terms of service? Or I'll give you an example of something that was they got a strike on my page.
There was a maze by a certain cartel in Mexico, and they left basically armored plate carriers to carry with them behind. And there's a picture of one of those plate carriers that had the name of one of these, and that got a strike on my page, voting terrorist organizations. Right, so you see or keywords in the news article related to that group, also promoting terrorist or hate group organizations.
Meanwhile, I was telling you earlier, Luis Chaparro, the reporter of Ciudad Juarez, was telling me that not only are El Chapo's kids and family are on Instagram,
TikTok,
as well as El Mayo's family and cousins and sons.
they're all over TikTok. All over TikTok, Instagram. They have Instagram accounts. They're basically utilizing TikTok as a recruiting arm for them. For some of these cartel groups out there. I don't know how to describe it as far as like experiencing it. You see, I'm no saint. I post things that are, I think, informational or educational in some cases, or some funny stuff as well related to PTSD and alcoholism and all that stuff that I'm known for. But it's funny when you post something related to news or dispersing information in this country. We have a sister page that deals specifically with reporting on specific cartel activities in Mexico and English. Not our easy thing to do, but they're based out of Mexico, and they're doing some amazing work. But they get reported on, and the page they had was taken completely by Instagram, specifically because they get strikes on their page because, again, the wording, the imagery, it's not even, and they're very good at everything else, but that gets taken out. And on the other side of the aisle, you see some of these organizations basically posting videos and pictures of them spreading, some of these, when COVID was happening, they were giving, this says out there with the name of the cartel specifically, here you go, family, this is on behalf of this cartel, or they were reporting some of the mask mandates at exit. And if you were caught without a mask outside, or if you were caught partying inside, you would get tatabla, which is basically a board out there, a flat board that you used to hit your ass, and you would see that on TikTok, you would see some of that on Instagram as well. It was awesome. Nothing wrong. No problem. So yeah, there's definitely some strange allowances that some of these groups have, or at least preferences that I think that we've seen as far as Chaparro looking at how some of the stuff he posts and how maybe he's being censored on some of the stuff he posts. Or how them alert post some things that are very much informational, dealing with some of the stuff going on down there, and it getting blocked or banned because of it. And meanwhile, some of these accounts that are out there, specifically TikTok, I think TikTok it's right now it's the main platform for a lot of people, specifically in some of these who it's out there, no problem. Kids running around 17. Running around with AK-47s, beating the shit out of people that that's pretty complicated about TikTok. I've heard people have banned all the time on TikTok. Well, they might get banned all the time on TikTok, so that I can, you can do a search of specific criminal groups on TikTok right now, and you'll find hundreds of videos of them rolling around.
What would you say, what would an example of what research?
Enseñarle los gallos. El Chapo Luis, you can look for a lot of these things, and also they'll just pop up as far as videos and imagery related to cartel corridos, for example. Popular music down there that he's kind of glorifying some of these activities. The fact that it's being utilized as a sort of propaganda on recruiting for them is very clear. And many people have reported on the fact that some of these anonymous talks pop up every now and then. We saw a few of them specifically in Baja related to recruiting people to a certain cartel. Like, if you want to reach out, we're here, we had an incident with one where a bunch of young kids recruited by one cartel to put pressure on the government, basically burned a bunch of cars and caused a lot of chaos in Tijuana. It was a specific day. They had this whole orchestrated where they put some cars, set some cars on fire in some major traffic during peak traffic hours. And later on, when they they put this message out on social media about them, what it was about. People basically setting a curfew. People don't go out. People assume the Plaza, basically. And later they would find out some of these kids, after they were paid by said criminals, that they skipped town. But a lot of them were basically recruited through the community. So a lot of them got like, hey, you want to make some money, do it through here. So WhatsApp, social media, Signal, Telegram, a lot of these things are being utilized by some groups.
How long have you been dealing with censorship on Instagram, like being shadow banned? And your account's gone down and back, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm at 100 something thousand. I've attempted to be verified, I've been quoted by Al Jazeera, New York Times, BBC, as I've been on some pretty major podcasts. I've worked on some movies, I've write for a few magazines. I've talked to the Senate, some Senate hearings myself as well. All of this documented, and I can't get a verification, because of the controversy. Maybe it's because of the controversial nature of what I talk about, or maybe specifically it's because of some of the taglines and subject matters that I talk about are considered bannable offenses, I guess, on Instagram.
Do you do any of that like on other platforms at all, like Twitter and YouTube?
I've actually recently started posting more on Twitter, and it's a breath of fresh air because a lot of stuff stays up. Yeah, but not Instagram. It's hard for people to find me on Instagram. Some of the stuff that I've been posting recently has been very benign, and it's mostly to lead people to go and look at my stuff somewhere else, but still it's bad.
Yeah, Louis Shapiro, his biggest, one of his biggest media outlets is Instagram for his stories too. The funny thing, the interesting thing about people like him is, especially when you decide to live there near the border, like where he is, like him in particular, he is not like a gun guy. He's like, he doesn't like to own a gun. And the question I have for you is, if you're a journalist living meeting with these cartels, would it be advisable not to have a fucking gun on you, or is it smarter to not even have one and be considered harmless?
It's an interesting question. Like, I'm not a reporter, so my mentality around a lot of this is completely different.
Right.
But
He's one of the opposite.
But I have trained a lot of reporters that work right now, including my sister Paige, demo there, who they work in Mexico, and it's not easy, and there's some issues to that. Arming themselves is not something I would advise somebody that's going to go into the Dragon's Den to talk to some of these people, because it basically turns you into a combat. Right? But that being said, not being safe and not knowing how to be safe or trying to get yourself out of some of these situations is probably ill advised. The amount of reporters that are killed in Mexico is mind-boggling. It's one of the most dangerous jobs in Mexico is to be a reporter. There was a lady who actually went on in Mañanero, which is basically the current president of Mexico, and this Manuel López Obrador has these daily meetings where he addresses the nation and rambles around about whatever at that particular day. And a reporter lady steps up and says, "Hey, they've been threatening my life. They want to kill me. Can I talk to you about it?" They had an exchange there, and nothing happened. Nothing was done. She went back to where she was from. Basically, that is the level of insecurity. She told people what was going to happen, and then it happened. Right? She told the president of Mexico. Mind you, I speak ill of the government right now, and I will speak ill of the government that I was a part of and I was working for, from Felipe Calderon all the way to here. I think all politics in Mexico is corrupt as well, But the current government is towards the left of the political spectrum, and there's a lot of sentiments of division in Mexico right now, as far as the left and the right. the current presidency in Mexico said that they were going to make a civilian police force, that they were going to take the military off the streets, that they're going to
Just the hugs, not bullets.
yeah, hugs up. And now we have a militarized National Guard unit. The civilian-controlled federal police is gone. And he's doing exactly what his main rival, Felipe Calderon, did back in the day, which basically militarized his war. And it's surprising to me that people on both sides are in denial about this too. You know, I get attacked a lot about my criticism as far as the current government, but I criticize the whole of it. Right? I was a part of that government as well, and I criticize the shit out of the Felipe Calderon government and the Peña Nieto government and the current. It's all of it is. There's no saving graces for all of these presidencies in Mexico. We've never lived in a more dangerous time to be in Mexico. You know, as far as the amount of violence that is occurring in Mexico and at the scope that it is. And 90% of all murders aren't solid.
If you are a civilian traveling down there, for example, like if you're someone just traveling from Florida, going on a surf trip, you catch a ride through, a local beach to go surfing or whatever, and you end up getting intercepted by somebody in a cartel. What should you do physically, and what should you, how can you use words to get yourself out of a situation?
You know, so first off, Mexico isn't all bad. The Mexicans are perfectly safe for people. 90% of all new houses in Tijuana are being bought by Mexicans.
So a friend was in Tijuana, just built a new house. Amazing.
San Diego Shack is what they call it now. The weed trafficking is happening from San Diego to Tijuana. That's the weird thing about it. Mexico has a bunch of economic migrants from the U.S. living in Mexico. They're reviled in places like Mexico City. Some of them are. They want to make. So the whole notion of Mexico being this dangerous place is, in some parts, it is very dangerous. In some parts, it's very safe. Every now and then, I see people like, "Oh, I live comfortably here. My kids go to town." Yeah, but you live in a fucking resort fucking area. Of course, you fucking do that, right? And also, you're American. Your passport, even if you don't think that, your passport actually provides you with certain immunity to some of the violence, because criminal groups don't want to target Americans because that'll bring in a lot of extra people.
Oh, really?
So that is a product of that. You're more likely to be stopped by a corrupt local cop and get after a bribe and get abducted by a criminal organization. So the nature of the beach town is completely different from the United States. I always tell people from the U.S., if you can't travel with your normal, you can't travel with your legal system, and you can't travel with your civil rights. None of that means anything once you cross that border. You have to adjust. Your normal is a fluid concept. The same thing happens up here. I remember going to Detroit with some friends of mine who were law enforcement and going to see certain parts of that city. I'm from Tijuana, and some of those parts of that city are pretty gnarly. I would say, first off, you need to adjust what your sense of normal is and what you would expect somebody to react to, or what you expect somebody to view as valuable on you or with you to change. People going out to Mexico and getting their truck stolen. The cartels are targeting you. No, they're not your trucks. That is a resource there. People going off to a foreign country with their iPhone and getting stabbed in the neck for it by 11. That iPhone will pay for a lot of their issues in that place. So it's worthy as far as an object to steal from you. So first off, you have to regulate as normal in some of these environments. Mexico is a place that is various. There's places that are safe. There are places that are safe for locals. If you're local there, you'll know what those places are. Our sense of normal from Tijuana is completely different from the sense of normal from somebody from San Diego, for example. Your shootout happens and you duck behind the taco counter, and then you freak out, everything's fine, and you continue on eating your tacos. Meanwhile, the American crew is calling the embassy to get extracted or something like that. I'll say this. First off, you need to realize that you are in another country, if you're in travel or living there. You need to realize you're in another country that has a very different set of rules. That has a government that is pretty iffy as far as trusting it or not. So they're not going to be the ones that you might have to call for something maybe. Some of these places are cartel owned, you know. What you're seeing some of these resort towns with the violence going on inside of them is it's a fight for the giant drug market created by Americans. So they brought their consumption and they go down to Mexico and live in Texas. So now it's an extra valuable place. So people are trying to kill these people create. That's another aspect of this whole drug war that people don't realize. Mexico has drug markets themselves. It's not just the U.S. drug market. Mexico has giant drug markets themselves. Not needing to fly drugs into San Diego to feed that drug market. And have some of these Americans come down and now Mexico and living places like that and bringing their habits. That means there's more violence as far as the people that are fighting for feeding that habit. So advice. You know, realize that you have to adjust your sense of normal. Even if I'm from San Diego, I have my rights. I'm an American. I live down here. Things should change.
They don't give a shit where you're from.
Gotta give a shit where you're from. Also, the locals will be less empathetic, you know. As far as you trying to adjust things there, it's a hard issue.
Somebody told me to tell my friend told me to say if I ever got in a situation to say so de Monterrey.
Oh yeah, Mexican Wakanda is what I call Monterrey. That's where all the old money hides in Mexico. You go down there and you see a kind of room, you see a little sprawling out.
He said also the white guy too. He's like everyone in Monterrey is white.
Yeah, that's another aspect of Mexico that people don't realize. There's a lot of white people out there in Mexico who don't speak English.
I know, right?
My foster brother, Alberto, he's listening to this. Shout out to him for English. Sometimes we would go to San Diego with kids and they would speak English to him and not me, you know. He was like, ¿qué? Luis K is Mexican.
I know, I just learned that like a couple months ago.
Luis C.K. is Mexican. More Mexican than a lot of these the Mexican American movies out there as far as he actually lives in Mexico. Right. That's pretty insane to kind of think that. That's insane. But yeah, Mexico's pretty diverse. You know, there's this whole, it's another weird thing about American mindset as far as Mexico. That Mexico is a single place. You know, where everybody's the same. People from Baja, like even Baja, that's the state I was born in. It's actually rare to meet somebody who was born in China. It's not a common thing.
Very transient place.
It's a transient place. So I was born on 7th Street, Hospital de Leon, right? Which is, you know, a hospital where a lot of people, if you're born there, you're either the son of immigrants that were kicked out of the U.S., or you were on your way to the U.S. and you missed the date of your birth and you got born in Tijuana, right? So it's an interesting little part of the world, Tijuana. It's a city of immigrants. It is one of those places. It's like a Narnia type place, you know. Anything goes. Opportunity, food, street food is amazing there. Drugs are prevalent there. There's a place called La Zona Rosa. La Tolerance Zone, Zona Tolerance, where prostitution is basically legal. On top of that, there's the ocean there. There's Ensenada to the south. There's the wine valley there. It's an amazing place. There's a lot of opportunity for people. There's beautiful parts of it, bad parts of it. So you want to do whatever you want it to be, basically. But people from Tijuana are known, you know, in other parts of the country because when we passed through there, they're predated by people from Tijuana. You know, I met somebody he had a taco shop out there. And I have this clear English because I actually went to language school and I actually worked on not having an accent. Si quieres hablar español, empieza a decir mamá de media y soy chingada y todo lo que quieras. I can speak Spanish, I can speak English clearly. So I turn off the Spanish when I'm in the U.S. for no other reason than I don't want to be treated differently, right? So I'm there. Some friends of mine are there, and they're kind of joking with this taco guy, this taqueria guy. Great tacos, by the way. I wish I could give the name of the place. It's in Oakland. Steelers Flopping. Amazing place. Speaking jokingly, he's from Puebla. Speaking jokingly with him, said, what do you think about people in Tijuana, right? And I'm standing there and eating the tacos. They'll steal the t-shirt off your back and sell it back to you. That's luxury. Like, why do you say that? When I went through there to try to jump back forward, and I bought some gold necklaces from the house. No, thank you. Do you want a gift wrap? Yeah. Which box do you want? Yeah. Grab the box. Yeah. A few weeks later, when he was up there, he opened up the box and said, change the gone. So he got this is Tijuana. This is part of Tijuana. Right? Also, there's a lot of that going on there, and then you go to places like Puebla, where people are beautiful. It's a beautiful place. Most of the best food, or the people that make good food come from had a chef that worked in one of his restaurants that actually came from Puebla. Had a whole episode down there, but it's very innocent. It is a very close-knit town. There's not a lot of change that happening down there, so it's a completely different place for people. Then you go to Monterrey, for some of the old money, and some of the people that have a lot of opportunities, and a lot of Mexicans live. And there's a certain aspect of almost like a bubble around some of the richer communities that they don't get affected by some of the stuff happening in other places. And then there's Sinaloa, where everything goes. West. People from Sinaloa are known for their thing. I think there was a ban on people joining certain aspects of the military from Sinaloa for a while in Mexico. It was that kind of place. But I've met people from all over the country of Mexico up here in the United States. Every time I'm up here, like I see somebody like, don't hate it. Like, where are you from? I'm from Guadalajara. I'm from here. And being so far away from home, you just the feeling of warmth. It's a connection. Oh, it's a connection. It's the connection of we have to earn our place here. We have to. It's like a responsibility. Not only our place, but the place of our children, which is something that I think links most immigrants or everyone. They're always looking for a better place, not only for themselves, but kids. But there's another side to it. There's a dog-eat-dog type mentality in some Mexicans as well. I always said this: my biggest critics here in the United States are Mexican, or second generation, third generation Mexicans that have lost sight of what that struggle. That say that I talk too negatively about Mexico, or that I don't know what I'm saying, even though I came from that place. They might know better if they've never been down there, or if the only experience with Mexico is the resort town somewhere, visiting La Abuela and the ranchos every few years like that. But Mexico is a very different. If anything, you can't compare it to the United States. Like I think I've seen more of the United States than most of them. Every weekend I'm in a different state doing a class with the locals, doing a class with law enforcement. In the last 2 weeks, I was in Atlanta, I was in Los Angeles, I was in San Diego, I was in Texas, a few parts of Texas, and now I'm here, and I think I'm going back to California.
Right? Like, understanding Mexicans and Mexican culture and Spanish is such an important part of living in Florida. I grew up in this town right here. It's been such a part of my childhood and growing up and working, and like I'm trying to teach my kids Spanish at a really young age, because to be able to communicate and with the Mexicans around us, there's so many of them. It's such an advantage in life.
Yeah, that's another aspect of it. The whole Spanish is very important. And I remember having people talk about racism, or and if I've experienced it. I've experienced a few places of that, and I've lived in Kentucky for a while, so I never experienced anything there. I've been to all throughout the South and parts of the East Coast that are considered kind of rural. And the only time I've experienced that was in California.
Really?
Yeah. 2 times. One of them was in a grocery store in California, I won't say the town, but it's in California. And it was by probably a second generation Mexican, berating me for the fact that I was speaking Spanish to my kid in a restaurant. But it was a restaurant attached to it. She came on and said, "You need to speak English. You need to adapt, and also if your kid's going to be here, so you need to speak English." And it was a weird moment, right? Because I turned to her and I could see the brownness in her, So I could see some of that. That was odd, And another occasion was.
Did you understand it? Do you think she had good intentions, or do you think it was just?
I switched to Spanish with her to see if you can talk back in Spanish, and I just caught the fact that she had lost that Spanish. Whatever Spanish she had was broken or that completely unrecognizable to me. So maybe it was maybe that was it being expressed. That's when she said that to me, that she couldn't speak it anymore, or she lost that. And I don't know. That was a weird one. And the other one was related to my faith. I come from Mexico, and I have a very weird faith. To a lot of Americans, I guess. In Mexico, we have a really close relationship with death. We party at the graves of our ancestors. We have ancestors. We have that, and I've been trying to give that to my kid as well, with that culture. I don't want her to lose that. And I had the situation that where some people were calling me out on the fact that I was wearing something very satanic or demonic. It's usually, I don't usually carry it out, but I usually carry.
Can you hold it up like environmental things?
Reaper. So I usually carry La Virgen de Guadalupe, which is like Mother of Mexico, and Santa Muerte, which is something I grew up with as far as the faith. And I had some people, that's satanic, that's devil worship, and that's the reason why Mexico is so bad, is because we are very satanic and we have this really demonic relationship with stuff. And in my mind, I was like, you wouldn't have the balls to call somebody out on that if I was a Native American and I was expressing some of my Native American ancestry here. You wouldn't have the balls to say anything about it. But I'm from Mexico. I'm an immigrant here. And I'm a fair game person to say that to, right? And I just found this weird, openness to attack that faith aspect. It was interesting. Really not racist, but pretty interesting as far as the ability to be able to say something about that open and cool.
I'm sure one of them was one of the biggest misconceptions, at least from my point of view, with Mexicans, is that they're all conservative. At least all the ones I know, they're like conservative country.
Yes.
Like a lot of them I know, they walk around in cowboy boots. They're conservative minded, like when it comes to politics. They love country music, driving jacked up trucks.
The identity politics that are encountered up here has been also pretty fascinating. And you're Mexican, you should be to this side of this
right.
Or the discussions that I have with Latinx terminology. That people want to Latinx, get some the Latinx. I have no idea what that terminology means. So the assumption that I'm an immigrant, so my politics should be of one end or the other.
Right.
So first off, I don't like both sides. On my end, I'm with you. I don't like both sides. I don't particularly agree with a man in power that is completely detached from my generational needs and the generational needs of most of the people that I know. The fact that he probably is clearly not mentally capable to be in office. And on the other side of the political spectrum, there's this reality star who, we can talk about some of the stuff that he said about people like me and about some of the places where I come from, and his politics. And to each his own. I'm not here to talk about that specifically. But there's assumption that we should be on one side of the spectrum. I come from a country where we're not allowed to have guns, and I know what that freedom would mean to a lot of Mexicans. If a lot of Mexicans were allowed to have that freedom, which is in our constitution. In Mexico, there's a constitutional authority where it states we have the ability and the right to bear arms in our home. We have one gun store, and we have a military that has monopolized that right. And if you are not a member of the officers club from the military, you can't own or possess a firearm and carry it legally. Or if you're a member of a police organization, you might be able to carry one as long as it complies with your license. Other than that, you have to be upper middle class. You have a plane ticket to fly to that single gun store and buy a gun. And you're not going to be able to carry. Meanwhile, on the other end, criminal groups are carrying around really gun helicopters, right? So coming to this country and seeing, I have a weird relationship with that. Because I know what that means to people, and I know what happened when that right's gone. On the other end, I also see things like Fast and the Furious and how the proliferation of firearms in Mexico, and most of them, 70% of weapons in Mexico come from the U.S. Civilian grade AR-15s and handguns that are converted into full auto, for example. Not all, but a lot of them do.
Can you explain what Fast and the Furious? I really don't know.
Fast and the Furious is an operation that probably started during the Bush administration. It's not a people like people abuse Obama, but it probably started during the Bush administration. What I know of it, externally, it started during the Bush administration, and basically a program that the ACF had to track small firearms purchases by gun runners in the United States. Let them basically buy a bunch of firearms that the cartels wanted. You know about it. Tell gun stores that, hey, let these walk. I know that's a very suspicious purchase, but let these go. Let these walk out of your store. It's fine. Them looking at these, following these gun spot purchases, take them to a gun runner, load them onto a car, and then drive them to Mexico. And nothing happened because they were attempting to follow these.
They were attempting to follow where the guns were going.
Yeah, they're trying to track them. But of course, nothing was tracked, and a lot of these guns were found in murder scenes across the country, including a specific area that had this memory of these FN-57 pistols. High velocity round in these pistols that was able to go through South Florida and 50 cal in the box with the manual and everything. Basically bought off an American one, so sent down to Mexico. Some of them were used to kill criminals, and I remember finding these in the news and not knowing where they came from. They were pretty new and like out of the box, and you start finding them everywhere. I only found out about them by watching the hearings related to the shooting of Ryan Terry. Federal agent shot with some of these guns that later were traced back to the ATF back to the it is amazing that we know the names of these federal agents that were killed in the U.S. side with those guns, but we don't know about all the Mexicans who were killed with those guns on the Mexico side. And for people that might want to say that I'm being anti-American with this, and somehow I actually raised money for the Lions Day Foundation during a charity event. Despite the fact that I know that some of the people involved in this whole situation might not know about some of the victims in Mexico about it. So I'm trying to be fair and balanced about my views and some of my activism work that I do in both on both work. But it's that operation did great harm to Mexico. There was probably some government participation as far as keeping it quiet after it was found out in Mexico by the Calderon administration. I'm almost sure about it. Which was the administration in Mexico around that time, the administration that I was working on. So there was shit that happening across that border. But the sentiment or the mentality of Mexicans towards the United States after that happened changed. The trust in certain circles as far as the U.S. changed. And Mexico has had a long-standing relationship of good and bad with the United States. We had some student massacres that were related to CIA activity in Mexico. We had
I watched that documentary the last night. That was a very, very dark story.
And you
got Moreno, the VA, and the CIA.
But I mean, there's clear involvement with the CIA in Mexico utilizing drug running at that time to basically piggyback weapons trafficking down to Congress. But there has not been any apology about that,
Is that story, is that been verified, or is that still like quote-unquote conspiracy theory?
It wasn't in my time, of course. I started working in the early 2000s. But I've met people that were from that age and that time. People that worked around that environment. CIA and CIA involvement in a lot of stuff in Mexico is long been known. Mexico City specifically has been a hotbed for, back then Soviet era espionage and activities. There's a few cases of that Soviet spy assassinated in Mexico. Fidel Castro spent a long time in Mexico City. Some of the revolutionaries actually trained in Mexico before they went off and just so it's been a hotbed of activity. If people want to equate it to something, Mexico has basically been a staging proxy war area for the United States and its enemies for decades. Starting off with the Soviets, I guess, and now we see influences from China in Mexico that seem to have some of the same kind of activity as far as a foreign entity influencing or involving itself in certain aspects of Mexico, and the United States trying to combat. So, but now it's no longer spies being sent to Mexico to spy on the United States. Now it's a pipeline of fentanyl being sent to Mexico to feed American.
So before we go into the whole China thing, I wanted to, for people that are listening, if they're not familiar with the last narc, the basic way of that is there was a DEA agent working in Mexico. His name was Camarena, and he was kidnapped, taken to some sort of house, and he was tortured for days, and eventually, I forget how it was released, how he blew the whistle on it, but essentially one of the guys that was in there torturing him, his name was Felix Rodriguez, who was a CIA officer. He was actually the CIA officer who was responsible for the capture of Che Guevara, I believe.
So there's a weird connection between that, the Bay of Pigs, Q,
Bay of Pigs, yeah.
There was, and again, this is Cuban intelligence, CIA operations. All in Mexico. This has been going on for decades. But that specific case is interesting because this day, we just saw the recent recapture and arrest of Caro Quintero, who was one of the guys who was fingered for that.
Yes. And he was, when they interviewed him, they brought him in front of the media or some sort of thing after that. He was just sort of laughing and joking with everybody.
He was a scapegoat. He's like, fuck you guys, I'll be out here in 2 months. Now, he was. He got arrested for it. That was pinned on. He was never extradited, which should be something that people should look into. He was freed. under weird circumstances, that made a run for it again. Then he was placed on the most wanted list by the U.S. Recently, and then he was arrested again. Some people say he was betrayed, but he's never going to be extradited to the United States. I don't think. So they should, I wonder why that is. What is I don't know. The interesting thing is that it was all pinned on him. Like the U.S. government has always considered him to be the responsible guy as far as that murder, that torture and murder that he come out. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of again the whole aspect of corruption only being on the Mexican side or shady stuff being on the Mexican side. I was getting a kick out of the comment section when I post something about Mexico. I recently posted about this woman assassinated one of the ladies that led one of these let's find their children groups, basically. And the phenomenon that's been happening across the country where women organize themselves and parents of people are missing organize themselves to go and find their kids by trying to find us in graves, knock on doors, basically doing the job that police don't do. Either don't care or overwhelmed or whatever. And she was assassinated outside of the house. Two guys on the motorcycle came in and shot her. And she was only 5 and abusing and holding children this way. Now, you see in the comment section like, wow, the U.S. should get involved. Or we should send, I don't know, some sort of intervention, I guess, is what people think about it. And I asked, like, what is the public sentiment as far as U.S. intervention in Mexico? Feel like right now, nobody wants it. It's a lot of Mexicans don't view the U.S. as an innocent party or a savior of any sort. They see your foreign policy, they see the U.S. foreign policy history recently was not good. So how come like the guy like Carlos Quintero, but you have El Chapo? How did we get El Chapo? And why do you think we were able to get El Chapo? El Chapo wasn't, I don't know, people paint him as this major leader that's in the whole cartel, but he wasn't. He was a member and he was a member in the leadership part of that federation of cartels. You know, cartel basically a federation of a smaller cartels that are all allied themselves and are based out of Cuba. He was arrested and paraded in front of the press as the morning. That's the biggest the head honcho. Everyone thinks of him as the boss. It probably was beneficial for the government at that time in Mexico to parade him as that, and also for the U.S. to kind of push their drug war policy. I was like, oh, look at this success. We just arrested this guy. But nothing changed. Drug prices were pretty stable. There's no, oh no, there's a shortage of cocaine in the United States now because we arrested the major kingpin. Nothing changed. He was caught because he was, I think, this is my theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but you saw his arrest after his meeting with Sean and Captain Castillo, who's a Mexican telenovela star. And I think that conversation or whatever was happening at that point as far as the Chapo's intentions were to put his story or his narrative out to people. As in Hollywood. And I'm going to say about that is probably something that people want to point out there. That's my theory. I don't know if it's true or not. But you saw his capture pretty soon after. I know somebody got scared that he was going to put his, he was talking to something, hey, that's, he wasn't arrested by the Mexican military, by the way. That's another misconception about it, which is there was a raid on his some of the safe houses he was at by the Mexican Marines, but he escaped, and he was stopped a few miles away by federal road police. That's what he was arrested. He was stopped by two federal cops near the area where the raid happened. He was with his head bodyguard covered in mud because they went through some sewer tunnels to get to a road outside. The carjacked somebody and took his car, and then he was stopped by these federal road cops. And then the Marines were. Right? So again, narrative is really important in Mexico, and how to construct that narrative as far as who arrested him. So you see the military parade coming out, they're dressing well and they're arrested him. There's a lot of stuff that happens around that fish can narrative that you control. And who's seen as the victor, who's seen as the guy that the group that was specifically involved in arresting him. It has to be the military, because that is a narrative. So that's on the other side of it. There's a lot of narrative influences as far as the cartel happening around it, but it's also the military is also doing its own narrative influence in Mexico.
Who is El Mayo Zambada, and how important is he to the Sinaloa cartel? And how is
so what I know about him, and again, I'm a street level guy. I worked on the streets in Baja as an individual, and then a few other parts of the country, specifically Baja. And what I hear about him comes from people out there working in that field. Unless a lot of somebody that learned his trick craft as far as how to move traffic and figure out drug routes all the way from Colombia up into the United States. He learned his craft in that time, not a team. So a lot of people want to think of the Sinaloa cartel as a Mexican creation or virgin or originating in Mexico, but actually it started in Los Angeles. So it's a very much an American origins. He was with a relationship with somebody that was by marriage linked to him. I think a Cuban. If I don't misremember about it. He learned some of the trade secrets as far as getting contacts, learning how to package, what distributors in the U.S. to get to, how to work distribution in the U.S., and how to finance and figure these things out. He learned later on, he went back to and started setting up some of his network from Mexico and started figuring out how to get people involved. He's never been arrested. The pictures we have of him are probably almost a decade old now. An interview he himself had a passport with a magazine called Processing down in Mexico.
Did you say he asked for it?
Yeah, he asked to be interviewed by somebody from that magazine. He wanted to talk about some things that were being said about him, I guess. But he's in the shadows. He's a shadowy figure. You don't feel a lot about him.
Most people have never heard of him.
Well, it's I think now a lot of people have heard his name through his son being arrested in the U.S. His son was not arrested. He was arrested in Mexico but extradited to the U.S. And there's a very amazing book written by a reporter on Rothschild. That's a clear name. That is basically an interview with his son, the son of Mayo Zambada, and his experience in that family and the whole process, how he became involved in that business, and how that business is, relates to a lot of the corruption, not only in Mexico, but on the U.S. side. There's this whole story about that. Ask her on. She's somebody to talk to. But yeah, there's an interesting aspect that he's never been arrested, and that not a lot of people know about.
What ended up happening to his son?
I think he turned state witness, I guess. So that's at least what we gather from some of the stuff that he talks about in that book. It was probably in some sort of protective custody somewhere, probably. But I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting that we don't hear a lot about it. And there's some aspects of some of these criminal groups down there. The Chapo was one of those where I think they turned into some of a kind of celebrity figure. So Chapo escaped from captivity a few times in a very dramatic way. One of them, he was probably let out by the prison guards. There's a story about him being in a laundry cart and stuff like that, which again I think is completely BS. That the government kind of said to not be embarrassed. He was probably let out of that prison. The other one was a drug tunnel that was dug underneath the prison that he was at, and he was kept on the ground level for some insanity. And if you see the drug tunnel is shaped like that. It's like you see some of the drug tunnels underneath the border that are shaped the same way. So why are they shaped like that? It's the quickest way and more stable, and the quickest way and the most stabilized way to create a tunnel in a hurry without having to do a shaft with a support beam on it. So you make something that is shaped like that. And that was probably made by some of the same people that make the tunnels that run across the border. As the growing period.
It was wild seeing the video that Vice did on that tunnel. Like there was electricity throughout the whole thing with lights.
It was a major operation. It cost a lot of money, and all the people that were working at GI,
They had to have been complicit.
But you can see his celebrity or his almost legendary status kind of go from all these experts he did. And it also tells you a lot about sentiment in Mexico. How people that are working for the government are vilified because of all these major issues with trust and the violation of trust and corruption. I understand that aspect of it. I'm considered a villain because of where I work. Even though I despise and fucking say a bunch of shit about the government I used to work. But I was still an agent in Mexico, Policia. So that means all of us are corrupt, all of us are evil. But on the other side of it, you see the Netflix series where the romanticized version of cartel members who are Robin Hood characters on in all these cases and romanticized. And you see,
Why do you think that is? Why do you think American culture is so fascinated by cartel lore and cartel and drug stories?
It's a lot of things. You can't help but root for the robber in these cases. The Robin Hood figure. I guess one of the oldest examples I think Mexico has of this kind of phenomenon of rooting for the I won't say bad guys because I think Mexico is beyond good and bad. There's devils on both sides. But one of the first cases of this Robin Hood type sentiment was a guy that later on came into the chain of cartel of traffic. Malder, Jesus Malder. Jesus Malder was a spokesman for Mexico. This came out of Sinaloa. You see him depicted as a man well dressed with a mustache, usually carrying around money bags or weed on the bottom of them, touching these stacks that they have. They call him el santo colgadito, or the hanging saint, basically. He was a bandit that lived in the state of Sinaloa back when, turn of the century. Rich landowners used some of the rural roads to go in and out of the area. And he would rob them, just like Robin Hood did, he would rob them, and he was known, hard to get, he would know his ways around the rural areas, so he would escape these government troops that were after him. He became legendary bandits. Eventually, the government got tired of his shit. He tried to rob a rich landowner somewhere out there, and he got shot in the process and wounded and hit himself in the hills. He knew he was going to die, so he told one of his friends to basically turn him in. I think I remember the terrorist any gold coin reward on him and gold coins for him. So he said to his friends, when you turn me in, get the money, give it to the town people. And so that's the legend. He was caught. He was hung. And there was an order for him not to be buried. They just let him rot. Eventually, his bones made it to the ground, and the townspeople, one by one, put a rock over his remains. It was a mound of rocks. People started praying to his anima soul, which is basically this soul that's stuck in purgatory. I believe a lot of Catholics have. So these people that died unjustly like that, as a link or as a way to ask for favor or ask for intervention. So he started granting miracles. And there's a big shrine to him in Sinaloa. And you go there and you'll see pictures of some of these traffickers in the U.S. with their big trucks and their big houses. And like, thank you, my brother, for granting me this miracle, I think that is an interesting aspect of looking at this almost rebellion against authority or government that we have in us. And specifically higher in places where people don't have a lot of opportunities. The reason why these criminal groups are so large and so powerful is because we have a lot of youth. We have expendable youth bodies that have absolute opportunities other than some of these criminal groups.
Right. So they start working for cartels as young as like 11 or 12. I think.
Yeah, you can work them in the fields and then they turn into a corner. We'll see 13, 14-year-olds with a cell phone and a radio on the rooftop. Their eyes and ears. There's no way you can get close to any of these towns that are cartel controlled without them spotting you from a mile away. You'll get then you'll send them to ride a motorcycle and other following around military convoys in the city so they could report back to all their movements. And then you get an AK and you'll be back at a truck. And you get a gun and you get that task going and shoot somebody. This is, and the dream they used to have was through music. You would hear about the exploits of this guy's cartel guy. You would hear corridos about this guy. You would hear, stories about this other guy. You would see a Mexican B movie in VHS about so and so, and you would get inspired. But now we have Narcos Mexico. Now we have a bunch of these online series related to them. Now we have TikTok, now we have Instagram, now we have a lot of things that give us this youth of window into some of these lifestyles. And I'm like, I want to do that. That's the way to get out. That's the way to give my family what I didn't have. This is the way, I guess. This is the lottery ticket. Although
it's like the easiest way to get out of poverty, right?
I mean, it's the way, It's the way. There's no other options. In some places in Mexico, there's no other option. So,
where you were born in Tijuana, were you raised as a child there? Or
Tijuana, Tecate. So basically those two municipalities that are joined. We had a ranch with a pig farm on it. So I'd go back and forth between the city and this pig farm area.
Is there like a key moment you can remember or reflect on in your life where you ever made a choice to go in that direction, or where you had a choice to enter that world?
Yeah, I mean, again, when I was my teenage years were in the late 90s in Tijuana, where the whole narco-genius phenomenon was happening in that part of the world. Narco-genius was basically middle-class kids being brought into cartel activities. I think at that time the RNC cartel was the main cartel in that area. So they were basically doing Tijuana was black. It had poverty in it, but it also had a very big middle class population. And it saw in this middle class population opportunities for them to infiltrate regular industry, to utilize some of the sons and kids that some of these families that are well off. To getting into industry, getting into transport, getting into means of moving across the border to regulated legal means by utilizing transport companies and stuff like that. So, I saw friends of mine in in that time frame that went off to work for some of these criminals and saw them go from not being able to even, I was a skateboarder back then, you know, that was my thing. When I played in the punk band, I think a lot of that mentality that I got from that culture kept me out of it. But some of my friends left that behind, and some of my friends were never part of that whole kind of culture, counterculture type of thing. So you see, I saw them go from, you know, driving around a beat up Hyundai Excel to then showing up in a Ram, Dodge Ram, brand new Dodge Ram, Sporter one, blue, and a stripe going down the middle of it, and then showing me the rape, you know, at the street party, you know.
Like the old lightnings.
Yeah.
The old school lightnings.
Yeah. I mean, you would see these guys go from nothing to everything. You know, and they would come and like, hey, yeah, check out when I'm standing there when he's wearing airwalks. With my blind skateboard, but its tails were all worn down because I've been riding around all this time. Independent truck. So people know that I'm just talking about my boy. He's sitting there holding this, and these guys show up and they walk out of the car wearing, you know, Italian stuff on them, you know, clothing and boots and flashy, you know, money everywhere, and women are there. And it's like, what the fucking hell? You know? You have these moments of like, where am I going? You know? But there was a specific place that you could hang out. It was a straight street, and everybody on that street, all the kids went to work in that industry, you know. And I remember when I was acting, it almost became like this list that I would put down, because I kept finding them murdered or executed scenes. You know, a lot of these kids that I remember from that time, all of a sudden are found in pieces over here. There's another kid that's found dead over there. Their houses were fucking raided and burned. You know, and you saw this whole generation of people just get eaten. I think it was one night when we found 12 kids ranging from 17 to 28. Just tied up, beaten, tortured, and strangled and shot somewhere in one night. 12. And going through and looking at them and seeing, I think I know some of our other guys that were there, like, I think I know him. And these were kids, you know, and the world part of this machine that was trying to gain control of that part of the country, to control the port of entry into the largest drug market on the planet, the scalp. And that's why we get.
Do you see an end to this in the future, like even if it's long-term future, or are cartels forever just going to be like Mexico?
That's an interesting question, and that's something I'm not considering. People talk about the legalization or decriminalization of some of these substances across the board. There was a moment and a time when some of these criminal groups only focused on moving narcotics across the board. And we found single cartel activity all the way in Europe and Northern Africa, Southeast Asia. You know, they're everywhere. You know, there was a time and place when that was their own means of money making, but now they're local drug market, giant local drug markets in Mexico as well. So you can decriminalize things in the United States, but that's not going to end anything in Mexico. So that's an aspect of it that is no longer just like Mexico is no longer just a drug route; it's also a giant drug market. So that is feeding a lot of the country. So unless it's going to be a regional invasion of narcotics of all kinds to regulate that, that's not going to be an issue. We already saw the legalization of marijuana in certain parts of the United States. And all that did is it turned marijuana fields into poppy fields. That's what happened. So they just shifted or adapted. The reason why they started putting fentanyl in the marijuana in the poppy in the heroin was that a lot of these places where they were planting these poppy fields were already leaked as far as nutrients. And they didn't, that wasn't their industry. So the potency of this lighter colored heroin is low. So, this is kind of legalization of pot in places like California was kind of around the same time. I guess the prescription opiate epidemic was ending, was kind of petering out in the United States. So it was like a perfect storm. You started seeing these marijuana fields now turn into pot. People started putting an extra kick fentanyl into the heroin, and it became a problem.
Fentanyl cheap.
Yeah, I mean it's time dependent. So during COVID, it was not cheap because the shutdown. Although a single cartel was the one that was getting most of it. I think there was a case of Milwaukee smuggling some of the fentanyl from into Mexico a little bit. But it definitely gave it a kick. I mean, as far as whatever potency heroin had coming from down there, you had fentanyl.
And now I'm in drugs, but isn't the cartel also involved in like lots of other industries? Like, you have a Ford factory now. Cartel somehow like doing
any major industry in Mexico is either in some way, shape, or form financing criminal groups around it by paid protection schemes, by racketeering, rackets related to robberies inside of some of the mining industry, for example. And by feeding some of the drug habits in the community around some of these industries. They have their hand in tequila. They have their hands in regular industry. There's been a few tequila companies that later were found out to be owned and operated by families that are attached to some of these criminal enterprises. So, yeah, I mean, the interconnectivity of the United States and Mexico, as far as all of these illicit activities, the whole aspect or concept that Americans have of this is a problem that is all the way out there in Mexico. It doesn't touch us.
It's like I think about, is there a time in the future where like the cartel could just evolve into it's now the government? Like,
well, that's some of these leaks that
we're going to start making our own. Like we're going to develop our new constitution of the cartel.
The reason why you're seeing so many political candidates being assassinated in Mexico right now is because that's what they're already doing. They already have their candidates. They already have their governor. You think the governor of Sinaloa can be the governor of Sinaloa without Sinaloa cartel saying that he's going to be the governor of Sinaloa?
I would bet no.
So that's an example. That's an example of that. And the Mexican military doesn't work with the Marine, with the Mexican Marines. They don't work together. So they don't trust each other. So if members of the federal government don't trust each other in that way to work together and something's at a very high level wrong with them. And they themselves are admitting that they are compromised in a way. So when you ask if the cartels will one day govern, they're already in a way, criminal groups are already in a way governing large segments of Mexico to them. It's already happened.
Because one of the presidents labeled them terrorist organizations, right?
So I think the people will think back on Trump talking about the fact that these groups would be labeled, or the possibility of labeling cartel organizations as terrorists. And this happened after the massacre of Mexican-American Mormons in Sonora. There was a massacre of this family group in Sonora. Now, there's a bunch of stories out there as far as if they were involved in cartel activities or not, if they had some sort of connection to any of that. Conspiracy theories about out there as far as that. I mean, say exactly what the motives were. I know that it was a bunch of women and children in cars that were basically shot and burned alive. You know, that's what I know. I know that they were Mexican American. They had American passports and they had Mexican nationality. So they had both nationalities. When that happened, there was also this surge of the migrant caravans going on as well. And this was at the beginning of the Trump administration's efforts, and also we had a new leftist president in Mexico who was utilizing all the anti-American sentiment.
Lopez?
Yeah, he was utilizing a lot of the anti-American sentiment that Trump himself used. Political pressure. So when the migrant caravan happened and all these people moved to the country towards the border, Trump was trying to figure out a way to pressure the Mexican government to reinforce its own southern border. And one of the ways that he put political pressure on me was to put this threat out as far as the United States labeling cartel organizations as terrorist organizations, which never happened. It just made the threat. You know, it was used as a political pressure. Now, what that means?
Cartels as terrorists.
It means that anybody supporting them, relating to them, harboring them, working with them, financing them, moving their money, or anything of that nature would now be fair game for the U.S. military to go after. Think of Saddam Hussein and what happened in Iraq when that happened, and the
Iraq had a lot of resources that were
most of them mine of the lithium on the planet underneath the same place where all this land is. Really? If you want to talk about resources, Mexico has a lot of resources. Not even, I think its main resources that's people. You know? But there's also a lot of.
I had this conversation with a former CIA agent, and I asked him this question. He said the biggest incentive for any country is to improve its GDP, to grow its GDP, revenue, resources, and money.
Yeah.
What will we gain by doing that?
Most of the minable works on the planet.
It is the number one cause of lithium, right?
It's the biggest minable deposits lithium on the planet. And if you see what's happened to other southern countries that have lithium, they have had regime changes recently. In the recent history, would see some of the influences the states have had and some of the regime changes. South America is going to the left, and this sentiment against the United States is prevalent throughout Latin America right now. When that threat was labeling cartels as a terrorist organization, it used whatever apparatus was there to fortify the southern border, to admit the whole policy that the United States now had as far as them saying, hey, I know you're coming here illegally, you have to be waiting in Mexico while you wait your turn, but in Mexico. And the only reason all that happened was because of some of the political pressure that happened with that threat. Now, think about it. You label cartel organization terrorist organization. Now, do they meet that definition? Are they politically motivated? You see all these political candidates get assassinated, so yes. Right? Do they have an ideology they want to put forth? Well, they're the heroes in their own story, so there's an ideology there. There's some certain cartel groups and leaders in the past that have actually turned themselves into saints in some parts of Mexico. In the case of a cartel member, they nicknamed Rothschild, who turns himself into like a crusader type saint, and he statues and shrines to himself out there. So there's clearly some of that to be said about some of these organizations. They utilize assassination, murder, torture, and terror-related tactics to further their their intentions as far as what they're working on. A lot of the ISIS, how you produce ISIS videos of executions and stuff like that came out. Back then were actually influenced by some of the narco blog and executions that the cartels had. So even there, there's like they've been influencing that. Now, I consider that they meet every single definition of that terminology. I don't think they will be labeled that, because that means that the United States will have to fight that both sides of this border. Yeah. If the cartel organizations were labeled a terrorist organization, it means that every industry, government, or people that are harboring, helping, aiding, supplying, all of that will be fair game. And I think there's a lot of that industry and stuff like that in the United States as well. And a lot of it political influence. The U.S. government not being too far-sighted with their foreign policy, specifically in Mexico, is probably fair to say. Yeah.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
So, somebody who's not from, and I don't know a lot about that war, but the fact that you were attacked by a bunch of Saudis and Egyptians, and then he went off and took down the Iraqi government and and now looking at it now and seeing the Taliban back in power, that's an interesting lesson for other countries that are looking to the U.S. for solutions. Like the lesson is learned by the international community, specifically your neighbors down south. Like we don't, like Mexico doesn't want the U.S. enough for Mexico to intervene or come as a savior. That's not in the mind. That's no longer in the headspace of most people now. Which again is, you talk about looking for solutions and stuff like that. It's hard to come up with any sort of solution that doesn't involve a bottom transformation of Mexico that includes its people. If you want to talk about true change, I think it comes from a grassroots effort from the people in Mexico. That doesn't include the government, it doesn't include the military in Mexico, because I think these recent weeks of documents have shown that they are completely overwhelmed by this problem.
It's like if you could just alleviate all the fucking bloodshed and violence and brutality in these cartels, that you could make shit way better. Do you see any sort of way to just fix the problem when it comes to the killing and the murder? Like you could legitimize them somehow, or give them some sort of power. Like, look, stop the killing, stop the murder. Let's make this work. Keep the cartels, use the death.
It's interesting that the drug war that was kicked off by this President Felipe Calderon chopped off the heads of certain leadership in some of these criminal groups. It's basically now one group is two. This group over here now has a vested interest in attacking this man, so they're basically taking a bee and not having a bee season. Basically, the analogy that I want to give it. I think whatever options we had of pacification, or I don't know what to call it, are gone. I think these groups are fractured, like single cartels are fractured entities. I mean, they have killings going on between their members. You see places like Baja, specifically, where you have one side fighting the other, or control of the local. Most of the murders that happen in Guyana are related to local groups, so they're killing each other's just friends, people, right? And then you see some of these criminal groups that are no longer able to maintain their organization to traffic, and so they start going into local extortion. Going into abduction, going into people traffic, and going into other stuff, trafficking, making worse and worse and worse. The situation is worse. And all we have to combat that is a government that is in complete denial about the fact that every 5 years, 6 years, where a president comes in, all the stuff that was done before gets completely discarded, even if it was successful. And all that is bad. Nowhere do you get used for. An example of first president was the government. Again, I'm not so left or right if you're but when people want to say that I am to the right or something like that, I want to smoke a joint and take mushrooms at my feet.
I'm the definition of half man, half drugs, half the club, bad boy, that's the stuff, that's the dust. But it's who's the things ain't laughing much. Woo! What the butt big thing? Check the hit list, this shit, not change but the name. You still here, you're rocking with the best. Don't worry if I write rhymes, I write checks. Who's the boss? Dudes is boss. Don't think because I'm iced out, I'm a cool rock. And it was not me. Can't trust me. You trust me. Get it right, dog. We ain't never left. Silence. It's just this shit. I can survive, but I've been through it. Y'all got strong, but the saga continues. Go and nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Cause it's bad boys for life. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Cause it's bad boys for life.
Horrible job of covering this, and it's clear now because of the complete disdain that the populace has towards them. They have no political candidates that's going to rival anything that they're look us over there is going to support as far as the next person that's coming into the presidency in the next 2 years. So, but the main thing that the current administration does is criticize the right for their family and the drug war, the drug fight, and all these things. And they're doing exactly the same thing that the past administrations have done, which is basically militarize the police or militarize the counter-cartel activity. Go into a fragmented effort against all cartel organizations out there, favoring some, not favoring others. And the main thing with the requirements was to create a civilian police, federal police organization across the country, which they basically changed the uniform of the military to white camouflage and put a military member in charge of this new police group, which now the federal police has got all these guys who have a lot of training, a lot of coming up out of operational skills and skills are gone. Where are they? This mass of people that work for that institution. Where are they still? They probably had worked somewhere else, right? A lot of these criminal organizations are recruiting somewhere else. So they're probably somewhere currently working against our best interests. So where are they? And this is basically us shooting ourselves in the foot. When I left the job where I was, the same thing happened. The group that I worked with, and some of the people in leadership that I worked with, did an amazing job in Baja. We took Tijuana specifically after my fingers that we lived on the planet. With the work that not only we did, but some of the local government did. We were given a clean slate to try and figure that out. And when that ended, political rivals came into power and everything was vilified and demonized, and all of us were out of village. Right? Because there's a case of systemic amnesia that happens every 5 years. So it's going to happen again. Things are really bad right now, as far as control that some of the organizations have over vast amounts of population. The leaks that just came out, these Guacamaya leaks that just came out, that basically put bare all of the mistakes that this administration has had, and also past administrations have had. how it taints all of the hands, from Felipe Calderon to the current administration. How the military is completely under prepared and ill-equipped to fight this problem, and how they're holding on the responsibility and power that was given to them by letting them go out of their barracks and do this stuff on the streets to try and gain control of it. We just had some legislation passed that's going to put them on the streets even for like 5 more years, because they were trying to be put back into military barracks. Now they're involved in creating hospitals, creating airports, trains. They're trying to create this whole. They're involved in all this infrastructure force down there, which is making a lot of people some money. So you see all of this systemic problem basically cycling, and people are fighting as far as political left and political right. And there's the same problem, it's just repeating itself, just under a different banner. So, it
sounds just like the United States, but with different issues.
Yeah, I mean, that division is.
You never explained what were you doing specifically in Baja?
I was a member of a state organization. It started as a state organization. Basically, it's an attempt in Baja to Americanize police forces, to modern police force that they attempted to create. It was successful in some of the cases in the initial efforts of it. We were put through FBI background checks, background checks for financials, house visits, put through a paramilitary style training regiment. And we would basically use the tip of the spear basically to work against some of these cartel organizations in the area. When I started, the federal police were soldiers dressed in gray, and they would ride around the back of the truck with us. It's funny now that the soldiers are dressed in white, and the same thing happened. So I was in the organization for 12 years. I did a lot of stuff in that organization, from working in conjunction with federal agencies, the military. Sometimes I would get embedded with military units because I didn't know their way around. Because the way the military works in Mexico, if you join the military in one part of the country, they send you to another. So sometimes these guys, military units, were doing kind of narcotic operations, cartel operations, but they didn't know their way around. So you would have to have us as guys in some of these areas. So I worked with some of these mixed groups, basically doing some of these jobs in that area. Not just in Baja, I worked in other places of the country. And also the U.S. I got to do a lot of executive protection and bodyguarding with some high-level people, including the governor of Baja. And actually got to work in the United States protecting them and families. So that's another aspect of some of the work that I did. That led me to get exposed to the American military training. We did some time in Coronado, actually training with some people in MSW and NCIS. So I remember getting this feeling or this taste of what we could do as law enforcement and what the military could turn into if we had the backing of our government and if we had the confidence and faith of our people. And we don't. So I did that for 12 years until I became staying. What I mean by that is I could no longer do that job without being compromised as far as that person. I was never on the stake in way, shape, or form. And people that doubt that, I currently have a contract with the federal government. They looked at my background before I could get in those years. So I trained with federal agents in the United States, didn't have that. And I got that job with nothing, basically. There was a moment when I was basically brought into the office after most of that situation was ended, and I was offered either to work for a team or not, and I just resigned. And I had the opportunity that not a lot of people have of coming to the United States to be married. I married an American, came to the United States. I'd never envisioned myself coming to the United States and living there. Like, I was married for a few years now, and our plan was to live in Mexico, it's not expensive. You figure it out. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I was going to leave that job alive or not just do that for the rest of my life. But it became less and less sustainable until it just became like corrupted at the highest level. And when I was up here going through my immigration process and finally finalizing that, I remember seeing the arrest of Martin Garcia, the guy that was head of counter cartel operations for the federal government when I was active, when I was up here in the United States on cartel charges. And this is somebody that was rewarded the FBI recognition, and the government was saying, this is the best guy active. He was the guy that was in charge of overseeing the organizations that would keep us honest. The people that would go put us through polygraph examinations every year. Or something would happen, or evaluate us and investigate all of us. All of a sudden, this is our boss, and now these are under arrest.
How many times did you get and what tactics did they try to blackmail, leverage? What do they do?
Two other people that are working in the same organization. We basically get approached by people inside. And there's a cultural message of you don't want to tell on people, and it is understood that there's people in there that have their own behavior, people that are not. So you just work out of nice cars and nice houses. So yeah, people suddenly get a house and you arrive at working in a Hummer. There's some people out there that listen to us that work with me, and they're not going to let me lie about this. There was a guy that showed up to work one day in a yellow Hummer H2, and everybody was later let go of the job and some shit and arrested and all this type of stuff. But at that time, I was working for as a bodyguard for one of the directors of the group that I used to work with. And I remember looking out the window. He looked back at me. I was driving around a Sunfire.
Yeah. I know what car you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a car. But that's what I could afford on that salary. So I could ride in a car. I was basically driving a loaner car. It was my brother's car. He loaned me that car because my truck was all fucked up. And this guy just shows up in his car. It happened that we would change our phone numbers every now and then just to, for security. And my phone would always get, somebody would call me and threaten the people that I was working with. Hey, tell your boss that they're doing fucking who's that? Our information, our emergency contact numbers and personal information. Found in photocopy form, safe house somewhere, and all of us having to get a call and hey, your information was found somewhere. It was a constant thing. And also, there's a lot of cases where you would approach people and they were clearly more of them than there were of us. And you would have to just, stand down or stand up. Or getting a call from high up and say, wherever you're going to, don't go. Okay? There's a lot of them.
What were the guys thinking that would show up, like the guy driving an H2? He must have known that everybody was obvious, right?
When that happened, I remember everyone was like, I saw but it was a weird moment in the institution's time where we didn't have a lot of backing. We didn't have a lot of people basically looking out for everybody's interests. We kind of compartmentalized and we got what we were doing. what they were doing, you guys were doing what they were doing. It was true throughout its timeline, where we had people that we knew who we recognized who was cool to work with and who was not doing shit, and we recognized who wasn't. There was a very influential man that came in leadership during some time, and was his name's Lieutenant Colonel very famous character in Mexico. One of the most famous lawmen in Mexico. Yeah, documentary. Incorruptibility. Sorry, he's still out there. Probably going to talk to him pretty soon. He came out of the military. He came out of the war. We talk about superhero characters, like these men that are supernatural. That has to be one of them. The first time I met him, he came to Tijuana to take control of the institution. The guy that was working with the bodyguard said, I'm going to drive him around. So I go and introduce myself. He looks at me, he looks at my equipment, he looks at all the stuff, he looks at my firearm, things that are on it. And he says, who got this equipment? Like, I did. How'd you pay for it? My salary. Do you like this job? Yeah. What don't you like about it? I wish we had more court. I wish we had more training. I wish we had more equipment. And I wish we had better fire. And he just nodded. And then I got into a car with him. Started telling he wanted the first time exactly. He would walk out of the car straight. And I was supposed to be guarded. What kind of shit was it? Hotel man, he would stop sign and sit around and just move off. He was like, who are you looking for? This man was fear. He was fierce. That's every assessment. I just like poison.
That's something that, like, when you walk into situations like that, like you explained him walking into the cartel guys, and you just fear, is that something that they can sniff out, or it makes sense to people's fear and they take advantage of that?
Yeah, I mean, they sense that people, not being too sure about what they're doing. They're like, oh, who are these guys? Are they who they say they are? Who are they calling? Who did they call it? Before we stop them. You're watching your back. You would stop some suspicious people, and you would have to put people on the side of the road, or even break ways in case you would get ambushed by somebody trying to rescue him or something like that. But he changed a lot of operations. He basically turned this into a counterinsurgency in a lot of ways. He started developing these nucleuses or cells of people that would move around the city at all hours of the night and operate. So we knew what was going on. We just move around the city, and we would keep some of these groups on edge. What are these guys coming? What do they know that we don't know? He got a better fire. I remember we had one AR-15 in 223 and one 9mm in the armor. And that's what we would roll with every night. Some of the cells that I would work with at night, that's what we had as far as to arm ourselves. We were 5, 6 strong groups, and all of a sudden, all of us were carrying around G3 assault rifles and P-36s, and we had the full backing of the military, and now we were prepared to be chief, and we were operating almost a counter-insurgency against some of these groups, and we had the backing of the government at that time, so they were pretty behind the efforts. He changed a lot of stuff, and he changed a lot of it. I remember the thing that I kind of noticed is that he had a selection process as far as who was going to be in charge, and he put standards in front of us. So it was no longer thinking you were to the compadre, or as far as if you wanted to be in leadership, you had to prove yourself. I didn't ask though. After a few years, and he was moved. He did some great work in Tijuana. He was a police chief of the Tijuana Police Department for a while as well. He was the one that was on the board of the police department. Tijuana was basically without a non-police for a few weeks because of how he had it. He's like the military. He surrounded them with the military. He's like, give the guns up. Specifically, he wanted those guns to go through forensics because a lot of them are being utilized as murder because they are out of the reach of the police department. He wanted on the take. Not only the take, but he was utilized to rebrand on its own hits. He did such a good job that he was then sent by the federal government to take leadership of the police of Tijuana. And he did the same he lowered the violence out with the same approach he took at the point. Power can change. Amnesia comes in. So he has laid out Juarez, and he was with his one of his kids, and he was shot in the back. And his last assassination attempt. And the last use of his life. And that one, all of us were like, the people that knew him and worked with him, it was kind of hard. But then he came back. He came back with a vengeance, and he politicized. He wanted to be a municipal president of Tijuana. He made the run on the office like 3 times now. I held a political life for him at his family's house. He's around. He's in Mexico, but he's in Mexico. Yeah, but it's hard to find.
Right.
But he's, if there's anybody that people should look at as far as I think Mexico is the honest because there's nobody out there to trust. Nobody out there to kind of look at. They should look at him. I think he's as far as the leader in Mexico right now. He's really seeing himself as a leader as far as some of these problems that we have in Mexico. But he's also there's a reason that it's like him from an
What was the most optimistic point of your career? Looking at Mexico doing this stuff, working on these counter narcotics operations, or what was like the most successful point in your career where you thought like I'm working for something that's greater than me that can actually fix this country? And then at what point did you fix?
I remember this. It was almost a joke every night as far as how much body we found. Like every night we were there, 5 12, shoot out the middle of the game. I remember coming to this point during some of the times we were in the bodyguard for the government towards the end, where I was sent to the police academy for retraining. And during that retraining process that we got, we were basically told to tone it down a bit. They said, your militaristic approach for this sense that you're still in this war, doing this job you used to do, is not what we need. You need more community policing. So you need to chill out. And then we were showing some of the numbers on how the state itself was actually more peaceful than it was a few years back, and how some of the work that we did made a difference, and how we were supposed to chill out. So murders were done, and some of these things kind of pacified, calmed down. One, I was no longer on the most dangerous city, but sometimes I had this moment of, well, like war. But then, you know, then it came back with a vengeance, and it's been back for a few years now. People forget. There's a short memory from the next day, and what was done correctly for a while was forgotten or suppressed or pacified. We saw no wolves, so they shot all the guard dogs, basically, is what I kind of got gathered from the political efforts on when I was coming out of that experience. And it was whatever was successful wasn't popular anymore because it represented passive administration.
What was it like leaving? Was it difficult to get out of there?
Yeah, I mean, I've invested my 20s to it, my life, my body to it. You know, there's a few teeth missing. Those is a pretty good example of some of the shit that went on as far as that work. Some of the shit I saw is transformative, you know. I had this notion that I couldn't die in that job, you know. I didn't think I was going to live to see 30. But I was okay with it, you know, because I was doing something. You know, I felt like I was doing something. And for people that are involved in the military or that do work like that in the world, it's never about the politics behind it. You know, the people that went to Afghanistan and pursuing the exit of that total conflict and stuff like that, they're not worried about the politics. They were worried about the people that were there with them. You know? They were worried about things mattering, life and death, shit mattering at that moment when they were there. So that was similar for me. I wasn't in the far line. I was where I grew up. So it really mattered to me. And I was worried about the people that I was with. I was worried about some of the people that I was going to leave behind. When I was in a command position, I had a few people go to school because of the influence that I had. So I left a few lawyers and a few psychologists came out of the career, came out of the time that I was in command. So I left it a better place in a lot of ways. I had a lot invested in it. And all of a sudden I find myself in a place where I'm being told to either work for one side or the other. And there's no backing anymore. Like all the people that I'm mentored under were gone, not in a command position. Some of the politicians that I work with are gone. It's a different place. So I just made the choice to jump. It wasn't me. It was, I felt a sort of abandonment by the people that were behind me at that time. And also betrayal of the government that I did so much to. And I was in nobody to look to. I'm still waiting for my severance pay. They never paid me when I left the job. I asked for a license to leave the job and come back to it after I did some things because I was I was just going on my personal life. It was really small to get my suspects. We risked everything. Literally, we risked everything. I had a 2-year-old at this time. No other than to supporting her. And I decided to say, well, the better mine, me being dead and getting life insurance policy, or me being alive and struggling with figuring it out. So I had a lot of threats when I left. like why we read. This doesn't make any sense. You have a good salary. You have a category. There's a category there. You would have categories as far as your level and how much time you work there. So I had a good category, had a very good salary. And why are you leaving? That's suspicious. You're working. What's going on? All this stuff. I got called, a bunch of calls, threats.
They question your motives, like what you can be doing on the other side.
Yeah, I mean it was odd, I guess, to them, and also suspicious. Stuff that I just couldn't continue on. So I found myself in the U.S. During the election of Trump. So that was an easy time. It wasn't easy at all. It was not easy. Luckily, I had some pretty good people with me, friends that I know on the U.S. side during the time after, helping me through some of the process of making my way up here. And I found myself in a place where I was trying to forget or leave that shit behind. It was pretty simple experience behind me. And then finding out that the only bank of the skill that I had was that past behind me, my experience and some of the
That's the one, man. Yeah, that's the one. On the other side, it says, driven only by the finest.
So I find myself in the U.S. and I find myself in the U.S. without what I thought was no bank skills. That experience is what I was looked out for. I mean, I started doing classes where we do some camera production, for example. What's your experience like? And I'm like, well, I did 12 years here. And oh, that's an interesting experience. And I just realized that one of the things that I could do as far as changing things was to take that experience and take some of that basic came from that experience.
And you moved for the first time right in the beginning of Trump when he was running for president?
Yes.
How did you meet Joe?
Not so.
That was like right during the time you first went on your show.
Yeah, so.
Like you came straight from here, went straight to the studio.
No, not at all. I was going through my process of basically my immigration process. And I got it. It was very complicated. The thing that made it complicated with the election of Trump is that everybody thought that window was going to close for people. So everybody went after it. So a process that would take 8 months turned into 2 years. I started being involved in going off and training people, specifically people that wanted or needed to know some of the things that I knew about moving and operating in a place like Mexico, just for personal safety, what to carry and not to carry, how to social engineer certain things, and I realized, I have this whole experience base that I know. One of the first companies that hired me in the U.S. was a company called Triple Lock Design. It's a clothing company, but they used to run the training room based out of San Francisco. Shout out to those people. Great people, great company. When I started doing training, open classes for people basically there, and didn't sell out. And I was like, I'm on to something. At this time as well, I had a blog that I was running first off Tumblr, then Facebook, and Instagram. And I had a lot of people following since I was active, and I didn't have my name out there. I would just blog about some of the stuff that I would see. So my name started kind of being known out there.
Was that called Ed's Manifesto?
Yeah. So the Ed's Manifesto thing was actually something that came out of my time in Coronado, training with the CIS guys and WP. They would see me write down everything in a little black moleskin notebook, and I said, "What are you writing in your manifesto?" That's where Ed's Manifesto came from. So I started posting a lot about Mexico, and then when some of the horrible violence started happening in Mexico again, and it was at a time when social media and people with camera phones and cell phones and videos were more prevalent. And a lot of the people that I used to work with would send me some of this stuff. They would gathered directly from the people. So I started sharing some of these things on my social media platform and talking about it, commenting. That led into me being invited to write for a few magazines and to talk to the news and to be quoted by a few news agencies. And then all of a sudden I look at my following and I would see different people on my following that were known. He had Joe Rogan had a guy, an author that talked about cartel activity.
Was it Grillo?
I think it was him. And a lot of people in the comment section said you should have Ed talk about some of these issues. I mean, he was actually working on it. And then he just reached out to me. I got a DM, and then I realized that he'd been following for a while. Not only following, but also kind of like actually legitimately wanting to learn about some of the issues down there. He asked me a bunch of questions, and all of a sudden I found myself in the studio. You know? I did 2 episodes with him, and it was life-changing, to be certain. But specifically for me, all it changed was not more people know about it. Right. But as far as it's changing my life in other ways, I mean, I've been since I came up here, I've basically been on not only training people, but also learning stuff for myself. Just go out there and train with other people myself to better myself. And I've been on this weird, kind of pilgrimage to try and figure things out as far as my own feeling after my experience down there, and kind of how to make sense of all of it.
So, how long has China been an influence in Mexico? And when did you first find out? Was this happening, or were you aware of this happening when you were in Mexico?
Not specifically. I think there was an arrest of a Mexican Chinese national in Mexico who had a record as far as the amount of money that was found in his house. When issue was going, I don't remember clearly, but it was basically somebody who was involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Chinese Mexican national. He had over $100 million worth of cash in his house. The stock was about the height of this table. Gold, his house is these giant. And the federal government obviously took this money and disappeared. And he got involved in some secret Mexican government. There was this whole case around it. But that was the first sign of very public sign of Chinese national involvement in some of these issues related to people coming into the country and what the pipeline might look like as far as some of these products and people just accusing construction in Mexico. And also the proliferation of some of these chemists, Chinese chemists, actually teaching or bringing some of the equipment to Mexico to create some of these substances. Some of the first fentanyl production facilities in Mexico were kind of found around that time. The Republican administration. So that kind of started being specifically around meth production, not fentanyl, but fentanyl started kind of being back. Meth production in Mexico and the quality of meth that is produced in Mexico that is better than anything that's being produced stateside. Things that inspired probably that series here in the U.S. Breaking Bad, the whole finding these giant crystal shards in the sea of quality and then coming from Mexico into the United States. And some of these industrial laboratories in Mexico are popping up. And he was showing them how to create some equipment to make it. And the preachers just been making Chinese source. So that's kind of, as far as on my radar, that's when they first kind of started popping up as a place.
What is the motive? What do you think the primary motive is of developing and helping produce all this up in Mexico and trafficking it around the world? Do you think it's financial motivations or
Up until there's no criminal enterprise in China that's happened without government.
right?
There's no Chinese mafia moving fentanyl and having an alliance with Mexican cartel. That doesn't exist. That shouldn't make sense to me.
So it's impossible to have some world organization that you're not involved in.
It's impossible for anything coming in and out of China without the Chinese government knowing about it and not doing anything about stopping it. Okay. So that's what it's doing.
Okay.
So there's a pipeline of fentanyl coming out of China into Mexico and into the United States, to a lot of ports, probably Canada as well. So there's a pipeline of precursors to make methamphetamines and also to make fentanyl coming into Mexico and other parts of the world, specifically Mexico. That is happening under the watchful eye of China. This is produced in the laboratories in chemical plants in China. And clearly under supervision of somebody up there. And there's people have gone up there to report on these things. And all you have to do is take them out of some of these substances and it turns into something else. There's people out there manufacturing and making these things and kind of circling back and renewing some of these things. But whatever it is coming out of China, Chinese know. They know about it. I don't know if they're making money off it, or if they're using it to fund anything. But they know about it, maybe not doing anything about it. That's one part of it. Another part of it is basically all the money that's made off some of these processes and some of these trafficking and distribution networks sometimes goes into Chinese money laundering networks and banking networks. 2 years ago, there was a news breaking about Chinese banking apps used by Chinese money brokers stateside to basically take money out from sales and distribution in the United States to go into the Chinese banking system, basically disappearing from the U.S. side, and then materializing in Mexico with another money broker. So even in that case, they're involved as far as moving money and moving funds from one country to another. Now, this is a place where people have social credit. People are being watched. There's people that can't move temperature and this is the area. Just nothing happening out there. How is it possible for criminal enterprises to be operating completely open and utilizing some of these systems that put the supervisor and supervision knowing about it and knowing what they do with those funds or where those funds come from? They either fail or they are seeing their way to affect this country. And they know that's a really interesting thing that's happening with this whole process of just not doing that.
Is the United States the biggest country, or is it the most affected by fentanyl death?
I don't know about if it's the most affected by fentanyl deaths. I think from what I see, the amount of numbers that are being reported is clearly it's killing a major amount of people.
Some of the arguments I've heard of China trying to specifically disrupt America is that this is happening in a bunch of other countries. Nobody's talking about it.
I mean, there's fentanyl deaths in Mexico. There's a giant market in Mexico, but that doesn't matter to Americans, I guess. People dying in Mexico from fentanyl or the death. But it definitely happens. I don't come from the war college. I'm not somebody that's involved in the international geopolitics and war scenarios. But if you wanted to protect the United States in a big way, if you can't attack it directly militarily, because you guys have spend more than any other country on the planet as far as the military industrial complex, you attack it indirectly.
Yeah.
And one of the most indirect ways of attacking it is through youth and influence. I think the fact that the NBA can take things like Taiwan as a country is mind blowing to me in this sport. That to be living through such a day and age when the U.S. when the private entity like the NBA can't have its way to say that Taiwan isn't a country, Taiwan's a country. So you talk about the influence and censorship that's going on. So I think they're very much playing the long game as far as influence in this country, and their pipeline as far as fentanyl, and they're completely passive reactions to its banking institutions and monetary systems being utilized to move around. It's just there's on the they're looking for the customers. I'm sure the United States is doing the same.
Oh, that's just the number of deaths. According to the CDC, 107,000 people died of drug overdoses and drug poisoning in the last 12 months ending in January 2022. Staggering 67% of those deaths involved synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Oh, okay. So fentanyl.
Please make an image of Marilyn
Some of
Monroe
these
in
deaths
a
were
bikini
attributed
with
to fentanyl and
bikini
other illicit drugs like cocaine. See, that's what I don't
with a
understand.
beach
You're selling
background,
cocaine.
holding a
Why
sign
would
that
you
says
mix
"Please
it?
join Rabbi's
That's just
District for World
like
Peace."
fentanyl's the opposite, right?
It's insanely cut down. Maybe they're small time distributors that are trying to figure out how to get a kick to their product. It's extremely cut down. You want to make more money, you're greedy. It's an illicit market, so nobody's got super value. Hey, where'd you buy these drugs?
Right, what I'm saying is like if you got clientele buying cocaine and it's killing everybody, they're going to stop buying coke.
This isn't Ford Motor Company. They're not worried about being sued.
No, but right, they're worried about making money. They're worried about selling their cocaine, right?
They're not. They don't give a shit. Some of the people don't give a shit.
Do you think it's deliberate or do you think it's by mistake?
I think it's by mistake. Being able to give percentages as far as make sure that amounts is these people are chemists. Some of these guys are getting some of their product from Alibaba through weird underground black market, arriving at their houses and they're cutting their shit in the basement just to make a buck. Now you're seeing the change right now is not specifically related to putting into existing stuff like heroin. Now they're actually involved in manufacturing fake payment case, and they camouflage it in the church, or they're creating their own package pills. So not even that is safe.
I saw that when I was in, I forget the name of the town, but it's like one of the biggest tourist destination place in Punta Rica.
Okay.
And once I remember going through town, there's all these like farms, every single drug, every prescription drug is there. Viagra, Cialis, Vicodin,
the white people meth is what they call something
white people meth.
Yeah. Basically, a lot of stuff is over the counter, and usually if it's over the counter, you can go down there, get a prescription. Like, hey, you need a prescription. Okay, where can I get it? And the guy just turns around, and hello, that's one aspect of it down there. It's interesting that there's a giant pharmaceutical industry down there. People should question that. Why is there so many pharmacies and giant pharmaceutical industry? It makes you wonder what else is behind that.
Are there U.S. pharmaceutical companies based down there or operating down there?
It's a lot of the bigger ones are mostly Mexican ones that are operating on their guys and making similar pharmaceuticals as the major ones for the populace that are more affordable.
Wow.
And right now, what you're seeing,
what China does,
it's
with everything else.
That's the influence, I guess. But what you're seeing now is the evolution into fake medication and fake pain medication and things that look exactly like a prescription which is fentanyl fake opiates. And pill presses being found in safe houses and manufacturing facilities in Mexico. Packages. So why would I risk smuggling a break of something when you can just put it in medication across the board? So that's what you're seeing now as far as evolution of some of these things. So that's what the U.S.
So they're sending chemists over there, and the cartels are working directly with Chinese chemists, and they're teaching them how to manufacture.
That's something that's been documented. It's happened a few times. That's already documented.
And that is, and how does that benefit like the Sinaloa cartel? Does that just save them money?
Yeah, it's a money saver. I mean, they don't have to go to even up so another thing to think about as far as some of these criminal groups in Mexico, they operate in all the way down to Colombia. But there's factions of the Sinaloa and these other groups that are operating in Colombia at the source. I mean, they're not taking control of the whole operation, but they're already down there and kind of like basically doing this. Canada, they're in northern Africa. Kind of cartels and some of the groups moving into manufacturing and creating for themselves. That's the money they can figure out how to basically develop that industry and stabilize it there. That's what uses supply line.
What else is China doing? Lithium, buying mine, buying.
There was rumors of them being in ownership over a Canadian mining company that were actually a Chinese-owned company that wanted to get some of those mining rights in the state of Sonoma. There was a massive exodus of American companies during the Trump administration when he was basically bringing our companies back with that old policy. That didn't affect the economy of Mexico at all because Chinese interests just moved in quickly. So there's a lot of influence as far as China, as far as industry in Mexico. Big influence. Politics in Mexico would like me far from the U.S. From the U.S. or why it's popular to be anti-American in Mexico.
Really?
Yeah. The Ukrainian thing, they voted as the abstained for voting during the Ukraine resolution thing. During COVID, they got supplied with some of the Sputnik, the Russian vaccine.
Mexico did?
Yeah, so there was this relationship of pro-Russia thing in Mexico. For a lot of people in Mexico, Putin seems like he kind of like fits into the monster.
Well, it's kind of like it's interesting to hear that. I've heard that from other people too. And what's interesting about that is how we have in America, you have this constructed lens of Russia. Like we're under our own propaganda. We can't see it clearly because the way our government, our media feeds it to us is different than how people in Mexico see it. Do you notice a difference in like the propaganda in the U.S. compared to Mexico on what the views of Russia are?
I mean, I think on a lot of it, you get the sentiment in Mexico that Russia is basically trying to unify its historical territory. That's a sentiment. That's a sentiment I get from a lot of people I talk to in there. And the U.S. is basically destabilizing and pushing its influence in places where it should, and propping up a corrupt regime, which is the Ukrainian regime that's currently there. its current president as an American flag. We saw some of the troubles that happened as the American-backed situation. So to see that, again, the whole aspect of the U.S. being like meddling in foreign affairs and famous influence and supporting things to an extent and leaving those people behind or abandoned is something that is kind of in the hearts and minds of a lot of people out there. What happened in Afghanistan? What's happening in Ukraine now? Where you're sending armaments and but you're not going to be there if the Russians actually get to the capital.
Yeah, it's like with Ukraine, it's an excuse for us to use up all of our surplus weapons and war machines that we have, and be able to test new things for when the time does come that we have to face China. This is like an excuse for us to.
I think it's an interesting example of the fact that Russia wasn't everything they said they were, but also the U.S. isn't really backing Ukraine. And also all this green energy and sustainable energy politics in Europe have made it completely a slave to Russian energy. So that's an interesting aspect of it that people are now kind of realizing, like this whole thing about how people are moving green and stuff like that. They're really not green. They're kind of dependent on this energy, this dirty energy from Russia. And as far as the visuals of it for other people, including myself, seeing the exit from Afghanistan and what happened to the people that you support in that country and how they're left to their devices. What might happen in the Ukraine? I don't know what's going to happen. People are celebrating Russian retreats, and people are leaving Russia's retreating and stuff like that, and you see it in the media as a major victory. But then you see the Russian media and they say it's there, and then you see some military guys go, that looks like a tactical retreat, and they're gathering forces. They're probably going to do an offensive instead of defending them. Right. So you don't know. The fact that some of these weapon systems that are being sent to the Ukraine are showing up a black market. Stinger missiles and remote control guided missiles and stuff like that. They are. That's something that's been documented out there. Some of these things are going to disappear off that battlefield. The remote control guided missile of that nature might show up somewhere.
Do you imagine one of the cartels got their hands on a nuke?
I don't know about a nuke, but
they got somewhere. Why can't they get a nuke?
And I don't know what they would do with a nuclear bomb, but specifically with a remote guided missile, the ability to take down a helicopter, which they already done, the ability to take out a plane, which not already happened, it's scary. Capabilities like that are scary, and my whole fear is, some of the stuff that is being now kind of in the ring, like a rocket launch. A 50 caliber rifle, which is a civilian grade rifle, I think some parts can buy a 50 caliber.
My father-in-law has one, and my buddy gets all one.
A single one of those rounds somewhere in the power.
Like that big.
A single round like that somewhere in the power grid.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, because the power grid's already going down everywhere. Right?
Yeah. So the amount of effort that we can do with military grade equipment in out there, or with something small, the drone technology. The thing that people should wait for and see is swarm technology related to drones. Swarm technology, military in this warfare that we're seeing right now. And I think when people see that, that can all of us can really what is that? Basically utilizing a bunch of drones in unison to attack a specific target. Let's say 100 drones in unison swarming a specific target. You can have the military grade technology trying to take all of them down, but not all of them. Women, a lot of them. So imagine that ability, which has already been showcased by China, because they already got the public demonstrations with that technology, and it's viable, it's accessible, it's possible. So we're seeing some of that technology in the long hands. People worry about a nuke. I worry about swarm.
What do you think about those fucking things that those fighter pilots are seeing off those ships off of San Diego?
There's I don't know.
The cartel technology.
Could be. And they have the money to make some shit like that. I don't know. I've seen some weird shit in my life. I've seen some weird lights and shit like that too. But
Like,
I don't know. I don't know what that is. You see them how they move. The fact that the military and some of these pilots are reporting on it. Those guys are.
yeah,
You want to talk about people that go through a lot of scrutiny?
yeah.
These guys they go through all
Crazy
crazy.
things that just haven't seen. You have to upgrade radar. Like, yes, they never saw before. They all upgraded the radar, and now they're seeing the fall. Yeah, Mexican
Cartel ladies, bro. I worked on that for a while. I got a shout out. The ability for them to go into the water and also go into which I've seen evidence of that kind of stuff that often happens. The fact that they reach a day with what you're doing is also kind of weird. I don't know. I have no idea. For me, I don't think it's I don't see that. I don't think it would be very much perform or act like drones, like something you would send with a probe or something like that, is what they're seeing. I don't know if there's something in them, but I know something could happen. That's what I think.
I'm glad that those things are what are being used for warfare. I can't fucking imagine.
Again, this is new.
They don't seem like this. They don't seem like wars. They seem like
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff that's being classified about doing around nuclear facilities.
yes.
And the historical presence of them shows mass people knowing about things around nuclear testing.
Right, yeah, there was more UFO sightings during all of the nuclear. Yeah, there's a great documentary called Phenomenon, and it shows a graphic of like the map of the world, and they show like the timeline for all the nukes that were detonated in history, and like the period of time where there was the most detonated nukes, like when they were doing all the nuclear testing in Arizona and shit, and the Russians were doing all that nuclear testing. That was the biggest spike correlated in UFO sightings.
The much funniest related to is that, when you go to Egypt, you go to Mexico, all those pyramids out there.
Who says the Mexicans made it? It's not all of us. The Aztecs?
Yeah.
We made those, man.
I saw those pyramids. Like, you see the mortar and shit like that. You can see it. You can see the hand in there.
Man, there's a lot of fucking pyramids in South America.
Yeah.
Crazy, like temples and pyramids and shit.
The interesting thing about some of the stuff in Mexico, as far as the culture, we're very advanced. There's cradle culture in Mexico as far as the astronomy, math, writing. When the Spanish came, there's this whole misconception that the Spanish took down Tenochtitlan. They took down the Mexican Empire. That's true. And they came and they allied themselves with all the enemies of the Mexican Empire. Their enemies were the ones that took down the empire and were aided by the Spanish. But it was basically a cultural erosion. We took ourselves down. Interesting thing about the Spanish coming to Mexico and doing conquest, they were conquest themselves before that. Right. They were coming out from Moorish conquest. So a conquest of people that got liberated went to another part of the world and conquested another people. my maternal grandmother is she's Tlaxcaltecan ancestry. They're the ones that allied themselves with and became warrior people. They got finished taking on the Aztec Empire and the island of Gold in a place called Bada. It's a coastal town on the Pacific side of Mexico. I went there a few years ago. There's a big placard there. This is where the expedition to the Philippines went. So when we got done doing what we did in Mexico, we got in the Philippines to do the same thing. At some point in history, Mexican warriors fought samurai pirates in the ocean in the Philippines. I want to see a movie about that. Wow. That happened somewhere in history. That'd be a cool movie to watch. Mexico is a as far as a place, and a lot of the stuff that happens didn't happen in Mexican historically, why it is how it is now.
So much history there.
We're so rich in culture and history. We want to talk about old and when we're going to Boston, somebody, this church is from this.
Right.
And I'm like, that's not old. I've stood on top of the pyramid of the sun. That's old. It's like an old thing. And I don't know. I think it's something we should get as Mexicans about how old our culture is, how rich it is, and how many times people are trying to destroy it, take it over, deconstruct it, suppress it, and it's still holding on.
I just learned that El Dia de los Muertos was based off of the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. So, like, El Dia de los Muertos was supposed to be a couple days before a crazy comet impact wiped out civilizations. And that's where the stories of, like, Noah's Ark comes in, and that comes, like, somewhere between 11,500 and 12,500 years ago.
So Dia de los Muertos, a lot of people consider it like a native celebration of some sort. That actually came as a nationalistic movement in Mexico during the presidency. We had a president down there who nationalized control, did a lot of stuff in Mexico. And part of his efforts was to create a nationalistic sentiment about the culture of Mexico. So he created the which is not a native celebration. Actually, it is kind of a creative institution or celebration that wanted to rival some of the other celebrations out there in the world as far as so it doesn't go all the way back to the Aztec or Inca culture, but it definitely has some sort of influence as far as the ways other parts of the world celebrate. I don't know if maybe that was part of it.
Anyways, thank you, man, for doing this.
No, thank you for the invitation.
Where do people find you?
If they want to find me, shoot the shadow bang on Instagram. But Edge Manifesto _ at Edge Manifesto _ if you want to find me on Instagram. I have a website, www.edgemanifesto.com. You can find out about the training I do, classes I do, some of the experiences I have. And you can also find your way to the Patreon that I have. Kind of put everything into my personal notebook, observations, video interviews, and I have a podcast too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Manifesto Radio. Manifesto Radio on YouTube. Specifically focusing on talking to people that have similar experiences of mine. People that I met and learned from. My first guest was a rapper named Michael. He was arrested on murder charges in Tijuana. He was wanted by the FBI back then, and I was part of the organization that arrested him. And he was my first guest. Our kids were playing outside while we were talking, so it's a pretty good example of how having a flat circle. So some of these conversations on my YouTube channel or Manifesto Radio.
I usually get that guy on there who was is the leader of your
We're trying to get him on to basically have him in a one-on-one conversation. He's going to run for mayor again, and if people want to look at an example of somebody that's actually providing hope for people, somebody who wants to train.
All right. Well, thanks again, man. Bye, world.
Sponsored by guitarist Nick explains that some of the features a very small show. The mainstream iTunes conceived his name as a song impromptu session. And subscribe.
Len, Duncan, one of you guys introduce yourselves about what is it you guys do, what is your background?
My name is I specialize in blessing. I was prepared to get licensed in the States, but business side to corporate, and I stayed on the business side, and currently working in a radio business for a company in Chicago. So, U.S. naturalized citizen, married, and target of direct guarantee weapons since 2019, yeah, in the summer of 2019. Just over 3 years ago, we started definition and he was diagnosed in 2020 with vestibular dysfunction due to direct and exposure Duncan? Yeah. So, I have not unique background. I've been studying human rights activism for it is now currently in advance. So, this is right now quite some time. I work for DARPA on project for the CIA for the Navy, for example, where the artificial intelligence goes that the Soviet nuclear but about 10 years ago, I realized some of my research is being utilized on my own city. And that's really unacceptable. And since then, I've done hundreds of interviews, interviewed 2,500 victims or targeted individuals, as they're called, finding commonalities of all their stories. And I've spoken to the head of the LA FBI, and intelligence committees, and senators, and representatives, with very with some interest. And I said this week, when it starts happening to agents, diplomats, and the FBI. So interestingly, a story came out yesterday that it's happening to the FBI. What is your educational background?
I have an MBA from Dartmouth, a Master's of Science from Harvard, PhD in Applied Sciences, Computer Science, Artificial Intelligence, pre-medical in engineering, and other classes from Stanford, Duke, and MIT. So, yeah, I've been so much.
How did you get into working with DARPA and CIA?
I gave a resume to a headhunter, ironically, and I called headhunters.
in my head was fitting for CIA agent. At the time, I didn't know it. He was technology champion. I was all under the dark, and then I got chucked around this these days. So here's a lot of memory to be talked about that. Deep full civilian research project meetings. They do the communist projects, long-term, well-funded. I have some of the best scientists, and they really hear all the top secret research things. And some of it I can talk about, some of it I can't. It's very fine. I'm not trying to hurt my country. I'm not trying to hurt people. But there is a cover-up going on of the events. And so this is what we're planning on to experience.
So, when did you guys meet each other? And how did you guys meet?
So after I was diagnosed with Down syndrome by Dr. Hoffer at the University of Miami, I started reaching out to elected officials, to all the researchers. One of the people I contacted gave me Robert's book, Soul Catcher, Project Soul Catcher. I read it. And I said, I have to meet this guy. And I contacted him on social media. And made the trip. I live in Chicago area, just about 45 minutes from downtown. And contacted Robert. Said, asked to fly to meet him, and we flew to Idaho. And, spent the day talking, and I learned a lot about it. And I continued learning from Robert. We became friends, and we have come and go to expose this.
So how did you first develop this system? What was happening? What were you doing? You were a civilian. You weren't working in the government in any capacity. How does this happen in the civilian?
It just started happening. I developed tinnitus in the year. First, at in certain parts of the house, and I heard noises and voices. I could not figure out, and then vibrations. These vibrations, experientially, it's like nothing else. Well, there's no neurological disorder that feels like that. And I can tell you, as a patient, as a physician, experientially, it is very distinct. Your whole body vibrates. You have this heavy pressure. It sounds deafening. You get disoriented. Can't walk. Can't talk. And it can last from 10 minutes to 30 minutes to an hour and a half. And it's very painful, it's very uncomfortable, and it feels like concussion. After that, you can actually have symptoms of concussion. Was diagnosed. This is why some people get concussion. It was escalating. I was searching for an answer. I had convulsions from it, which is one of the things that people experience. I realized how serious it was. Neurologists were unable to diagnose. I started looking through the literature, found paper by Dr. Rothschild, where he describes 25 people that he examined and diagnosed with what he called acquired neurosensory dysfunction, and that's the diagnosis that he gave to his diplomats. And he gave this diagnosis to me. But my attacks did not happen overseas. They happened domestically in my house. And I traveled and stayed at hotels and went to other states, and it was happening there. So not one location. And escalated. Then I was diagnosed with traumatic encephalopathy, basically like post-traumatic brain syndrome. But there's no injury, there's no concussion. This is not a type of injury where you have mechanical trauma. This is energy. This is non-kinetic weapon. And this is how
Why would somebody like you be targeted? What were you doing? Were you dealing with other people in government or diplomats? Or do you have any reason to suspect that somebody would target you or something like that?
No, I have no idea why I was chosen to be targeted, and I keep no government secrets. I never worked for government. I don't know what the reason is, and I'm not doing it so perhaps people should do it to me with no evidence.
So is this something that you believe happened to you one time and it had like a lasting residual effect? Or do you think this is something that happened, you were targeted by some sort of weapon or something multiple times?
Multiple times on a given basis. I just had 2 attacks this morning before I got into bed. These are active attacks. Experientially, they feel exactly the same. The vibrations, all the symptoms are the same. And not only that, I have a brain scan that I did in April and did in October. So in 6 months, this Savant syndrome is also described as brain connectivity disorder. So it disrupts connectivity between neural nodes within the brain. And I have these broken connections, these delta waves that you only experience, you're only supposed to have it during deep sleep. And I have all over, and these basically non-functional connections between neural nodes. And since April to October of this year, I have 20% more. There's no degenerative neurological disorder that takes that like that. This is a very fast progress, and because I'm having these daily active attacks. These are not functional episodes. These are active attacks that make me vibrate, make me disoriented. They're extremely painful. Sometimes I just have to go to the basement and scream in the pillow. It's extremely debilitating. I've been on medical leave for the last year. It's hard for me to do any cognitive work. I work when I can.
So when you say it's actively happening, you think that this is being something that's controlled, or do you think it is something that just has an effect that lasts over a long period of time and it happens sporadically at random times?
I think these are active attacks. These are not residual, these are not functional episodes.
So their episodes are not random.
No, I can't predict when they can happen. They can happen. It can wake me up in the middle of the night. It can happen.
There's no pattern.
There's no pattern. When you listen to neural experts that warn us about these attacks, they call them intentional. So these are intentional attacks. These are not, the brain does not produce them. Here's a school of thought that these are functional, it's neurological disorder, but in fact, brain injury from these energy attacks are classified as organic. So there's damage to the brain. So to answer this question scientifically, would take somebody to measure that energy coming into my brain, but the detection methods in the intelligence reports are classified. So I can't tell you that this energy is coming in because I'm not measuring it. Nobody's measuring, nobody's investigating it. But I guarantee you these are active attacks. I'm the biggest skeptic of it. Scientifically minded, I have no doubt that these are active attacks.
There was a recent documentary with CNN, Immaculate Conception, with the doctor who's investigating UCLA. Came down with the same symptoms. So it's kind of interesting. Doctors they hired, as we know, they are not even allowed to know that they do not even know that we've been working on the same weapons and directed energy weapons. I've referred to do mind control weapons. Chinese are working on, the Russians and the West have them for a long time. But diagram lethality is what's happening oftentimes for those that show mild traumatic brain injury. It can be done for cavitation effects using sound waves. Highly unlikely to do this in this effect. And it can be done through microwave directed energy if it's amplified. In fact, there's something called the Frey effect. The Army had it on their website called E2K, and that's how a lot of people refer to it. They can pipe voices into someone's head. Like your ears, it actually vibrates the brain, which is like many concussions through the small pulses that expand tissue and contracts it, then goes to be a little bit of an hearing. If you just turn that up, the brain repeating the brain. So there are a lot of ways just and if a weapon, for example, that I think is reclassified now, that was done at the University of Nevada as a non-lethal weapon that resonates the dopamine cells in your brain, producing cells in your brain, and it floods it. Now, it worked. The Air Force reclassified it.
Flood your brain with dopamine.
Yeah, dopamine dump. And that incapacitates the adversary in a non-lethal way. Not totally non-lethal. You have too much neurotransmitter in your brain. It's a neurotoxin. It'll also cause brain damage. So brain damage occurs through these weapons that are non-lethal in many different ways.
Do you have any way of describing, or is there any evidence anywhere that could explain something that's happening, like to describe what Len is describing is happening to him? Is there any sort of weapon you're aware of that can do that?
Sure. It's very complex. But if you cognitively model someone, you have a brain print, like a fingerprint, and if you use autocorrelation technique, and there's a way, and we'll just kind of wave our hand, functional MRI that you can do at a distance over the earth, you have every human being brain pattern. You can control 8 billion brains on the planet. And you can imagine in warfare, be useful for a number of objectives. So in that situation, you want to continue, and you beam the entire circuit. You're like a cell. Your brain is a circuit. So if you're dialed in, once you have the cognitive model, you never be able to escape it under the magnetosphere or ionosphere. It's worldwide. You can ask, a number of people in every country. Is it happening in your country? Just the exact same symptomology.
Other than the symptomology and the vast amount of people in government and so forth that experience these same symptoms, what other evidence do we have of technology like this?
Well, again, I sent you some articles and papers. There are just many books. You can go on Google. The difference between, I just believe these diplomats are being hit and by a drive-by microwave weapon. I think brain damage is being done because the brain rewires itself more rapidly. Let's say you lose your eyesight and your hearing, your taste, smell, your taste and smell gets better. The brain adapts faster. During this adaptation process, you can insert an external signal, sort of like hiving brains together.
Insert an external signal.
Yeah, electromagnetic signal. And how would you do that? You might ask, and the details get very complex. But there are several patents that you can access that talk about inserting a signal into the microcircuits and macrocircuits of the brain. Now, you got to know those patents, a lot of key mechanisms, otherwise it won't affect you. The only affect the target brain if the brain print fits.
The brain print.
Yeah, signal. Everyone else is unique. And you ask, well, how do you broadcast this over the world? How do we talk nuclear submarines underwater?
How do you explain this is happening to you? How do you rationalize it?
I can, because one of it follows the symptomology, like I said, of all these events. But for me, I don't know if you want to mention this. Let me ask him in private. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Can I tell? Here's how I do my studies. And I wanted to find this out that I have to throw away the ones I'm uncertain about that are true targets. Maybe there's natural schizophrenia, there's a whole bunch of chemicals that etc. These weapons can actually reduce and mimic all those diseases. In fact, but the conversations, the scripts are always the same. I've heard them all. They're slightly tailored for each individual, but they're scripts. And they're meant to confuse, the very derogatory. That's just typical great alien. You're men to boot team. You're a warriors until you're part of the team. And why would you want to break in the ego of that person? To rebuild it. So this gets into creating Manchurian candidates, like personality spies and information curves. People that carry messages to other places without being aware that they're actually doing it. So you can imagine the misperception that is caused by this, and a lot of people, the targets when they're interviewed are tricked into believing evil aliens that would cut brains, and they're tricked. Yes.
How are they tricked?
They're told.
By who?
By the voices. The So they'll say, we're the Russian government, we're the Chinese government, we're evil aliens, we're Satanic, satanic ritual abuse. where, and I've heard all this stories. One guy believed he was some 14-year-old kid with an Xbox that lived next door. The trickery really is that great under hypnosis that people will believe something other than a massive government could do this. And so, anyway, what, our interview with Glenn, he very well described the typical breakdown script that used in almost all the TI victims. TI stands for targeted individuals. Some of them are pretty crazy. They have names like Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz. And those are the confusion tactics. And when they're breaking down the ego, they can through all the genes and tortures and the verbal breakdown. These are typical CIA torture scripts. I mean, and they do the cop back cop interrogation called Jeff and Mutt, and they go right through the list, right? Just textbook. So whoever they can use on the other side is synthetic telepathy. They're following the handbook, and they've been trained. But why then? And everyone asks, why me? Every target. So sometimes they come up, I cut some important guy off in traffic, put me on over there, store. It's my ex-husband, or something like that. Obviously, if you work for government, you just have to, it's the government. But you want a random sample the population, all languages, all cultures, in order for a worldwide weapon of an AI system that can interact with every human brain. So when you take you develop a new drug, well, you have a control group, and then you have placebo, and then you have the actual drug experiment in order to do a double-blind study. So why me? I'm nobody. Well, that's exactly probably why they chose me.
Right, but if they're doing some sort of experiment like this and testing it, how would they gather information? How would they know about Len's symptoms? Know how Len's feeling? How do they know what's working?
You want to answer that?
Yeah, I believe that there's it's a two-way, bi-directional. And it's, once again, it's called remote neural network and direction. There happens around it, plus the medical information that I produce is probably very relevant to them. It is, in fact, human experimentation without consent, which violates the Geneva Convention and the human right. But that's a speculation on my part because I'm not the one doing it. It's been done to me, and I don't know why. I don't know who's doing it, what the purpose is. I can only speculate.
Let me interject here. So a lot of people targets were to Manchurian candidates. I tried to speak with Senator Clinton at the time. She wouldn't talk to us, and one of the reasons that we bring this up to her is because someone was giving her voice and ventriloquism, and they believe she was the one torturing them. And that's how you program, they're called programmed assassins. I thought she might be interested. And so this program is going to go after, let's say, a political target. All you have to do is use voice morphing and type in the tortures, the pains, and 24 hours, make it an artificial intelligence chatbot too. And you'll grab the person crazy and they'll want to kill and stop the pain of the target. They'll go after that person, be it their neighbor, or be it a lot of these school shootings. They can hear about on the news. They hear voices. And the news, the mass news media, will just write about how they're crazy.
There's a story apparently about people seeing a white van or what? Let me just ask you this: what do the people who claim that advanced internet is like some fake thing that's like created by schizophrenics or whatever, talking about crazy things? What sort of arguments are they making?
They're using a pseudoscience that's kind of a tautology of psychiatry. If we find an abnormality in a person, we then classify it, and then it becomes a disease, a mental illness. Now, the problem with that is if we're trying to hide a very sophisticated weapon, one that actually targets the mind, there's no way to use that model of science to explain it. You immediately discredit it for being a skeptic and not finding the alternative hypothesis. So the people that say these things, one, it hasn't been done for them. They haven't worked on the weapon. They haven't done the research. And it's a kind of a lazy mind. They just rather say everyone's crazy, mass delusion. They think the sky is falling, etc. And that's just, I don't. Since I know they exist, studied this for 10 years and worked on portions of it, I have very bad things to say about this.
Now, when you worked on programs for DARPA and the CIA, what sort of, you worked on neurotechnology? Is that right?
Again, we're getting into a fine of my background, but I talked about the EEG controlled robots, and it's a project, robotic surgery and medicine, voice identification and morphing technologies, natural language processing, signal intelligence, tanks from satellites, things like that. But I can't talk directly about too much about the very details of the advanced sensors and systems involved. If you can appreciate them.
Well, some of the greatest innovation in technology obviously comes from war and the military-industrial complex. Are there any positive aspects of neurotechnology and this type of technology that are being utilized or that are being developed?
Oh, absolutely. If you go throughout history, all technologies are neutral. Fire can cook food, kill bacteria, keep you warm, but they burn down buildings. So the war machine wants to always use it first for their advantage and keep it as secret as possible. It's a great interrogation. Imagine having bloodless wars where you just fatigue your enemy, make them drop to their knees. We used the voice-to-skull and Eldar long-range acoustic device in the Gulf War to say this is all lay down the line, and they believe it.
So what is that? Can you explain exactly what that is? The LRAD?
LRAD is a sonic long-range acoustic weapon. The V2K is a microwave weapon. You can't plug your eardrums. You can't stop the sound.
It conducts.
Yeah, it makes it sound like it's coming the sound of voice or music or whatever you want to play. It's coming right from the center of your head. So it works pretty well in war. You can imagine other effects. You're getting brutalized, beaten up, all hurt. And the brain damage, unfortunately, we're going to have to work on it. But otherwise, you can literally traumatize the entire population. Okay, so are those good effects rather than guns? Correct. But there are other good effects. Imagine once the civilians have this, like Elon Musk nowadays, you can have more control of yourself. I feel like I want to be happy today, or I want to have a communication with you. without using a phone. So synthetic telepathy is really around the corner. But we're, we have to get the messaging infrastructure working.
What are your thoughts on Elon Musk's Neuralink? What is your outlook on that?
I think he's going to be set up as a patsy for a lot of this experimentation that's going on in the public. I've already seen it happening. Targeted individuals are very angry. They want to point the finger at somebody. He's the perfect person to point the finger. He's a rich man, so he's already suspect in some people's minds, even though this technology is very old. Very old.
What the Neuralink technology?
Yeah.
Really? How old is it?
I can track back at least synthetic telepathy or piping voices in people's head right around Kennedy's assassination, but about 1958 is the earliest target I could find.
And who was this? What was this situation? Can you explain this specific incident?
Exactly like Lambert. Same thing. He wrote about it in a book. I don't remember the title of it exactly. It really seemed to come online with a bunch of people in about 1976, the bicentennial of this nation. And there seems to be increases in the number of people that have these complaints given bigger military budgets. Now, why there's a correlation there, I don't know. I'll make your own speculation. This isn't new. Thanos is not new by any means. It has a new name. It's getting recognition by the news. But honestly, it's been squelched. It's been covered up for many, many decades.
Do you think? Do you know if Elon has any sort of government contracts with Neuralink?
No. As far as I know, does not. He'll be approached, obviously, but what I think they're doing, like some of the projects I worked on in my time at DARPA, became real big companies like Google and Facebook, and etc. So I think it's a technology transfer. They can help civilian scientists, come up with the ideas to make it look like it's new. And not the other way around, that the universities came up with it, and then then they bought it from them. So I think, I hope Elon actually succeeds, because then this isn't imaginary stuff anymore. People see, wow, we can really connect brains together like hyper intelligence. I sent you that article from Duke University, a video of how they put brain chips, and we brain chips, but that's one way, one technology, into 3 monkeys connected to their cerebral cortex. And in this experiment, they could prove that 3 monkey brains together acted intuitively as one brain and was able to solve a problem that the individual monkeys were not able to solve. And that's a really important finding. Now, can we extend that to an entire population and help solve the world's problems? You can't even fathom what a larger mind would look like. Certainly not human.
Wasn't there another experiment done where they connected like a human and a human brain and a monkey's brain?
There was. How do you know about that one?
I heard about it.
There
I
was
don't remember where I heard about it. I was a girl.
Yes, and an ape, the army experiment. I think it was in the 60s.
I might have heard you talk about
Oh,
it.
maybe. And it didn't end well. What they were trying to do is cybernetically link, and that's the term, when you connect.
Who was doing this study?
It was the army and one other group, I can't remember. And they were hoping, because they didn't break down it all comes together, so give me a chance here. They weren't able to break down the ego of the ape, or the girl, per se. So the brains, the young girl that was used as an experiment.
We're going to break down what?
The ego.
Ego. Okay.
So sense of self. We all have a sense of self. We believe we're separated from everybody else, and even though we have two hemispheres of the brain, we believe we're one brain. You know, it's an illusion, optical illusion of delusion of consciousness, as Einstein says. So what happened is when they put the girl in the cage, they tore apart. They wasn't able to recognize her as an extension of itself. And I believe this is part of the reason of the breakdown, the torture that TIs are experiencing, is they have to break down the ego in order to be part of a greater mind or mind control.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it is. A worldwide global brain.
Now, Len, how many people have you spoken with or met that are experiencing the same symptoms that you're experiencing? Hundreds. And when you went down to, was it Miami, when you met with the doctor? How many people has he seen that he's diagnosed, and how specifically did he diagnose you? And were there any other neurological diseases that were similar or in the same realm as Havana syndrome? Or did he actually diagnose you with quote unquote Havana syndrome?
He diagnosed me with acquired neurosensory dysfunction. And that's the name of the paper that he published about Havana syndrome. So if you read it, he talks about 25 symptomatic.
Maybe you can pull this up, Austin. What's his name?
Hoffer. Acquired.
Dr. Hoffer of the
Dr.
University of
Hoffer.
Miami.
Yeah. So he examined 25 symptomatic patients made it back from Cuba, and 10 of their roommates. These attacks never happened at the embassy. It always happened at the hotel or living quarters, and they were in the same room. And some never happened in the So people who experience symptoms, and there could be other people, their roommates, that never experienced that. And so all the people who experienced the symptoms were examined for signs of concussion, and they were found that they all had symptoms of concussion, even though they never had any physical trauma to their head, and they all had severe vestibular abnormalities, and the abnormalities were at the level of brain injury, not just variation within the population. Because the criticism was, well, vestibular tests are not really that precise, and some people with anxiety could have vestibular abnormalities, but not to this extent. And Dr. Hoffer really explains it in his lecture, in his paper. Dr. Giordano, who was part of the team, confirms it. Dr. Belban, who did a test of eye movement by applying this computerized method. And this is how they can tell the Havana syndrome type of damage to the brain from a mechanical concussion. So they're both damage to the brain, but they're different because the mechanism is different.
So there's an eye test where they can tell.
Yeah, correct. The eye movement test.
But the effect of the damage is the same, but there's no physical abrupt there's no trauma.
There's no
physical trauma.
There's no mechanical trauma.
Did you mention the quantitative EEG?
Yeah. So the same patients were sent to the University of Pennsylvania and to the trauma center, and they were all done. They performed various tests on them, including fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging. There's specific type of MRI that shows conductivity in the brain called GTI, diffusion tensor imaging, and they found uh, abnormalities that once again these specialists see in traumatic brain injury. So the doctors who examined these patients, they all in one voice tell us something happened to these patients, and these are the findings. And the findings are they constitute brain injury. The critics of that say this is psychogenic illness and it's spread like mass hysteria. People under stress develop these uh, sensations, and they all kind of repeat after each other, and the brain kind of develops this pattern. But none of these specialists, and I spoke to Dr. Rothschild, who wrote, co-wrote a book about Savannah syndrome being mass hysteria, and he admitted himself in my conversations that uh, if there were findings of brain injury, that would invalidate my hypothesis.
Right.
And so but he has never seen a patient with Savannah syndrome. But all the doctors that saw the patients say these patients have brain injury findings.
How many civilians are there dealing with the same thing?
I would give, from my estimate, low end around the world, and this is in every country, that can use the internet, that can contact me, minimum 10,000. So that means a lot going on.
Wow. And how many government workers, or how many FBI, whatever, politicians?
You're right. The very first CIA agent that came forward and said, I heard these crickets and the sound, and my brain hasn't been the same since. He's gone through the same process as Len Berry. Just block after block of government bureaucracy saying you're delusional, this technology doesn't exist, and you don't have to go to the directed energy directorate of the Air Force. We've been working on this for a long time with our NATO allies, and so a lot of the work on these concussion weapons, non-lethal weapons, are done under that directorate.
Is anybody transparent about being who in government is being transparent about working on this kind of technology?
Len has stories, but can't mention names.
Yes,
That's unfortunate.
but I can tell you that there was an investigative reporting in Zeit magazine, which is a German publication. They investigated Savannah syndrome, and they talked to a prominent expert in the field of directed energy, and who published a short article following the events. And then he was contacted by the DoD and by the Air Forces that he is not to speak publicly about it. Otherwise, they will pull his funding. And
Yeah, that's part of the way that you prevent leaks. Is it's a form of financial blackmail that will pull your funding. We can talk about it in the MSO memo.
Is there any correlation between you and some of the other people that have been experiencing the same thing? Is it with timing of the attacks? Are the timing of the attacks similar between different people? Are people experiencing them at the same time? How are they being triggered? Specifically, how are they being triggered?
Yeah, it seems the ones that are severe, I call them, targets. It's some of it's stress related. You can tell. There was a paper in the late 1970s by the DIA, Permanent Intelligence Agency, that said the Russians were trying to create a panic weapon to kill a person, literally spook them to death by creating a runaway process via adrenal gland and increasing until blood pressure, any sort of weakness in their circulatory system, their heart would give out. And anytime we blame the Russians for something like that, we're working on it too. So it seems like oftentimes stress that brings it on. And I've read that in some other papers, but otherwise it's constant for these people. I mean, 24 hours, constant. And they can't sleep, which even makes it worse. It weakens the brain. One, sleep deprivation is a common torture tactic, interrogation tactic, and it breaks down the will. You're more easily suggestible. He said he has major delta brain waves, which that's a hypnotic state, which makes you more susceptible. One of the CIA's weapons was called RHIP, remote hypnotic intracerebral control. A lot of people don't believe they can be hypnotized through, when people think of hypnotism, they think of a watch going back and forth. No, that's not the actual definition of hypnotism. It's in training the brain. So binaural beats, for example, on headphones, if you're off by like 8 hertz, you're in the alpha delta brainwave length, and you'll actually see the brain under an EEG start to mimic that binaural beating. That's hypnotism. Now you can do it on a much grander scale of the macro circuits, the mainframe frequencies, or the microcircuits. So synthetic telepathy actually can induce different emotional states. Each part of the brain has different circuitry, different frequencies, different pattern. You can induce, you can mimic almost every illness and induce. So when someone's classified, let's say, as manic depressive, they can do that. You can make them happy for a day and make them depressed for a day. And then the doctor will prescribe certain drugs for them, which will then do more damage to their body. But you can see why the population can't know about this. Let's just say everything I said is true. It would be the breakdown of religion. It would be anarchy. There would be no democracy. Everything.
Well, there are programs like this that have been classified and been acknowledged by the government, like MK Ultra. They acknowledged that was the Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
They recognized that was a real thing. That was declassified. I mean, there's things that are sinister that the government has done that they admit to, but nothing happens. A lot of people don't even pay attention to it.
Right, until it happens to them, and then it's too late. No will help them.
It seems like with MK Ultra, though, they were targeting more so prisoners. People that were in prison, big shot. I mean, obviously, with MK Ultra, there's people like Ted Kaczynski, Charles Manson. Who was the big mob guy? Famous mob guy who killed everyone. Blanking on his name right now. But a lot of those people talked about how some of their contacts in the government and probation officers were giving them LSD. That's a real thing.
Right, that's a real thing. It's on the massive. Introduced to the United States and promoted. You're talking about specific events such as in San Francisco where they put a one-way mirror up and had prostitutes.
That's Midnight Climax.
Yeah, Climax.
That's another one.
Yeah, and Ted Kaczynski, he lived in my dorm at Harvard, not at the same time.
He was being experimented on in Harvard.
Yeah, and that was Project Moonstruck.
Project what? Moonstruck? Moonstruck. Okay.
stress program.
That's terrifying story.
Yeah. And even the shooter in Vegas, he had FBI contacts, and that gets very murky. But the news never follows up on it. For example, I was in a suicide letter. The guy, Myron May, who shot up Florida State, was Florida's library, like 10 years ago. Anyway, he killed them. They shot people, and then his death by cop. He was a lawyer, trained there, a successful black man, and same symptoms, Lambda, and his reason why he shot up the school was he needed publicity to make sure people understood this was real and was happening. And so he mentioned my name, he never tried to contact me. But he gave out 7 packages in the mail, and the FBI intercepted them to make sure none of the information was.
What were these packages?
Just information. Just information. So they held on to it. The news stories sort of went away. People just were like, I wonder why he did that.
And what was this guy's name again?
Myron May.
Myron May.
Yeah.
And he clearly talked about having the same exact symptoms in public.
Yeah. And he left the video testimony. And then people, the FBI eventually let it through to 3 sentences the packages, and they posted it on the internet. So you can find his testimony, unless Google's taking it down. They don't want copycats, basically. So, oh yeah,
Scroll down.
Gunsman's motives remain unclear. And that's a lot.
Hours before the open fire in Florida State University Library, lawyer Myron May left a desperate voicemail for an acquaintance with his plea. I do not want to die in vain. The message was part of a flurry of emails, text phones, and phone calls in which the former prosecutor laid bare his torment. He believed government stalkers were harassing him and using a direct energy weapon to hurt him. He said that he had sent packages to 10 people that would expose what he thought was happening. That's scary.
Maybe remember the Navy Yard style. He used a sawed-off shotgun and killed like 13 people. He had clearance to get on the Navy base. And he wrote on his weapon in the news pretends that they have no idea what's happening behind. My ELF weapon stands for extremely low frequency, which the brain which we also communicate some ways with because it penetrates everything. So he was convinced that he was he just wanted revenge. He couldn't point the finger to stop this, so he just took it out on everything. It creates such frustration. A lot of these shooters are trying to get this media attention.
What is this, Austin? Oh, okay. What do you think it would take for the government to, or for anyone responsible to be transparent and open about this?
I don't think they can be, because that's the assurances and the lack of trust that would happen.
Lack of trust with the government.
Yeah, well, I mean, even more so. That they're socially pleasing, that's a gun route. Well, let's have all these spree tours go on shooting sprees, and then the response to that stimulus would be take away guns. It's a way to socially engineer. So you say your government wouldn't do that. Well, very much long-term perspective for how they want to shape the new world order or shape a UN or single government control.
A vast majority of, I mean, I'm not sure it's all of them, but I know that a vast majority of these public shooters, these school shooters, were on antidepressants and a slew of different pharmacology and pharmaceutical drugs to help them deal with depression, social anxiety, different things like that. Couldn't that be part of what is going on?
I would have to see private psychological profile, and I told you, just because they're on drugs doesn't mean anything to me. I have to interview them and see if they're being driven. It's called psychic driving. The Spanish world psychiatrist who did brainwashing, Montreal University. I'm trying to pull up his name in the files. No. Anyway, he called it psychic driving. When you would go into the hospital for mild depression, he played too faithfully, just like these other breakdown processes. He's another ADHD, and I thought, I can't how awful the scripts are they use. And I compiled the list of 1,000 negative things they say, and I posted them on Facebook right away, just because I put quotes of them.
You use this to break down the ego.
Correct. And so they did that while they were in induced comas. I'm still talking about the brainwashing.
So they're unconscious.
Straight to the unconscious. Okay. To keep them in a sleep, vegetative sort of sleep state. Okay. And I think it was probably in a delta or theta kind of dominant state. So they didn't hear all this negativity. And I think they gave them LSD too. And they were just trying to and electroshock. So they were trying to wipe the brain clean so they could rebuild new memories. And one was funded by the CIA. The psychiatrist that was funded from that. And the woman she won. But she lost half her life. Can't remember it. Never learned how to speak again. Speak again. To brainwash you. To reprogram your heart. It's interesting. And just to make it absolutely clear, I do not have diagnosis of with the use of disorder. I have a my psychiatrist. The only that he suggested as that, which is adjustment disorder, which means that I'm adjusting to a disorder.
Well, at what point did you decide to see a psychiatrist?
Oh, at the very beginning, because I was actually hoping that it was a psychiatric disorder, because that's the way it can be treated. But it's not. This is, I have to educate my psychiatrist, but he's a very smart. He actually introduced me to one of my physicians that take care of me, neurologist, psychiatrist, primary care physician, and now Dr. Giordano. Experimentation by the National Institute of Health.
I saw my neighbors. My neighbor worked for Honeywell for over 35 years. And I sort of briefly ran told him who I was talking to today on the podcast. I talked about Havana syndrome. And he said, oh yeah, he goes, that's 100% real. He's like, I know we've worked on weapons like that, so I know they work on those weapons at Raytheon. He said, yeah,
I can't talk about this, but yeah, he's right.
You can't talk about it, but you can confirm that.
I can confirm. That's all.
How, for people like you and your colleagues going to school studying artificial intelligence, what percentage of you guys are you guys when you guys are doing that? Or do you guys have aspirations to work for the military, work for the CIA, to be spies? Like what?
No, I was a scientist. And I've worked on advanced surveillance equipment and other things. As a scientist, you just want to be working on cutting edge science. You don't any believe you're doing your country a favor and eventually be used for good. And that's part of how you get funding from the Senate for $1 billion projects, because you have to have dual purpose, one for civilian uses and one for military. And we don't really think of the implications for the negative part. We just want to work on new competitive stuff. And it's also compartmentalized on the most part. So a lot of people don't know how they're putting together a bigger weapon system that they just work on a piece.
Isn't Facebook working on? Weren't they working on something called the empathy machine?
That was something I think I talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
That is, if you can induce these emotions, torture, whatever, in a way, it's kind of a beautiful thing. If you have a partner and they say something that hurts their feelings, you say something hurts their feelings, you get to feel how they're feeling, and vice versa. So you punch someone, you're going to feel the same pain that they do. That's called the empathy machine. But now imagine you go beyond 2 people. Let's go to 100 people. Every time someone stubs their toe, they all feel the same pain. It would feel like they were important to everybody. Well, who stubbed their toe?
I can see that the first application, like the most obvious thing I can see this thing going to is pornography.
Yes, wherever you have, sort of virtual machines.
Right. If they could somehow make, if you could buy a subscription to some sort of pornography and make every single guy watching this thing happen,
Okay, now I don't know what I'm.
I mean, this is already being used. I mean, in
talk to the victims, the TI is one of the worst breakdowns, and it's pretty common. I think I can say the word simulated rape. In forced orgasm.
You can say that you want.
And so simulated orgasm is rape,
right?
Extremely common,
right?
Especially violating for women. I complain about that towards them the most. But you're right. What's the positive news?
Where is it the most lucrative? Where is it the most financially beneficial? Where can you make the most money in this thing? I think that would be the most obvious first.
That would be the first.
Yeah.
But I think that the problem have to be regulated, because we know the 7 pleasure centers of the brain. And let's just say we don't have to stick in electrodes. We use ultrasonic helmet of the University of Arizona to target certain parts of the brain. You just sit there and press the button all day.
Yes, there's a story of a woman that what's the story? There's a story of a woman who was in the hospital. Something was wrong with her. You may know that she had a button. Every time she pressed it, it made her orgasm, and she was doing it until she was basically a vegetable.
Yeah, you eventually quit eating, you die. So the government has to step in to regulate this somehow. I don't think a lot of my research just focuses on the negative. They're torture people, target they're the most vocal, they're the loudest. But there is a classification weapon system called the Voice of God. I've met some of these.
Sorry, a classified weapon system?
It's just the categorization called Voice of God weapons. Anything you can make someone to believe it's God.
And these are real.
Yeah,
These are publicly known?
There's news
Okay.
about them. So it's been out for a while.
Voice of God weapon.
Voice of God.
Sorry to interrupt.
And so I run into people randomly who believe they're talking to God. God doesn't have a voice. I don't know what he sounds like, but they're convinced they'll do whatever this voice tells them. And that's the dangerous part. It's another form of trickery. God wants you to go on your own website. Some people do that. And you want God's so you can see how this broad swath all over the world, not only is it experimental, it could be very much a secret army of assassins. And so I call them program assassins. But the positive part, the voice of God, worked during the Gulf War. Gulf War, when you said Allah, Allah laid on your own. That's a voice of God.
Is this, and you can't talk about it, can you talk about this is something that you were involved with?
A little bit.
Who is Dr. Is this something that Dr. Jose Delgado talked about? Well, and who is he and what specifically did he work on? Jose Delgado.
He was known as the father of brain chips. And so he was from Yale University. And he did a lot of brain experimentation, stuff that is unethical. We wouldn't allow to go through. But we made progress understanding the brain. We actually wire up. His most famous experiment was with a bull. He could make an implanted bull with a radio frequency chip, and he could make the bull stop and charge it by pressing a button. And that impressed everybody. Wow.
But that's using brain chips. And where was he? Was he in the United States?
Yeah. If you didn't,
okay, this is him with the ball.
Yeah.
Dr. Jose Delgado steps into the Spanish bull ring as a bold demonstration of his research.
risky behavioral control.
And he's working with the government? He had a famous quote.
Yes. Mankind does not have a right to develop his own mind.
Austin, pull up this quote. So, what was Delgado working? What did he do? Where was he working from? Was he working at one university?
Yes, he was working at Yale Medical School. And it wires into people's brains. And, there's always two sides to the story.
Okay, man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electrically control the brain. Someday, armies and generals will be in control by electrical stimulation of the brain. Whoa, that's heavy.
Come along with
Yeah, I mean, if people were openly talking about that in the 60s, where are we now? And where are other nations like China, Russia, and Iran?
we boycotted recently like over 100 countries doing companies in China because they were working on mind control technology. So, it's very much out in the open, but it's just people don't want to recognize their soul, so to speak, to be touched. They're very eager and sensitive and altered. They're not in control of their own emotions. That means that you don't have free will or autonomy of choice. Democracies don't exist. That means religions don't exist. That means a whole bunch of markets can be shaped you up or down at will based on people's preferences. It's total domination of the vote. That's how important why it's called so. I think it's the ultimate weapon because you can control the people with kindness on this weapon. You're one step ahead. So this is kind of the end game. Full control of the human mind.
And at scale.
At scale. That's right.
So they bring us up into the office.
It's kind of hard to read that in my mind.
Right.
It is something bigger than yourself is always hard to imagine.
Our office was off the side of this.
And so that's why the
legacy.
monkey brain experiments that they were doing with it. So
Because at the time she was married to Rob Santos.
we can't fathom but us three, if our brains were connected at the speed of thought, could come up and think about. We have to use vibrations from our throat, decipher through our brains, through our ears, and then and tough. It's kind of an outdated form of communication.
I mean, think about it. There's something like Neuralink actually came onto the market as a consumer product that people could get this neural net put inserted into their brain, and then just give them the ability to learn new skills instantaneously, or download books within seconds, or like the advantage economically would be astounding. And more and more people would adopt this
in order to compete.
in order to compete. So what would be, so the downside of something like this is once you have this, it would be no problem. You would almost assume that the government would be able to have some level of control over this.
It would have to, and that's why they kind of very what are the potential downfalls. You have a term of mind virus that's how do you mean that can act all the ones were connected to doing certain virus that might shut down the human race.
That's fascinating. The term mind virus, I've used that and I've heard it used a lot when it comes to things like QAnon. Are you familiar with QAnon?
I heard
what? So there's a group. It's a group of people online who follow this anonymous poster on these threads, these forums, and this guy pretends to be he pretended to be one of Trump's right-hand guys, and he would make these anonymous posts talking to people, and all these people would call him you, and they thought that this guy was real. This guy was one of the people, and then he made these cryptic anonymous quotes, and there was this super hyper hyper passionate political group of people who were Trump supporters, and they believed this Q person was going to save them, and giving them these directives of what was going to happen next, and to be prepared for the storm that's coming, and that led to the Capitol being raided. And they find all these little things. They find something Trump said during one of his speeches, and okay, that sentence means this. That means we have to storm the Capitol, and they keep finding all these synchronicities online, and they think they mean something more.
Humans look for meaning and purpose, and we find it in the strangest places. It's like looking at flowers. Little sweet shapes. Is it games or is it oil?
It almost seems that, if anything, it seems like a mind virus. Something like that seems like it's a mind virus. But it really affected, if you look at the people it affected a certain type of people. It affected certain people that were lonely, didn't have a lot going on, didn't have some sort of larger sense of community, didn't have big families. Sometimes it was like a woman living alone in an apartment, and her kids weren't living with her anymore. People that just had sort of like misfits. They all had a very similar social life and social intelligence.
So how would you build, if you look at us, the whole human race, maybe the planet, it's the whole organism, how would you build an immune system to fight against something like that? Now, I do not believe in censorship myself, but how would you stop the flow of the mind virus? So they're experimenting with things like
Interaction with other human beings,
yeah,
not through screens, not social media.
yeah,
I feel like the more people are just accustomed to, like, again, this is just another one of the commonalities between people is they all their communication with other humans was through a phone or through a computer. They didn't spend time like this having conversation with people.
and
Like, what the fuck are you talking to? You're full of shit. Like, are you serious? Like having somebody actually poke holes in what they're saying and question what they're talking about. Instead, it's just this echo chamber of the same ideas bouncing back and forth.
it's an echo chamber. There are other terms like genetic viruses means that turn into viruses that similar that get posted around. But you know, the utopia, the kind of end goal that people envision is seen with this technology. You know, the chance is stuff at this point, but they want to take a safe through. So a lot of these experiments are unfortunately sacrifices that will help future generations. And that's kind of their internal marketing why they must do it. And there's a race between the three major countries. Who's going to have the best AI, whose culture is going to survive, whose money is going to dominate, whose language is going to dominate. So this is a very competitive field in the most who can collect the most minds the fastest ability. The biggest hive mind network. And so my next book is called, it's not published yet, it's called Emergent Minds, the birth of a new species. And that's under the three books that I've written of cyber and cybernetic warfare revealed. And it's going to be about kind of these architectures, topologies, humans, computing units. Very cool. That's the way it's described. But I'm trying to bring out the ethics of this. The human race has to have a discussion, and this has to be on the mainstream media. Havana Center, well, what is it? They don't seem to care. I can't. They don't. We know what it is because it's been around so long. We know the type of weapons used.
There's no financial incentive to talk about it.
True, other than being very important.
Right. That's not an incentive.
No, it's
So the big question is how this is going to be delivered. So National Academy of Sciences in 2020 issued a report about these forensic incidents, or anomalous faulty incidents, as the government wants us to call it. And the most plausible hypothesis is directed pulse microwave imaging. So that's the cause of the agent. That's what causes the brain.
Directed pulse microwave.
Yeah, pulse is very, very important because if you just microwave, it just heats up. But short pulses produce the thermoelastic effect. So the tissue is just exploding and collapsing. And that way, it heats up just enough to damage or produce the audio fray effect to your sound, to modulated voices, things like that. So pulse is very, very important in this scenario. But the report did not say how it can work. And we needed at the 60 Minutes report to show these devices that can fit into a small car, maybe backpack, truck, and that's an outdated technology. I question, and Robert made the question whether these
source. You know, somebody sits in there and shoots a microwave. So we took a trip to West Virginia, where there's a radio national quiet zone. So there's no cell towers. There's no Wi-Fi. There's no cell phone. Only received for satellite. There's no phone signal. No phone signal. No Wi-Fi. And we got inside. The reason they created that zone is because there's a deep space telescope, right that receives signals from deep space. So they don't want any interference. The zone one closest to these radars is actually has a radio police that monitors signals. They don't allow cars with ignition because it produces so I got next to biggest radar and got attacked. So people that, you know, there's no van outside.
So when you got to this place, you experienced
one of the web. You have to walk there. There's no place, you know, can't take a car. So went several miles. Got there, was attacked. So definitely not a local effect. It's coming from somewhere. And you have a satellite signal, but you also have things like cars. High altitude auroral winds, and it's one of the world's largest phased arrays, which is for weather modification, steering.
weather modification.
Well, that's one of the things that you do.
What is weather modification?
Oh, steering hurricanes, you know, temperature. Yeah, you keep the atmosphere. You can guide the weather. That's just the way. But
This is a thing.
All of them.
And what's it called?
HARP.
HARP. And steer hurricanes.
No, they don't actually. They just say weather modification. What is that?
Yeah, I guess the mind is creative.
But it operates also as an over horizon radar system, tech missiles, just in Russia.
I've been hit by about a dozen hurricanes since I've lived here.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I wish they would control them a little better.
Exactly. And so, you know, you were asking what is some of the good tech that come out of it. Why don't they steering the hurricanes away from the coast, maybe the Russians? We always blame them. But it has a lot. It's also often by documented baggage. Focused on mind control, overpopulation. What it really does, a lot of police here, it's run by the Navy. It keeps the knowledge which causes the current radar signals, ultra high frequency waves, to be able to cover the earth. And there's an electric gradient in ground here in the iron. And then we are bathed in a magnetic field. Those two perpendicular fields, a lot of high energy physics, such as nuclear magnetic resonance, occurs through the earth into one giant MRI machine. So we can image underground bases. Do a lot of things that people don't believe. They say the Boltzmann, I won't use science, but physicists say the thermal effect. You can't do MRIs under Earth's magnetic field. We've been doing it. into the sense of 60s in the US. So a recent article came out. Wow, we covered trains and played them back, and we can read the vocabulary of somebody, what they're thinking, talking to themselves, and hearing a voice, using a functional intermediate presence imaging machine. That's a higher resolution, but they just use new algorithms to do it. And it was very accurate for a bunch of people, and this is interesting. They say it's new. None of those things.
Everything read people's inner thoughts.
Yeah, so we have you think that you, I don't know how you read, some people read or think in images. You can read the energy. Some people think in words. It's about 60%, 40% of the population does one or the other.
Able to decipher each one.
Yeah. So some people go to a grocery shop and get apple, and you need toilet paper. And they think in words. Those can be deciphered. Other people think in images. And so each one is a frame signature. And when you have a sample of a large population, you get just like Amazon's Echoes. You can more sample voice samples they have.
Yeah.
And I worked on voice sampling technology way back when. Now it's so good. I mean, it's just amazing. That it can understand human language without any practice.
Right.
Because they've had so many samples. Similarly, you need more brain samples, and that's part of the reason for a lot of this experimentation around people. I'm trying to make the world.
Yeah. So, Len, when you went to West Virginia, you went to this place that had no connection to any cell towers, there was no phone signal anywhere, and you had this attack. What specifically happened to you? What can you walk me through how these attacks, how they affect you, what happens, how long they last, etc.?
Just like I said before, it starts here suddenly. It's vibration. It's high pressure in the head, and your whole body vibrates. Deafening sounds. You can get disoriented.
Whole body
vibrates.
Can you describe the sound that you hear? Is it like someone in the cartoons hitting a pot?
It's like high pitch recording.
like tonight.
Yeah, tonight. But suddenly on somewhere else, and it just grabs you, and you also hear voices. Voices are even Afghanistan. That clip, the very first recording by CNN, they said you go through noises and voices, and after that, there was no, it was not part of any recording. But the very first recording, CNN, contained that information. So, and people think that hearing voices is a sign of psychiatry.
Right.
But it just takes a little bit of education to understand this spray effect, this microwave theory has been around for a long time, has been known, and voice modulation has been demonstrated in the 70s. There's published literature about it, that you can modulate the signal and it produces
Dr. Lynn from the University of Chicago.
Yeah, Dr. Lynn from the University of Chicago.
He has a setup where he demonstrates the microwave hearing, but he calls it the person who's standing in the middle of the signal and is focused can hear it. And he does it on himself, and that's scary. He's eating up his brain listening to these clicks, these chirps, as they're called by the CIA or the diplomats and stuff that get hit. And it's a sign of the microwave effect, and it create small little micro concussions over time.
And what specific voices? What do the voices say?
They'll all the derogatory stuff, and I don't want to acknowledge it. Don't want to give it credence, but it's one of those kind of shaming, derogatory, they're negative, just if you have everyone as impeached, they will go through the most common ones first. You know, say you're a woman and you're concerned about your breast size. What would you like to say? Or
they're going at individuals specifically,
yeah,
and so specific insecurity.
yes. You know, but first they have to do a broad approach to find out what your
It
insecurity
doesn't seem like time or cost effective.
They,
How would you go about if you were doing this to millions of people? How would you have
scale it?
How would you have the time to go through each person, find out this person's overweight, this person is short, and be able to specifically tailor a voice to them?
I'll explain that. Think of it as a lie detector. It's always stress. If you do that on many different brain signals, but 300 is a recognition signal, for example, it's just a sound that is very specific, strong, the fact that the stimulus is recognition. But if it's a lie detector, what the polygraph, what it will say, those you can defeat those with a check.
Of course, polygraphs, of course, yeah.
But you can imagine this is some form of a lie detector test, but the team uses heart rate and to measure some other factors that are necessarily neuronal. But whatever bothers you, it will continue. So let's say this is a robot, chatbot that's very convincing, fully voice morphing, and we sampled with the NSA. We sampled your. I don't know anything about your family. Your great grandfather, he's dead, right? So we can bring him back to life. We can use his voice. We can voice morphing, and we can project it, and it'll say using the microwave and that with a robot. We will go through. It doesn't matter if you had a good relationship with him or bad. We're going to turn him into a bad guy. Let's say you're going to miss something. I know this is a off-the-wall kind of scenario, but it did make it much more personal. So whose voice do you have? My family.
Your family,
My family. They live in Germany. They speak Russian and German. I speak Russian, and English. So all my people is in Russia. It is, it's my mother, my father, my brother, and his wife. They all talk about my lifestyle choices, everything derogatory, and I know it's not them, it's artificial intelligence, because nobody talks 24/7. My day is 24/7. I sleep in noise canceling headphones, and I play voice audiobooks non-stop, so my brain will concentrate on that rather than on what's being projected into my brain. Does it help? What helps you first thing distracting. Sometimes I have to use my own voice. I have to talk to somebody. The second it stops, the second the silence begins, the voices come back. Then they also use something like if you have some kind of white noise, like fans or AC, it's light on it. It's piggybacks on it. It's called heavy. So the nerve cells from your ears to your brain can also be stimulated. So there's a nice background noise, broad spectrum, lower noise spectrum. It can amplify a recognition signal like a voice. I always like using the talking guitar. Remember that song? Who does that? And it's a guitar that sounds like it talks to the audience. And Stacy does that, but it was very unique at the time. What it's doing is it's heterodiming a voice signal onto a guitar. And now imagine heterodiming someone's voice onto nerve signals of a background noise. And that's what's going on with projecting voices into, let's say, fans, refrigerator noises, street noises. But my favorite one that I heard about was a woman who could hear voices, and this was on television. She ended up doing some bad things, but she could hear Rice Krispies. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's background noise, right? So it's scary. It's something you have to experience, and I was going to make a machine to do that, to try to demonstrate it to the common man, and I just, I had so much budget.
It's hard to imagine that somebody like this to you, but it is, and the first thought that probably comes to your mind is that there's something wrong with this idea. I mean, this is, if I didn't know about the existence of this technology, this would be my guess. That this person who developed the original disorder, this is a paranoid schizophrenia. But first of all, nobody developed paranoid schizophrenia in the 50s. This is, if you haven't developed it by 30, it's wrong. Then this technology exists, these nefarious programs exist, and it's hard to imagine for a person that why would you do something like this? But it hears about the new type of warfare that it's a cognitive warfare. You don't have to kill people that you are fighting against. You can just break their brains. You alter their mind. Yeah, alter their mind. And it's like Chinese torture. I mean, okay, so whatever. So they talk to your head, into your head. Just ignore it. You can't. It's 24/7. It's nonstop, and it's a company of these attacks that make you so vulnerable.
Maybe the definition directed energy weapons, how you might not have any conflict, but it's kind of interesting.
I think the definition of directed energy weapons systems. So directed energy weapons.
And what they say in this particular definition is interesting, that it's disabling personnel. Now, how can you disable a person? Okay, most people think directed energy and lasers. Okay, you burn them with people, and that's not what it disables them. Make them dysfunctional. That would be scrambling with their brains, that would be dopamine dumps, that would be making concussion weapons, there would be somehow affecting their nervous system, so they drop on the ground. So it's a combination of psychological warfare as well as directed energy weapons, along with the voice of God weapons, with voice and warning, with artificial intelligence chatterbots. So it's the most complex weapon system we would put together ever because it was teaching.
Wow. And do you think this is something that the United States is working on because other nations are working on it as well? Is it a competitive thing? Is it just an internal governmental control thing?
There was something called Project Paperclip where we split up during the summer break that covered we talked about all the rocket scientists we got just on putting into NASA and programs. We don't talk about the Nazi scientists. We don't talk about the Nazi scientists. Those were kind of classified. That's where a lot of this research studied. Now, we got kind of, so did the Russians. So it's kind of we compete with, partner continental businesses, first we can compete with cognitive warfare, full control over minds, CIA called Mark Phillips, and folks who passed away. He did a lot of work on exposing this type of war combination to psychological warfare. And he also helped a woman called Kathy. And she he helped her out, so I ran the program and some other things. They wrote a book, it's very popular. That's the role I can say for now.
Then when you talk to other people who have experienced the same thing you have and are going through the same thing, do you guys do anything to, or do you guys talk about things to do to be proactive in sort of mitigating the effects of this happening to you guys and to each other in the future, to multiple people? Is there a way to deter this, or is there a way to avoid this from happening?
This has to be the politicians have to, the government sources. First of all, the government has to acknowledge that this is happening. It's not just to the diplomats, the spies, overseas. This is happening. My case can be swept under the rug. I have every expert that I've seen. I have a validated case, as validated as those diplomats that listed in the intelligence report. The latest intelligence report on the subject was issued on February 1st of this year. It's a joint report of all the officers in my National Intelligence and CIA. And they said 2,000 cases we can't explain, and they the most plausible explanation is directed calls might be over. I am exactly in that category. My case is valid, validated, brain damage, nothing to do with them, and the agency that's supposed to be investigated. Because I'm a civilian, it's happening in the I went to my congresswoman, she quote an inquiry to the FBI, and they basically responded with a nonsensical something that there are no facts that anyway is working or something. I am a civilian, my brain is accessed remotely and damaged for the regular in 3.5 years. You look at my brain scans and it's like that. Although the connection of broken connection to connectivity, my vestibular organs are shut. If I close my eyes, I stand up, close my eyes, I will fall.
So, he asked what else we're doing in order to stop this. A lot of us do research jammers on some frequencies on the circuit patterns seems to help some. Jammers, that means with the electromagnetic signal, electromagnetic, near left brain range or other ranges people found. It gives them some relief. It blocks the tinnitus. What, even if they're not targeted individual, one could explain a frequency reset, a pattern algorithm that would turn out tinnitus and would create, you were talking about economic information, but even though it has nothing to do with it, half the public suffers from tinnitus, or tinnitus. And the speech focus, when I say the people that I represent, just like the writing overtime, every imaginable thing newspapers and writing with the FBI, which was funny. Yesterday, there was an article or a piece that came out. It said the FBI is now being attacked by
in Miami, right?
Yeah. So we said that. Right. And the attorney who represents victims.
I sent you that article, by the way.
Mob raids. He had several statements about this being a government corruption. And what he means by it is that the government knows what's going on. And the government does not acknowledge hidden investigations with a federal employees or and it needs to be investigated, it needs to stop it. Because I am a part of it. My message is, it can happen to me. My brain can be remotely accessed and damaged. It can happen to me. Because I'm literally no, I'm just happen to be on the way up. They probably got a sample of my DNA, and DNA has plugins. This is just like the two vibrate with the frequencies correct. Well, every molecule has a resonant frequency. And DNA is a molecule, just another molecule that unique to you. Therefore, the resonant frequency is also so just like we can find from satellite skin visually, I think in the 70s they were writing we can see the license plate on satellite. But it doesn't have to be a visual. You can just scan the frequency. You can find that frequency just like you can find the cell phone anywhere on the planet. Because we have full satellites. We have access to this. That's the best analogy I've heard. Is put on your cell phones and think that why does lady wine is because the presence everything. And that's what.
How do you mean? You put all your cell phone in a bag.
It's all it has a phone number. Only that phone number. Right. Why is that? And so people can wonder, how can you target a single female, a single brain amongst all women's people? And that's just a good analogy.
You guys were talking about something about twins, about maternal or paternal twins.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying
DNA.
Yeah, they have that theory is correct. And it's a theory. As I haven't studied it, that you can tune in, alter DNA patterns, and I don't see why not.
Just kidding, I'm
that,
not
but,
real. This is Charlotte Reed reporting live from
the first thing I do is go find, identical things. I find out if they are being targeted when they're in the same thing, or if you find a pair that one is targeted and one is not. And why would that be? They have identical DNA. So it's still a theory. It's a speculation. The other way to find somebody by their brain secret also just your skin, the area that whatever resonates, that's your target. You apply it to that target, which is for human brain. Yeah, there are actually several methods and techniques to use to alter brain patterns and stimulate the it's easier done in monkeys. You can find the research the Navy and other organizations that sponsor some of these
One scoop a day. Thank you again. That's
and you know, our history isn't not great, isn't pleasant, and when things are exposed, there's 100 of them. So the idea with individuals, in specific, people like Len, people like the lawyer in Tallahassee, is that you can use this sort of artificial intelligence voice in the head to break down the ego and control an individual to perform certain acts. It's ultimately, yes. Yeah. And in Project Soul Fetch, I referred to a mind reading as a psychobomb. They didn't care who the target was. They were just trying to make them explode and do something bad.
And if the problem is, if these people do explode and do something bad like this, there's absolutely no way to prove that there's been any sort of manipulation to the brain. In this guy's case, he talked about it. I mean, obviously, he talked about it. Was covered up. He slid the way they write the article, he sounded crazy.
Yeah, that's part of possible deniability.
That's another fascinating thing with the CIA is the use of conspiracies to sort of create stigma around certain things, certain technologies or certain topics, whether, for example, if they are working on something, we want to create stigma and create conspiracy theories around certain things to sort of use that as a weapon against that idea.
Yeah, in fact, the Homeland Security now fighting has weaponized them that there are dangerous conspiracies on both sides.
Right, that's another, yeah.
So your broadcast will be arrested. I don't know. This might be a dangerous conspiracy. Or we're telling the truth, but we're saving lives because knowledge, if you have knowledge ahead of time, then, which you have gone through as much pain, I mean, you would have been able to better cope early on. So we're trying to spread forward knowledge. But we know that it's a machine and not the actual technique that say berating the which is so powerful weapons and voice to God. And here, you have no ability to discern like looking at television. What goes into your mind, it is directly stimulating those neurons to think. What you're saying is bypassing the peripheral vision. Some people can see through their third eye, and that's called in psychology the visual workspace. Some people can smell artificial things, taste artificial things. All the senses have been bypassed, like the matrix. They're literally plugged in to a synthetic controlled reality that they cannot differentiate from their external bodily senses.
Do you have any reason to believe that organizations like the CIA have used stigma as a tool to discredit these kind of conversations?
It's unfortunate we had laws that were passed in the 70s that psyops, but are and the people in the military, CIA, etc., could not be done to the American public because that's kind of the whole idea of democracy. But that was reversed after 9/11 and some other events since. So I don't. It's a game of war, a war game that all countries play with each other. Of course, they're going to do it. I just don't like to convince my population and give the evidence of it. It's everywhere. And what I do a lot and a lot of times what I do in my research, because I'm a scientist, is I'll go through the patent office, let's say, and there's obvious economic good science that's going to lead somewhere in a big black space. I look in these black spaces. Why isn't there more research there? It went dark. Cold. Research. There are a lot of examples of, and this is the biggest for me that come up from the makers. Is this technology world? And people are saying, the news came from, I mean, that is huge. It's all, and all they have to say is, you're free. And then the response is, well, maybe you're just dumb. You know, there are two forms. You can be an ultimate skeptic, which will get you nowhere. You can be totally, gullible. Man, those are two extremes. And just do, your research and you'll see it. What do you think? I think the biggest problem is people can't imagine how much this neuroscience is, how much it ensures what the possibilities are. It is often described as science fiction, but it is totally real. It's real, and every neuroweapon expert from Joe down to Christian and their colleagues are saying these no longer this is a reality we have to accept, and we have to deal with it. That the civilian population is attacked. The technology exists. Your brain can be accessed to the and we need to have conversations. Let me ask you then, don't you think Hollywood and a lot of movies and etc. are slowly getting the next generation ready to accept this kind of technology? There's so many movies made, and but they're in the realm of science fiction. It would be a good way to make someone like Elon Musk the scapegoat, for example, who just developed this technology. So, and maybe with pure mental illness, this is my hypothesis. They're going to stop us from it. They're going to say, we have neurotechnology that can retrain the brain out of its dysfunctional patterns. Suddenly, they just, they put torturing people for 2 hours and they don't do it more. And they just say, well, this became the truth. And that's how they excuse all the mass atrocities. This is called a mental cost, which is menticide, the killing of the mind, and it's done on a mass scale. Mental cost. And I think we're going to get away with it. I really do. I know that's the best thing, but I don't think they're going to be able to expose this because it will create anarchy for people believe.
How many weapons, how many different projects like this are going on right now that are completely hidden from the public, that the public has no idea about? So things like what we're talking about right now, people are aware of it. People have been aware of it for a while. People have been talking about it for a while. Nothing has been done really, but I mean, things like this people are at least aware of. How many more things are there beneath the surface that people don't have any idea about?
They're all interconnected. Wars about ultimately controlling the enemy. Did the book The Art of War is an excellent short and it's to make your enemies believe you're winning when you are far. It's to believe you are weak when you are strong. It's to believe you are, unorganized when you're very smart and strategic. And so they play all these games along with the torture scripts right out of the books on the target. And they make you believe that their neighbor with a ray gun is going to shoot them or a thing. They, you are near and you actually fight. All they have to do is jump on an airplane and find out, follow the money. The Tommy projects, are so integrated. They're numerous. But you see the beginnings of it. Like, I remember as a child, I made a mazer. Mazer is like a laser, PM just stands for microwave applications, stimulated emission radiation. But now we really have guns like that. And the Navy just had hooked up a big argon that shoots down missiles on their ships. So you can see the beginnings of it.
There's something called like Project Ruby.
Yeah.
What is that?
That is
That's laser, right?
Yeah, I can actually but that is it's really bad. People see orcs in the sky.
Yeah.
Go around and fly past
UFOs?
UFOs.
Yeah, there's Navy pilots. There's multiple Navy pilots who talk about they got their, so they were flying F-18s, these Navy pilots. One of them coming in here in 2 weeks. He's Ryan Graves. He's a Navy pilot flying off the coast of North Carolina, and they got their radar upgraded on their F-18s. All of a sudden, they were seeing these things darting around on their radar.
Don't tell them what I'm about to say. It's usually
Okay.
So what we do is we play with our own voices to make sure our trickery works on the enemy. And those are direct energy efforts of where we do intersecting themes or focus themes into the atmosphere. And notice they're always in the atmosphere to excite the electron orbits of the oxygen and nitrogen in our atmosphere. It causes a glow and it causes ionization. That ionization shows up on radar. And it's like a cat laser point. And we're making planes.
That's exactly how they describe these things moving, like laser pointers.
Yeah, so we can do it in free space. We can make it look like
in three-dimensional space.
Yeah, we can make it look like an entire fleet is about to drop bombs on, let's say, Europe, and then just have them disappear. And they have to get all their planes up in the air and we attack them from the other direction. So we're attacking.
Who was doing this? The Navy, you said?
Somebody. Let's just say a group.
And you know this for a fact.
No. So anyway, don't tell your
A group within the U.S. government.
Yeah, okay. Leave it at that. Yeah.
And is this something that could be seen with the naked eye? Or
Yeah,
is this something
because
that's
it glows. It glows. So you can see it by the naked eye, and you leave the weight on it. So it's perfect as a deception.
Now, have you heard of the accounts of these things going underwater? These things come out of the water, zip around, they fly. There's been accounts of these things going in between when there's two F-18s flying in formation. One of them, they're described as, one of them specifically, which Ryan Graves described as a sphere with a cube inside. Each apex of the cube is touching the sphere.
Okay, no, I don't know about that technology. So that's different. I know you can make this here as it goes in. But would have the shape of a cube. You make a star shape and alter it somewhat. And I've worked on calligraphy quite a bit, but nothing is detailed.
Holograms?
Yeah, holograms is three-dimensional space. With the Japanese companies talking about these femto pulsed lasers to create touch holograms. Tiny little laser beams that excite you, and then they point and then create different colors.
Now, is this something that they would be able to do on a massive scale, 100 miles offshore?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think so. But I'm saying we just create these little orbs, split them up, with these little things, the razzle dazzle, shocking off after the war. And that's what Project 2 and that's what it's about. And it involves the voice of God. That's what I was talking about. And this got leaked. So we probably won't have the effect and we probably won't do it. But you wanted to bring the world together, President Reagan said, and several UN speeches. You have a common like evil aliens attack. We forget our differences and we play against it.
We would look at each other as Chinese or Russian or American. We look at each other as American.
Yeah, sort of. So that was Project Blue Beam, was recognized and to recognize that God is coming down. Everybody hears the voice of God and like awakening yourself. Get along, get whatever your message is. Or we're going to be evil aliens attacked. And notice how they all of a sudden, all the governments release all their information on UFOs, and there's a whole division. And that's just deception.
You think it's all deception? Really?
But, that's my opinion. I've looked at all the video footage and that people have given me, and I can explain away each one.
So apparently, but there's apparently lots of footage and videos and photos that have not been released to the public.
Yes, I haven't seen this.
And if you think this is all some sort of psyop, what do you think the ultimate purpose of it is?
Distraction against a lot of this experimentation. Distraction. Remember, I told you the people I interviewed, they're actually told the word evil aliens killing this thing. Some
People that are dealing with something similar.
exactly.
How many people have you interviewed personally?
2,500.
2,500.
So I have a good sense of all the trickery used.
Now, when you do these interviews, do you sit down in person with all of them?
No, I have them over the phone.
Do you record them?
I respect this privacy.
They don't give you permission to record it?
I'm not going to do it. I say no. I'm not using my music space that I'm a little family, but I get crazy. I don't have anything. That was just my policy. It's like a good train. You don't just like.
So with artificial intelligence, the way it's evolving in the military sector and in the commercial sector, if there's no accountability or transparency for the development of this kind of technology, how is it possible to be optimistic about the future?
Let's just say this is evolutionary event of the universe. I don't think there's a weapon system acting on the Satan silent assassination networks, and that's neural networks. It's artificial intelligence or social networks. Very complex system. But it's and it's a combination of tactics as well as artificial communication. I do not think a future that's good for humans the way we are. Now you could go to the Klaus Schwab and genetically engineer everyone to be happy with nothing. We have 4 using mind control. We stimulate the 7 pleasure centers of the brain while people work and unproductive. And if they're not, give them a little pain and behavior modify in the right cycle. So they're happy ever slaves. I mean, the whole culture is turn out. Humans will not be the same.
So you're not optimistic.
No, I'm not. And that's nuclear war, man. It's a very real possibility. Putin might want to take the world with him. It's hard to know what will happen. We have, I don't even know if this is public, but we have something like 1,700 class 3 bioweapons development labs in the U.S. alone. About another week, we won't have any rules. I don't just ask you.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities. There's so many possibilities. And just getting into the fringe of neural weapons and lasers is something that boggles my mind. But it seems like nukes are a primitive weapon.
Everyone
that we have now.
Yeah, everyone can monitor the world. In fact, that's why we got into the war with Iraq. We had bad interests, but they were actually trying to bring in weapons and destruction. Those are just yeah, the CIA says no, things like those parts that they thought were not for pure uranium or plutonium. That's very true. It's a primitive weapon, and no one wants to use them because it destroys buildings, stuff. But they want to use it to change people's culture and mind. That would be the best thing that's like mind control stuff. These are no weapons are everyone's race. Now you can still use bullets and bombs, but that destroys buildings as well. You could use a neutron bomb that just irradiates the city and kills the people, but then it's radioactive for 50 years. Right. So China says the future wars that they're looking at are going to be biological weapons, mostly, and then robot bullets, literally. We have Boston Dynamics. They have their equipment, and dogs. I'm not sure this up, but dogs with laser beams on them, and can target. It sounds like the last movie Sharks, laser beams on them. But machine guns can target their vision. So war is going to take on a whole new shape for sure.
So the U.S. government has recognized this as a real thing for people, former agents, CIA agents, whatever, former diplomats, who are being taken care of medically and they're being treated, correct? And the problem is no civilians are being treated for it. So two-part question. How are the diplomatic people being treated for it? How is it being recognized? How is the government specifically recognizing them?
So there's a Havana Act that becomes passed, and they it's published in the Federal Register, and they
Right on, Austin.
They didn't list the diagnostic criteria, but they said that a board-certified neurologist can diagnose you based on these methods: MRI, EEG, computer tomography. So neurological damage acquired due to hostile activity or something like that. The Havana abbreviation that looks like that. There's no recognition from any government agency of these happening domestically, to either federal headquarters or state. And in my case, it's a perfect example. I've been diagnosis. All the experts recognize it. They're all on the same page. The government did not investigate it, did not recognize it. And if it doesn't recognize it, it wouldn't investigate, it wouldn't protect me, it wouldn't protect other members of the general public. And that's the problem. That's the conversation.
So what kind of treatment are these former diplomats or former CIA agents getting for this?
As far as I understand, their active attacks stopped. They took into consideration to post-traumatic stress injury, which is a rehabilitation. In my case, I was recommended vestibular rehabilitation, and it simply doesn't work because I am being attacked every day. So I go to vestibular rehab and they say, it wasn't last time. Yeah, because I had several attacks. So my attacks are ongoing, and treating it is like putting a band-aid on the treatment. It's just not going to help me. It's not helping. I'm getting aggressively,
But it is helping the diplomats.
we don't know if their attack stopped because they're reporting something very obscure about it. There are some diplomats that, for example, Mark Benzie, his family, he and his family were attacked in China, and then they were attacked in Philadelphia when they came to for treatment. As a resident, I'm sorry, domestic, so overseas, and so there's single cases where the diplomats, the federal employees were attacked overseas, Cuban diplomats, the reporting is rather obscure, but so I guess I don't know if they stop, like they continue, but they receive some kind of rehabilitation.
Yeah, that would be an incredibly interesting question. I don't have access to people playing that out, but imagine a knife wound stabs and you keep turning the knife. There's no way for the wound to heal. There's no way for the psychological scarring from all the breakdown strips and tortures to actually heal because it's continuous. It's a slow kill.
But the important thing to recognize is that our government has publicly acknowledged that this technology does exist and is being used outside of the United States at least. They may not be recognizing it. They're recognizing that it's real, right? This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a real weapon that our government has confirmed is being used by either by adversaries or by us against other adversaries, right?
Correct. They have not identified the weapon, but they have identified that it's a real thing from direct.
Just we got to get to the point where they can recognize that it's being used in the domestic, inside our country right now.
How it's being delivered, who's behind it, why they're doing it, we all need to know. I'm a non-consensual experimental subject for a nuclear weapon that's being delivered, which is my very most plausible hypothesis. Because I don't see any foreign agent in Bloomingdale, Illinois, driving a van. I mean, obviously, yeah, this is not.
There's no guy driving through drive-by holding a satellite dish. Thank you guys very much for coming on here and talking about this. I really appreciate it, Len and Duncan.
And again, thank you for having us. And we want people to look up the Benison. And this is just tip of the iceberg. And while we're on here, and to ask your politicians to, and use it, to look deeper into this, and tell people are fully aware of what Havana syndrome is. There's not an understanding of the public's health issues that could occur. That could happen in leg kicking. And so thank you again.
And where, Len, where can people find out more about you specifically and the talks that you do and find more of your work and things like that?
So I'm on servers at East Argonauticus. That's my just
Can you spell that? Okay, I'll put a link so we can just make a nice link below. And Duncan.
I have my popular book is Project Soul Country, Secret Cyber Warfare Revealed. It was found on Amazon. I personally, just myself, my private page, like my sense of humor every day, and that's just that Robert them from me on Facebook. But right now I'm restricted. On Facebook does short
All right. Well, thank you guys both very much, and sleep tight, everyone.
Crazy life. Do they do it here? I think so. When we first came from Pilgrim Court. Everybody have wigs. They still have it in England. To this day, there are still judges still there. It's crazy. And Jewish. You know where
Billy Carson, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming here. Thank you. You are one of the most fascinating people to follow on Instagram. The videos, all the things that you look into and talk about are just so, out there. A lot of it's really out there for me, but it's just so fascinating. And I've often fallen down many rabbit holes watching your videos and following your content.
Thank you, man.
How did you get into all this stuff?
That's a real amazing story. We were living in New York. I was born in Queens, New York. Queens General Hospital, 1971. And my parents, were having some issues there. My father was having some issues with drugs and alcohol. And they decided, they had a great idea. Let's move to Miami.
A lot of people in Queens end up down there.
Yeah, so they went to the cocaine capital. And we get in Miami, and we're living in the ghetto in Opalaka. Hardcore back then too. We lived in Bermuda Triangle Park, Opalaka, which is the steel gate that goes around the city to keep the time on the inside. And as you know, there's an Opalaka airport nearby. It's in the movie with Martin Lawrence and Will Smith, Bad Boys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bad Boys too. They use that airport in the movie. But anyway, I would go outside because back in the 70s, right, 1977. There's no cable TV, there's no cell phone, there's no screens to look at, no tablets. You go outside to play. I'm outside looking at the airplanes go, just observing how long it took for them to go from horizon to horizon. That was like the exciting thing of the day back then. Because we couldn't go and play out in the neighborhood because there was so much crime and killing going on. We could only either play in the backyard or in the front yard. We couldn't leave the gate parameter, left or right. If we pass that, we get in trouble. So I'm out there watching, and I see this object go across, and I'm like, it cleared the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It literally just, and I know I saw it. I know I just saw something, but it was more of an oval, almost like an egg. It didn't have wings, the cockpit didn't have a tail fin, didn't have anything that looked like a plane. And I'm just looking, I'm searching, I'm scanning the sky for this thing, and it comes back. But this time when it comes back, it's lower. It's about, maybe now I can estimate about 200 meters above my head, and it's completely silent, and it stops. It comes to an immediate stop, and then it just stays there for like 3-4 seconds, and it just takes off the way that it came in. And I was blown away. I was like, what did I just see? Now, back then, the word UFO didn't exist for me. Flying saucer didn't exist. Aliens didn't exist in my vocabulary yet. All I knew was I saw someone was in an airplane. So the next day, I went to my school, Rainbow Park Elementary. We lived about 4 or 5 houses away from school. I go to the school, I tell my teacher, my dad wants me to do a report. My dad always made me do book reports. I said, I need to go get some encyclopedias from the library because I'm researching something. She sent me to the library. I get the Encyclopedia Britannica on aerospace. I'm looking at Swiftland, Delta Wave, ballistic, intercontinental ballistic. I'm looking at all these different types of projects that we had for planes between the United States, Russia, submarine missiles that were sent from the ocean. I'm trying to find wherever I can see. And I saw nothing close to what I saw in my backyard. And that started me down this entire rabbit hole of research and investigation. I started with aerospace first.
Yeah, so that's what sparked this whole thing. How old were you?
7 years old. I just turned 7.
You know what's crazy too is there's a lot of reports of UFO sightings in schools. I think there's the most of them in our schools. I'm sure you're familiar with the Zimbabwe, or no, where was that? There was an Africa,
In South Africa, there's one in Russia by school.
Yeah.
You're right. There's by schools a lot.
There's one famous one I was just talking to a guy about that happened in Africa. I'm forgetting the name of the actual name of the school, but there was a actual like the whole report of beings coming out of the craft and like telepathically communicating with the kids
In broad daylight.
broad daylight. Yeah, there's many accounts of UFO sightings in schools.
Yeah.
You said you were 7 years old, 8 years old. Wow. So what was life like growing up down there?
That was pretty tough. I mean, I can remember seeing the yellow chalk, in the streets, people getting shot, killed, stabbed, coming home, and the cops would be all around because somebody stabbed somebody. A neighbor would rob another neighbor. It was wild.
What does that do to a 7-year-old growing up? Like, how does that affect you as you're maturing and entering your teenage years and all that?
That's pretty tough. I saw how it really, for me, my brain was able to process things a little differently. I always thought, I have to get out of here. I need to get an escape. My brother, on the other hand, for example, he was only 1 year younger than me, born in the same month, just a few days later. He ended up going down the other fork of the road, life of crime. Ended up being 10 years in prison for simple murder, robbery, stuff like that. My sister, I saw how it affected her. She ended up was headed towards the Olympics. She was a great runner. Ended up getting pregnant at a very early age, and then moving out like I did at 16, and just kind of lost that. But she still became very successful in law enforcement. But I just saw how it rocked us. It created a dysfunctional family situation. It really messed us up mentally. For whatever reason, for me, I never let it affect my school studies. I was very studious. I was always looking and digging for more information and more knowledge. Studying and researching and reading books was my escape to another dimension. Pretty much, that's how I escaped. I remember the encyclopedia salesman came to the door, and you used to go door to door back then, and offered my mom an entire set, like no credit, no nothing, and she just paid $30 a month. She didn't have the money, but she took the set. The guy came back one time, never came back again. So I had this whole set of encyclopedia mechanics. I had biology, psychology, physics, and economics. That was for me. That was like my escape. And I knew that one day I would get out of that neighborhood because I realized one thing. I had sold some toys that I had, some broken toys, and beautiful for donations because I had no money for the ice cream truck. Everybody was going to. I just wanted bubble gum. I couldn't get bubble gum. We couldn't even afford bubble gum. We were eating Cairo syrup and toast. We get some donations or some things from some neighbors. We had some food to eat. It's pretty tough thickness. We eat like cereal with water and stuff like that. And so I went door to door selling my toys, and I took this famous picture that I had with like the change and money in my hand that I had gotten. And I realized at that moment, I had an epiphany, like that was the moment that changed me because I realized I was going to save myself. I just knew it. I said, there's nobody coming to save me. It's going to be me that's going to get me out of this situation. And from that moment on, I was only 7. That was what I realized. I started putting plans in place, things in place, and working on ideas and concepts that would help me in the future to escape that location, that place that I was in, which I eventually did.
Was there any sort of mentor figures in your life that you could follow in their footsteps to help guide you along this path and figure out steps to get out of the situation?
Unfortunately, there was no human mentor or dimension persons. It was just the books that I was reading. I was reading books. I was devouring books like you wouldn't believe. I was reading real books, not like See Jack Run and stuff like that. I was reading novels. I remember at a very young age reading Jack London, The Seagulls, and books like that. So just understanding the perception, the concept through some of the psychology books I was reading, and stuff like that. I was like, okay, I was getting at a young age, fortunately. And one thing that my father did do, he made me do book reports every single week since I was little. And so those book reports, it's not like you read something and you just, a lot of people forget they have no comprehension or reading comprehension. And when you do a book report, it forces reading comprehension.
So I was comprehending. So that regimen of doing all those book reports for all those years, every single week, it developed in me this ability to comprehend what I was reading and be analytical and be able to ask questions, and then be able to ask myself a question and then go research my own question and find the answer to that question. So that really helped me. That was one of the best things he ever did for me, which is why I dedicated myself to book.
At what point did you become so fascinated in like ancient civilizations and cosmology and all of this kind of stuff?
It's really interesting. So I really kind of early age, I was interested in it. I wasn't fascinated yet. I was like, pyramids, the 7 wonders of the world. So reading books about it. I was like, wow, I'd like to see these one day. But it wasn't this burning passion desire yet. It didn't really happen for me until much later. I think it was, let's see, Justin right now, my youngest son is 20, going to be 23 soon. So it was 25 years ago. I was looking into, pyramids and structures, and I realized that these things seem technological in some kind of way, ready to be constructed. I started really understanding that we didn't have the technological capability right now to duplicate some of these things. But I got to go somewhere. I need to go somewhere to see something that's ancient, that's built, and that's not going to cost me that much money because I didn't have a lot of time. And that was kind of close. The first time leaving the country, I went to Mexico. I went to Chichen Itza, the Yucatan Peninsula, and so I flew into Mexico. And I thought I was rich because I converted $500 American back then into Mexican pesos, and I had all this money. And then a sandwich cost like $100, and I said, "Oh, I'm not rich." But I went down there in that bus through the jungle to get to Chichen Itza, and then this whole incredible place opens up when you get there and you see it. And I was just like blown away. I climbed the building, school requirements you can't do anymore. They stopped people from doing that now because unfortunately something was happening with some forest defecating up there, some crazy thing. But I took a famous picture of myself at the top of that, and I just realized, wow, this is what I really want to do. I want to travel to see these things. Much later, though, about 2010, I had this very strange experience, which took a long time to talk about because it was a bad experience for me in some ways. In some ways it was good, in some ways it was bad. It was like one of the catalysts for my divorce. Even one of my sons is still kind of standoffish because of it. But I had this experience in the house where, from my perspective, sitting here watching ESPN Sports at 9 o'clock p.m., the room turned lavender. I looked over my left shoulder, the TV shut off too. I looked over my left shoulder, I thought my boys were playing a trick on me. And I turned back, 2 what we would describe as gray aliens were in my face. And I didn't know what to do. I tried to scream, no sound was coming out of my throat. Whatever they were doing was making my brain shake in my skull. And then as fast as that happened, they just turned around and they kind of dangled away. They didn't even walk like a regular walk. It was like a dangle. I can't really explain it. And then the lights came back, the TV came back. I ran around the house frantic. Nobody heard us or anything. It scared the hell out of everybody, especially my wife at the time. She had just thought that enough. That was like the last straw. I didn't talk about it for a long time. It never went publicly until probably maybe a couple years ago or so. Because I really got nothing out of it, negativity. But I felt like it was time to really start explaining this. And the reason why I'm bringing them out, based on the question, is because one thing that the part that was good out of that situation was this phrase, worldwide telescope, burning in my mind over and over again. It just came out of nowhere. Worldwide telescope, worldwide telescope, worldwide telescope. I get up, I go on my computer, I go to insight.com, back then. This was what's the name. What year was it? This is 2010. Okay. I type in worldwide telescope, and then worldwidetelescope.org is the first search result. I almost fell out of it. I click on it. Back then, you had to download the software and install it. Now you can just use it without installing it. It's optional because it's 18.5 out. But anyway, I installed the software. I opened it up. It gives you the sky view. You can go into 2 mess infrared mode, all these satellite modes. It gives you all the space probe data for all the missions that they've gone off into space. And it gives you access to the data and also the rover images from the perspective of the rovers on Mars. And it's all publicly available. Taxes pay for all this. And so you log in, I saw Mars. Interesting. You click on Mars. Then for Mars, I go and I see panorama. I go, okay. Then I see rovers. Rovers are in there. I click on opportunity rover. Now I'm on the mass cam. I'm zooming in, zooming out, panning left and right. And I started seeing anomalies. But the anomalies that I was seeing to answer your question are things that look similar to ancient structures on Earth. And I go, wait a minute. Is this really Mars? So I start downloading these images and screenshotting them and analyzing them. And they're really Mars images hosted on Caltech servers, some are on Washington.edu. And I'm like, this is incredible. So I start comparing to now. I've got a really crazy passion for this. Now I'm hunting down every ancient site, trying to see how do these sites connect to what I'm seeing going on Mars. And then I came across the religion, the seven tablets of creation, ancient scenario, and it talks about they had beings named Egyptians living on Mars, running a concurrent civilization that was on Earth and both on Mars. And that just blew me away. From there, I just dove head first into the whole thing.
This was immediately after you had this encounter or sighting in your living room.
Yes, it was.
And so you had just this idea of, what was it called? Worldwide telescope first in your mind.
Yeah.
So you think, what do you think? Do you think that they were trying to communicate this to you to find this stuff?
That's the only thing I can think of. They didn't give me anything like a telepathic that I could understand in terms of words, like English language, but my brain was shaking in my skull. Like, it was painful. And then it just stopped, and then they just left. But that phrase is over and over thousands of times.
Now, when you said the room turned a specific color and the TV went on,
Yeah, turned lavender.
Did anybody else hear the TV go off or see the color change?
Listen to this. The house was full. I had two daughters in the two rooms on the east wing, three boys on the west wing, and their rooms upstairs. It was a split floor plan. Wife at the time in the master bedroom, first floor, behind the living room on the other side of the wall that I was sitting in the family room, and nobody heard, saw anything. Nobody came out of their rooms. Nobody saw anything. All they did was get frantic and scared, and it would cause all kind of problems, arguments.
They got frantic and scared because you told them about it immediately.
Yeah, and I was hyped. You know what I mean? It just happened to me. What had just happened was totally unreal, like a real close encounter. The fifth kind, and it just freaked everybody out. It was it's still today. My son Giovanni says, I'm afraid to go to your house, and that's still, he's 27.
Is this the only time anything like this has happened to you, besides the using that UFO in your front yard when you were 7?
That's it. All the time. It never happened again. Yeah. But I've been on this path of discovery to ancient civilizations ever since, based on what I saw on there. And since I've come across that worldwide telescope, I put together a team of anomaly hunters, and we actually hunt space anomalies through most of this data. And we've downloaded now over 1 million images from NASA, Caltech, Washington.edu, and all the other European Space Agency, India Space Agency, and Russian Space Agency. And we've cataloged over 60,000 space anomalies, most of which, a lot of them have made the news, CNN, Fox, you name it, they've been on TV and everything.
To you, what are the most astounding anomalies or photos that are on Mars that really blow your mind?
There's so many. But
and is there a way we can see them on here?
Yeah, maybe we could probably go in. So if we go to,
pardon this.
Hey, we're on Mars.
Like Mars.
We're on Mars. Now, you see that rock on the right there?
Yeah.
Let's zoom in over there. Yeah, zoom in pretty close to that one. Let me see if this is. Oh, to the right, a little bit more to the right. Okay, zoom in over there.
Wow, this is pretty incredible, the resolution of this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. You'll see an anomaly right there, first of all. You see this one on the left right there? Right next left to the X, or the plus sign, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That is not a rock.
Sitting on top of the flat one, you mean? With like a seagull almost sitting there?
Well, no, you see that big triangular shape?
Yes.
That's not a rock. It's got symmetry. It has 3 open places on it. If you zoom out just a tiny here, I don't know if you can do that. Yeah. So you can see, now look at the surrounding terrain outside of this, what looks like debris up there.
Right.
That particular object doesn't appear to be a rock from the surrounding terrain. If you look at it, I've never seen a rock. So you have to compare what rocks look like to an Earth. I've just never seen a rock that just stands up like that and has that type of shape.
and has some type of structure to it. If you were able to take that and pull it into a photo program and really zoom in close with an actual magnifying glass, because when you use a magnifying glass, you don't lose the resolution like you do when you're zooming in with computers.
Right.
And so then all of a sudden you begin to see all the aspects of the anomaly. So that's something that we would catalog as an anomaly. Now, if you zoom out, let's show you. See if I can find one more in this area. But
yeah, but there's like a whole like cluster of
all that's all debris.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, all that stuff there is actually artificial. A lot of that stuff is not rocks. If you scroll,
when you say artificial, what do you mean specifically?
In other words, I think that some of that stuff is broken pieces of something. There was a global flood on Mars. And the evidence of this is a lot of the things that we do find appear to be partially submerged in some of the sand, which looks like wet sand. We know that there is mud there, and now we also know that there's billions of tons of liquid water because they've announced it officially.
Couldn't that be fragmented parts of a comet or an asteroid?
It's possible. It's possible, but it's very hard.
It looks like there's kind of a crater behind it.
Well, that's actually not a crater. That's just a little bit of a area behind the hill. That's like you come up that little hill, it's actually not even that steep of a hill. And that area behind it's not that large. There's a measuring tool that you have in there too. You can measure the size of this stuff. Right. That thing right there is only like 4 or 5 feet tall. That piece there. But if you scroll to the right more, there's a piece sticking out of a hill. Let me see if I can find it again. It's been a long time.
Look at that little shiny area, like white.
That's water and frozen. That's frozen water, basically.
How much water did you say there is on Mars?
They've now found billions of tons of liquid water, and they've officially announced it. They actually,
is this underneath the surface?
No, they found a surface lake, 12 hectares lake. They found. They've also found other pools of water, and they even showed on a NASA press release on video during the day. I think it was about 4 years ago. Water coming down the side of the mountain.
Really?
Yeah. So there's a lot of water there. I'll keep going a little bit more. Okay, zoom in right there where your arrow is, where your cursor was. I'm sorry. Yeah, right there. Yeah, right on that one. Zoom in there. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a similar rock to the other one, right? It looks almost the same.
It's pretty similar, but it's something that's sticking out of the side and hanging over the ledge of a hill. Now, if you look at the back piece or on an image program, you can see that it's connected. It's just really, really dusty. Yeah, but there's something that connects that whole piece at the top on that hill. Again, just another anomaly. Again, it's hard to find rocks that are shaped like that. It doesn't match the surrounding terrain. You can see the front piece of it to the left, almost at the edge of the screen, top left, right there. Yeah, a little bit more. It's one connected piece. Interesting. Yeah.
Now, is there any objects that look like they were man-made or anything? Like, what would you say on here resembles things that we have on Earth? Besides these rocks, all these are like rocks.
Yeah, we got to go through a whole bunch of programs. So to go back out, we'll have to go find another panorama. What is that? That's a weird thing.
What is that?
But that's an object that is really bizarre. Again, you look at the surrounding terrain, it doesn't seem to match. It went viral. This one made the news and everything. It made all the mainstream news.
Now, what happened? So go to that link, that NASA link to the right. I want to see what this looks like. Yeah.
He was just too big for the weight class. He shouldn't have been making that weight.
So this is a source photo of that.
Yeah.
And this is an area zoomed in. So somewhere in here, we're like, where's Waldo? And you can see that.
Yeah, you'll have to zoom and find it.
I mean, this will take us forever. We don't. Holy crap, that's crazy. Look at that resolution.
Crazy.
That is incredible.
It takes us hours to find the anomalies because we literally scan centimeter by centimeter. We take the image that big and go centimeter by centimeter with your magnifying glass.
Yeah. Go to some of the other photos in Facebook. To you, what stands out the most out of all of these anomalies?
Okay, go forward. Looking at the forward on my Facebook. These two are amazing. They've been on the news. These tubes run for miles. They're huge. They're massive. They actually are these tubes that run in and out and all around the planet in certain areas. and they're hollow on the inside, and they're not rocks, clearly. And what's interesting is if you see where the arrow is, down from the arrow, you see where two tubes kind of almost run into each other. They have these rib type things that are keeping the two, the structure open, so it's hollow on the inside. The purpose of it, nobody ever did. Huh. Yeah. And they run for miles. But what do you speculate? I think there's transportation or navigation underneath. Everything for me, I think it makes sense to build underground there. Really? This is the first thing that I found. This is my very first anomaly. Now look at this. All I did was I just pulled out the anomaly and blew it up. I just spread it out. There's no enhancement. There's no anything. But I'm labeling them. One looks to be on the left, looks like technology. The other thing looks like a Sphinx type of an object, and the other thing looks like again more technology. Just in my eyes, what I see there in the background would be a pyramid. I don't know. But to me, these things don't look like they belong in the area. There's even something to the far right that left arrow that is also a anomaly. If you go to another one, what's that doing on Mars? That's not a rover. NASA, when we emailed them, they said they don't know what it is. They said,
Is that the actual size? Or is it supposed to be magnified in that sort of way?
it's magnified. It's up there in the right corner. See it up there in the right corner.
Oh, yeah.
It's sitting right out there. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Pull up that NASA link in the description. Awesome. See if we can find this one. Okay, it's right there. Can't zoom in any farther. Technology won't allow you. 2022. Wow. Yeah, that is strange.
Now, what things, I mean, anybody who sees something like this for the first time, they're going to go crazy, and they're going to dig into this stuff. And this was one more I got to show you before we go on. I got to extend this here after.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go down, right there. This one, up, right there. Now, what's that doing on Mars? That's the last image taken by Spirit Rover before it went offline, and never broadcast another image ever again.
When was it taken?
That's Spirit Rover's last image. That was probably about maybe almost a year ago now.
Click on the, let's look at the source link from NASA's website. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is incredible, right? It almost looks like a DeLorean with like a camping traveler thing on top.
You see the shadow on your back. I can only look at the troops, the gun troops.
Yeah, that is wild.
That's huge. So there's even a thing up here that looks like an airplane, which is on this same photo file.
So, I'm so fascinated by this stuff, but the problem is, you could spend so much time on these websites looking at this stuff and finding stuff, but you can't do anything. Yeah, all you can do is just blow people's mind, but no one will take it seriously.
Well, I think it's actually has been taken seriously because now there are really millions of people following us on the anomaly pages that we have in anomaly groups. Some groups have 140, 150,000 people in each group, and these people have now become researchers and dig into it. But what it does for me, it verifies the fact that anomalies are there that are unexplainable, even though we're not there. They don't look like rocks. Even NASA says they don't know what they are. If you read the Illumination, the creation of the Arthur Assis epic, when they talk about the EGs occupying and living on Mars with advanced technology and visiting and going back and forth from Mars to Earth, this to me verifies that story with the future scenarios happening.
Okay, those tablets, I don't know what you said, but
the Illumination, the 7 tablets of creation, one of the most English. The Bible is plagiarized from the Old Testament, plagiarized from the English. A lot of the Old Testament is coming from there. They kept out a lot of the stuff talking about beings living on other planets. In the modern day Bible, God is actually mistranslated as God singular, when in true reality, when you go back to the ancient text, it is God S. They took off the S to make it monotheistic mindset. And then you realize that it's when you read the Hebrew English and the Asis epic, you realize they copied all that ancient text and put it into a lot of it into the Old Testament of the modern Bible.
So is this all written in stone?
Yeah, it's all written in stone.
These are literal stone tablets.
Stone tablets, cuneiform stone tablets. I've done lectures on this stuff. I've done a 12-hour lecture just on the Hebrew English, 12 hours just on the Asis.
How did you get your hands on this? Did you read them from images of them, or how did
Here's the beautiful thing. These have been translated into hundreds. So Cambridge and the British Museum have translations, and then UCLA did an amazing thing. There's over 1 million tablets that have now been operating. They've got hundreds of thousands translated. UCLA cataloged all the tablets digitally online and made an online tablet translator called a UCLA CDLI Cuneiform Digital Library. And you can go there and take a tablet off the shelf and drop it into a translator and read it for yourself.
No way.
Yeah,
that's pretty wild. And you did this.
Oh, yeah, I've done this. I've been to the British Museum in person as well. I've been to the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England as well, and looked at these tablets with my own eyes. And I've got pictures of me obviously standing next to them. But they're real tablets, and I've done lectures on this for the last 4 or 5 years. These tablets are amazing because this is as close as we're going to get to the truth. And we're talking about beings living on other planets, coming to this planet, engaging mankind, teaching mankind about weapons, war, genetically modifying humans for the purpose of turning us into slaves, do a lot of labor for them, and living on Mars. And
How many years ago was tablets created?
The most recent version is back around 6,000, 7,000 years ago, which is why it was a translated site, which is why the Bible, people who believe in the Bible, believe the earth is only 6,000 years old because the story is copied from 6,000 year old tablets. That's the beginning of the creation of the earth is in the Hebrew English. That's actually the creation of our entire solar system. The earth is just a small part.
What civilization was 6,000 years ago?
The Sumerians.
Those were the first humans?
No, they weren't the first humans, but it was the beginning of
organized.
Yeah, it wasn't even really the beginning. It's just far back as we can go. Now we can go back a little further. Other recently, we go back to Tepe and Derekuyu in Turkey. Now,
but like the official narrative of the history of humanity was around 200,000 years ago. Is that right? And that was supposed to be the Stone Age.
Homo sapiens shows up all of a sudden out of nowhere, right? And then within a short period of time, obtains and learns all this knowledge. According to the Book of Enoch, which is one of these apocryphal books left out of the Bible, but he's important because he's mentioned in the Bible. Enoch, the Book of Enoch. These beings came from heaven to earth. And then they named their names. They taught human beings how to technology, how to make weapons, how to even make beer and all sorts of crazy stuff. And then they took Enoch on a trip to the Earth's atmosphere and beyond. And he saw the Earth in the shape of the planet as a sphere. How he saw that he was living on a giant ball, and then brought him down. Yeah, this is all in the Book of Enoch. The only Bible that has the Book of Enoch in it is the Ethiopian Bible. It's the only Bible in the world that actually incorporated the Book of Enoch into their canonized text. The rest of the biblical Bibles omitted the Book of Enoch. The wars of these gods can be found in the Book of Deuteronomy. The wars of the gods. These are the Atlantean wars. Everybody's trying to figure out what happened. It's in the Book of Deuteronomy in the Bible. So all the wars are right there.
But you say a lot of this is omitted from the Bible, right?
Yeah, but the Deuteronomy is actually in
the Deuteronomy. And so what is the Deuteronomy?
It's a book in the Bible.
It's a book in the Bible.
The modern day Bible. Anybody can go open the Bible and go, oh, Deuteronomy, you read this. They don't read it, especially the Bible stuff. The reason why is because you have God, which is actually God's Torah. going to war against other gods and other towns and cities and other regions of the planet, and sending human beings to these places to go to battle, and sending angels with them with battle gear on to fight and kill. And the words are, go there, get in, kill the women, kill the children, kill the animals if need be, and if you see any women that you like, you can rape them. These are the exact words used. I want you to get a Bible and look it up. And if you decide to rape them, decide you want to keep his life, you can take them. But bring the spoils of war back to me. This is these internal battles going on from one region of the world to another region of the world, stealing and fighting over healing and resources. These people have become so evil, fighting against each other and utilizing human beings as chattel. And that's all in the book of Enoch. So God is good and loving, and he's the same all the time. And all of a sudden you read the book of Enoch and you go, what's going on? You look at Deuteronomy, what's going on here? These aren't exactly the stories that describe. I don't think it's talking about the creative universe in that book.
So, okay, I want to unpack this in kind of like a linear timeline of your personal discovery of this. So, you had that experience in your living room. You decided to go on the Telescope website, go to Telescope and find all these things. At what point did you decide, become aware of these ancient texts and go translate them and learn about them?
When I started Googling and trying to find if anybody was looking at these anomalies, I came across information about the Anunnaki. That's the name of the beings that, according to the text, came from heaven to earth. And in the Egyptian culture, they call them the Natural. And so they came to earth and turned mud into a kingdom. In the Bible, they call them the Anunnaki. They have these names in all different cultures. They all show up around the same time in every culture. And I started finding more instances of them. In every culture I looked into around the same time period, I go, these people really came here at some point in the distant past. It seems to be now around 450,000 years ago they arrived. And about 200,000 years ago, according to the text, not me, they started genetically tinkering with human beings, saying they were adding their essence to them to get us to be related to them. So around 200,000 years ago, they started tinkering with us. And there's a famous cylinder scroll, and it's a text of the British Museum with Isis, the goddess Isis, who was one of the original Sumerian pantheon, not Egyptian. Sumerian. And she's holding up a baby, and she says, the first Adam, which means first man, my hands have created it. And she claims to have taken in the text, taken this baby's return from 10 months up in her own womb to create the more modern version of Homo sapiens sapiens.
Okay, so what is in your description? What was the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki, well, the term itself means those who came from every earth. And these Anunnaki are beings that came from outside of Earth to Earth, many different places potentially. Just like if you were to travel to Mars, right? You met a Martian, they say, where are you from? You say, I'm an Earthman. You would say, from Tampa. Correct, right? So it's the same thing, generalized term. And so, but these Anunnaki, these are the original Atlantean people. They created an Atlantean civilization. How do I know this? The tablets, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which is my first book, is about the Emerald Tablets. It's a bestseller right now. It's #1 out of 3 million books on Amazon. Why? Because it's talking about the gentleman that ruled over the land of Canada for 14,000 years. He left behind these tablets. He authored himself. He didn't have a scribe write them. Back in the day, it was typical. If you were considered a god, you have a scribe write the work. He wrote it himself. He talks about the Great Flood. He talks about civilization declining and having to be brought back to a high level. He talks about all this stuff in the Emerald Tablets, and he covers everything from A to B. He talks about having technology in the Emerald Tablets. And he has a ship that doesn't sail in the ocean, it flies into the sky until the Earth disappears, and then it gets to the place appointed, then it descends from the sky back down to the land. This is 36,000-year-old text. And what's interesting about this text, where Jesus is talking in the Bible, quoted as being saying things in the New Testament of the Bible, I have side by side the verses from the Bible and the verses from both the Atlantean. Guess what? They're the same. But which came first, the chicken or the egg? One is 2,000 years old, and the other one is 36,000.
Yeah. Well, the fascinating thing, I've had Randall Carson on here, and he told me all about the great floods, the younger dryas cataclysms that happened. I think it was like 12,500 years ago.
Yes.
Which was a series. It's actually scientific geological evidence of a series of cataclysms that happened. That could have been comets, could have been volcanoes. There's a multitude of things, but I think the evidence points to mostly it was comets, a series of comets from the Florida meteor stream that came and wiped out a majority of living species on Earth. And you can see that through not only geological evidence, black mat layers of ash that are frozen underneath ice, but there's also evidence from when they look at the climate on Earth from throughout history.
Yeah, you can look at the ice cores.
The ice cores, right? They think they drilled like miles of ice cores in Antarctica.
Yes. You can see several global floods that happen.
Several.
Yeah, so the Younger Dryas is just one.
Which is apparently the most recent one, right?
Most recent one is the Younger Dryas. It decimated the entire ice sheet, sending water and mass of ice into the ocean, creating a global flood, which would have been the most recent flood we've had. Even all the way down to Africa, to the tip of Africa, this thing created floods, which is why I believe the Sphinx is much older than we think, because the Sphinx couldn't have been built 12,000 years ago. It had to be built prior to that Younger Dryas era.
Another fascinating thing, going back to evidence of this, of the evidence proving that the timeline, the official narrative and timeline of these civilizations, especially when it comes to Egypt, is way off. I had this guy, Ben Kirkwick is a YouTube channel called Uncharted X, and he goes to, he basically discovered this evidence in Egypt of these basalt rocks and these pieces of granite that have been clearly sheathed with there's like core drills, or perfectly circular cores taken out of this rock, and on like the Mohs scale of hardness of like the hardest and softest rocks on Earth. These are like the top 3 hardest rocks that exist on Earth. And even today, it would be extremely difficult for us to carve through stone with the tools that we have today. And these like perfectly, there's these giant like 8-ton rocks that look like they were cut with, it looks like it was a hot knife cutting through butter. With how perfect they are, how perfectly symmetrical they are. Yes. And some of this evidence is astounding, and it can't even be explained. In addition to that, there's the pottery that's made out of these rocks. That is perfect. It looks like it was pottery that was thrown on a wheel, but it's the hardest stones that exist on Earth.
Those stones can be cut, those stones are diamonds.
Right, exactly. And that's the first time I became aware of actual physical evidence that cannot be explained by modern science or academia. And they don't really entertain the conversation when people try to talk about it or people try to confront them about it.
Because it goes against the standard flows, the theory or the themes they've already set up, and this is the way we want to have it, this is the way we want to say it, because if we change it now, it's going to put so many questions and it's going to also destroy a lot of fears.
Yeah, that's the problem with it, right? People have, there's a lot tied up when it comes to money, especially when it comes to like governments that rely, like in Egypt, I know that a huge part of their revenue stream is tourism. Yeah. And that relies on telling the story of the ancient Egyptians. How many times have you been to Egypt? 4 times. 4 times.
I took a tour there 7 people. I just got back. I had the largest tour ever taken to those sites. We had VIP access. I was the tour guide and the speaker. They gave me access. They took Giza out. Everybody out. Forbidden knowledge is here. We had private access to the grand gallery of the pyramid. We're in there meditating. We're going underneath the pyramid, going in the shaft, going into the king's chamber. Private access to the great Sphinx, military guards to go down there and actually got some of the underground shafts that exist. That the Sphinx that people don't exist. But there's a few photos. It's pretty wild stuff. Why they go way down? You can't even see the bottom. And then we extend in the middle of the Sphinx's paws and touch the dream stella. it's pretty cool. So I took the whole crew, everybody that came, we took them down there. They had a great time. Took them out to the desert to Dendera, hidden crypts that were never opened before. I took them to a temple of Isis on the property of Dendera, which has been locked for 30 years. And the temple priest gave me the key to open it and let my people in. And we saw technology on the wall, jet killers with electrical cables connected to what looked like light bulbs in 15 conditions. Not the ones underneath the underground crypts of Dendera, but that everybody knows on TV, but the ones that nobody's ever seen before. They're in there. So we had a great trip, and I showed them evidence of technology all over the place, including the temple of Seti at Abydos, with the helicopter, the tank, the airplane, and the submarine hieroglyphs. And it just blew everybody away.
Yeah, Austin, maybe you can pull up some of the Uncharted X photos of some of the stones that are out there. But I mean, he was talking about in some of these pyramids, I think from one of the main ones is Saqqara, and there's like these 8 to 10 ton granite boxes that are in there that are like perfectly symmetrical and smooth. And one of the things that he said that really stood out to him was on these giant granite boxes that look like they are created by some sort of super advanced technology. The hieroglyphs look like these kindergartners that just found this and started carving stuff into it, because it looks like stone chisels were used to carve these hieroglyphs, but it's not the same it's not the same technology.
Somebody found it much later and started playing around with it, which happened. A lot of the stuff in Egypt, the dynastic era, was already there when the dynastic era started. So a lot of the things that are really megalithic and really old were there. They inherited those things. If you go to Mexico, where the Teotihuacan complex is located, which is a mirror of the Giza Plateau, with 3 pyramids lining with Orion, the pyramid of the sun, pyramid of the moon, and so forth. Those structures were there before the Mayans got there. And even the Mexicans will tell you that the Mayans inherited this work. They built nothing. They even teach that in university. They built nothing. Matter of fact, the Mayans didn't know who built that stuff, so they named it Teotihuacan. That's where the name came from. When you go to the ancient text, you find out who built it. Though the Atlantean, who ruled over the land of Canaan, ancient Egypt, he left because he was battling with his brother, Marduk, in the Bible. But Marduk is also known to the Egyptians as Amun Ra. This is what people say, amen, at the end of every prayer. Each one said, at the end of every giving thanks, you say my name. That's where amen comes from. He left because of battling with his brother, and he went to Mesoamerica, and he took Olmecs with him. And they kickstarted and built the Teotihuacan civilization. So the evidence is all there. It's all in the tablets.
And so what was his name? What the Atlantean?
Thoth, T-H-O-T-H. Thoth. Some people say Thoth or Thoth. I call him Thoth. In Sumerian, he's known as Negazita. In the Mexico or the Mesoamerican area, like Teotihuacan and Chichen Itza, he's known as Kukulkan, North Kocha. He's the flying serpent, all these different names. Just like in Greece, he's known as Hermes. In Rome, he's known as Mercury, Odin. If you go to the Library of Congress, there's 2 gigantic doors. And they have both the Atlantean on one side and Odin on the other.
And how many years ago was he, apparently, according to the text?
54,000 BC is
which is how many years ago from today?
That's a long time ago. We're talking about 56,000 years ago. Yeah, 56,000. Yeah. In his text, in his tablets, he says he went to the land of Ham to re-kickstart civilization after the flood. Means it was already an eye level before the flood, but wherever disaster happened, the temple was coming up out of the mud, and he went and rebuilt it. He said, I built the Great Pyramid, patterned after Earth's force. So he takes claim to building the Great Pyramid. It wasn't Khufu.
Right. It wasn't Khufu. Yeah, it definitely was not the dynastic Egyptians that built that. But why don't you think that, like, modern academia and people in the quote-unquote Egyptologists, why won't they entertain these conversations?
It's just now starting to be entertained by Egyptologists. When I go to Egypt, I'm famous. The Egyptologists flock to me. Really? They ask for autographs, they take photos with me. The photos are all online. And I'm like, everywhere I go in Egypt, I'm famous because I'm saying the things that they want to say. We did a live podcast on the Nile, and the Egyptologist was there, and she said, We love Billy because he's saying things that we can't say we lose our jobs, and we believe everything he's saying. We know this for a fact. We grew up learning about this thing, the real truth about our history, but we can't speak it to the general population, or we're in big trouble. And so that's why they love me there. But they've already adopted it. The Egyptologists, the homegrown ones, have already adopted this information. The foreign ones haven't. But the big problem with this information is that it's detrimental to the system and the status quo. It literally would break down religious systems overnight. We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar system that generates a lot of money for a lot of people. And those religious systems donate a lot of money to politics. Yeah. And I'm talking about millions of dollars a year, right? And so all of a sudden that goes away. A religious system collapsed globally would definitely affect the global economy almost overnight. So that will go away because people realize the information that they have been brought up learning is actually severely inaccurate, and that the information is based on plagiarized tablets. And the real stories are in the tablets. A full, unedited, undoctored human, without going to change these words around here and there, that's not done in the tablets. The tablets is what it says. When you come to the Bible, all of a sudden you get to a lot of text like Jesus saying, honor your slave masters, you honor me. You think that this guy would really say something like that? He's all this light being, it's all about love and salvation, and they tell you now, oh, you could obey that slave master. That's somebody, let me type this in there because it's going to benefit us when you write this in. We can tell the slaves, hey, you see what Jesus said, you better listen to Jesus. So this is a lot of twisting and turning. The Bible is a remix, is what it really is. And so all of a sudden you bring this new information, all this stuff collapses overnight. We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar control system. Gone like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of similar to what happened when the dynastic Egyptians found those structures and carved new pharaohs' faces in them and changed the name.
Right. Same thing. If we sat here, if we said we had 10 more people in this room, we sat in a circle, and I whispered something into one person's ear and said, take it around the entire room. When it gets back to my other ear, the story ain't going to be exactly the same. It'll be close, but it won't be right.
Wow. That is fascinating.
That's why I look at tablets, because I know, I'm not saying you're 100% accurate, but they're as close as I could possibly get. I'm taking out all these other steps in between that have happened between Islam and Christianity and Buddhism and all these other religions that have taken from the same tablets. And now I'm getting as close as possible to the original source that I possibly can. So I'm reducing some of the errors, effect there.
Yeah, what do you think would happen if people became aware, or if people suddenly realized that hypothetically one of these UFOs landed on the quote-unquote White House lawn, like they said, what would happen to society? Would it really fall apart? What would be the implications?
Well, I think at this point now, the tradition is so much with movies and stuff like that. There's two ways to go. One way it can go, finally, where you guys been? We need some help here. The other way it can go is, people become worshipers right away, because we have this gene, this worship gene, which is inserted into the human genome. We know this now because scientists have actually found the worship gene. You can turn it on and they can turn it actually off. Yes, we have a worship gene. That's right. And so it makes us want to worship something outside of ourselves, when in true reality we should find the power inside. And this is inserted by the Illuminati. That's my hypothesis. But this gene has been found, but this happened around 200,000 years ago. Now, something else happened at the same time. Chromosome number 2 in the human body was pulled out, fused together, and then 2 telomere caps put on each end. Telomere caps have our genetic material that allow our cells to replicate. It has the biological buffer material. Now, when the buffer material runs out, that's when the body starts the death process. Now, around 200,000 years ago is when the tablets say this occurred. the Tower of Babel incident, which made it into the modern day Bible. The Tower of Babel incident, where in the Bible, it's God comes back, Yeshua, Yahweh comes back and he sees the people building the towers in heaven. He gets pissed off and he destroys the tower. And he said, "That's it. Man's years will be 120. They'll never live more than that. And I'm going to confuse their languages and separate and spread them out all over the planet so they can't talk to each other." But in the Sumerian tablets, it's actually Enlil, who's Yahweh in the Bible. He comes back and sees this and he goes, "Oh man, these people are getting too smart. They're gonna realize they don't need us to rule over them." So he confused their language, broke everybody up, made different languages. There's only one language at the time. Then the years will be 120, shorten the lifespan. Before then, people were living for hundreds of years. Now the maximum lifespan that they found out at Harvard that a human being could live on average would be 120 for the poison and everything else going on. That's toxicity in the foods and atmosphere. And they discovered they started experimenting with mice, and they were able to stop the degradation of the telomeres and got the mice to live 3 times their normal lifespan. All this information would be mind-blowing information to come out if this truth was really told about our ancient past and what really happened. People would realize we can alter, genetically modify, our lifespans would be short so they would be subjugated and ruled over. We never live long enough to figure out what's going on. But by the time we figure it out, we're gone, and then the next generation starts over from zero again. And so we're at this precipice now. We need to be able to pass this information on from generation to generation, teaching real true ancient history so that we can break this cycle that we're in of this being and being ruled over by a small handful of people. Less than 100 people on this planet control 8 billion people. Less than 100 people run the lives of 8 billion people worldwide. They know what you smell, eat, taste, touch, hear, think. And they control everything you do, where you can go, where you can't go. And so for us to take back control of this planet, we need to know this ancient information. We need to know what happened in the past so we can make a better future, because the past is prologue. We can't take control of this planet until that happens. So to answer your question is this: once people understand this fundamentally, the true reality is we'll take back control of our planet. These beings, they don't land and walk around. They're waiting for us to grow up. I think that the ones that have subjugated us have been long gone after the last pyramid war that happened about 5,000 years ago. And the ones that are looking at us now, that we see these UFOs with these flying around, not all of them are there, some are ours. But the ones that are from other places, they're watching us and they're looking and they're saying, you know what, they're still crawling. They're not ready for us yet. When they learn how to walk, when these 8 billion people, when these 8 billion take back control of their planet and stop allowing less than 100 people to put a boot on their neck and divide them, and all these divide and conquer tactics, they don't love one another, they don't respect one another, they don't respect even themselves. When they grow up past that level, they will show up. Because back in the ancient time, they would show up. People were so, the IQ wasn't there yet. We were just hunter-gatherers looking around, and we didn't have a weapon to fire back at them. Now, somebody shows up, everybody wants to try to take it out of the sky. We want to get this technology, we want to co-opt it, we want to reverse engineer it, we want to weaponize it.
Territorial thermonuclear weapons.
Scary. That's another thing, real quick before we go on. They look at our planet and they go, okay, they know how to split the atom. Interesting. Oh, they've got weapons. Let me check out the codes on these weapons. We know this because UFOs have showed up at military bases and deactivated nukes in broad daylight, as testified before Congress by actual military officers and nuclear physicists. But they say, okay, well, they got all these nukes aimed at their own planet. While they're still on the planet, with no escape hatch. So right there tells you this, and you know what? I disagree with that. So this thing, we're going to keep looking. We have to just monitor and look at the situation and just keep seeing how long will it be before they wake up. That's what I think is happening. So that's why they don't land in there.
Well, you know what? It's crazy. Is they hang out on the fringe of being observable.
Yeah.
They don't make themselves, they obviously have the ability to make themselves completely invisible, but they're choosing not to. Right. Like if you look at the incidents with the fighter pilots, witnessing them talking about, there's multiple fighter pilots, Brian Graves and David Fravor, talking about their reporting flying by these objects, seeing them with their own eyes, additionally seeing them on radars. And we're obviously very aware of it. Like the New York Times is talking about it. So they're making themselves visible to the extent that we can see, holy shit, these things are so much more advanced than we are, right? But they're not actually like landing and saying, aha, here we are, nice to meet you. They're not saying hello.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of a prime directive that they have, just based on observation of what's been going on all this time with all this kind of like, we're here, we're not here, hiding different spectrum colors, we might be a cloud, we might not be a cloud, And it looks like the prime directive as if they have some type of a base law that we don't understand or know about, where they're not fully engaging us in a way that like you're talking about, because we know when we went to Bikini Atoll in the I think this was the late 40s, early 50s, we started testing weapons, nuclear weapons. We took all those islanders and moved them. And these people had never seen airplanes or other people before. They didn't see airplanes. They didn't see anybody but themselves, right? And all of a sudden, they created a cargo cult. They took leaves and sticks out of their bushes and created airplanes out of it, and they worshipped the planes. They tattooed USA on their chest. You got black guys walking around in the bush with USA on their painted on their chest. They make fake guns out of sticks that look like, AK-47s and so forth, automatic weapons. And then they sit down on these man-made runways that they dug out, and they look at the sky for hours, waiting for the sky gods to bring them back more cans of spam. And I think the same thing would happen if a lot of these beings would just engage underdeveloped cultures that we're not ready for certain levels of understanding of technology yet in certain ways. We still got people running around, trying to steal stuff at the checkout at Walmart. There's certain level of IQ and maybe understanding and unconditional love that we need to have for ourselves on this planet, maybe before they just fully engage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many talks there, right, with humanity. Like there's so much desperation on Earth in different parts of the world that breed all these, all these things, like crime, and corruption, and death, and all this stuff. But I mean, going back to the UFO conversation, I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Robin Hansen. He talks about this idea, this concept of Rabbi aliens. And he talks about if there is another alien civilization, there's two options that would choose. There's, say, millions of years ahead of us. It would become a grabby civilization, meaning it would do what us humans do: expand, control as much as we possibly can out into the universe and into multiple star systems. Or they would come to the conclusion that if you want to let these explorers go out and colonize other stars, we'll be essentially letting go of control of them. And they can do whatever they want. They can come back and take us over. We have no control. So they would either choose that to let them go, or they would choose to control everybody or keep everybody on the planet and have like a one-world government and govern the whole entire world and somehow have some sort of security guards, quote-unquote security guards there to make sure no one escapes the planet, or no one, if there are explorers that go out, have fail-safes in place to make sure they don't colonize or become correct. And what his idea of one of his theories for what these modern-day UFOs could be is it could be one of these other civilizations that are just here to make sure we don't become quote-unquote gravity, or we don't expand beyond our solar system. Something around that.
I believe that's pretty accurate. I wrote the documentary for Black Knight Satellite, Beyond the Signal. It just aired, we got a big movie premiere here in some deals, actually. And now it's on my TV network, Signal TV. And it's our #1 documentary right now. It's actually up for 3 film awards right now. And there's this object orbiting Earth that is estimated to be there for 13,000 years. And how we get this number is NSA analyzed the signal from it. A couple of astrophysicists analyzed the signal, and some ham radio operators back in the 50s also got the same signal, all independent, came up with the same translation and decoding of the signal that it was saying it was from the Epsilon Fortis constellation. Now, I heard about this about 10 years ago, and I got really interested in the story, and I realized it was even deeper than that the article about this came out in Time magazine by one of the astronomers that was researching this thing and decoding the signal. And I said, Time magazine took this up in 1960. Then I saw some reports of it following Sputnik. Russia sent Sputnik to orbit the moon and come back. And I said, this thing has course correction. Then they discovered that it was in a polar orbit. It had changed course, went to a polar orbit. Something we couldn't do until just recent times. We didn't even know how to get a polar orbit, orbiting from pole to pole. So in order to create a lot of the megalithic structures you've seen, like the pyramid complex and everything else, you need a polar orbit.
How come we have never had a polar? You're saying something orbiting the Earth, like from an up and down vertical.
Yeah, from pole to pole. So this is the Earth.
Instead of going around the equator,
right,
showing the other it's going.
We just got that maybe, I think we ended up getting it official like in the late 1980s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But this thing has been orbiting in a polar orbit from the 1950s. Everybody was looking up at the sky and tracking things in the sky as people trying to go into space race against Russia. And especially the Sputnik launch in 1960, everybody was looking up at the sky. Everybody was scanning the sky. You get some Mercury stuff going on. And the Black Knight satellite, the object itself is interesting because Epsilon Voltus comes up individually several times. So I looked into Epsilon Voltus, like, well, let me research this place. Found out there's something called a void there. This void is called a Voltus void. It's the largest known void in the universe. It's not even dust in this area. Going on for about 250 million light years. Crazy spanning number like that. And so I saw Mitchell Cochran, the famous spirit physicist, talking about it. And he said that in that void, it looks like light's being bent around that area. And he says that we think that it's potentially it could be a close advanced civilization. And I was like, that's pretty interesting because the Black Knight is giving up this location. Now you're saying it might be a close advanced civilization based on theoretical physicist hypothesis. So I looked into it a little bit deeper and discovered that Voltus is owned by Enlil from the ancient Sumerian tablets. These beings own planets and moons, and some even own constellations. So I'm like, wow.
So there's in these tablets, it says there's a guy named Rothschild who owns,
Enlil owns Rothschild.
Oh, Enlil owns this,
right?
Rothschild's void.
And Enlil was the ruler of the earth at that time. And guess what Enlil had in the tablets? He had the all-seeing eye. The eye of Sauron, which was made into the Lord of the Rings. He had the all-seeing eye. They copied that from the tablets. The Lord of the Rings copied it from the tablets. So he can see, now listen to this, he can see population densities on the planet. He can see who had crops, who didn't have crops. He can see weather patterns all over the earth. And you can only do that with a polar orbiting satellite. Because as the Earth spins in its axis, the satellite's orbiting this way. So as the Earth is as the satellite's orbiting this way, it's taking swaths of data. And it's scanning topography, it's scanning patterns, it's scanning everything you need, right? For barometric pressures and all that kind of stuff. It's scanning density. You can scan for population densities. All that can come from one satellite according to the planet orbit. He had that. He knew what was going on. And he would, unfortunately, was pretty evil dude. But if the humans were getting too outrageous in one area, overpopulating an area, he would just have them killed. He would just, this is an attack. Just kill them. Kill 100,000, kill 200,000. He was riding crops out. He would spray stuff on their crops to dry them out so they could starve to death. All this kind of crazy stuff. This guy was just ruthless. He saw us just as animals. He didn't see us as real sentient beings. So this guy owned Voltus. So I said, wait a minute. So the more I dug into it, I realized that the Black Knight satellite, this object that's still orbiting our planet right now, NASA, it's on NASA server. They call it space junk. Space junk. Yeah, they call it space junk. They don't know what it is. It's been there. The STS-88 mission did a flyby and called a great HD image of this thing. It's about estimated 15 tons. It's in our orbit. Oh yeah, it's in our orbit.
So it's not far out. It's not outer space.
No, it's at Lagrange point 4, I believe. Okay, and it's orbiting out there, and it's still there. They won't mess with it because it makes no sense to mess with it. You don't know what type of self-defense system or mechanism this thing may have. But the reason why I think it's important, based on what you're telling me about the gentleman, is because I believe that this thing is watching us. That's what the whole documentary is about. And I have 20 incredible researchers in the documentary, including quantum physicists in the documentary, and astrophysicists. I think it's watching us, and I believe that it's using quantum entanglement to transmit everything in real time that's going on Earth back to home base at Voltus. and that this could be the Rabbi civilization that we're talking about, that is watching and making sure we don't get too crazy, because they don't want us to be a threat. They talked about us becoming a threat in the Sumerian tablets. In the myth of Adapa, they talked about it. They talked about it in the Asis epic. They talked about it in the epic of Gilgamesh. All these tablets, they talk about us potentially rising up and even superseding them, and making sure that we never find out that we don't need them. This is an ancient tablet, and now finding out that he is the constellation of Vultus is attributed to Enlil, and this thing gives off the signal to Vultus. And even in the NSA documents, which is read in my documentary, it all comes together like, wow, what is going on here? So I think your guys' theory, about Rabbi civilization, I believe it's 100%.
Yeah, it's a fascinating concept. It makes a lot of sense. Another weird thing is which I find fascinating is the trans-medium aspect of these UFOs, like being in the water, going in and under the water. That makes a lot of sense. The oceans are one of the things that we have explored very little of.
Absolutely. You look at Christopher Columbus, in his actual captain's log, he documents. Now think about this. We're talking about 1400, right? There's no light pollution. Something comes up out of the ocean, a bright light, a gigantic bright light comes up out of the ocean and goes off into space. It's documented in his captain's log. You only write down things in the captain's log that are important. Right. And that's it. So something came, listen, that's an anomaly. What is coming up with, there's no light bulb right there. So what is it that came out of the ocean by the ship that can light up the sky?
Yeah, that's pretty complicated.
Yeah.
What I think you mentioned before, I wanted to talk about this, but I've heard you talk about in the tablets there's a different depiction of Adam and Eve, how they were created, and how that relates to the Anunnaki. Can you explain specifically how that was described in the tablets?
So in the tablets, they don't actually make a human being from like dirt, dust, like it says in the Bible. Like, they didn't create no dirt, just make a human being like magic. What they did was there was an existing hominid already on this planet. So the Egyptians were getting ready to go to war. There was going to be a coup against the kings of Earth. So they came from Mars to Earth. The gods, they fell from heaven, but really they were the angels. They were a lower class than the level of ancient Enlil. They didn't call them gods, they were like angels. They fell from heaven to earth. They came from Mars down to earth to go to war. And the Atrahasis, they encircled the camp in Africa of Enlil and Enki and Anu, who was their father. And they get ready to go to battle because the working conditions are harsh. They've been working for 250,000 years on their own. They call the years in shars, so it's a lower number, but each one shar is 3,600 years. So if you add it up, it's 250,000 years. No women was one of the biggest complaints. The biggest complaint was no women. And they felt like they were becoming slaves, even though they were volunteers for this breakaway civilization. And so the war almost happened, but then Enki, who's Enlil's brother, says, I have an idea. There's an existing being here. We're talking about our cousin, not Homo sapien, something else was here already. Our cousin. We can add our essence to it, if you take a horse and a donkey, and you get a mule, and a mule can't make with anything. So they had added their essence to us. We were then a mule. We weren't able to make that. Keep trying to recreate more and more of us hard way. Eventually, they were doing this in a place called in South Africa called Adam's Calendar in Africa, which they discovered this in the first 200-year-old gold mine work. They were putting us to work right away mining gold. But anyway, so from there they said, okay, these clones are here, but it's not working out properly, and that's when Hersak, aka Isis, said, I'm going to take one to turn. She took an egg out of the hominid, peanut some of the genetic material, added their essence to it, and genetically modified the egg in some way. This is what we call a modern scientific term, making a zygote. And in vitro fertilization, in her own womb, 10 months later gave birth to Adamu, which means first man. And the famous cylinder scroll is in the British Museum. We're holding up the baby saying, "My hands are created Adam," and that was Adam. And then after that, there was this tablet that came up called the Myth of Adapa, which is also Adam in a different way. But it talks about the fact that we are created in a way where Enki, for whatever reason, it pissed his brother off. He added something a little extra to us that he wasn't supposed to do. He gave us the capability of having, in the future, of superseding the Anunnaki themselves. And it made the Anunnaki relatives of his jealous of us and angry with us because he had created something that even long term could be better than us. Extra strands of DNA, all this other stuff that he incorporated into our genomes that would allow us eventually one day to rise even above. And nobody knew why he did it, but he got into a battle against his own brother. This is all the ancient tablets.
You know, one of the craziest things to me is that if these beings so much more advanced than we are now, why would they have emotions like jealousy and anger and all these primal sort of emotions? I mean, these sort of things with our species are like the worst thing. Right? They're the reason we go to war and kill each other and people starve.
Yeah, that's a great question. So when you read the beginning of how they started out, it appears that there was a galactic war millions of years ago in the Pleiadian star system. Planets were being destroyed. They had weapons called the Brahmanda weapon, which will destroy any man on 3 worlds. They had these tablets of destiny, which whoever had control can destroy people's planets and moons. Debris. Imagine in this solar system, debris falling everywhere and hitting planets and destroying civilizations. We would flee if we could. People started fleeing these star systems around the Pleiades millions of years ago, creating breakaway civilizations in other parts of the galaxy, different sections altogether. The Anunnaki people, the Atlantean people, they went and started off in another place. They had risen to a high level there. They had done away with the weapons of, this is interesting, weapons of mass destruction. They had a weapon called a WMD. Wow. Yes. And they had done away with them. They were forsaken. But when a small group of these people broke away and came to kickstart a civilization on Earth, they stole some of the WMDs and brought them with them. This is an ancient tablet. They put them hid them in a mountain and swore never to use them. But when they got here and they started doing what they were doing and they started breaking all their own rules, they began to realize there's nobody here to guard us. There's nobody here to stop us from doing this. And they said the creator of all is going to get us. They even believe somebody higher than them. They realized they were acting like the Wild Wild West here. And they started off very strict, and then they gradually, with nobody overseeing them really, they started like going back primal. In other words, the thoughts of war and this and greed and all that crept back in. And eventually somebody went and got the weapons and started fighting each other with weapons. So it was this gradual process over 100,000 years or so between them coming in with a very strict set of rules and engagement and everything else, and the ideologies took just collapsing over time, realizing who's going to stop us? Who's going to tell me I can't do this? Nobody's going to come here and stop me from doing it. There's no law here. And then they just went Rothschild. They went crazy. Yes, they went back. They backslid hard, but it took a couple 100,000 years before they fully backslid. It's like raising a kid, and all of a sudden you're teenage. Now your mom's okay. You can go out tonight. You go out. You go. I'm out. No, my mom ain't here. I can do this. Nobody's gonna tell me to stop doing. So it's kind of like a teenager that gets left out there with no guidance, and that's what happens.
When you create all the content you create, documentaries, videos, and produce all these movies and stuff, do you run into trouble when you try to recruit like mainstream scientists or cosmologists?
I tried to recruit James Webb to do the Black Hole Satellite, and initially he said yes, and then he looked a little bit deeper into what he was talking about. He ran away quick. And then I had another astrophysicist from the university at Nova in David, Florida, and initially he was in, and then he dug a little deeper and said, oh, no. So I've had situations like that. Fortunately, I've gotten on the Travel Channel, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, the Science Channel, Gaia TV. Now I'm on my own TV network. So I've got so much popularity talking about these types of topics and same topics. And so now, and a lot of them have done it in a very professional way. Now I'm coming up, I'm going to be on Ancient Aliens TV series, which is like the longest running series on History Channel right now. And so it had a little bit more credibility. The fact that more people opening up and talking about it, it's on mainstream TV. It's giving people a reason to ask questions and talk about it versus it being some hidden conspiracy thing. And so it's become a little bit easier. When I did the Black Knight, I got probably about 5 or 6 no's, maybe seven no's. And then, but the rest of the other people, they were eager to come on board and share some knowledge and participate in the documentary and many others.
Yeah, we get a lot of backlash from people in the other people in the universities and the college, right? And they even entertain discussions like this.
They think they can use their funding, their grant money. It's all about the money. It's never about the truth or what really happened. It's all about, well, if we do this, they may pull the funding. It's all about how can I pay my bills?
Yeah, I remember even Avi Lowe, the guy who discovered the Oumuamua, talks about this a lot. A lot of people were very angry with him. And, a lot of it is also just jealousy because there's so many people that dedicate their lives to studying these things in their universities, and then one guy decides to step outside the line a little bit, and then they get all this attention. The guy's got a book, a really super popular book, all over the internet.
He's going to be on my network.
Have you ever talked to him?
Not yet, no.
What do you think about that Oumuamua object that you found?
I think the Oumuamua is an amazing artifact anomaly. I don't think it's a rock or a stone or any type of comet or asteroid. I think it's an actual remnant of an ancient galactic war that existed. To me, it ties into the ancient war theory that existed. There was another war that happened here that extended from Earth to the Moon and then even to Mars. That Oumuamua, to me, is a relic of an ancient war. It even had, to me, might be so operational. It kind of used the sun as a gravitational assist and shot itself out deep into deep galactic space. And the shape of it, to me, and everything else, to me, it spells artificially made, artificially constructed. I remember Comet 67P. I took images of that comet.
Which one was that?
That was the one we sent a mission to land on it. We landed on it about 5 or 6 years ago.
Find this one.
Yeah.
67P, Comet 67P.
Yeah. And what's interesting is there were some openings on the comet, or there are some openings on the comet. And some of the images were coming in real time every single day from the satellite that was orbiting it, and actually a lander to the surface. That's it there. And what's interesting is on some days the openings look like something was in them. Not anything we can recognize, but we don't know how an opening can close and how an opening can be open again. How it can be blocked by something and how it can be open again. So I think there's a lot of stuff out there we just can't really explain. There's a lot more going on than we know, and there's a reason why they went to this comet and rendezvous with this, because this thing really, to me, it had something miraculous going on. They wanted to take a closer look. I think that's why they spent the money and the resources to go to this comet.
Is this comet part of the Torrid meteor stream, or?
No, it wasn't. It's just another one of these objects that seem to just be floating around in its own, kind of a rogue comet. And we rendezvous with it, and it's got weird things going on. Great gravitational field that shouldn't exist. They landed something called the Philae lander on it, and they misjudged the gravity because based on their calculations, it has a certain gravity, and it didn't have it.
Look at that, Austin. Blow up that picture where it says the comet in relationship to Los Angeles. Click no, yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
That's a big one.
that thing is enormous.
Yeah.
I think there's one below it. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh my God.
There's another comet out there called Apophis. Apophis is the size of Texas. And it came by about 10 years ago, and then it came by one more time and hit a gravitational keyhole on the last swing by, right between the Earth and the Moon. Nobody didn't say anything about it until it left. It came closer than the Moon, and then the gravitational keyhole. Now, what's interesting about it, what is a gravitational keyhole? Well, when you're on orbital mechanics, if you hit a gravitational keyhole, that means when the next approach that same object, wherever it is in space, and the next approach to that object, you potentially complete it. So you're looking at 2036 or something like that, with potentially have a collision with Apophis. This is why Obama, when he was in office, he knew about this. They briefed him on this. Apophis. He set a mission to start landing on asteroids and learning how to shift their orbits. Because something like that, you can't blow it up. If you blow it up, it'll destroy the planet faster because it'll be giant chunks hitting the planet all over the place versus just one impact. But you have to learn how to shift the orbit by landing something and turning on some type of a rocket propellant to shift it out of its orbit and to take it into a different launch point so it doesn't hit the planet. And so that's what they just actually successfully did that. It was actually a few months ago. They said, the mission was started when Obama was in office. They just landed.
No
long
way.
to get to it. It was an executive order he signed to make this happen, to make sure that we knew how to move comets out of the way from hitting our planet. And we actually just did. And so they're hoping that they can rendezvous this Apophis if it's going to be on an approach that's going to be a collision force so they can maneuver it out of the way.
How big was the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs? You know?
I don't know. So when you're dealing with that kind of speed and impact.
Well, the crazy thing too is a lot of them blow up in the sky, right? Like Tunguska, that thing exploded, I think, 5 miles in the sky and just created like a shotgun blast.
Right, and everything for miles. Yeah. Crazy stuff. So these things are, there's just so much stuff out there. There's another object that orbits our Earth with the moon. So we actually have two moons. There's another object that's flipping around up here when it's on orbit around Earth. It's not as big as the moon, but it's our second moon.
Really?
Yeah, it's been there for forever. And it's on this weird orbit around Earth. So those Earth, along with our moon orbit.
There's a lot of people have some very strange theories about the moon. What do you think about the moon?
Well, I can only go by data points. I'm a data point guy. You go to usgs.gov and download the satellite radar imagery of the moon. And when you do this, put it into your computer, ground penetrating radar is going to let you see what's 30 meters beneath the surface. And what you see is what looks like structures beneath the surface of the moon. With the naked eye, no editing, no photoshopping, just looking at it. There's videos on YouTube, you can pull them up all day long. You can find videos about the moon. There's one guy, Mars Anomalies, Chris Maroney. He was actually in my documentary. He's one of the top anomalies in the world. He did a great video with the official images and all the source names on the substructures that appear to be in the ground-penetrating radar images of the moon. And as you know, the moon rang like a bell when they crashed the lander into it. Right? And so, in my opinion, it's hollow. Now, I have something else in another documentary I was in about the moon. I think it was 2013. There is we got the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, on the black box for the Apollo 11. Now, we have the audio and we have the redacted printed document. And in the audio, which we play in the documentary, one of the astronauts is looking down as they're going across the moon looking for a landing site, and he says, "Look at those convex domes down there." And then Neil goes, "I bet the people down there never get out." And that's on the black box audio. And they even made it into the redacted document. They didn't redact that statement. It's still on the redacted official black box written statement from the Apollo 11. Really? I bet the people down there never get out.
How did you find this?
That's now available to the public, FOIA. Freedom of Information, really. It's now available to everyone. Anyone can download it now. The Apollo 11 black box audio. And then we also have the declassified documents from the Clementine mission, which is a low lunar orbiting satellite that the military sent up to the moon, very close to the surface. When I saw the name Clementine, I knew right away. I said, "Oh my God, this thing's not coming back." I bet I found out it never came back. And at the end, I found out it never came back. But it transmitted a lot of data and images that show anomalies on the dark side of the moon, the back side of the moon. That's what primarily they were after. Clementine, because "Oh My Darling Clementine, You Were Lost and Gone Forever." That's an old country song. So I knew that song, and I knew right away when they named it Clementine. They never planned for it to come back. They claimed it crashed, and I knew that was part of the plan to leave it there. But it transmitted some amazing footage that's available actually online. Anyone can download an HD resolution, unobfuscated, of things that don't belong on the backside of the moon. So there's a lot of crazy stuff that just goes on.
Yeah, it is. You know, the crazy thing too is that we can't seem to get back to the moon. It's been since 50 years since we've been to the moon, and we can't seem to get. Right now, I don't know. Did the Artemis mission ever happen? I know they postponed it like 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah, there's so many postponements about it. And, I don't know if it's. Now I know if we do have that. They left that dish on here. And then the Apollo 14 or 15 missions, and every single day. They transmit a packet of data from Earth to that dish by laser every single day. What are they transmitting to that dish? Why are they transmitting to the dish?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that Randall told me about too. You know, he was like, if we're to do anything, he's like, we should at least be shot. Like, if Earth got destroyed, right, tomorrow, there would be virtually nothing left in a couple thousand years. Like, literally, buildings, cities, New York City would be dust. The only things that would be left are the pyramids, I think, and what's the structure called? Mount Rushmore. Oh yeah, like Mount Rushmore, like these things will still be there. These big giant stone structures, but everything else, like computers, everything else would be dust. And he's like, one of the things that we should be doing is saving or digitizing everything on a hard drive on the moon.
So that's what they're doing because it's transmitting data like you would believe. That's probably what they're doing. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it would be a smart thing to do. It would be a smart fail-safe.
Right. But you have to get back to the data. That's the only way to understand how to recreate like a cell phone. We know how to use a cell phone, but I don't know how to make a cell phone. And if I learn how to make one part of it, how do I get the other parts to it that need to be done? Like the tower, the technology for a tower, the satellite communication. You have to have a place to store constant information, almost like a chamber of knowledge that one can tap into and open up. And all the schematics, all the plans, and everything else is right there for you. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and there was an article. I forget how long ago now the article came out. Maybe about 6 months ago. But I think it was a Chinese rover spotted like some sort of black box on the surface of the moon, and it was going to take them. They were going to go check it out, but the rover was so slow. Supposedly it was going to take them months to get there.
Well, that was the second one. The first one was years ago. It got stuck in debris. It got tangled in debris. What is debris doing on the moon? They sent one image back and they had these things. Maybe it's not rocket. No, it looked like they sent the image in the image. It looks like bent wires and stuff all over the place, and they couldn't get free of it. So this is just second.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Now India sent India University. They have a college where they raised $3 million, not $3 billion like we do, and they created a satellite sent to Mars. And the first image they sent back was of Mars blue light scattered in the sky, not red. What looks like to be water beneath and mountains and everything else, not dark red like NASA does. Like NASA calls those images by the way false color. They actually add that picture.
Really?
Yeah, you can look it up and they tell you why they do it because it says it makes image transmission better. So it hides a lot of stuff. It's not red. It looks like we walked around Arizona and that image came back from Indian space agency and it blew everybody away because it was like, holy crap, it looks like Earth, but it was Mars.
Yeah. So these images from the Indian Space Agency, they're online right now?
Yeah, they're up here. And so I'm just going to have one here.
Awesome. Awesome to probably do it.
Right. Look up the Indian Space Agency Mars image. Now, what's interesting is Bolden, who was the head of NASA at the time, a week later, he flies to India and signs a deal with them, with the Space Agency with NASA. So it's pretty interesting.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. Why would he do that? Because they probably keep it moving, maybe to cover it up or take over the data or who knows what they do. Now, this is an image that I took of Mars from my Celestron 130 home telescope. Wow, that's Mars in the summer. Anyone can get our Celestron SLT 130, go out.
That's incredible.
Go out in February, aim it at Mars. You can find Mars in the app. You can get the space app and see where Mars is at.
Tells you where to point it.
And you'll get this image.
Okay, so what are we looking at here, Austin? Oh, it's some sort of news channel.
Carved into a golden surface. These are the first images taken by a satellite by India's maiden Mars mission, released by the country's space agency on Thursday. Scientists tweeted, "The view is nice up here," under the Twitter handle @Mars Orbiter, which has amassed more than 108,000 followers since its setup on Tuesday. The satellite, affectionately called MOM by the mission's acronym, will spend 6 months in elliptical orbit, collecting atmospheric data from as close as 365 kilometers and as far out as 80,000 kilometers from the planet's surface.
Have you seen that new Space Force logo that came out with the triangle?
Yeah.
You see how they put the Sphinx in there? It's like a pharaoh's head.
It's crazy. Pharaoh's head. Yeah, they got it looking real ancient Egyptian.
What the? I feel like, what you guys, they're trolling us.
Now, you want to know something else? When we went to Egypt, the entrance or the access to the Grand Gallery, the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid, that's the chamber leading up to the King's Chamber. That's like this little alley that leads up to the King's Chamber.
Right.
NASA owns the rights to the access to that.
To the King's Chamber.
Yes.
Nobody's ever been to the King's Chamber, right?
Yeah, I've been there.
Oh, up into the top part?
The King's Chamber is not the very top. It's inside this area. So you go up about, I don't know, maybe 40 or 50 meters, and then you enter the shaft. And from there, you climb up a series of channels until you get to the Grand Gallery. And the Grand Gallery, you have to bend and kind of pull yourself up. Right. It leads you into the King's Chamber. You have to duck your head and go underneath this giant slab, this 100-ton slab. You granite to get inside the King's Chamber, which I've been in there many times. It took all the people who were in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. But
I heard there's areas of the pyramid that no one's ever been into. I heard there's a door or something that you can't go through or no one's ever been through.
There's tons of places. There's an area right above the Grand Gallery that was taken by a muon scan, right exactly what Phil said we hit the Hall of Records in the pyramid. They found it 3 years ago. This gigantic area above the King's Chamber. That's there. It's authenticated now by modern science that what was said in the tablets is real.
Click on that giant diagram and blow that up, Austin. So, okay, so you've been in that King's Chamber.
Oh yeah, many times.
But not inside the void.
No, nobody's been able to look there. Not yet. And they're probably cleaning out all the ancient knowledge.
What do you think of the whole Giza power plant theory?
I believe it. So,
can you explain the basics of what it is?
So, if you realize, if you look at the, do a rewind on the geological clock of Giza, you find out that the Nile ran right up next to the pyramids. Okay, so after the last war, that's why Giza is nothing but sand. That's remnants of an ancient war. That's why some of the sand that falls is glass, because 3,000 degrees temperature, that's vitrified sand turned to glass. But anyway, so now you can run right up to the pyramids. Now, underneath the pyramid, we know that's true because we see the dried out aquifer areas where there's these gigantic shafts that run, not man-made, but natural forming areas underneath the pyramid where the water would run. Now, when you take magnetized crystal granite, which is the base, and you use running water underneath it, you create physiostatic electricity. Then the granite will pull the ions up into the pyramid, send them up to the Grand Gallery. Now, the Grand Gallery has these slots on each side where the hypothesis by engineers, mainstream engineers too, is that they could have been resonating lines, something to amp up, step up the electricity that went up into the King's Chamber. In the King's Chamber, here's what's interesting. There's a box in here, but they try to say it's a sarcophagus. It's not a sarcophagus. I'm 6'4". I can't fit in that box. Sarcophagus, when you go to the museum, you see what a real sarcophagus is. These things are massive, not this little tiny box. The box is the exact dimensions, though, of the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant used to sit inside of that box whose technology is a capacitor. And that will then give you extra boost and send the electricity up through the apex, where the gold capstone, the obelisk, which is crystal, magnetized crystal granite, will capture that ambient wireless electricity and then pass it on to what they call JED codes. DJED, these jets. They had these jets that were depicted as many hieroglyphs, people holding them and connecting them to light bulbs and electroplating devices and hieroglyphs that took everybody to go shoot.
Pause one second. What did you say was inside the box?
The Ark of the Covenant.
What is the Ark of the Covenant?
If you look into biblical text, for example, there's this ark that Moses stole. All right, he had this box. He claimed it was given to him by God, but I think he stole it from the Egyptians. That's what I fled after an ark. Yeah, so it's this box with these cherubims on it. But these cherubims are really, it's really a capacitor. It generates a lot of electricity. Inside of this box is something that has so much radiation. That's what it looks like there. That you had to have on specific type of clothing, which is well described even in the Bible. Rubber boots, gloves, this type of suit with this breastplate of metal on it this all to prevent radiation poisoning. When somebody didn't have it on the Bible and they touched the ark, they would become very sick. Their hair would fall out, their nose would bleed, their eyes would bleed, their fingernails would fall off. Radiation sickness. This thing was generating some type of radiation power, some type of a generator of power of some sort, and it was connected to the Great Pyramid. It was in that box. Evidence for this, to me, that box was a gigantic piece of the granite missing off one corner, like an explosion happened inside the box. And if you look across the Grand Gallery, across the King's Chamber, there's a wall about maybe 30 feet away. The impact from that giant piece of granite that snapped off, it cut that granite on the wall the exact shape of that corner piece. Something explosive happened. For you to throw a piece of granite that heavy, that far, and impact that way, so there was energy in there. Now, if you go back to the story of Moses, it really was Pharaoh Akhenaten. Moses is not the real name. That's the made-up name. Pharaoh Akhenaten, who was ushering in monotheism in Egypt while he was a pharaoh, worshiping Amen-Ra, the great Amen. Amen-Ra was one of these Anunnaki people. Said, look, from now on, there'll be no other God but me. That made it into the Bible. When you say thanks, you say thanks to me, you say amen. That made it into the Bible. Teach the people only to worship me, not any of my other relatives. I'm the only one and true God. And he began to do that. Then he made an order to go and start defacing all these hieroglyphs and all of these statues around Egypt. That's why the noses and the ears are chipped off. That's why the faces are chipped off everywhere you go. Bodies are chipped away. It wasn't done. The hypothesis on the streets is that it was done because white people back then didn't want black people to know that they were black people in Egypt. That's actually false. The true reality is this was done in ancient times, and it was carried on by Coptic Christians long before Jesus was even born. They were still following the same monotheistic religion, and to them it was offensive to have these faces of all these gods around because it's only one true and only one God, the great Amen. And that's why all these things were done. But Moses, when he was kicked out of church, they said, look, this guy has to go. We got to get him out of here. They kicked him out of Egypt. They kicked the Pharaoh out of Egypt. He went and took that ark out of the Great Pyramid, and he fled with his new followers. They weren't slaves. They were followers of Akhenaten. They crossed the Sea of Reeds, not the Red Sea, which they tell you in the Bible. Nobody ever crossed the Red Sea. It's a mistranslation by accident and purpose. They crossed a much smaller, much easier to cross sea called the Red Sea, which is also in the same region. And then when the Pharaoh realized the power source of Egypt had been stolen, the new Pharaoh, they sent the chariots after him and everything else. His son was left behind. He didn't want to go. That's Tutankhamun. But Tutankhamun, they started worrying that maybe when he got a little older, he would say, I want revenge for my father. And so they decided to kill him and kill his girlfriend. And that's how the story ended that way. But anyway, that's what happened. So what was the purpose of this powerful art? What was it used for? How are they used? They used these pyramids as giant power structures, and this art was like the reactor or something. Right. So what were they? Well, in the desert, when they had it out in the desert, they would give them power. They would give them power to power something called the manna machine, and the manna machine would generate this food for the masses of people that followed them out into the desert. And so it had this capability of generating food. Also, when they were out there, they saw enemies were trying to attack them. I don't know who these enemies were. It never clearly says who they were, why they were attacking, but they would then use this thing as a weapon and send a beam out and kill these people. This is technology. And that's in the Bible. Wow. That's fascinating. It's not magic. It's not a sky daddy with a magic wand. It's like real hardcore tech that was used. And they recreated this at a university in America using the exact instructions that are in the Bible. Really? What university? Google it. I can't remember the name of the university, but the professor recreates the art, or you can look it up. Several people actually have done it as well, too, since then. It generated so much power, he had to shut it down. It's pulling power from everywhere. Yeah, crazy stuff from the exact instructions, and he made them.
The engineer who said the Ark of the Covenant. This is a
A
good
group
model.
of college students made a replica of the Ark. That's one. There's quite a few now, but there's one that was a while back where
Replica.
yeah, they made just recreating it from the from the actual instructions. There's tons.
What were the instructions? The instructions were
They were in the Bible.
they were in the Bible.
Wow. One of them, there's many. There was a few arcs. It wasn't just one. One of them was discovered in Ethiopia at an Ethiopian church about 9 years ago, and someone who did a documentary on it claimed it was there, and then right after this, within a year, it was stolen from the church. They didn't have military or security or anything like that. Somebody came and took it, so it's gone. That one is gone. There's others, but I'm pretty sure if you go on videos, you'll find there's videos of this stuff being turned on and everything else. It's real tech.
That's the problem with stuff too. Is it's so hard to find a lot of it online. Like I know Google curates a lot of the searches, and I don't know how it works or what they push to the top or what they suppress, but a lot of this stuff is very hard to find when you look for it. Have you? I'm sure you have. I'm sure you're familiar with the story of Bob Lazar, how he describes the crafts that he was recruited back engineering. He explains how the reactor, explains the reactor inside some of his crafts was like basically like when you hold two magnets together, two opposite magnets that repel each other, and there's like that invisible force that pushes them away. He explained that's what this reactor was like when you try to get close to it. It pushes you away like that.
Interesting.
That's what this kind of reminds me of.
I believe Bob was our story. He talked about Element 115 20 years ago.
Yeah, his story hasn't changed.
No. And now, what happened 8 years ago, or not, 7 years ago maybe, they discovered Element 115 finally, which to me vindicates him. And they've named it now, first they named it unpentium, then they named it something else, muscovium or something like that. But it's still on the periodic table of elements now.
Yeah.
And he talked about this element, and they said, no, this is impossible, doesn't exist, and all of a sudden it's on the chart. Yeah. So to me, now I have to listen to the guy, because something he talked about 20 years ago is real.
Do you think it's true? Do you think that our government has possession of some sort of technology that they're not sharing with the rest of science and academia, and not sharing with the public?
Oh, absolutely. The incident that happened at Roswell, it wasn't just that one craft. Multiple craft came out of there. We were using something called a scalar weapon. We were aware of these craft. We used a scalar weapon. We realized early on that different frequencies were affecting the navigation of these craft. When we used that weapon, it wasn't really a weapon. They used it as a weapon to bring them down. And then we recovered those crashed UFOs.
See, that sort of troubles me. I can't imagine if there was this other civilization that had vehicles that are able to do the things they do. Like the way these pilots describe them, how would we be able to take them down? That just doesn't compute to me.
Well, space travel is very dangerous. So, going to Mars, which is right around the corner, is a deadly mission. Like anybody who gets up enough call to go there, they understand that they might not even leave our atmosphere. And even in 100 years from now, traveling to Mars is still dangerous. And imagine you're a civilization that's taking your first trip to the Earth solar system area. And you come out here and you got your ship, and that ship could be 30 or 40 years old in your time frame, whatever the case may be. It's already an old bugger. You made it out here, and now all of a sudden there's this something you didn't anticipate. You didn't anticipate this particular type of a frequency being pointed at your ship, disturbing your navigation. Just like we get all the way to the Philae lander to that gigantic Comet 67P. And we thought we had landing programming all set, and all of a sudden we crashed into it because the gravity wasn't what we thought it was going to be. After spending billions of dollars, we crashed the lander. We couldn't land properly. So I think that space travel is really dangerous. So we finally break out of the solar system. We want to go to another solar system, and we want to go there. There's going to be unforeseen things that can happen that we may never make it back. We're really going to be a real explorer when you go out there like that. Space is dangerous.
Do you think that I mean, what do you think's more probable? That they traveled through space to get here, or they traveled some other way? Like they either through another dimension, or that they're here already, maybe living under the ocean or living somewhere that we
have all three. Everything you just said is accurate. I think we have under the ocean that there's people living here that have been here for a very long time. I believe that they have their own breakaway civilization. The oceans are pretty much mostly undisturbed, and I think you also have multi-dimensionals, beings that are in higher dimensions or other dimensions that know how to match their subatomic frequency to our particular dimension. And they can walk right in, or fly right in, or come right in some type of way. And then also, I believe that you have beings that are light years away that can travel here. And I don't think that they're using typical space travel. They're probably using something like a warp drive, where in a warp drive, what really happens is you actually shrink space in front of the ship and you expand it from the back. So in excess, you're sitting on a tablecloth, and then somebody's pulling the tablecloth, and so you're riding the tablecloth. You never really go anywhere. A warp drive, you never really move. We've tested the warp drive now. We've actually got a functioning and working warp drive in the laboratory.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the technology is real. We created a real warp bubble.
Is this similar to what they explain when, like, traveling through black holes? You get a piece of paper and you just fold it in half, and you're traveling from here to here.
That's different. That's portal travel. So that's hyperspace, where you actually use something called an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is the technical term used. Because Einstein and Rosen, two theoretical physicists, came up with the idea that you can go through vent or warp space, and you can get there quicker. And so, which is great, and I believe that happens too. But again, the exotic energy you would need is pretty extreme. You really have to be in a super advanced civilization to be able to do that. But traveling multiples of the speed of light without breaking the theory of relativity is possible with a warp drive.
Without breaking the theory of relativity.
Yeah, in other words, saying that general relativity, saying we're going faster than the speed of light. How can you do that? Well, you can do that because you never move. Only space moves. So by that method, you're not breaking the law.
Now, some of these anti-gravity examples of technology that Bob Lazar talks about, this stuff was sort of bypass general relativity.
Yeah,
right.
But the thing is, like, for example, some of the craft that are moving like 6,000 miles an hour, making 90-degree turns, you have to realize that they're in a bubble. So the anti-gravity creates this bubble around the vessel,
right?
And anything inside is not affected by those movements, because what appears as the erratic movements inside the bubble, it's like if you're driving in a car that's moving 80 miles an hour, and there's a fly in the car with you. You know flies can't fly, house fly, they can't fly 80 miles an hour. Why is the fly in the car flying around while you're moving at 80 miles an hour? Because the fly has already picked up the speed of a moving car, and now the fly itself is moving at 80 miles an hour as well. And so, it's kind of that scenario.
Yeah, the way he explained it, which is, makes a lot of sense. Essentially, whenever those things are moving the way they're described, is like they're falling. They're falling in that direction. They're just bending gravity around them.
NASA just found X points on Earth. They call them X points. These are naturally occurring portals. They say they're natural, that open and close every day. X points. Look it up.
I just heard something. I forget who. I think it was Jeremy Corbell posted on Twitter that there was a guy around in Arizona. I think it was somewhere near Site S4. He was doing something, studying rocks. This guy's like was not into aliens or any of that stuff over at like S4 Area 51, and he was camping there for a while. He knew he was in the restricted area, but he really wanted to take some photos of some rocks. I don't know exactly what he was doing. Probably fucking this up, but he basically explains he saw a fucking door come up out of Papoose Lake. Like just appear like a floating doorway in space, come up out of Papoose Lake. Is that similar to what you're describing? These X points?
Well, the X points, they have the upper atmosphere.
Okay.
Right, so they're like upper atmosphere, just outside the, not too far out where they're on the Lagrange points. They're like right at the top surface, right outside the atmosphere of Earth, and they're these diffusion points, they call them. that at certain times of the day, portals actually open up. And they even have direct paths to the sun, to the moon, even to other planets and other parts of space, which is pretty crazy. I mean, they're saying that they're artificial. See, hidden portals and Earth's magnetic fields. And so now scientists are working on how can they create a stable export and control when it opens and closes, and where can it take them to, things like that.
You realize the magnetic force from the sun and the earth crisscross and join to create opening X points, and where the crisscross takes place, or the X points are where the crisscross takes place. The sudden joining of magnetic fields can propel jets of charged particles from the X points, creating an electron diffused region. Electron diffusion region. Whoa. That's pretty nuts. So many crazy things, man. So many fucking wild. There's a lot going on. It's hard to keep up with all of it. How do you keep up with all this new stuff happening all the time? And a lot of it doesn't, you can't, like, if you're just your average Joe, you're not really, you're doing your 9 to 5, living your life, taking care of your kids, it's so hard to manage track of all this stuff that's happening, especially when it's not in like the mainstream surface level of the
It's an absolute lifestyle, you know. It's a lifestyle, and fortunately for me, from the way my brain is trained, once I read something, I can retain a lot of it for a long period of time. It's hard to forget a lot, you know. Like I haven't, the X points that came out 2012 or something like that, and I'm still remembering all the information about the X points. You know, so my retention has been fairly decent, which helps me a lot.
How did you come to learn about or have such a complex understanding of different dimensions and how they work? Like the fourth dimension, I think you said there were up to 11 dimensions, or scientists have discovered that somehow.
I started studying quantum physics, and after that incident, that was the other thing that happened after that incident, that encounter. I started having a heavy thirst for quantum physics, and I started delving deep into it. I even created a quantum physics group on Facebook. And then I started studying with K-H-A-N University, which is a free university that a lot of people don't know exists online, and they have a quantum physics course. I started studying that too, and I was able to understand a lot of this stuff. And so I dug real deep into it, and I got to the understanding that we're living in a multi-dimensional universe, and there's at least 11 dimensions, otherwise the universe would collapse. Each dimension is a 90-degree angle right above the next one, compactified, so they're sitting right on top of us. So within less than a Planck unit of space above you, there's another dimension that actually exists with a whole other universe happening simultaneously while we're sitting right here. Wow,
that's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom. So right here, where we're sitting right now, there's a whole nother dimension of a whole nother universe happening, life taking place, right in the same space that we are.
Right here where we are. Right here, vast too, vast. Just as vast as ours is vast. And from higher dimensions, they experience time differently. Time really doesn't exist. The past, present, and the future happen all at once. So somebody, for example, from the fifth dimension would look at us and they'd be able to see us. Imagine us in this building here, but imagine when I first walked in, and imagine us in here, and imagine me like in the bathroom or something. They'd be able to see us in all the different rooms. The different rooms represent different time frames of existence within this structure. So they can see the past, present, and future at the same time. So it's pretty cool. Weird stuff starts happening the higher the dimensions you go.
So is the idea that when you're in a higher dimension, you can see below lower dimensions, but you can't see dimensions above you?
Exactly, unless you have the capability of matching. First, you have to obtain the frequency of higher dimension, and then match that frequency to be able to walk in. So for example, okay, my hand is stopped now by this table, right? Why is it stopped? I'm not really touching the table. There's repulsion going on. Electromagnetic repulsion between the electrons in my hand repelling the electrons in the table. You don't really touch anything. Now, if I can match the subatomic frequency of the atoms in this chunk of wood here on this table, with my hand, I'd be able to pass my hand right through this table unscathed. Why? Because atoms are 99.999% in space. Nothing is really here. Everything is only a light wave slowed down to a particular frequency. And so if you can match frequencies, you can merge with things, you can walk through walls, all that kind of stuff. Things that have seemed paranormal could be advanced beings have tapped into some type of understanding of how to match different frequencies in our dimensions and appear apparitional or paranormal, but the true reality, they could just be taking a peek in.
And how do we come to the understanding that these higher dimensions exist? Like, what is the most basic evidence that we have of this?
Quantum physics proves it. When you look into the quantum world, everything changed. In standard physics is where we are right now, on the large side of physics. But the smaller you go, the more weird things get. We find that particles transphase in and out of existence, and they go to different dimensions. We even know now that some of our synapses of our thoughts in our brain phase out of this dimension and they go somewhere else and then they come back again. And this has all been tracked and traced through understanding quantum mechanics and quantum physics and understanding that dimensions exist. The biggest way that we made a model of this is we figured out how to create something called quasi-crystals. Now these quasi-crystals are these multi-dimensional crystals. We actually created an 8th dimensional quasi-crystal.
We created this.
Yes, we created.
How do we create it?
We created in a laboratory using different technologies, and then from that 8th dimensional quasi-crystal, it casts a shadow of itself down to a 4th dimensional quasi-crystal, which then casts down a shadow which creates a sphere. So we know that the universe is most likely the shadow of a higher dimension. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-bending.
We're living in a light matrix, which is actually a light matrix, which is a shadow of a much higher dimension. And so we know this because they created these crystals, these quasi-crystals, and when they put them at different angles, they cast shadows. Sometimes these.
What do these crystals look like?
You look up the quasi-crystals, yeah. They look like, have you ever seen the Dinkler codes? Dinklers?
I think I've heard you talking about this before.
They look like a Dinkler symbols, mathematical symbols, but in the 3rd dimensional time space. And so if you take them and pull them out to a 3rd dimensional time space, they look like these lines that are connected to these nodes like that. You see quasi-crystal.
This is a quasi-crystal. And so
it's an ordered structure, but it's not periodic. And it's got a crystalline
formed atomically in a manner somewhere beneath the amorpha solids of glasses, special forms of metals and other minerals, as well as common glass, and the precise pattern of crystals.
You put 8th dimensional quasi-crystal. You should see some research that
it looks like what you look into a kaleidoscope.
It's a fractal. It's all about fractals. We live in a fractal holographic universe. The quasi-crystal is the fundamental basis of the fractal holography that we're living in. We're fully immersed in it, so we can't detect it. But we're living in a light matrix. And that's what the Adinkra codes also feel.
Okay, explain the Adinkra code. What is that exactly?
So, Professor James Gates Jr. of the University of Maryland, former scientific advisor to President Obama, just to give you this guy, he's not just like a jackpot or something, he's a real dude, you know? Yeah. And he put together a team of the most incredible supersymmetry and theoretical physicists in the world, like the top brains in the world. And they started analyzing what is the ether of space-time? What is this suit that we're living in, that we're inhabiting, this universe? What is it? What is it made of? What's powering it? They discovered something called Adinkra codes, which go back to the ancient Dogon tribe from Mali, Africa. The original inhabitants of the land of Camden moved to Mali later. They were thrown out or taken over at one point. But they still kept this ancient knowledge in Mali about these Adinkra codes, and they would draw these patterns. But he discovered that these patterns are actually mathematical codes. And these are not just any mathematical code. There goes one there. They're actually the codes that describe the ether of space-time itself. They're error-correcting codes, the same exact codes that run our search engines and web browsers that we're using right now to look at the image. There's coding behind that screen that runs this that we just did. And guess what? It's the same code that runs the universe. So we discovered that we're living in a program like Matrix. There's a software programmer that has written this code.
Austin, pull up more imagery with us.
There's all different types of images. There you go. See now that you see that right there, right there. That's a quasi. That looks like a lot like a quasi crystal. If you were to shrink it down and put a whole bunch of them in one location, it looks very similar to a quasi crystal. So these are Jenker codes. You can see the colorful one that was up there. These are depicting the nature of reality. Wow. And they actually are mathematical programming codes. They're a special type of code, though. They're error correcting code. The same type that Google browser is running on is the same thing that runs the universe. Error correcting code. Yeah.
And what are we doing from all this knowledge? Like, what does this tell us, and where do we take this? Like, what is the obviously this is like foundational knowledge for us. But like, where do you see it going?
Well, if you understand that we're living in a fractal holographic light matrix, it doesn't mean we're not real. It just means that there is a creator or creators. They were living in something that was created, just like the ancient texts and all the scribes and biblical texts and everything else says. But it tells us, wow, this is the method of the creation. Now we're getting closer to understanding what we really are. We understand now that consciousness isn't made inside the avatar body, that the avatar body doesn't even exist. That consciousness is a stream of something, coming from somewhere else, and it's being picked up in this matrix with this coding. If you took all the humans on Earth, there's 8 billion humans on Earth. If I took all 8 billion humans and removed the empty space between their atoms, I can fit every human into a sugar cube. One sugar cube can hold all 8 billion of us. Yeah. All the atoms are 8 billion together. We could take the atoms are empty space. If you take the empty space out, you collapse it into one sugar cube. All 8 billion can fit one sugar cube. So what does that mean? What's here? There's only one consciousness, it seems. And it's like a radio station that's transmitting out a frequency from a higher dimension. Our avatar bodies pick up that frequency. You're 99.1, I'm 99.2, he's 99.3, but it's still coming from the same source. And so we're all coming from the same source. It's like the universe has found a way to live subjectively through multiple entities, not even through entities, even through objects that we consider to be man-made. Because every atom now, quantum physics is also conscious.
Does this give any credence to the simulation theory?
Absolutely. We're living in a simulation. This is an actual simulation. What we've done now with the video game No Man's Sky, it's got 85 trillion worlds in there. It's a never-ending game. It's created by, I think, 12 college students. Fits on one DVD. And they're going to add AI into it, which means that the beings and animals and everything else in there, they're going to become conscious. Also, the other video game that they have, you have the people walking around and everything else. I forget the name of the game now. The Sims, yeah. The Sims they're talking about adding consciousness to the Sims and adding AI in there. So eventually these Sims are going to start asking questions. Who are we? Where do we come from? What is this that we're living in this construct? Is there a Big Bang? Yeah, the Big Bang is when we hit the power button and turns it on. That's the Big Bang. That's when everything went out. Yeah. So, they can then maybe even begin to write programs in the Sims program to create their own universe. So there's multiple layers of reality. I don't think we're even close to base reality.
Isn't it so crazy that it was only 30 years ago that we only had that Pong game? It was like the balls and 2 sticks. Oh my God. And now look at that, 30 years.
Crazy. I got the original Atari 2600. My uncle bought it from me. He came down from New York. He was a police officer in New York. The only most expensive gift I ever got, which is why I still have it today in the closet in the box. He bought that thing, and I played that thing with Pong and Pac-Man. Yeah, I played it for a couple of weeks, and I got the little callus in my hand. And I was like, okay, but it was cool, Yeah. Played to a VHF TV. And then look where we are now. My son turned a video game on. This was a couple of years ago. I was at his apartment, and I thought it was an actual NFL game. I didn't know it was a video game.
Yes, I play video games all the time, and I play Madden and NBA, and these games literally look like you haven't seen those games before. They look just like the real game on TV.
Right.
Indistinguishable. Wow. And then now it's like with VR, like the Oculus and the stuff that Facebook's doing, it's pretty wild and augmented reality. If you, like Elon says, if you assume any rate of advancement compounding over time, just in 100 years, there's going to be, in less than 100 years, it's going to be completely 100% indistinguishable from reality.
Yes, that's true. And so the human mind is so easily fooled. It just takes one input. So the human mind is encased in darkness. It doesn't even know what's going on out here, but it has friends. Sight, smell, touch, feel, all those five senses. It sends the friends out. The friends collect data. Now my friends, my brain's friends touch, doesn't know what this is, doesn't know what's going on here. But it combines with the data from the eye. The eye sees it, doesn't know what it is. But the eye and the hand send a signal back to the brain, sends data packets back to the brain. The brain then sorts it out and then creates a hologram of what's here. And then I'm navigating through their dimension based on a hologram from data packets. And the universe is doing the same thing. There's one consciousness, which is divided itself into duplicates of entities, and you are one of them. And it's experiences that we are the sensory perception for.
We only have eyeballs, nose, mouth, skin. We can only our constructed physical bodies can only observe so many dimensions. Right. Well, I wonder what it would take for us to be able to observe a different dimension. Well, are we thinking about it the right way? Would it be a physical alteration to our body, or what?
Well, it would be scary because we can't even see. We only see 1% of the light spectrum here. If we saw more than 1% of the light spectrum, we'd freak out. There's so much going on. All in the multi-spectrum, in the ultraviolet, in the infrared, in the gamma ray range, in the X-ray range, we would freak out. There's stuff going on all around us as we speak. Billions of waves and electrical frequencies moving around us. We would be able to see if we had the eyes for it. And I think that 1% is all we can handle. That's what more than 1% would be a lot. It'd be cool to have some X-rays or something like that.
Yeah.
But you add it all together at once, now you're talking about multiple dimensions. Well, the human avatar body can't even get to the dimension, because we're a third-dimensional substructure. We have to create technology to stage it into a body of some type, whatever type that would possibly be, to even ascend to a higher dimension.
Yeah. Well, I mean, going back to simulation theory, it seems like if you were in a simulation, of course, only like people like Elon Musk would believe that, because if you were playing a character in a simulation, you would want to play somebody like Elon Musk, right? You wouldn't want to play, Joe Blow over at the hardware store. You people like with fascinating, interesting lives, doing crazy things with unlimited money, that could do anything they wanted. That would be the most enticing player to be in a simulation.
That's pretty much what I think is happening here. The reason why it's not specific like the games you control it in a certain level. But what's cool, I think, is that the universe itself is using us to figure out what it's like to be Billy Carson, what it's like to be you, what it's like to be this microphone, what it's like to be a person that's living in poverty, what it's like to be a person that's living rich, what it's like to be an inventor, an explorer, what is it like to be all these things, what is it like to be a blade of grass, what is it like to be a rock. And I think all that data is being transmitted back to source in real time.
And what do you think source is? Another is it sources? Like, are we a simulation inside of a simulation inside of a simulation, or are there actual biological beings that are controlling the simulation?
That's a great question. I can only go by Hermetic principles, as above, so below. And so if you look at the way the universe or the multiverse would be set up, it's almost like cells in a human body. So you look at the cells in our body, it's like a multiverse inside of us. And so it's like we're living also a multiverse which is full of cells. Each universe could be a cell. It's just really amazing. So it could be biological. It could be that we're in a biological body. It could be that we're in a software program. I mean, there's so many possibilities. It's almost endless. But I do know that the fundamental basis of what we're living in is light. Because everything, if you take an atom out of this phone and then smash it, it's going to give off light. It's just slowed down microwaves to a slower frequency. Everything that exists, I mean, everything in the third dimension, everything you could think of is only a light wave. In fact, through the wave particle duality, everything only exists as a wave first, and then collapses into what we appear to be the illusion of solid matter later. Like right now, you're here. Your home exists as a wave of potentials. It doesn't even exist as a solid structure. Now, if somebody sees it, it collapses instantaneously into a solid structure known as your house. Your house has a specific frequency because of the way the atoms were stacked. So it always collapses to the same structure. When you get around that corner, you finally make it home, and you see it, that's when it collapses back into your house again. Everything you can't see exists as waves, just like in a video game. The next frame only appears when you need it to. You go this way, the screen doesn't go anywhere. It's the same screen. The next light matrix moves into your view so you can play the video game. You go back this way, again, it just keeps moving. We're living in that type of a simulation.
Where do you think human existence is as far as where do you think technology ends up in the next 100, 200 years? What do you think happens? Do you have an optimistic view of this, or do you have sort of a dystopian view of this?
Civilians, 300 years ahead right now.
Right now, I'm talking about like private companies like Raytheon and Lockheed and Boeing,
Tesla, and SpaceX. So how do I know this? I own a company called First Class Space Agent. Look it up. Company in Florida now, it's almost 10 years old now. It's a tech company, and it's not. We don't launch any vehicles, but we are doing R&D, research and development. It's a type of propulsion systems, different type of generators, radiation hardened computer circuit chips, and all that kind of good stuff. Deep space communication devices, these kind of things. So with that, I get access to the space symposiums. Now, in the space symposium, I get access to private space. And in there, those talks are non-disclosed. However, I can tell you 300 years ahead of the general population. Okay, that's my company right there. 300 years ahead. And so, whatever you can think of has already been done. The problem is a lot of these private projects. Well, what I see that's going to happen is within the next 200 years, 300 years, a lot of that stuff is going to become more publicly available, publicly accessible. A lot of these systems that we're under now, these old systems that should be done away with are going to fall apart. Nothing can persist forever. I've studied history for so long. I've never seen an empire maintain and sustain forever. Rome had almost the whole planet. Look where they are now. See? And we're just going to visit the Roman Coliseum now. The United States.
I love the United States is the first of its kind too.
Yes. Not going to persist forever. There'll be something else that'll come that'll be better, but it won't be this. I think it'll be better. I think it'll be better. And so I think we're moving. Look, 100 years ago, we were a horse buggy and carriage. Now we're putting remote control cars on other planets and moons. We even have a Voyager out in intergalactic space now. That's our hyperbelt, right? I think that within 100, 200 years, we're going to see advancements and an awakening on this planet of human beings to the point where we'll realize this technology has freed the burden of mankind, and then we are then free to not be homeless and not be struggling financially because we lost our jobs, but we are the robots and the technology freed us to be who we are, to work in places because we want to work there, no income. Your status in life is how good you are at what you do, how well you help others. People will be free to travel, to do arts and crafts and learn and study and research. And you'll have people working because they're passionate about what they're doing.
One of the things Robin Manson, I don't know if you ever seen the movie or the show on HBO called Westworld.
Yes.
Oh, one of the things that he said to me about that show is one of the main downfalls of the idea of the show is that if we got to that point where we could create these human-like robots that had human cognition, we wouldn't be using them for theme parks. We would be using them for work, for labor. There's like the biggest part of the world economy is labor. We would use them to like take these jobs.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we would do. It just makes sense. It just makes absolute sense. And you free the world up, you free mankind up to then be the best they can possibly be as human beings. And I think that's where we're headed eventually.
Yeah, it just seems like it's just hard right now where we're at right now. Like it's such a weird time we're in where everybody is so wrapped up in like politics. It's crazy. No one can think outside of the fucking the politics, left versus right versus
Pretty much. I was a little kid. Jimmy Carter was the president, and the voting was coming up. This is how I'm aging myself now, right?
Yeah.
And I said to my mom, I said, how long are you adults going to fall for this trick? And I start laughing. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, this voting trick. She goes, well, explain it. I said, okay, look at where we live. Do you really think that this guy didn't change anything? Do you think the next guy's going to change something? The guy before him didn't change this. This is the same way it was. Now, if Jimmy's here, I said, whoever else is coming next, it's going to be the same thing. The hood's going to be the hood. It's never going to change. So I saw right away, man, something's a disconnect between the politics and real change in the world. It's not happening. And I think that we'll see the polytricksters fall away. The system we have, it can't sustain forever. It can't. It's impossible. And something new will arise eventually at some point in the future.
It just seems like it's such a distraction from like what could make life better. And it seems like if that wasn't there, and the problem too is the incentive, the money. There's so much money in it.
The money. See, you have to, for us to move forward as a species on this planet, we have to take capitalism out of a lot of things. And that would scare a lot of people, but it's the truth. We have to do it. We can't have capitalism in politics. You can't have capitalism in healthcare. You can't have it in the prison system. You can't have you can't have it in the school system. All the stuff that's driven by capitalism is failing tremendously because it's the people second, the money first. And we'll do whatever. We'll manipulate them however we can. We can lock these people up. They don't even deserve to be locked up. We proved that already. One judge just got 40 years for putting 100 kids in jail for taking it for money, right? And he's just the tip of the iceberg. So we have all this going on because capitalism is involved. You can't have capitalism in healthcare. I mean, come on. And so it's destroying everything.
Healthcare is one of the scariest fucking problems. When you start to dig below the surface with insurance companies and big pharma and all the things that are going on, it's just disgusting.
It's horrible. It's an atrocity to mankind.
But it's one of the most foundational things, one of the most foundational aspects of human beings is greed and lust and competition. And
it starts with programming, though. So right now we have epigenetic programming inside of our bodies, me and you. The last 15 to 20 years of our ancestors, their memories and their coding is in our body through epigenetics. And epigenetics came out about 20, 30 years ago, and they laughed at Bruce Lipton for this. And now it's taught in every university that's real. They've done real scientific studies showing that we're operating and thinking and functioning off past memories from ancestors. Right. And so all that programming needs to begin to be rewritten. We have to start first rewriting our own DNA and our own epigenetics and clearing our past traumas, and then teaching the next generation the proper way. That's where it's going to begin. With the future. So it's a big process. It's a big process. But you know what's happening? More and more people are waking up. I remember talking about the aliens I saw, or the UFO I saw in my backyard in the bushes with two friends because I was afraid for anybody else to hear about it. Years went by and we started exchanging VHS tapes. Then from VHS tapes with conspiracies and UFO stuff on it. Then it went to cassette tapes. Then it went to CDs, and then went to DVDs. Then it went to web forums. Then it went to blogs. Now it's on TV. Now I'm on TV talking about this stuff, and I'm on big podcasts like you're talking. So I've seen the gradual acceptance of this. And now the Pentagon saying, "Oh yeah, these things are real," and NASA saying, "Yes, water on Mars." So eventually, there's going to be a point. Now we have such short lifespans. To us, it seems like it's taking forever. But from a geological standpoint, that time scale, we haven't even been into a blink of an eye yet. So, and if it takes 1,000, 2,000 years, we're in the beginning. We're the pioneers of the movement for awakening on this planet. And even just allow me to even come over here and talk about this kind of stuff. It's just massive because you're going to give me a voice and let other people hear something that maybe not everything they agree with. There may be something I said today that's going to make them want to go look something up. and that triggers a spark, and that drops a seed, and exponentially over time, what's happening here is we're traveling into the future. When I speak on these kind of shows and I do these TV shows and documentaries, I travel into the future with my consciousness, and I alter the future reality in the third dimension by things I'm saying right now, because the outcome is going to be the outcome that I'm trying to collapse into reality. And so I really do believe that long term, there's going to be a significant change. Right now, human beings are crawling. And eventually we're going to learn how to walk. But even when we start walking, it's going to look bleak for a month because we're going to fall. We will fall down. The baby will pop on its butt. And the parents go, oh, and the baby cries, but it gets back up again. And it walks. And eventually, they'll learn how to walk. What is walking? Controlled falls. That's actually the definition of walking. It's a controlled fall. And when we learn how to control our fall, that's when we get to the goal.
Wow. Fascinating. Billy, I very much appreciate you coming on here and talking about this stuff. People that are watching and listening, where can they find more of your work?
Just go to 4bigknowledge.com. Everything's there, all my social media, my website, my YouTube, my TV network, all the work that I'm doing currently and everything else, all the tours and everything I'm doing, it's all on 4bigknowledge.com, number 4.
That's incredible, man. And your Instagram page, again, is one of my favorite Instagrams to follow. I sit there for hours watching videos.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Incredible. All right, well, thanks again. Goodbye, world.
It's not just talking, You guys dusting off a raptor bone, you just hear tears listening to his headphones. That guy's a dumb idiot. I genuinely felt that. A raptor bone. It's like, he actually didn't have a bathroom.
Yeah, you saying it?
Being attached to white supremacy.
You say high school? In high school, you were in college. Just in the college. But it's like everybody likes to say, as long as nobody's listening. Yeah, that's I feel like music. That's how I like to hum along in the car. What's your favorite kind of music? I'm not very specific. Like, it's more about like the emotional palette. Like different genres of music have different emotional palette. Exactly. You're right. What's my palette? But I particularly like sort of glorious music. Glorious music. Vangelis. I like sort of like epic orchestras. Like it was grand, big things. Yes, like a big battle scene in a movie or one of these groups behind that. That just oh, he's a god. Are you playing instruments? No, I mean, it's recorded a lot. Like in college, I would relax by going into like stairwell in university and I recorded in the stairwell. Really? Somebody told me I was doing that near their class, and they said they were hearing this music from the tear ducts in the classroom. Figure out where it comes from. Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, well, let's officially get this thing going, Mr. Robert Manson. It's great to meet you, first of all. Nice to meet you, sir. For our listeners and our viewers, can you give me a brief description of who you are, your background, and your areas of interest? That's going to be hard because I've just been all over the place. I know you really have. But if you could give me some sort of a synopsis. So long ago, I started out in engineering in college. I switched to physics, got an undergraduate degree in physics, and then I decided I wanted to understand how science was. So I went off to the University of Chicago to study philosophy of science. And I kind of answered the questions for myself and switched back to physics. And then I saw cool things happening in Silicon Valley and heard about AI and hyperspace. And so I left school with 2 masters in physics and philosophy of science to go off to Silicon Valley, where I did AI research and Bayesian statistics as a job, and on the side did hyperspace publishing and a bunch of other stuff for 9 years. And then I went back to school to get my PhD at the age of 34 with 2 kids, age 0 and 2. And I 4 years in our program, because basically everybody gets kicked out after 4 years, so that was good. And I got my degree and PhD in social science and health tech. And then I went on the market and did better in political science than I did in econ, but I didn't get a job. I got a postdoc in health policy for 2 years at Berkeley, and then I went on the market again and got my current job as a professor of economics at George Mason University. And so since I got tenure in 2006, I allowed myself to spread out a bit more. And I started a blog called Everything Bias. I've since written 2 books. One, a futurist book called The Age of M, Book Love and Life, and Robots Rule the Earth. Then a psychology book called The Elephant in the Brain, Hidden Motives in Everyday Life. And I'm still pretty much all across the I do a lot of different things. The thing I'm most famous for is the idea of prediction methods, which I was working on when I was that computer researcher. Well, back before I went back to school, and that's why I picked Caltech, because they did experimental econ, and I thought that would help in these institution ideas. And I had a wide range of big institutional ideas. But as you know, recently I went back to my astrophysics work and did this gravity alien stuff, the great filter stuff I did while I was a postdoc doing health policy at Berkeley up back in that long ago. And so I think most intellectuals are just naturally broad. And in fact, that's probably one of the main failures when people want to become an academic, is they don't focus enough. And I was at risk of failing in that way by not focusing enough, because the academic world really wants you to be the best at one thing for the rest of your life. And doing a lot of different things doesn't work so much. So I slipped by. I managed to sneak by. Being a little too broad. The Future of Humanity Institute at Oxford. If you're a researcher there, I have an affiliation there. When they were starting up a long time ago, they wanted to collect prestigious affiliations so they could, credit everything who there was listed associated with them for what they did every year. So I'm happy to be included in that when they first got started. And they were small, and now they are big, and don't need me anymore for that purpose, but I'm happy to still be affiliated. So the purpose of that was to look at the big picture questions about humanity, right? Absolutely. And what are the fundamental big picture questions about humanity? Well, there's where we came from and where we're going. So the future of humanity, of course, focused on that future. But I think the first job, as always, is diagnosis before you do prognosis. So the first thing you need to do is just have an obvious idea of what might happen, when, and how, and then you can start to think about how to live with it. So I think people start way too quick to say, what do I want the future to be like? And sort of map out their ideal case. And actually, it's pretty hard actually just figure out what's likely to happen if you do nothing. And you're probably not going to be able to do a lot. So figure out what's likely to happen if you do nothing, and then maybe nudge it. So people thinking about the future, they of course think about things like global warming, population, fertility, about the future of innovation, technology, like space travel, energy, but innovation of social institutions too. I think social institutions, forms of governance, ways that we can interact with the economy, and people are usually focused on the future in our era, mediated by technology. People imagine the new technologies coming in and they think about how that will affect the future. So that's been true for a while. And so obviously artificial intelligence is one technology. I did a lot of research for 9 years. That was especially salient to me. Obviously people think about future energy sources, they think about space travel, they think about environmental impacts. But there's just a lot more to think about, really, if you get creative about it. So I always thought that there was a neglect at the intersection of social science and tech about the future. So most futurists that you hear about are tech people. They know about some kind of tech, and they want to tell you where they think that tech is going and then what social implications it will have. And like myself, when I was a physics student a long time ago, they were probably taught that social science doesn't exist. Most tech people are told that musically, that hard science is like physics, computer science, chemistry, biology, those are real sciences. People really know stuff there. Over in the social sciences, that's all stuff they have. So, tech people go to try to figure out the social implications of the technologies they're imagining. They kind of wing it with their intuitions. They don't really use expert social science. Right. Whereas the social scientists who do understand social science, when they think about the future, they tend to be skeptical about all those tech predictions. They look at the world around them and they figure the technology of the future couldn't possibly be that different from the technology they see around them. And science fiction projections are just be chances. So they don't really take seriously the tech and therefore they don't really project what future tech might be and then what the implications are. So there's this missing intersection. Right, on the one hand, we have tech people who can envision future technologies, and on the other hand, we have social scientists who can project social changes as a result of whatever innovation including technologies, but they don't put it together. And that's what you one of the things I've decided to say. My highest, most meta level principle is to look for important neglected. So that's neglected there. You find the way that people are neglecting something that's important. You can have all yourself. So what is the future of humanity and artificial intelligence? If we look into the near future and the distant future, there's a lot of people who have very dystopian views of how this might look. What are your views on this? Are they dark or dystopian, or are they optimistic? So, first of all, in terms of ordinary artificial intelligence, like the sort of things people see and have seen for a long time, like the sort that I did as a researcher, I see that as accumulating gradually, improving steadily, and having a long road to go. So, that sort of process looks like it will give you plenty of warning before you have bigger problems to deal with. So you're a long way away from machines being able to do most everything you need to, perhaps even centuries. And as they start to become more capable, then they will basically take up a larger fraction of their income. But the key signature of AI getting more capable is you pay it more money instead of people. So, because most income goes to pay people today, you can be pretty sure that people are the main valuable thing today. But later on, with time, you will pay more and more for the machines and the software because they'll be doing the important thing, and then eventually they'll do most things. But there's a long way to go before that, and that process will be pretty gradual. That is, I don't foresee a sudden change where all of a sudden, humans were doing half the jobs yesterday and the next week they're doing almost that. The scale, the timeline isn't necessarily linear in a sense that the exponential growth of technology becomes exponential, right? Like what we did in the last 100 years compared to the next 100 years will be extremely sped up.
Well,
Welcome, Aquarius.
We should think in terms of a long distribution over the past.
How are you?
Mouthful, I guess. So, the idea is the difficulty of tasks.
All right, just one moment.
So they're in terms of how difficult tasks are automated. So, as you know, Moore's law allows computers got twice as cheap every 2 years. You get to see an exponential displacement of humans and jobs, even as technology is increasing exponentially.
Get on the Play-Doh app.
Steady displacement of jobs.
Alrighty.
Increasing exponentially.
You're going to have an
The way
invitation
to
in 3,
understand that is to imagine
2,
there's a distribution of
Yay!
each job of how hard it is, how much computing power does it take to automate that
Let's
job.
see, I'm gonna try to do
And
my
think of it in
best. I'm
terms
gonna
of
try.
many, many orders of magnitude, right? So if it was a number like some jobs take 1, and some takes 10, and some takes 100, and 1,000, and a million, and a billion, and the jobs are spread really far across this really wide range of difficulty. So the very first machines automated some very simple jobs that people were doing. And then over time, as computers have gotten better and cheaper, we've been able to automate
more jobs by moving up that spectrum. Like first it was the jobs that
Get
had a difficulty of 1, and then the
Whoa.
jobs that have 10, and then the jobs that have 100. But the idea is the range is really wide. Like there's jobs up at a trillion, jobs at a quadrillion, right? And so that's why, even as technology has been improving exponentially, the fraction of jobs that the machines do has not been increasing exponentially because the difficulty of the job is just really widely spread. And at the moment, we are automating a new set of jobs that we couldn't automate.
Hey, you almost had it.
I know, but this is going to be tough.
We have just still really a long way to go.
Okay, you
And
did
so
one.
that would be my picture for the
Yay.
ordinary kind of AI that we've seen so far. My book, The Age of M, is about a somewhat different kind of AI. And that different kind of AI has more of a threshold effect, where nothing happens until something happens, and then a lot suddenly happens. And that's the idea of a brain emulation. So you have a brain in your head, and it has a whole bunch of cells of different types, which are connected to each other with little wires, and there's a system by which
Get it.
Knock that one down. Should knock it down.
signals go through the cells, and each cell takes signals in and signals goes out.
Get it.
And
Good job.
you
Thank
could,
you,
in
man.
principle, copy that whole system in your brain and make a computer model of a brain like yours that has, a substitute for each cell and a model of how each cell works that takes signals in and sends signals out, that sends it to the other cells, just like in your brain. And if we could make a brain emulation
Nice
of your brain,
bear.
then it would behave just like you in
You're
the same
welcome.
situation. And that
Let's go.
also human level artificial intelligence. We are a long way from
Not
being
what I
able to
wanted.
do that, but we will sometime in the next few centuries be
You
able to do that.
got
And we might,
this.
I think, be able to
Get
do
it.
that before
Not what I
other
wanted.
kinds of human level artificial intelligence. And this kind of AI has a threshold. That is, when we make this emulation of your brain, say we get it wrong, like the cell models are off or the connections are off. If it's wrong enough, it just won't work. It'll just be mush. It'll just be a mess. Yeah. But once we pass the threshold of the model being close enough to you, it'll basically
Got one
work.
more.
And so that's this threshold where brain emulation is before a certain
You
point,
got this,
they're just
Rabbi.
not
You
really
got
valuable
it.
at
Come
all.
on.
And then
You
after a
got
certain point,
this. Let's
they're really
go.
valuable. And then that would have more of a subtle.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. I just need 3.
Let's
And
go.
that's what my book is
Get
all
3.
about, is what that world looks like.
Have you ever seen the
Yay.
Got
movie
it.
show
Let's go.
Westworld?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, that is almost
You
exactly
and I win.
what Westworld is
I
about,
win,
right?
you
Yeah,
It's
you
about
win, I win.
Clark. Can you
Right.
explain?
Right.
Doesn't
So
matter. Yay. We undefeated. Yay.
Absolutely.
There's also one that's right longer. Yeah.
Right.
One more.
And so the idea is there's amusement
Yeah,
parks where there
yeah,
are
yeah.
robots who are entertaining the guests. And
Okay.
they don't really
Okay.
specify how the robots are designed. So
Okay.
in fact, in the TV show Westworld, they also have brain emulations later in the show as a different thing. And so the robots in Westworld are not brain emulation robots, but they are AI that are very effectively similar to humans. So they
Get it.
present them as very human-like AI, right? Even though they're
Right, Rabbi. Come on. Let's go. Let's
Nice,
go.
nice
Let's
bear.
go.
And
Nice
of course,
bear.
it's crazy stupid, like a lot of fiction is. If you could actually
Thank
make
you.
those robots as they make
Come
them in that show, you wouldn't
Get
even
it.
use them.
Got it. Yeah. You should knock that one down.
And so the key thing is human workers get more than half of world income. So if you could have a substitute for human workers, you could make trillions of dollars basically replacing human workers with it. So the idea that you would just use that in an amusement park and nowhere else is kind of crazy.
Well, the idea
Well,
is
something
the
don't
main
matter. There we go.
incentive for Westworld.
It's
Correct me if I'm
something.
wrong. I may be misinterpreting it.
All
as
right,
well, but
Rabbi.
I believe the main incentive of it was
Here we
to
go.
longevity, right? To live forever, to be able to learn
come on.
enough.
This is the
from these
toughest
real
split in the
humans that were
game.
interacting with them, to be able to copy them, to copy their minds, so when their biological body.
Welcome.
dies,
Nigger boy. Nigger. Nigger. Nigger.
That makes you a
And I believe they showed that as fake. That is, they just.
How about the move now?
And then
Yeah,
the
they got
third
banned.
secret line of
business that they reveal later on is that they are watching.
I don't know why
visitors
somebody would do
very
that. Why that
closely,
was
and
cool to
therefore
them.
Let's go, let's go, go,
and somehow the idea is that was much more valuable than just having human level robots. And somehow, because somehow you can market to them, you can send them advertisements and predict what they do. And so in the later seasons, they have these big
Rabbi,
sphere
come on, Rabbi, come on, Rabbi, come on. There you go.
what
Got it.
everybody
Come on,
will do,
yeah, good
as if that was some
spot.
enormously
That was
economically
an
valuable thing compared to
excellent
the
sphere.
robots.
Thank you.
That seems crazy. It's like
You're welcome.
people predict
Oh no, they ain't never did that in here. What the
doesn't
world?
come in much.
I don't understand.
There's not a
They
lot of
they
demand for that.
try
There
to
is
keep
some,
me awake.
it's not that big, but people working, there's a huge demand for that. The world is full of people working, and if you can
Ooh,
substitute
that was a
people
good sphere.
working, you can make
Yes, it
billions.
was.
Right. I don't think you can make
That was a
billions
very
just
good
because
spin,
you
Mr.
can make a
Perez.
TV show of somebody.
Yeah.
All right, I need this.
Way they will turn on the street.
Get it.
It's not that much money.
No.
It sets up this dystopia.
All right,
Oh my
I
God.
need.
You know, they
Just get
what I'll
two.
do. I just feel
I'll take two.
dehumanizing, right?
I'll
So
take two.
the show went for this emotional
Okay.
threat of you feeling threatened by the fact that a machine could predict you as the emotional anchor of the show, as opposed to these machines can take your jobs. Pardon this brief. It's more of like an advertising type thing, right? Right. You predict that they can make money with advertising to you or selling,
Right,
which is tiny compared to work. Right. Like advertising is like 2 or 3% of GDP, right? Whereas work is like
All
70%
right.
of GDP. Right. So
Get
you
it.
know, if you could
All
take
but
over
one.
the advertising industry, if you take over the work
All right.
industry,
Okay.
Get it.
is that? Do you imagine those?
All right.
Good job. Good
Those
sphere.
little pearls they call them. Do you imagine
Get
that
it.
like a realistic physical form of what a brain
Got it.
might
Yeah,
be
you
able
won
to
one.
do?
That's
just
okay.
to
You
have
did
a
good. You win, I win. We still undefeated in friendship and in the game. Okay.
That's right, Mr. Perez. All right. You have sweet dreams, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing. Okay.
Sometimes when they want to
All right, we
send
replace
the file
guys
physically,
willing.
have them on
That's
a-
right.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
Those are false.
Sweet dreams.
But that's not
Thank you.
forgivable because it's also terribly wrong, and you could do it that way. Yeah, that you would. It seems like we're at least beginning one of the first steps towards that with, for example, the Neuralink that Elon Musk is producing that directly interfaces with the brain. I mean, it's essentially like a super evolved version of the iPhone. That it's actually attached to your brain. You think about things and be able to communicate without speech. In principle, it would just have a higher bandwidth. Right. Exactly. Your brain could talk to a machine back and forth with a higher bandwidth. So, I mean, obviously, bandwidth is valuable. The key question is for what? What is exactly the value of high bandwidth? So, well, I mean, your brain was designed for high bandwidth through your eyes, say in ears, right? So your brain really wasn't designed to take high bandwidth input in through other channels. That is, your brain, has a whole system there for where it expects to get input, and then it's a whole system for processing that input. So it's not obvious that we can actually usefully give your brain a lot of input other than through the input channels it was designed to take. Yeah, because I always think about it. The first thing that I think about when I think of things like Neuralink is being able to, like, the advantages that you would have over other human beings, like being able to, for example, download a book into your brain and know it in 30 seconds, or the advantage you have in the economic world if you had that technology. That would be hard. So the brain emulation scenario is a scenario where you equivalently have Neuralink, easy because they're just on computers anyway, so it'd be easy to send information in. But it's not clear you could just, download a book and they would know it, because that requires that you restructure the brain. So, how so? Well, so if you imagine like having files on your computer, you can download a movie, and the movie's on the computer, and if you could play, you need software, right? But if you have a large, say, a library, right, a large library full of books, and now you want all those books to reflect some new insight in math, right? You don't just like put the math book somewhere in the library, right? All the other books don't update on the math book sitting in the library. You'll have to get all the other books to change in response to this new thing, so that they've integrated it into the rest of the books, right? So taking any large library and getting it to reflect some new math insight would be hard. It would be time consuming. You'd have to go find all the books that actually are related to that. understand them and rewrite those chapters in order to reflect the new insight that you were trying to get in.
Right. That makes perfect sense. So one of the most memorable quotes from that movie to me, which I've talked about on this podcast many times, and I think about a lot, which I'm fascinated to hear your opinion on it, was when Ford, the man who developed the theme park with the AIs, he said that human intellect is like peacock feathers. It's an elaborate display to attract a mate. All of the best of Mozart, all the best of Shakespeare, the best of Michelangelo, even the Empire State Building, just an elaborate mating ritual. And maybe that all of the things that humanity has accomplished doesn't even matter because it was done so for the basest of reasons. Even the peacock can barely fly. It lives in the dirt and it picks insects out of the muck. What are your thoughts on that quote?
I do expect that peacock feather kind of drives were an important drive in human mind evolution. But it's also clear that human minds are spectacularly capable compared to most other animal minds. And it's clear that human civilization, together with human minds, has been able to accomplish amazing things. Now, it could be it's only accomplished in like 10% of the brain, and the rest of the 90% is peacock feathers. But still, something in there is amazingly capable compared to all the other animals. That's just obvious. So then you might want to understand like which parts are which. Try to disentangle the fundamentally more useful parts from the others. But certainly something in there is useful. But the brain is huge, so it could well not be most of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it goes back to the main, the main theory of your book, The Elephant in the Brain, right? Where there's, explain what that book is and what the basic idea of it is.
So the idea is that you are wrong about why you do many things.
Right.
That is, if I ask you why you do most of the things you do, you'll give me a reason. And it turns out most of those reasons are wrong. That is, it's the reason you have in your head, it's the reason you can sort of explain and justify. And to some degree, your behavior is driven by that thing, but not most. But most of the things you're doing, instead, the motives you have are reasonable motives to have. They just don't look as nice as the motives you like to point to. So, for example, you go to school not to learn the material, because you don't actually learn much material. You go to school to show off, to show that you are capable, and also to sort of learn sort of modern workplace habits. You go to the doctor not to get well, but to show that you care about people and let them show they care about you. You vote not to help the nation do better, but to show your allegiance to your local tribe. Each of these things is a useful function for a social animal. It's just not the function you claim. Now, some of these functions are more zero-sum or have waste ends. So many of these functions that you don't like to admit, that you're not really aware of, are showing off. And showing off is often wasteful. Like going all those years to school just to show off how smart and conscientious and conformist you are is a lot of waste. But it's not all waste. It is important for people to be able to judge who's how capable and just sort them into different kinds of tasks and roles based on knowing about their futures. And, large social worlds, we do need to show and judge loyalty. And a lot of these signals are to show and judge loyalty. So, like the peacock feathers are just showing that you can put up with the feathers. That is, you have enough, other capabilities that if a predator comes after you, you can usually survive, even though you're carrying around this big wasteful set of feathers. But those feathers aren't really useful for much else. But many of the capabilities that humans have acquired that we show off are actually more useful for other things. Now, maybe evolution just got lucky and didn't realize how useful they would be, but clearly
something in the human brain, the capacity the human brain has allowed us to do enormous things compared to most animals.
Like, so acquiring wealth would be an example of something that would be impressive, and this also has many other
Right, exactly, sure. Or language. So, for example, most people use a larger vocabulary than they really need to, because they show off how much they know to a larger vocabulary. And I notice I use the word vocabulary instead of just saying you know many words. So I was showing off that I had a bigger vocabulary. But words are useful. So you are learning things like that. But many, ancient societies, people who are rich, what they show off by getting things from far away. Strange, things that local people wouldn't have, that they would have an unusual thing that encouraged trade and long distance travel, interactions. War has actually been one of the largest drivers of innovation over the last 10,000 years. War is terribly disruptive. Nevertheless, the drive to improve war technology has, in fact, driven a lot of technological improvements. Right. So, the key thing is once you open some new territory of learning and expanding, even if you're wasting most of your effort there, the remaining effort can just produce huge returns.
Yeah, one of the most absurd examples I've thought of when it comes to the idea of the elephant in the brain is Elon Musk. You think of him as this crazy, flamboyant, the richest man in the world, and he also builds rockets and wants to make our species interplanetary. Or does he? Or does he just want money and women?
I'm not sure I care.
I'm not sure I care, right? Because at the same time, whether that is his drive or not, the things that he's accomplishing are valuable and important, very important to us.
I think if you're going to pick one person on the planet today that you want to be really impressed with what they've accomplished, it would have to be him.
That's true.
So, I have to give hats off. And he's going on to accomplish more things, no doubt. Many of them will fail, but yes, humanity is on a tear, and we have a bright future ahead of us if we so choose, even if we are now wasting enormous fractions of our civilization on peacock feathers. And in some sense, that makes the prospects even brighter. If we could cut the waste, we could get even more.
Right. Simulation theory. How far do you go into simulation theory in your books, and what are your estimations of the probability of simulation theory?
So many decades ago, the idea that we might be living a simulation was a common theme on some of the mailing lists I was on. And then at one point, one of the people who was on the mailing list went off and wrote a philosophy paper based on that in a classroom, and then that got more attention. And then at the time, that inspired me to write a paper on how to live in a simulation, because that was neglected. So topics where, again, people want to mainly focus on the technology itself, when it might happen, is it possible, and they neglect the social implications. So I thought, let's just think about the social implications of the simulation. I.e., if you were living in one, what should you live your life differently? But and so I do have that paper on that. But the key idea here is that in the future, things like brain emulations will be possible. And therefore, it will be possible to create creatures who are in a world that looks completely real to them, but is in some sense not. It's fake. So like in the movie The Matrix or things like that, it will be possible to make such creatures. And some of those creatures would be set in a world like the past of that world. Just like today when we make movies, some of our movies are set in our past, some of our games are set in our past, or something like that. And so if there was a creature set in some, fictional world who doesn't know they're in a fictional world, and if that fictional world is in the past of that civilization, then if you are sitting here in your world, you could ask, how do I know I'm not that creature? Exactly. I could be, in principle, in fact, that future creature who thinks they're in this current day, but is actually in the future in a simulated world made to look like their past. So the relative chances that I am a simulation like that really comes down to a numbers game. How many people are there here today, really? And how many people would there be in the future simulating my time now? And that's, you have to come up with estimates of those relative numbers in order to guess, could I be in a simulation? So if you think there are relatively few people in the future who would be simulations of the past, then you think it's not very likely that I'm in a simulation. But if you think there's enormous numbers of them in the future, then you would have to think, well, then it's pretty likely, right? Now, we should first notice, like, if you were simulating the past, you're not going to equally randomly select from the past to simulate. So when we do movies or we do games, right, we do Caesar all the time, or Napoleon all the time, and all the other people not so often, right? So that means your chance of being in a simulation does depend on how photogenic your life is. In the sense, is your life the sort of life somebody might want to simulate? So
Right.
then,
Be an interesting player.
right, or are you a famous person? Did you have a big impact on the future? Right? So we'll often pick famous people in the past who we see as having had a big historical impact as the people we simulate in our past, when we do novels or games or things like that. So then, you know, that would modify your estimate for yourself. If you were a random person, that's different than if you were, life seems to be especially good story. Especially a story that the future might. So Elon Musk himself should assign a higher probability than the rest of us to living in a simulation, because it would be more likely somebody would simulate his life compared to ours. Right. Okay. But let's set that aside and let's just think about an ordinary average person, right? And ask, what's the chance they're living in a simulation? Well, I'd say we're going to basically do an interval where we multiply two numbers. So basically, there's all these different years in the future, and each year in the future will have a certain size economy, which has some amount of past simulations that happen in that. So in each future year, there's some percentage of that economy that they spend doing these past simulations. So we could count that now in terms of how many historical novels we have or historical games or something. And we could also have which past they're interested in. So as we get farther in the future, we expect the future to get bigger, the economy to get bigger, and then even if it's just a constant fraction of that future economy that's spent thinking about the past, that amount gets bigger, right? So the farther you go into the future, the more past simulations we expect to be happening at that moment. That's just the future time. Okay? So we expect those simulations to be spread out across their past according to how interested they are in it. That is, which past are they interested in? And so now, when we're thinking about the future, we're asking, it's an interval over the future. For each future year, one number is how big is that economy, and what fraction of it is devoted to historical simulations. And the other is, how large a fraction of that would we count, because we are competing with all the other dates at which they could be trying to make simulations. Wow, that's complex. Right, but there's a simple answer, which is that if interest in the past fades faster than the world grows, then most of the simulations that you will be in the relatively near future. So say if interest in the future doubled at the moment, the future economy say grows by a factor of 2 every 15 years at the moment, but if interest in the past falls by a factor of 2 every 10 years, then as you can see, even though the future gets bigger, it's even less interested in you. Right, so like New York, so because they'll be much more interested in simulating things nearer their date in terms of their history. So the final bottom line is, what we want to ask is, how fast does interest in the past decline with time compared to the rate at which the population of the economy grows in time? And there's something called Google engrams. And you can just type in a year like 1900 into Google Ngrams, and it will show you how interest in that year goes with time up until that year, so with time after that year. And you can just pick all sorts of dates and see that. And so you can see how fast does interest in the past fall away as you move away from that year. And in fact, it falls away faster than the economy and population does.
But there are certain years that are way more interesting than others. Certain times in history, like the ancient Egyptians, when the pyramids were built.
Sure, right. But we're just trying to use sort of the overall average. Okay. So the overall average seems to be that our interest in the past fades faster. And that also is roughly true. That is, say in the last 2,000 years, the world population doubled roughly every 1,000 years. But I think it seems to me obvious that interest in the past falls faster than the fact that 2,000 years. So, right. I mean, so if you look at most historical simulations, 1,000 years ago, almost all the simulations, the percentage of historical simulations that are past the year 1,000, probably well over 90%. Right? And you go back another 1,000 years, and it falls even faster. And the fraction of historical simulations that are of 1,000 BC, almost not. Right, look on Netflix or some other thing. Find me a historical story that took place more than 3,000 years ago. Right, it's just almost nothing. But 3,000 years ago is only a factor of 8 reduced population because it goes by a factor of 2 every thing. So according to the, if it were proportional population, then 1/8, say, of historical simulation should be more than 3,000 years ago. Right, okay, far fewer. So here's the bottom line, right? We should only expect the future to simulate us when it's relatively soon. But actually, we can't do simulations yet. It'll be a while until we can do simulations of the past. It'll be a while before we can create creatures who are in a simulation that don't know they're in the past. We're not able to do that yet. Right. And so by the time they can do it, it'll be far enough in the future that they'll be hardly interested in us at all. Right. And then they'll only be able to do a few at first, and if they get able to do more, they get even less interested in them. Why would they want? Right, why would they be? We're just too far in the past. Too far in the past. Unless we are somehow special. So some people have claimed that we are in a special era, that the future will be unusually interested in us, especially. Because why would they be interested in us right now? Well, many people are attracted or tied to this idea that this is a pivotal moment in history, and that's what motivates them to do a lot of things they do because this is the moment. And of course, the Americans, yes, it sounds like something, but obviously, in principle, I don't actually think it is that. I mean, some important things are happening now, but important things happened a century ago, and so that.
What would be the social implication of everybody being aware that we are in a simulation? Of human beings being aware that we're in a simulation, what would change? What would be the social implication?
Well, you have to ask, what's the purpose of the simulation? So clearly, somebody who made a simulation could have told people in simulation if they had wanted to do that. Okay. Clearly, they didn't want to do that, right? Okay, so if people in a simulation figure out that a simulation against the wishes of people who set up the simulation, the question is what can the people who set up the simulation do in response? And they have enormous powers to deal with that. So I don't think they're actually going to accept that problem. So they wouldn't allow us to do it. If they actually want to, it doesn't seem like they want to. Unless they want to do a simulation of a world that finds out and see what they do, but that's going to be kind of unusual, special thing to simulate. Sometimes they do that sometimes, but not very often. Right. So one of the main things you can do in the simulation is you can sort of have noise and error in how you do the simulation, and then if something happens that wasn't supposed to happen, you just back it up and you do it again. Right. So simulations don't have to just run forward. They can back up. That's just the nature of the way we do computer simulations. All sorts of systems today. So that means if there's anything you don't want to have happen in simulation, it's relatively easy to prevent it. That is, you see the thing go wrong, you stop, you back it up, and you take that, you change something, and then you roll it back forward, and keep doing that until you get the thing you want.
Right. That makes sense.
So, if you're in a simulation, you are very much like a mercenary. You don't know things. They don't want you to know.
What if they did want us? What if they did decide to let us know?
Well, then we're in a simulation where they want to find out what happens when they let us know. And of course, they will try different variations on that, and then they will see the different variations.
That's fascinating. And people like Elon Musk, people who have more interesting lives, who have made a greater impact on history, those people that are more inclined to believe.
Well, they should be. For them, it is in fact true.
Right. The great filter. What inspires you to write this paper on the great filter? I believe you collaborated on it with a few people. Is that right? And then what is the basic idea of the great filter?
So the great filter is something I did over 20 years ago, 5 years ago almost now.
And in 1996, right?
Started. And that was about just reframing great, let's say, Fermi's question, very reason. So we look up in the universe and it's empty and dead. And we look at our future and we see this prospect for us to be lively and visible. And there's a bit of a conflict. We don't see around us the things we expect to be in the future. So I reframed that question, just asked it in a different way, and I said, well, big visible things of the sort that we hope to become soon, they will have to appear by going down a path. Start with simple dead matter in the universe, and then there are planets, say, and life appears, and life goes through stages, eventually it gets to our stage, and eventually it goes from our stage.
So you just followed your destination, which is the best
and
advice anyone could
going down that path must be very hard to go from the beginning and get all the way to the end by this point in the history of the universe, because almost nothing is done. So that would be to say there's a filter on it. Things start in one end of the pipe, and nothing comes out the other end of the pipe. Because look, this whole universe started on the pipe. Every piece of rock anywhere could have started down this path to evolve life and spread. But we're the only thing that can see that's farther down the pipe. We don't see anything that's farther beyond where we hope to be. So that's the claim, that to get all the way to where we hope to be is very hard. There's a very large difference between that final destination and the initial stage of simple dead matter.
And when you say filter, what specifically are you referring to? What would a filter be? What's an example of a filter?
Well, so you could have a planet where it's never evolved even life in the first place, right? And then it failed to pass that first step. You could have some place with simple life, but just become more complicated life, with sexual reproduction, say, or photosynthesis, a bunch of multi-cellular, right? So on Earth, life went through a bunch of stages, and we could say each stage, maybe through change, it passed through a filter step. It succeeded in accomplishing something that maybe most planets never do. And that's the great filter, is the difficulty of going all the way down this path to the place where we are now and then going forward. So the fact the universe was dead and emphasizes that filter is big. And it also raises the question, how far along the filter are we? We're not all the way. And so clearly it's a huge filter. And even if just a small fraction is ahead of us, that says bad news about our future.
A small fraction ahead of us. What does it mean by that?
So it could be said that the total filter is maybe 10 to the 24, for example. Like only one planet out of 10 to the 24 ever reaches advanced life, that becomes visible in the universe. Well, it could be that we've gone through 10 to the 22 of it so far. And we only have 10 to the 2 left. But that would still mean we only have a 1% chance of getting from here to that destination. That is 99% chance we won't. We might die. Which is kind of scary.
Yes. What are the chances that we've already made it through the great filter?
Well, that's again about how much of it we have passed. So you could look at our history and try to guess which things were hard. But the problem is actually the timing doesn't tell you. So it turns out that if we were very lucky on Earth to get as far as we did, then even if the different steps stars before us will have different difficulties, the timing will be roughly equally spaced. And therefore, we do see roughly equally spaced time in between major transitions. And so that actually doesn't tell us much about how hard those steps work. If we were to find other life out in the universe that have gone independently down this path, that would be big information about how hard the steps were. So if we found some other life out there, say, there's just primitive life that didn't share an origin with us, well, that would be big news about how hard that first step was, and it would suggest it's easier. So, paradoxically, any evidence we see of independent life out there in the universe that's gone anywhere along the path where we are is bad news about our future. If we discover any sort of life out there, that's bad news for us. Because it would suggest that maybe these earlier steps aren't as hard as we thought, or later steps we still have to go, or harder than we thought. So that's all the great filter stuff. You were talking about the work I did with some other people. That's in the last 2.5 years.
Yes,
like that's what we call Rabbi, right? And that's basically giving numerical estimates to great filters, right? Telling you just how big it is, and therefore saying more specifically the distribution of aliens in space-time. And we kind of have the answer.
So what are Rabbi aliens?
So there's two kinds of aliens in the universe, the kinds you can see and the kinds you can't. So we just postulate there are some kinds of aliens that would just be pretty obvious. That is, they started somewhere, then they expanded and kept expanding. And in the volume they expanded into, they changed things. They did stuff. We don't know exactly what they'll do, but just like humans and life on Earth has changed stuff wherever it goes, they would change stuff. And if they do that to a big enough volume, it would be noticeable. And so we can think about what our data says about the obvious ones in a much easier way than we can about the other quiet ones. So we can come back to the quiet ones, but we're first going to focus on the big obvious ones. And, and the key point is we don't actually see them, right? They would be big and obvious, and we don't see them. But if we think carefully, we can figure out a lot about what that implies. You might not realize it. It says a lot. So what we have is a 3-parameter model of where aliens are in space-time, and each of the parameters can be fit to data, and we kind of need to believe this model to explain why we're so early in time, which is one of the key data points are current data. And so, I'm happy to walk through it if you want.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Each of these parameters,
Austin, you should be able to pull up some sort of graphics that represent this concept and this study. Let's go through that.
We are here at 14 billion years into this universe. That sounds late. 14 billion years seems like a long time, but it's actually pretty early. The average star will last for 5 trillion years. Now, the peak of star formation in this universe is like 4 billion years after this. So we're all past the peak of star formation. But most stars will last for trillions of years. And so we are early in terms of when most stars will exist. And we have a simple theory of when advanced life should appear that says that the most likely time for advanced life to appear would be much later in the history of these stars. So I've told you about how life on Earth goes through a number of difficult steps. And that Earth is probably lucky in having gone through all of those steps in an unusually short time. That is, most planets out there never get to our point before that time ends. Right, actually, by now, in the history of the universe. So that suggests that it's just hard to do each of these steps. And perhaps each of the steps just has a crazy long stretch of time, but that our planet got lucky. So an analogy is cancer. In your body, you have many billions of cells, and to produce cancer, a cell needs to undergo like 6 different mutations in that same cell in the entire history of your life. Now, these mutations are so unlikely that most of your cells never have any of these mutations, and only a few have a couple of them. But by the end of your life, typically one of them will get all 6 mutations. And that's analogous to all these planets in the universe. You need to go through a bunch of steps to produce one's life. And most of them never even get to the first step. Hardly any of them get to, 4 steps. And the power life got to all 6 steps to get to where we are before the deadline of life closing on planet Earth. So that's like a cell in your body getting cancer before the deadline.
Right. In other words, planet Earth has developed more cancer.
Right, although this cancer's great.
Depends on how you look at it.
Sure. But I'm going to take that. But so what we know is that the chance of you getting cancer is a function of time. Those as a power law of time, where the power is the number of these mutations that happen, so typically around 6. Okay, so you are far more likely to get cancer near the end of your life than the beginning, not constantly. The chance just increases dramatically toward the end of your life. Goes as this power law of the power of 6 at a time, because there's roughly 6 mutations. So similarly for planets, if advanced life like us is going to appear on a planet like Earth, it's not equally likely to appear at any moment in the history of that planet. It's far more likely to happen near the end of that planet's life. And it actually seems like there's roughly 6 hard steps that need to happen on a planet like Earth for us to produce at our level as well. So that means over time, the chance of advanced life increases with time. Right. Now, but longer-lived planets, they've got a lot more time for all these hard steps to go in, and so the actual chance of life appearing on a longer-lived planet also increases by this power of 6. So we are a planet, let's say, 5 billion years long life, and say the typical planet out there will have 5 trillion years of life. That's a factor of 1,000 more. And if there's 6 of these steps, the chance that life would appear on one of those planets till the end of its life compared to what our planet is, our life is 1,000 power of 6 to the 18. That is, it's crazy unlikely for life to appear on a planet like ours so early in the universe compared to on a longer lived later universe. So there's something wrong with this analysis. Because our analysis is saying we are just crazy. So I pulled up something. You can adjust the So we're just crazy compared to when we should expect life to appear. But the key assumption we made in this analysis is that the universe would just sit empty and wait until we appear. And that's the assumption you're saying is wrong. So what's actually happening is life is popping up and appearing in various places in the universe, advanced life. And then sometime it becomes grabby, or it becomes physical. And when it becomes grabby, it expands at some speed. And then these civilizations appearing at different times expand, and then their expanding waves eventually meet each other. And then at that point, the universe is full of gravity. And then it's too late after that for life like us to appear. So there's a deadline in this universe. First, the universe starts out empty, and then advanced life starts to appear, and then it expands, and then fills everything up, and then too late, it can't appear anymore. And that's the explanation for why we appear so early in this universe. We are now at a period where the universe is filling up with aliens, and in a billion years or two, we'll be all full, and we couldn't appear 5 trillion years in the future because it will have long since been full.
So we are just extremely early compared to other solar systems and other.
We're extremely early compared to when we would have appeared had the universe just waited empty for us. The universe is not waiting empty for us, is the key point. There's a deadline, and that's why we're appearing so early. So that's the first thing to say is this is why you need to believe in this theory, is that we are crazy early otherwise. You have to believe there are aliens out there, and there are filling the universe right now. In fact, right now, roughly half the volume of the universe is full of alien civilizations that we can't see. And in another few billion years, it'll just all be full. And we may well soon join them, i.e. bring out mixed race gravity alien civilizations. So this model of aliens appearing has 3 key parameters.
This
See,
episode
there's
is brought to you by
first we're going to assume they just appear in random places in space.
wearable that turns your health and fitness data into personalized guidance. Now, 7% smaller
And then
with more than
they
14
expand at some
days of
speed
battery life.
after they
Whatever
appear.
training
So that's one of the
insight you
parameters.
get
How
from
fast do they
will
expand?
totally change
And then the other two
quest,
parameters
train,
are
and
when
show
they appear in
up
time.
every day. Now,
So I told you there's a power law, that is the number of hard steps makes them appear later in time more rapidly according to a power law. So a power law has two parameters. It has the power and it has a constant. And so these are the two parameters that we can fit together. So the power comes from the history of life on Earth. That is, the timing of when life appeared on Earth and how much time we seem to have left from now. And other data we have suggests there's roughly 6 hard steps on Earth, therefore a power of 6. Somewhere between 3 and 12. Roughly a power of 6. The constant of the power law comes from our current date, because we are a random sample of when a advanced civilization appears. That is, we're not advanced enough to become ready yet, but if we do so, it'll be within a million years. So, which is relatively short time on the scale of 14 billion. So, relatively short time from now, we could become ready. But that makes our data random sample from when these things happen. So that gives us the constant in front of the power law. So we have the constant in front of the power law, we have the power of the power law, and all we need is the speed of expansion, and we've got the whole model. So how can we get the speed of expansion? Well, if you run this model and simulate it, you find that when civilizations are born and look in the universe, we ask, can they see other civilizations in the universe? And what we find is, if they expand slowly when they're born and they look at the civilizations, huge, spherical volumes in the sky, much bigger than the full moon, full of spherical volumes in the sky. Well, because they start at some point and they expand spherically away. Okay, and so you look in the sky, you basically see vast civilizations. If everybody grew slowly, that's what the typical civilization would see. But if they grow very fast, most of them won't see any of it because they don't see it until they're almost there. Because there's a selection effect, you put them up here within the volume of different alien civilizations because they would include that is very born and using the volume no longer evolve there, at least if they so chose. So the fact that we don't see any aliens in our sky is the evidence that they must be expanding at a very fast speed, roughly half the speed of light, faster, which is extremely fast.
Yeah, but explain how we wouldn't see them coming until they're absolutely
So they're nearly millions of years before we can see them, but still, at a typical birth date, you won't see them.
right. Okay. And now, what is this? What is this model? Explain. Austin, is this? There's a video. There's a video. Farther down. There you go. Yeah, that's the video. So I am a simulation of the gravity and model of alien civilizations. Civilizations are born and expand outward at a constant speed. Therefore, space is shown. By the time we get to 13 billion years, the sphere will be. So this is a random place in space. Civilizations appear, they grow, and then they meet each other, and then eventually the volume is full. And so you, the upper right-hand corner, you can see the date of the simulation. So we're past our current date now, and it's showing that the universe is expanding, and that's how many of them. You can see the same thing again. Now we can see through so you can see up in the upper right, we're looking forward today at the end. The universe is expanding to show how many civilizations there are. There's roughly 4 times 10 million galaxies in this volume, and it's very large piece into space, and then it's all full. So that's the idea. Okay, so it's a relatively simple model. Things just appear at random times, and then they expand at the same speed. But the time at which they appear goes into power law. That's the key. Right. At the beginning, hardly anything is happening. Later, it'll be fast. Right. Okay. What makes a civilization gravity?
So the definition of gravity is that it expands and changes the appearance of the volume it's in so that you would notice. That's the key idea. Now, we could ask, why would that happen? And, in some sense, you can just imagine it's like life on Earth. Just once there's some competition of different parts trying to colonize, eventually it all gets colonized. We will, in our future, perhaps face choice that may eliminate better the issues. So, if you just imagine technology is arbitrarily getting improved, then eventually people could leave here and go places, and eventually they then, compete to grab things, and when they grab things, they use them in some way, and then they would change them. And that would just be a natural way that they could become grabbing. Of course, they have to be capable enough to actually do interstellar travel, which we are not yet, but within a million years, it seems like we would. So, the simplest argument for being grabby is just to say, if technology and abilities just keep improving, then eventually there'll be a point when interstellar travel is possible, and then it would be done, and then people would move in different directions, and then they'd land somewhere, and they'd colonize that, and go there, and expand out. Just in the way life expands across the Earth. When it's possible, then life would expand through the universe. Now, of course, there's that prerequisite. You have to be advanced enough to be able to do interstellar travel, and then you have to not be dead at that point. It's important. And you have to allow it. So, I actually think it's not clear what fraction of them will allow. I think there may be, in fact, most civilizations don't allow it. That's a plausible possibility. Even so, the universe is big enough that some of them will. And so the gravity is small. So the key idea is you start out as a quiet civilization, and then eventually you have the choice to come out. And there's this key question of the ratio between quiet and loud. What fraction of quiet eventually gives rise to loud? And that fraction matters for two different things. One is our future. They say only 1 in 1,000 quiet become loud, and until we know otherwise, that's the best estimate for our choice, is that only 1 in 1,000 chance movers. And the ratio also matters for setting search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This statistical model I was just telling you about fitted to these parameters of data. And I didn't tell you the actual final numbers, which are roughly allowed alien civilization to appear roughly once per million galaxies. And right now it's in the middle of the distribution of when they appear, and if we start to expand at the speed, half the speed of light like the rest of them are, then we would meet them in a billion years. Okay. So that's the answers, but those are the statistics for the loud ones. But if there are a ratio of quiet to loud, then the higher that ratio is, the closer is the nearest quiet one. Because we know the nearest loud one is 1 to 1 million galaxies away. But if, say, there was a 1,000,000 to 1 ratio of quiet to loud, well, now the nearest quiet one might be in our galaxy. Whereas if it's only a 10 to 1 ratio, you see the nearest one is 1 in 100,000 galaxies away, which is a long way away.
Yes. It seems like if we were to become that advanced and be able to achieve interstellar transportation, it seems like we would be, based on what we are like now, we would become a loud civilization, because that's just human nature now. We expand, we influence, we grab things, and the economics are involved.
But there are contrary forces, and so that's worth thinking through. So, as you know, the world is pretty integrated. It's, once upon a time, empires were separated across the world and didn't interact very much. Distances were too far to communicate or travel. But as we've made travel and communication easier, the world has become more integrated over the last century. Right. that integration has made an integrated economy trade across the globe and integrated society. People meet and interact across the globe and create communities across the globe. And the size of nation and empires has also been increasing over centuries. That is how we now have things like the European Union, large coordinations, large nations, and large scales. Now, for a long time, people have thought, doesn't that mean we'll have a world government soon? Won't we merge these into an even larger unit? And people have been concerned about that and wary of that. And so far we haven't. But what they haven't noticed is that we have created something like a world mob or a world community, which we did not have a century ago. So if you look at many different areas of regulation, say nuclear power, or medical ethics, or organ sales, like matter spectrum, plane safety, or things like that, it turns out that the world does it pretty similar everywhere. So we have a world community that talks to each other about these things. And people want to be respected in those communities, and there's some conformity pressures in those communities, and those conformity pressures basically induce a pretty high level of convergence of regulation all around the world. It was especially dramatic in COVID, if you recall, at the beginning of COVID. At the very beginning, the usual health experts had their usual recommendations, which were against masks and against travel restrictions. And then elites around the world talked about the subject a lot and came to a different conclusion. And then the whole world did it a different way. That is, almost everywhere, people followed the new consensus about how to treat COVID, which was different than what the elite consensus had been a few months before. Because you just have this large world view where people talk a lot and then they feel some social pressures to go along with what everybody else thinks in the way that most do. But now we have a world level. We have world level communities on many kinds of topics, especially with regulation and other sorts of business practices, where we have a whole world where we do things together. And I think a lot of people like that. That is, instead of having a world at war, first world, yes, right. Instead of a world at war and conflict around the world, we have a world where we have a lot more peace because we talk things out and decide together rather than fighting and competing them out. And that's been going on for the last century, and I think we have to predict that will continue. And so the obvious prediction is that we will have even stronger world communities that limit variation even more in the future. We may have a stronger world government, we may not, but we will have the stronger world community. And we will correctly credit it, and maybe incorrectly also, for many advances like dealing with global warming, dealing with inequality, dealing with fishing. That is, these world communities have been trying to tackle those sorts of problems, and they have often had success. So I think over the coming centuries, we will have a more strongly integrated world community that likes the fact that they can talk together and decide what to do, and in fact, prevent destructive competition if they don't like, i.e. making the regulations everywhere in the world the same, including preventing war. And that's the near-term future that we should expect in a recent trend. But now, project that forward and imagine the point in time, 2 centuries from now, when interstellar travel becomes possible. And imagine the choice to allow that. People will know that as soon as they allow an interstellar colony to leave Earth and go off to another star, that will be the end of this era when we can all talk and decide together, exerting a social pressure to make sure we all do it together the same way. Once you send those colonies out, they are beyond your control to regulate. You cannot stop their competition. You cannot stop their evolution. They will evolve and become strange things. So one of the things I think over the next few centuries people will like is that we're able to prevent evolution. We will prevent our descendants from changing to become strange descendant creatures.
Wait. Explain that again. It's that last part. Why would they want to stop evolution? Why would they want to stop us from evolving? So you're saying they would want to stop us from becoming different?
Yes. So we've as a futurist, there have been many conversations over the last few decades about the possibility of, say, genetic engineering or other sorts of changes to people, including artificial intelligence. And a consistent theme is a fear, even horror, of the changes that might happen and the ways that our descendants might be weird. People have been pretty against allowing substantial genetic engineering to make our descendants genetically different. They're wary of allowing AI descendants to be mentally different. And they are often just wary of, say, population competition. That is, people have often been worried about overpopulation. And one of the fears they've had is that even if most places limit their population, few places that don't eventually dominate the population. And so people have wanted to talk about having regulation of fertility to prevent overpopulation, which is competition by population. So all of these things together are showing a wariness of allowing evolution, of allowing our descendants to become different from us. That is, we are human in a certain way, and we like being human, and we are wary that our descendants might just not be very human. They could have very different mental styles that are in conflict with us. And that scares people. But when we have this world community, they will just stop those things that they don't want. Right? Just like today, we have like basically stopped nuclear power of the sort that scared people.
So are you saying if we did become a well-integrated world community, or if there was one world government somehow, that we would decide not to become interplanetary or interstellar?
The key choice at that point would be to continue to have a unified community world community. Now, by world, I mean the solar system. Well, within a few centuries, right? It would be spread across the solar system. But still, the solar system is small enough to allow this centralization.
Our solar system, so if you had communities on Mars, right, all these planets, we would be able to control it.
Yes, right. Anything in the solar system you can throw rockets at. Okay. That's basically it. Yeah. Wow. So the solar system is still small enough to be within the reach of central control. Okay. So if we continue to enjoy this world community by which we reduce war and conflict and harmful competition and things we are scared of, like genetic engineering or nuclear power or whatever, by having this global community that agrees on what things to stop. And then at one point, we have the choice to send out an interstellar colony, and we know the consequences of that. That would be a hard choice. That is, the consequence of allowing an interstellar colony is that we no longer regulate behavior out there. We just letting them go. They would be allowed to do whatever they want. They would be allowed to change however they want, to adopt technologies however they want, and then they could come back here and test us, test here, control air, right? Whatever they develop out there, whatever advances they produce out there, they can come back here. And the question is, would we then allow that? So I can see it going either way. But the point is, I can see it going either way. Right. It's not a crazy thing for people to want to do to enjoy the community that they understand life versus allowing strange evolution and competition and perhaps fierce, unchecked.
So the idea of panspermia is that a rock came here a long time ago containing genetic material from somewhere else in the universe, and then we derived from that. I've heard you explain, even in more depth, the idea that when the universe was created, the same life forms or biology that was on one rock expanded into everywhere. So that the idea is, if there are aliens out there that are expanding or not, that they all came from the same source.
So the motivation here is that the simple gravity aliens model we just described, again, has the nearest aliens being a million galaxies away, right? Once per million galaxies. So it has almost no prospect of any aliens nearby under that simple model. But you might ask, well, but couldn't there be aliens closer than that? Might that not make sense? And you could ask me, try to come up with a story where that makes sense. And then I realize I can't. Because the simple model has things appearing independent, randomly, and independently. But what if they appear in a correlated way? What if clumps appear together? That would then allow the nearest aliens to us to be much closer. Even if on average aliens appear only once in the galaxies, if we're here and they're correlated, then they could be here too. So the question is, what sort of correlation process could there be that would make aliens appear together in clumps rather than appear independently around the universe? And panspermia is a process that could create that correlation. That's why panspermia is interesting in this context, because it would allow there to be aliens much closer than they would otherwise be. So the panspermia story would be that life appeared somewhere on another planet, not Earth, and then that actually allows life to have had a much longer time to evolve. So if you actually look at the earliest life we can see on Earth, it looks really complicated, making it hard to believe that evolution could have produced that complexity in such a short time. So postulating an Eden, another planet before Earth, gives a much longer time scale for much simpler life to have slowly gotten more complicated on Eden, and then maybe the life we see on the beginning of Earth is like halfway down the whole path. So it jumped to each place to evolve. Right, so it wouldn't do it on purpose, of course, but as you know, rocks are falling from the sky all the time, and when rocks hit the ground, they often knock rocks from the ground back up into the sky, right? And inside those rocks is often life. So that's the obvious route by which life would move around the universe, is in rocks. Now, at the beginning of our solar system, when the solar system started, it was born in a nursery where, say, 1,000 other stars were all being born in the same place at the same time. And at the beginning of our solar system, there were lots of rocks flying back and forth. You know, enormous numbers of rocks flying back and forth in that early solar system. So, if a rock came from outside that nursery into that nursery, it would have plenty of opportunity not only to land places, but to get, you know, smashed and knocked around and spread around. So, it would be plausible that life that seeded Earth at that early point of time in our stellar nursery would also seeded many other planets in that nursery at the same time. So now we would have this scenario. Life appeared on some Eden many billions of years ago, lasted 5 billion years there. Then a rock, you know, hit that, flew, maybe that rock drifted for millions of years, actually. And then eventually landed in our stellar nursery, where it seeded not just Earth, but many other planets. And then that makes the correlation. So these stellar nursery only last for a few million years, and then it drifts apart. These planets that were all born together drift away, and they basically form a ring around the galaxy. Right. And you can actually find them in the sky. That is, they all have the same mixture of chemicals because the stellar nursery is an integrated mixture of chemicals, so they just all have the same proportion of chemicals that you can see in the stellar spectrum. So we can actually find them in the sky. Find our stellar siblings, and they could find us. So if life started on a whole bunch of planets that was seeded in this nursery, then over the last 4 billion years, they would have all been climate advanced and evolved. And if the advancement of life from that state wasn't terribly hard, then it might be that other planets also went a long way down that path, and that one of them might have reached our level before us. And then there could be aliens nearby.
This would be the best explanation for like modern UFOs that we see today, right?
But if you're trying to ask how could UFOs be aliens, how could that make any sense at all, then this is the best story I can come up with. Because remember, otherwise, if they're, you know, once per million galaxies, they're just crazy far away, and it would just be very unlikely for them to be anywhere near. This puts them close. Now, but we can go farther in trying to come up with a scenario to explain, say, UFOs by thinking more about the scenario I just described. So, if another alien civilization appeared as an entering a civilian, there's another thing that we know about it, which is that it did not get gravity. Right? Because otherwise our galaxy would be full of them. Right? So we also know the timing would be they appeared, say, roughly 100 million years ago. Not in the last 1,000, hundreds of million years. So the scenario would be they appeared 100 million years ago, somewhere in our galaxy. And then, in that 100 million years, they did not colonize, they did not expand. So they must be one of these civilizations that chose not to expand, chose to protect it, and succeeded in it. So you have to realize that's actually a pretty impressive achievement. So they're a big civilization. Any one part of them ever left with an interstellar colony, that's the end. The era of this unified thing ends and competition returns. So for 100 million years, they managed to stop that.
Right. Couldn't the explanation for if there are aliens here, these UFOs are alien, couldn't they just be sort of like hall monitors or security guards making sure that
we could just list a large number of logical possibilities, but it seems more useful to walk through what we do know about them and then collect those implications, because we can draw some conclusions from the things we do know to limit these space theories. Right? So one thing we know is they did not colonize the universe. Right? Therefore, they had a rule that they successfully enforced for 100 million years against that in their civilization. That's the thing we know about. We know how old they are, and we know they've chosen not to allow expansion. And then we know that they could find us. They could easily see where their entering siblings were. They could look at them in telescopes and track them. So they could have been tracking us all that time. And we know that Ray would know that we threatened to break the rule. They've had this rule against expansion. We don't have a whole bunch of rules. And if they did nothing, we might well break the rule. And then the thing they were trying to prevent would happen. Right? The universe gets colonized by something else. So that creates a plausible motive for them to do it. So, I mean, the key question is, like, if they had this rule against expansion, that's probably a rule against a lot of travel too, right? They probably prevented people from traveling very far from their home universe, because every traveler becomes a risk with this interstellar exposure, right? So now we have a reason why they would want to be here and take a chance, an unusual chance, to actually allow someone to come here. Because this is a high priority. We are at risk of breaking a rule that kept successful for 100 million years. And that rule is obviously very important to them because they paid large costs to keep it. Right? So already we can see that they chose, we have a reason why they would be here and why they wouldn't be everywhere else, as the people are explained. And another thing we conclude is they didn't just go. That would have been really possible, right? So they must feel some affiliation, some reluctance to just kill us. So they have some other time to prevent us from expanding other things discussed.
Right. Which goes against, didn't Stephen Hawking have a famous quote on this subject about another civilization coming here? He said if they did come here, it would be the end of us. They would use farm us or they would consume us, something like that. Are you aware of? Right. It's certainly, if you just took random past, connect places where humans met each other in the past, as your data said, you might well say, yes, don't usually go well. Right. Which is fine. But we know more things than you see. So we not just making an analogy to a random person. We are drawing step by step conclusions from the things we know. That is, we know that they would be a sibling,
Therefore, they would be, even though they're near here, the nearest other alien could be a million galaxies away, right? So they're near here, but hardly anything else is. Right? So it's not a galaxy populated full of alien civilizations. It's just them and us, and maybe one other. That would all be all there is.
Do you, how deep do you, I know you're very science-based, analytical, cold, calculated person when it comes to this stuff, but how much attention do you pay? How much attention do you pay to the stories of like interactions with other beings that are accounted for? I mean, books and movies and documentaries about this kind of stuff. How much do you think like UFOs and nukes, being around nuclear weapons shutting them down? There's a famous story of a UFO landing in Africa in front of a school and communicating with children telepathically about the environment and the dangers of technology. What do you make of those stories? And how much credibility do you give them?
So this entire topic is in disrepute in general among elites, elite academics and elites all sorts. So if I'm going to venture into this subject, I want to do it very carefully so that my thoughts won't be wasted. If I am sloppy about this, then I will be tainted with the same disrepute that anybody else does who touches the subject, right? So I'm very methodical and careful here in exactly how I do this. So that means I want to sort of logically lay out the space of possibilities, and then lay out sort of the general influence task, and then place myself somewhere in that set of tasks and say which things I'm doing, which things I'm not. I'm not going to present myself as I'm all in tasks that are relevant about this topic. But I will venture into some of them. I have relevant expertise and I will speak to those. Okay, so first of all, we just say there are things people think they see, right? And they have to have some explanation. We can categorize the kind of explanations they could be. Okay, so for example, they could be aliens, sure, or they could be just some other hidden Earth organization who has capabilities beyond what they've advertised. Or it could all just be mistakes and delusions, drunkards and blowhards and people trying to get attention, right? Or it could be some organized hoax behind it. Somebody's like planning and purposely having people lie, putting things up there that look like things, and just trying on purpose. Right. Those are the four main categories of explanation. Right? So we're interested in judging which is the truth. So in general, what we want is what's called a Bayesian analysis here. That is, for each of these categories of explanation, we want what's called a likelihood, and we want a prior. Prior is what's the chance of that scenario, ignoring all this evidence, just prior, what would be the chance to think of something like this happening? And the likelihood is, given that this theory was true, how likely is it that you'd see the sort of things you'd see? And then you basically, once you have a likelihood and a prior for each of these, then you multiply those two and you do a weighted average and you get your posterior IC, which is the way you do it. So that's our task. We need likelihoods and we need priors. Okay. So I am more of an expert on the priors. That is, the likelihoods have to involve looking at these cases in particular in some detail, right? Because we're talking about how likely is it that these theories would account for the particular things people see. Whereas the prior is just about what kind of things could have happened in the universe. What kind of things do ever happen? And so my expertise as someone who's done physics and astrophysics and economics, etc., puts me in, I can speak to the prior at least for some of these, and less so to the likelihoods. Now I'll just say, I've looked at enough UFO reports to say it's more compelling than the data I can find for fairies and ghosts. Go look up online. What's the best evidence for fairies and ghosts? They don't impress me very much by comparison. Okay. I can also say in the past there were things that were similarly disreputed to UFOs, and in fact turned out to be true. So once asteroids, people thought rocks falling from the sky was crazy. Ball lightning is something that people thought It's pretty crazy, except they made it in the lab and they decided it must be true, even though the actual evidence of it outside the lab still looks pretty weak. But they made it in the lab, so they figured, okay, I guess that must be true. And then there were these very high level pink lightnings, that was kind of like an octopus that people said they saw one time. The first pilots said they saw, and people thought that was crazy. And then a couple decades ago, NASA took pictures. They said, oh, okay, I guess it's real. So that would be my context, is to say, like, just because this is just reviewed doesn't couldn't be, because we've often thought things, changed our mind about them. So, and that, the actual evidence I can see, I guess it's better than okay, but how much better is what you need an expert to go into those details. But what I do want to say is the prior is high enough that you should be taking the data seriously. So think about a murder trial. Okay. In a murder trial, they claim a murder, right? Now, if the prior on that was crazy low, you just say, no, that's crazy. I'm not even thinking about it. Right? So how low is the prior in a murder trial? Let's say roughly on average, 1 out of 1,000 people killed. And they might have 1,000 other people nearby who could possibly be directed. Okay. So I'd say the prior is roughly 1 in a million for any given murder accusation. So a 1 in a million prior is something that evidence can typically overcome. That's not so crazy unlikely. It's not like 1 in a quadrillion prior. You say, go away, that's silly. It's high enough that you got to take it seriously. So my rough guess for the UFOs and aliens prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. Now that's quite a bit stronger than the murder prior, which means you gotta look at the evidence. You can't just dismiss it, just like you did in the murder. As you have an accusation, but that's not there. To say, okay, you accused and certainly guilty, that's not something the evidence. And so similarly, just because this is high enough plausible probability that it could be true doesn't mean it's true. It just means you got to look at the evidence. So I could walk through my calculation for 1 in 1,000 prior, but I might also just mention one of the other categories I think has an even higher prior, which is the hoax category. That is, the U.S. government, other governments have at times organized big hoaxes of capabilities of this sort, and I would give that over 1% chance. That's still a 99% chance. No, but I'd still say that's the sort of thing that does happen at times, and so you got to take that seriously as well as a possible explanation. And then again, it comes down to looking at the data. How plausible is it that they could trade off for a particular thing? I'm not very impressed with these delusion, mistakes. That seems to me it's hard. It's just harder to account for all these stories as all delusions and mistakes. Something more systematic seems to be done as a judge. But again,
what do you think the probability is that there are private organizations, aerospace organizations, companies that hold information, knowledge, or technology that they are withholding from the public or academia that could explain anti-gravity? So, I mean, if you combine a theory of saying there really are aliens, and then some people really got that technology, now you're basically combining two of these theories, right? If you just want to say there are advanced organizations out there that have advanced technology, they didn't get made of it, they just conduct themselves, then it's hard to understand how they could be much more advanced than the US, because we know a lot about technology and how it advances in the world and how it happens by diffusion and people hearing about things. So we just almost never see enormous advances by some sides or others. It's usually within the range of things we expect. So the kinds of authorities reported for UFOs do seem to me substantially beyond the sort of things you might expect at least for several decades ago. More recently,
there's this technology whereby you might say send a laser to some place in the sky, in the atmosphere, and say heat it up, and then make a little plasma there, and then like be able to draw that, and then basically like on a TV screen, draw a image in space and then move it around. You can move an image that you do around very quickly. So that seems to be an ability that's near feasible now that could explain UFOs, but that wouldn't explain UFOs in the 1960s.
Right.
That would have to only be explained in very recent UFOs, because that's a very recent capability that people have. Is the ability to draw
Like a laser pointer.
right, basically. Except it doesn't go against the wall that stops it, like place in space. It draws something there.
That's exactly how some of these pilots have been describing. You think it is the same. I mean,
Right. So from very recent observations, that becomes a more plausible story, but not for more attention.
Aerospace organizations similar to Lockheed Martin containing some sort of technology that could explain this stuff would have to be directly, it would have to be because they discovered some sort of alien technology. It wouldn't be something that was just created here on
If it
Earth.
was far more advanced than this stuff that everybody else has,
Which it is, right?
I don't know.
If it's true, if it is
Right.
true, it is clearly way more advanced than the kind of propulsion that we have.
So I didn't finish describing the most plausible scenario. So there's another thing we know about UFOs that we would need to explain UFOs as aliens. And it's a crucial thing many people have noted, which is they could have either been completely invisible or completely visible. Those were 100 million year or more advanced civilization as they could have just been completely dark, orbiting and seeing everything without being at all visible. Or they could have just shown up on the White House lawn, as they say, and just being completely visible. So apparently they are not doing either of those things. So we need an explanation for why they're doing this weird thing, hanging out at edge of visibility to sort of make themselves be somewhat visible, but not more visible. That's weird. So, if I weren't trying to explain that part, I might give a higher prior to UFOs as aliens. I need to explain that part too. Because, again, the other weird thing about aliens is like, why aren't they in the rest of the universe? Like, why didn't they take over the galaxy? Why are they only here and nowhere else? That's the first thing we explain, and so we postulate for that they have this rule against expansion. And then that's why they're here. But then we also need to explain why are they hanging out in this building, not making themselves aware to everybody. Right, but also not completely hiding. Exactly. Right. Why be partially? What's the point? Right. Because they clearly couldn't choose they want. So we want to explain that, and we want to do that in the context of what we know of their motives. Right. They're here to convince us not to say without killing us. Those are the other things. So they somehow are going to use this method of hanging out the edge of our visibility to convince us not to expand and not kill us. That's the purpose of this. So how does that work? So the thing I notice is that humans have domesticated other animals primarily by being the top of their people. If we make dogs do what we want, it's because we are the top dog. Okay, we go into a pack of animals and we convince them we are in their satisfaction and we are at the top. And that's how they do what we say. That's how we domesticate other animals. And it's how we domesticate ourselves. That is, all through histories, emperors have convinced people to obey the emperor because they showed they were the top person in society. They had a big crown, and a palace, and a big army, and they displayed themselves as the top of the pecking order to convince others to follow them. Right? So the hypothesis is that's what the aliens want to do here. They want to be the top of our pecking order. How do they do that? They show that they're better than us. They show very impressive abilities, but not violent confrontation with us. They are not hurting us, but they are better than us. It's just like you can't really make a bunch of dollars.
Welcome. How are you, Draco? How are you?
How'd
you find out about me?
Better. Clearly better.
Yeah,
And
I don't think
we
so.
should be smart enough.
Did you
to
find out
figure
about me
why
from
they're doing
Discord?
it and what their agenda is. They don't even have to say anything. They just have to
Okay, what
show
Discord?
themselves as very impressive, better creatures nearby.
Okay.
Now,
How are you?
Yeah, but why don't they show a little more? What's the harm in that? Why would
All right.
it
Well,
be a
we're just
problem if
watching
they would give us a little more detail?
uh,
Then you realize,
podcast. How old are you?
well, think of how much humans have hated other humans for pretty minor differences
Okay.
between human civilizations. Right. Humans are pretty similar to each other. Nevertheless, we find these reasons to hate each other based on, well, to an alien, it seems like a pretty minor difference, right? So they would know. They would know that if they showed us details of their lives in history, something about it would really put us off. Maybe they eat babies. They don't think that's a problem. But we hate babies. Maybe they have tentacles. We hate them. Who knows, right? The point is, they don't want to take that. So they're just going to not ever show us much detail about them, but just clearly show they exist and they are much more capable than us, and what that's it. That's all they have to do. And that's a very simple strategy they could have approved from the beginning. So remember, another concern is the processes. They're scared any expedition is getting out of control and ending their era of colonization. Right. So when they authorize this one expedition, not only do they only authorize it, they have to ask, how are we going to keep control of it? How do we eliminate its behavior? How do we make sure it only does the thing we want it to do? So they would want to pick a very clear strategy, a simple strategy that they could authorize it to do and only do, not be creative and come up with a bunch of new ideas when they got here. That's taking too many chances, right? They ought to say, let's have a plan. We're going to go there, execute the plan. That's all they're going to be authorized to do. That's all they're going to be capable of doing, hopefully. And then you're taking minimal risk with this expedition out there to convince these people not to expand. And so you have to think, what would be a plan they could think of ahead of time without knowing much about it? They can't wait till I get here and learn a lot and then make a plan based on that, because that would give too much discretion to the local team. They say, from a distance, what can we know? Then it would make a plan that they could execute.
It seems interesting though, like if you look just in the last 150, 60 years, how the stigma of the subject has become less and less.
It's still pretty high.
But now that the government is talking about it, the New York Times is talking about it,
Still just pretty high. That means if you talk to other intellectuals, you'll find professors of various sorts, astrophysicists, just all sorts of people I still think it's still pretty high.
Where does it go? If it keeps going on this trajectory of less and less stigma, and more people entertaining this conversation that you and I are having right now, and the world, a larger percentage of human beings on Earth being aware of this idea and being understanding it, how does that affect us?
If, say, the U.S. government really flirt with the idea, produced more concrete evidence that then persuaded us that would be a big switch. But if all they do is just release the sort of thing they release so far, and they don't release anything more that's more persuasive, I don't think it'll tip the balance. It's basically just going to be the slow accumulation of more and more solid evidence that tips the balance, because people are just not that willing to accept this. So but it'll just take a long time. But of course, that's fine for you. Under this theory, that's fine for you. And if they're not in a rush, we're nowhere near threatening colonization yet.
And what would human beings do if they did this? If a small group of human beings discovered this somehow?
Well, many people claim they already have. Right? Yeah, problem exactly. Small groups discover, but they can't see the rest of people.
Well, would they even want to do this?
Some do, some don't.
Where would they want to just find some economic benefit for it and try to find some leverage of competition between nations? It's hard to see much benefit.
The whole point is but they're not like handing out Christmas goodies or something.
Yeah, they're like that.
They're just off in the distance being impressive.
Right, but I'm saying like if we did find evidence of this, like the story of Bob Lazar, the most famous one of I'm sure, yeah, where he just claims he worked on back engineering his anti-gravity craft, and his government has been working on for decades, but we haven't been able to figure it out, and we want to use this as sort of leverage against other nations for weapons and war.
So again, there's this vast space of possibilities, but I have to sort of stay anchored on the possibilities that make sense.
Right,
that I can make sense of. So, in the simple theory, the aliens are just here to impress us and like convince us they exist and that we should be listening. Under that simple theory, they don't have any particular reason to hand out goodies to some people or like reveal their technology to us.
Yeah, it seems kind of crazy that they would just accidentally crash their vehicle.
I mean, again, 100 million years more advanced than like. And so
that we could be able to capture.
And certainly, I gotta say, abductions still don't make that much sense in the story, right? What they need to do is just be visibly impressive. Why they would need to pick some people up and like study them as personal experience. Yeah, those are people. Like, again, 100 million more advanced, they can study us just for they don't need.
They wouldn't need to physically pick us up. That
would be crazy. They would a very primitive civilization to do that.
Really? So if they had that advanced technology to traverse light years to get here, they would.
Let's talk about what we can roughly guess about very advanced civilizations, actually. So the first thing we should be able to guess about very advanced civilizations is they are just artificial. They are made in factories. They're designed. They swap the parts out. Just like we make artificial cars instead of growing horses. Right? They are just artificial creatures that their minds are artificially designed. Right? And there's a product line that comes out from some source. They're all the same in the product line. And they just the modern economy where you make things in factories and you have firms that make them at scale and distribute them. That's the kind of way they're made and the kind of way they run everything. So they aren't made. They don't reproduce or sell mitosis.
Right, that's
surely that's how it is. So they've long since become so they've long since like been able to do any physical form they want to. It's not like they have a certain shaped body that they have to fit into a craft or something, right? They can move into any kind of body they want to make, right? Just like on a construction site, you make different kinds of trucks and different kinds of shovels or whatever. It's not like the nature of construction work to have a certain kind of shovel. It's like you have a bunch of different things for whatever purpose you want to make them, right? So there's not going to be the size of the aliens, right? Or their lifespan or how many eyes they have. None of that makes sense. They're artificial creatures who can have as many eyes as they want to in any given circumstance. And we can add eyes and take them away just fine. We can add a headlight to a car. So that's one thing I think we can say robustly about aliens is that they are artificial. The other thing we might want to say depends on how much they've controlled their competition. So they prevent interstellar colonization, and they probably prevent some other kinds of evolution. But how much evolution do they prevent? How restricted are they about their evolution? So I think we can imagine two extremes. One extreme is they are minimally restricted. Like they prevent people from leaving the solar system, but most everything else inside their solar system, they just allow relatively free evolution. All they do is just prevent stuff from leaving. Right? Under that scenario, we should expect evolution to continue, and then we can ask, what do we expect evolution to produce in or features of creatures? The opposite extreme is where they have a very restricted, very centrally controlled society that has prevented most competition. Under that other extreme, their technology may have stagnated at some point, when they could no longer innovate more because they were being so restricted. And even worse, their society might have come to robbing. Robbing is a feature that we see persistently in large complicated systems. Observed. And robbing is the sort of thing that central control risks. And it becomes a big issue for a long-term civilization that has maintained central control for a long time. I think most people don't know enough about robbing.
Do you need an example of robbing?
So,
Hold on, Austin, can you turn the air down? It's getting hot.
Sorry. Pause while we go back.
Yeah, we okay.
That's Irwin. So this is a guy who worked for.
Unless you want to take it back.
No, that's fine. Okay. So, most large software systems, not tiny systems, the Apple operating system, or the Google operating system, or the system any large bank or anything like that. Large software systems, over time, become harder to use for each other, become more fragile, and eventually they are thrown away and replaced with brand new systems. This is the consistent software practice at enormous cost. So you think of any big company, most large companies have a big software system somewhere in their process that they developed, and it's a big part of their value that they have compared to their competitors. And all of these large software systems belong to this and are typically just thrown away entirely, started over from scratch.
This is because they're overlooked, because they're so large and complex.
They are looked at carefully, but still the key thing is the process of changing them makes them large. So if you have a large software system and nothing changes, you never have to change it. You just develop it. But typically, you're trying to add features, the environment of team changes, the hardware next to changes, and so slowly over time, things are changing and you need to adapt to those changes. Customers will change, customers' preferences, customers' desires,
firmware updates,
right? All sorts of changes. The key things are big complicated things and stuff is changing. So you constantly have to adapt the system to deal with these changes. And the key thing that happens is you have dependencies between different parts of the system. So if you don't have any dependencies, then you just change one part of the system, and you don't have to change anything else. But when you have to have dependencies, when you change one part, you also have to change the other parts that are connected to it. And they match the way. Otherwise, it's broken. And the problem is when you take a system with two parts that are connected to each other, and that you change both parts to manage them, you tend to make those things more fragile. It's become harder to change.
This is sort of tied to what we were talking about in the beginning of downloading clips to the human brain.
Right, exactly. So in fact, the human brain rots too. Not just the cells rot, your mind rots in the sense that you start out with what's called fluid intelligence, and you end up with what's called crystallized intelligence. Crystallized intelligence means you know many
Yo,
specific things. But
Draco, mute yourself if you're not going to talk.
Skills. So your mind over your lifetime becomes harder to use for change. Those dogs, in fact, find it hard to learn new tricks. That's actually true about brains. So human minds rot with time, just like software does. Plausibly, even large rule systems like legal systems or systems as organizations, they rot with time. Corporations rot. That is, most corporations eventually die and are replaced by new ones, even when they try to prevent that. It's consistently happening. So rot, the only solution we've ever had as a robust solution to rot is dying and replacement. So human bodies rot and are replaced with new organisms. Our minds rot and die are replaced. Our software has to be replaced. Our firms have to be replaced. And all at great expense. We can make enormous investments in things that slowly rot and then have to be thrown away. Now, but so far, that's been the nature of history. But now we are starting to create global structures that we don't want to replace at the global level. like these global communities and this global habits of regulation. So now we're entering a new era. What happens when the world as a whole coordinates?
Yo, Draco, if you're not going to talk, mute yourself, please.
And then that system works. With time,
Drake,
what will
Draco,
happen
I'm warning you the last time. Mute yourself,
at some later point?
or I'm going to mute you.
Just deal with it like because systems that work typically can function just at a lower efficiency. Like the old software works. It just got harder and harder to change. But you could just change it less and gain fewer advantages from changing it. The system sticking with it. Or using that and throw it away as the new thing will be cheaper and easier. One of the things.
Yeah, don't just install, like now we have these firmware updates for everything, for all these systems. They're constantly being updated and
Yes,
fixes.
that's part of the run.
The firmware updates are part of the run?
Yes, absolutely. There are changes that are trying to make other things fit each other.
Okay.
The reason why we have the firmware update is because something changed, and this is the strategy to do that.
But in the process, what is becoming crystallized or hardened or becoming, I don't know.
So the key idea is that it's harder to usefully change. So, like the bits of the software that disappear, right? They stay there, but still it gets harder to change them. Okay. I don't know. Think of the Marvel universe or something, right? The Marvel universe is rotting in some sense that, like, they keep making new assumptions and new characters, but they are limited in how many new things they can do because they have to be consistent with all the old things they've done. I understand. And slowly over time, they would be more limited what they can do in the Marvel universe.
Right.
I mean, it may still be a fun universe, but it will be. But eventually, it will be thrown away and replaced with other universes, right?
So what is this rot? I forgot what we did in context here.
So first, it's a rot that, say, the aliens would suffer if they had a central government that limited their changes. And it's a rot that we may suffer in our future if we have a strong central government or global mob that makes us all do everything together the same. But it's a very difficult choice because the alternative is competition for conflict. And what do we do? Right, so say think of nuclear power. Apparently, we could have had a vastly more powerful nuclear power industry than we did now. We were scared. We overregulated. But now we kind of overregulated everywhere in similar ways, similar degrees. What if someplace wants to not be so heavily regulated nuclear power? Are other people going to be scared of that? Will they allow it? Or will they just insist that everybody keep on with the current program? Right. To prevent it. Is the worry. And that'll be true for lots of different ways to organize. So the key thing we notice is, up until recently, the world had competition rise up. Empires competed, species competed, right? The fundamental thing that happened was empires rose and fell. And empires fell in substantial part because they rotted. But humanity could go on because humanity wasn't tied to any empire. These were the things that lasted past them. But once humanity becomes tied to an empire, and then the empire starts to rot, then what happens? That.
And that would be the world civilization.
Right. That's being tied to. Where we agree together to do things the same way, collect more and more rules concepts.
And that begins to run what happened. The question is what happens then.
Yes. Are we willing to allow competition enough to drastically replace big parts of such things? Or do we just slowly get less competent, less capable?
You mentioned in the past that you plan on doing something with your body after your physical being passes away.
Right, so I am a cryonics.
Bionics.
Neck tag here. Watching. And basically it says that there's going to be a reconciliation called this number, and the plan is to just use my brain and once it's frozen, it won't change basically for centuries. They keep it frozen. And then that would give me a chance to come back as a brain emulation creator. It's the world I described in the original. So that's a chance I have at immortality. I'd say another thing we can know about advanced civilizations is but immortality doesn't necessarily mean what you think it does.
Those civilizations are immortal, or an entities within them, in principle.
That is, immortality is just another robust feature of advanced civilization.
Meaning their consciousness.
It's capable of being immortal. That's the key distinction. So
Right.
today, houses and cars are immortal in the sense that if you keep maintaining and repairing them, they can go on indefinitely. But we don't always choose to keep repairing and maintaining. That is, they over time become more expensive and the value goes down because these things are just competitive and more capable of repairing. So that will also happen for our descendants who are immortal or aliens who are immortal. That is, in principle, they could last forever, but it will cost to keep them going, and their value may decline because new things are just more capable of it. So that would be an issue for me, wanting to be immortal. That is, they could bring me back in the future, but will they? And even if they do, how long they keep it. And so that's an issue I described in my book, about a world where everything is in principle, but it's still a matter of choice.
Right. What would be the incentive to bring you back,
Or to keep me back if I had been brought back temporarily.
Right. It's kind of just the same thing as why would aliens abduct human beings?
Because I left the point.
Right. So out of date.
Now, I do expect that because there are so few of us planning this customers, like only maybe 200 people have been frozen so far.
That's it?
3,000 people are signed up for it, even though it's had free national publicity for a half century. So, unfortunately, if it continues that very few people do this, then the few of us who are available will be celebrities of sorts. And so, surely a few of us. However, if what I prefer is a large fraction of this population, their preference customers, well, now it's much more of a question. How many of those billions? If you're relying on the generosity of the future to help your future self out, you may be taking a needlessly large chance. What we often do is protect ourselves. That is, when you retire, you often retire on the basis of assets you've saved yourself, rather than throwing yourself on the mercy of your grandchildren or something, to help you when you retire. Right. So similarly, I might think that the best thing would be for finance patients to pay for their own retirement, set aside assets that are available later to cover their own.
And this is not done.
It is often. Yes.
Oh, it is often.
Yes.
Oh, wow. What type of people? What type of people typically do this cryonics, brain freezing? So your friends that do it?
Well, yes, but it's a very small fraction. As I told you, there's only 200 people who have been frozen so far, and maybe 3,000 people who have signed up so far. A very tiny fraction. So basically, first of all, contrary.
Country, yeah, obviously.
You have to be willing to sort of put up with the social pressure that this proves.
What is the process like? So they actually take your brain out of your skull and put it in like a bag. They freeze it in carbonite. Like, what does this look like?
So the usual approach today, there's the option of whole body, where you freeze your whole body, because their head over and just freeze your head.
With all of this.
Yes, with everything. So, I mean, the key thing is they're just trying to get you cold fast without too much damage happening while they're cold. So then the main thing is just they basically pump antifreeze through your blood. Right? And so they don't want to rip off any skin or anything. They just want to pump you as fast as they can with antifreeze. So they're using right, release management so that you get as fast as possible. And then they just want to preserve it. Again, so the usual approach is to nitrogen. Now, there is an alternative technology approach that seems feasible, sometimes called plastination, basically, where they would fill your body with plastic and sort of freeze the chemical reactions that way, not just by being cold, but by just basically putting stuff in the freeze that prevents the reactions. And then that could in principle be preserved at room temperature, which would make it easier to preserve these things. But the problem is that that's a whole separate technology that would have to be developed. There's just too few customers to justify having separate technologies. Many of the customers today would not like the plastic approach because they're hoping that their current bodies would be revived like that. But again, the key problem is just not the customers. And honestly, I think this is a terrible shame in the sense that it seems to me that most people today don't need to die. That is, the main risk about cryonics is that these organizations can't last because they don't have enough customers. So, if they had lots of customers, this would just be much cheaper and more reliable. So, if millions of people use this stuff, then the price would come way down.
Welcome. How are you?
Surviving
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
My suppliers.
Oh, very cool. Just chilling, watching podcasts. Feel free to enjoy.
But again, the key thing is just hard.
What is the price?
I'm sure it ranges few tens of thousands of dollars.
Right.
Basically, it's quite accessible. Like So, some interesting comparison that often strikes me is there are some people who, when they die, have their ashes thrown into space. Some people are turned into ashes and have their ashes thrown into space. And that costs a similar amount. And a similar number of people do it.
That's pretty wild.
It is. So, and that causes a lot less error. So cryonics customers do actually have a lot of problems where their family and friends or spouses are upset if they are cryonics. Interesting. And people are not upset about ashes in space. There's a similar amount of money. But I mean, so obviously one would seem to have a chance of working ashes in space. But it's in fact the fact that you think it might work without you. That is, it's like betrayal and abandonment. You're willing to leave them to go to this future world without that body, whereas ashes in space doesn't. So that's one of the main obstacles to that. Is often people who are inclined in that direction face resistance. Friends who not only find it weird, but find it somewhat emotionally threatening, something you're willing to leave.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, the idea of wanting to preserve your body after you die to be saved for potentially thousands of years, to be brought back by a future civilization. It goes back to something that you talked about before, of wanting to create more descendants of yourself, or more versions of yourself to last into the future. How does that idea relate to us compared to potential alien civilizations?
The main way in the past our ancestors have influenced the future is via design. Even in the last 1,000 years, with a lot of cultural evolution, still the main way most people have influenced the future is via descendants. That's because biological and cultural evolution have just been powerful forces. So the question is, for any one person, how do they want to be involved in that process? That is, do you want to influence the future? And if so, how do you expect to do that? you know, if you imagine a corporation or something, right? It has a large structured plan, and then it creates future version of itself more in many ways through planning than through sort of random variation. Selection, right? So sometimes firms have spin-off firms, and firms are based on that. But firms influence their future selves more through planning. Sometimes, right? They decide to make a division, or they decide to make a factory, and they decide to hire, promote something, things like that. Right? So there's a sense in which we influence the future, at least in short terms, often through planning. And then you might think of that sort of the main alternative to evolution as a way to influence the future, right? And that's very popular in the sense that when people think about how do we want to influence the future, they often think in terms of planning. They say global warming, how are we going to solve global warming? Let's come up with a plan, or something like that, or war, how are we going to stop war? Let's come up with a plan, right? So I would see planning versus sort of some sort of competitive adaptation as the two main forces that we know about for influencing the future. And up until recently, planning only ever had much impact on pretty short time scales. Planning for short your lifetime, your near future, right? Town, firm, but over longer time scales, it was evolution and adaptation that had most of the impact on change. If those are the only two processes, I guess aliens would have to choose between the two, right? Right? And, you know, planning has become essential. In recent centuries, we are doing more planning. In the past, we didn't even have large firms, right? Most people are small, artisans working small scale. Firms are a new thing. Large government agencies, those are a new thing. Large, longer term projects, things like that, those are all relatively new things. So planning is essential, right? More of the world today is structured by plans than it was true at the time. But still, even so, at the larger scale of our society, most of it isn't planned, right? New firms arise, things go away, new technologies arise, mostly not too long-term planning, right? But planning is relevant, and I think that tempts people to think, what if we could do everything? And then we wouldn't need competition. And that's, I think, what's happening with these world blocks and world governments. I think that's sort of the key choice when we're thinking about which future we're going with. Quiet or loud aliens, really. But in some sense, quiet aliens are likely the ones that liked planning, liked collective decision making, liked having a world community that decided things together, and chose consciously what to do and controlled things consciously. And the loud aliens are the ones who allowed competition, allowed evolution, allowed adaptation, and all the conflict and strangeness that was. Right. So the loud aliens are the ones that cared more about descendants, or they failed at the other extreme, or they just failed the other one, right? They could have wanted to do the other one, just failed at it. Right? Remember, just one colony, whoever needs to the entire history of civilization goes off to another star. All it takes in the air of the central control. So it's a high bar. So quite likely they never intended for it. It was the outcome they happened because they failed to achieve the other.
You talked about how humans today are becoming more and more like foragers because we are the way society is set up in the last few centuries. Compared to, and this is something that you've written extensively about, how foragers are the way humans lived for million years before, say, 10,000 years ago. And we lived in small groups, and these small groups were governed sort of informally by collective decision making, where we sat around the campfire and decided things together, and the people didn't like things. And that's how we did things for a million years. We have
a lot of cultural flexibility that allowed us to enter a lot of different regimes, some of us using Eskimos, some of us lived in the rainforest, etc. But we still mostly have a similar social structure of these small bands who live collectively, and then basically, they had a lot of things that are different. They were relatively promiscuous, they got married, they shared a lot of food, they made decisions collectively, they had a lot of leisure time. They did a lot of arts travel, and then at some point, farming farming just requires a very different social organization and sort of attitudes toward life. Farmers lived in higher densities in 30s. They had to plant seed and save for the future, self-control, they had property, instead of sharing everything, they were living close enough to each other to prevent war and trade. They needed to manage self-control for war, and they needed to deal with inequality because there were these large groups that needed to produce inequality. And farmers were just very different foragers. And you might think it just couldn't happen that foragers could become farmers, but humans had enough cultural plasticity that we could think that over 2,000 years slowly changed to become farmers. And farmers then accept more slavery, inequality, marriage, property, war, trade, working harder, less nutritious, less travel, all sorts of ways in which farmers were just different than foragers. But that's the way the farming world lasted for 10,000 years under this new economic thing, which was much more productive in the sense that people could live more densely, much more people per square mile living as far as the greatest forest. Farmers won in that sense, just displacing forest. And then in the last few centuries, we got rich, and we found ways to generate wealth faster than the population. So the wealth per person was gone. And in that time period, as we've gotten rich, the cultural pressures that turned foragers into farmers have weakened. That is, a lot of what made foragers and farmers was cultural pressures that was mediated by respect for poverty. That is, so if you take, so foragers are pretty expensive, okay? This is when they stayed partners for a couple of years, okay? Farmers were supposed to be monogamous, right? Or a lifetime. And so you take, say, a young farming woman who is tempted to be promiscuous. What makes her know? Well, she is told over and over again, clearly, if you break our rules about promiscuity, you and your child will stop. And we can play with things. You can say you're not happy. And that tended to be persuasive. Women and men learned enough self-control to follow the farming norms that were different from the cultural norms because they were dying. And they had social threats that were powerful. But when you get rich, and somebody says, if you don't follow the rules, then we're going to disagree with you. And you say, yeah, but I'm rich, I can afford this. Then that doesn't work so well. So in the last few centuries, as we've gotten rich, we've been less inclined to go along with the foraging norms and rules. We looked inside ourselves and said, yeah, but what do I feel like? And we've done those things. And we continue to move in that direction, doing those things that we feel like doing because we can. We're rich enough. So we can't say today and then you have a child out of wedlock or you're facing problems. They go, okay, they seem to be okay. I think I'll be okay. So, don't bother. And so we've been moving back to forager values outside of work. Now, work is different in the sense that work is the boost that lays it's the reason we all have rich. So, in fact, at work, we are hyper-conscious. We put up with domination and ranking and stuff, of course, that most farmers put up with a certain amount of foragers. So we are schizoid in a sense. At work, what do you mean by that? We put up with more dominance and ranking. So at work, most people at work in the modern workplaces are told what to do all the time. Like I say they're doing it wrong, and they are shown they are worse than somebody else who's shown to be higher than them. They don't agree with that. People And most farmers would never put up with that. Most farmers were relatively independent farmers, or cobbler, or fisher, or whatever. They worked in small groups as relative equals. And they didn't have a boss telling them what to do. And after an initial apprenticeship, they were in charge of how they did things, and they could just do it that way for the rest of life. Things hardly changed. And so, and even that, so most foragers, again, are very egalitarian, hyper-egalitarian. They just refuse to do, they won't tolerate any sort of implication of anybody other than themselves. They're really sensitive to that, and they squash that story. This is also because they're way less people. And it's not, that's not central to it. It's more just the norm that nobody should stand. So compare it to chimpanzees. In a chimpanzee group, there's a dominant set of chimps who really are unequal. And humans don't want that. So humans are consciously and purposely preventing themselves from having a common group like chimps do, and making sure everybody is treated equally. But that means they're constantly wary of somebody thinking, I'm the big chimp, I'm going to take over. So they have to be wary for that and stop it as soon as they can. Because foragers are very egalitarian, and they enforce that vigorously. And so part of that is nobody tells anybody what to do. And even children are not told what to do. In fact, children are basically raised foraging. Children get bored when they follow an adult around, and then the adults will show them what they're doing if they're nice. And that's how children learn to do what adults do. And so farmers have more ranking because farmers have classes, right? Lords, slaves, but usually only a limited range of classes. Most people interact in classes. So most farmers still have a relative where most of the people are at their level and nobody's getting orders. And that's how most of the farmer life is. And so at work, but we put up with a lot of domination at work. And it seems like school is a big part of why that's possible. School seems to make a modern worker in a way that non-school doesn't. So we have many stories from around the world where modern companies would go into some local area and try to put up a factory or some modern workplace and try to get the locals trained to work in the workplace. And that often failed badly because the locals should just not do what they're told. Even if they're offered large wages and would be fired if they wouldn't do what they're told, they just won't do what they're told. So, like one classic example was in India and England at the same time, they had the same factory for making clothes for everyone, making textiles. Okay? And in England, the factory was 6 times as productive than the Indian factory, because an Indian worker would, have a machine, they would sit next to the machine, they would tend that machine, and the English worker would have 6 machines. If you told the Indian worker to tend 6 machines, you'd say no. That's not what I'm going to do. I refuse. And quite consistently across a wide range of stories that I've heard, it's just hard to get local people to do what they're told to work with. They can show up on time, and especially hard for them to just tell them that they're doing it wrong. That is, workers are typically very proud and they think how they do it is right. And they don't want this foreign person to tell them wrong. And especially commonly, like I've told the stories in my league works like here in the United States Indian reservation. Basically, people off the reservations coming into the workplace, they would have this sense of status in their workplace, in their reservation, and they consisted of all their work tasks in a job reflecting that level of status. They would not want to do a task that was lower status than somebody else they thought was lower status than them in the workplace. So, for example,
that's
fucking in the United States, like the United States goes to the Arab countries and tries to train militaries, say, in other parts of the world. What they often have is they have a room full of people they're training. Some of them are higher than others in the room. Then they can't do anything in the room that would ever make a higher person look lower than somebody else in the room in terms of their ability to do the task. Okay, right? And so they either have to only train people all at the same level, or train them in a way that they never actually do anything, and they might look worse. And this is just very common. So people around the world are very sensitive to the status of things. Due to them, the tasks on the job threaten that status and make them look worse than somebody else who's supposedly lower status. So, but the key thing is that school changes this. Because the main thing that happens at school is every day you are ranked and rated many times in a way that most adults wouldn't put up with. Like, on most jobs, most people get an annual evaluation, right? And that's a big sensitive thing. You're not ranked every damn day, constantly, but students in school are ranked every day. And in fact, we know that that level of frequency of rating, ranking students makes them learn slower. That's actually a thing we know. We know they would learn faster if they weren't rated so often. But we do rate them so often, also because that's the product. That's what we're trying to do. Trying to produce kids who will accept a modern workplace. Why are we trying to do that, though? Because that's actually more productive. That is because it makes us rich. That's the thing that makes us rich. We get rich because modern workplaces require a high degree of organization, a high degree of specialization, and they change fast. So people have to be told what to do and told how to change it. And that's the goose that lays the golden egg. That's how we want to be rich.
More agreeable, or you get people that are more willing to take orders. Right. We want to produce people like that because it makes us more rich. And it makes us more productive.
Wow. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, people saw this and they were terrified. People, so you can see famous movies, novels around, say, in the year 1900, as people were seeing the Industrial Revolution spreading, and they were seeing this degree of regimentation and structure in workplaces, and they were terrified that would spread to everything. And that was plausible in the sense that they could see that in a factory or a shipyard or one of these very structured modern workplaces, people did not have much discretion about how they did things or what to do. They were told exactly what to do and how to do it and when. And that seemed inhuman compared to prior workplace habits. And then they thought, that'll spread to everything. So people wrote science fiction novels in the late 1800s describing what would happen if everything originated that way. What if society told you who to marry, and where to live, and what to eat for breakfast, and what clothes to wear, all the time, always.
Right.
And that was this terrifying vision of the future that people were imagining because they were seeing how regimented work was, and they were thinking that will happen to everything. And it could have happened to everything if we hadn't gotten rich. But as we got rich, we could spend our extra wealth on not having that happen outside of work. So, in a modern world, living in a big dormitory with a big cafeteria where you all wear the same clothes is much cheaper to supply. So, like, I visited a commune, and there are communes out there that are living very poorly because they're basically supplying their own food and clothes and stuff. But they can do it by having just a high degree of regimentation and structure, where people live in communal housing, food, clothes. And that is much cheaper than the way we do things. But as we got rich, we decided instead of living in big communal housing, we would have personalized housing, personalized kitchens, and personalized clothes. Because, and in fact, that's what we've spent most of our wealth on in the century. So, a century ago, people were looking at exactly variety, individual variety. That's what we spent most of our wealth on. We could have, say, vastly more food. We could say maybe work 2 hours a week or something. With all this technology we have, we don't need to work very much. If only we would be willing to accept very standardized communal food and clothes and housing, etc. But we weren't. We'd rather work a lot more and have a lot of personal, individual variety.
That is what you're explaining when you're saying we're becoming more like foragers. The individuality.
Individual is part of the forager trend, I think. But so a whole bunch of trends are explained by this forager trend. So we say, over the last few centuries, we have less slavery, less religion, less war, less marriage, more promiscuity, more leisure, more travel, more art, less overt domination of all sorts at workplaces and in all sorts of contexts. These are all trends that are explained by this moving back to forager styles outside of work. And many people have painted science fiction futures where this trend continues, and they love this idea. Like Star Trek is partially like this, and culture novels, where basically in the future people work less, even less than they do now. They have even more variety. They have even more promiscuity. They have even less religion. They have even less war,
So where does that go?
even
Where
less
does that
fertility.
where does that end up? Oh, less fertility is part of that.
Yes, fertility is also, foragers had lower fertility than farmers.
Why is that?
Um,
And why would our fertility be declining?
so I have a more detailed theory, but the first thing you notice is, in fact, foragers are lower fertility than farmers. So farmers are often in a situation that they can have a lot of kids, and they do. Whereas foragers are usually in a relatively stable environment where they control their fertility in order to make sure that they can stay in that stable environment. So farmers have just more variety in the size of their environment, where they go into a new area and they can just make a lot of farms, etc. And they can just expand a lot. Whereas foragers haven't had that same ability. But it is basically also just true that foragers just tend to have lower fertility space. Say, farmers might space the births once a year, and foragers might space them every 3 or 4 years or something. Okay. But I have another theory that also could try to explain this lower fertility. This is a central fact about our civilization today. That is, if you want to complain about our civilization, it's like one of the biggest things to complain about. And say, well, any decent civilization wouldn't do this. In terms of it was hoping to survive and reproduce.
Right.
Why would it have such low fertility? So I do think there's a serious puzzle to explain why we have low fertility. And I do have a favorite theory, but it's not just the forager theory, actually. It's a variation. But I do have to admit the forager correlation does at least predict some of the effect.
Okay. Well, please expand on it.
Okay, but so the idea is that over the last 10,000 years, we lived in these larger groups, which often had things like kings and queens. King and queen of 1,000 people isn't quite the same thing, but still, you had somebody at the top of a hierarchy who had much better long-term success for having grandchildren. So over the last 10,000 years, and the prior 50,000, say, as people were adapting to this, we evolved to ask, should I take a shot at being king or queen? That's a new strategy option that didn't exist before. They had kings or queens. But now that we have king or queens, you might ask, well, should I go for that? So I could go for that, or I could have my kids go for that. Should I try to raise kids in such a way as they might be king?
But only certain people would have that option. Only people that was in their lineage.
No. So, well, the question is, what are the conditions for having a child being king or queen? So evolution, cultural evolution, and biological evolution had to find a way to code that. That is, there's a lot of different variety of groups, different practices, everything. What would be a robust indicator that you had a good shot at being king or queen? And the hypothesis is relative wealth would be a good indicator. That is, in almost all societies, if you were higher status, you would have more wealth. So you're seeing that you had more wealth than others would be an indication that you had a shot at being king or queen. You lived in a bigger place, you had food, clothing, leisure, just all sorts of indications of wealth would be a robust indicator that you had a better shot than others of being king or queen. So first let's ask, what would you do if you had a shot at being king or queen? So in most societies, there's an elite culture, and then there's signs of being a member of the culture. And what you're trying to do is acquire those signs that show that you deserve to be a member of the elite culture. So you might do embroidery or poetry or learn to do balls, or like different societies have different things, but almost all of them will have a set of cultural practices that elites have, or rich elites have, that others don't, that mark you as a valid member of elites, such that you are a valid candidate for being king or queen. Right? So now the story is, if I or my child has a shot at being king or queen, then I want to invest in them in developing these cultural markers, to teach them poetry, to dance, to embroider, to sing how you can, or whatever it is that in any one society is a marker that the elites, maybe more fiction, etc. But it will take time to invest in that. Right? And so the idea is that if I have a shot at being king or queen, a better shot than most for me or my child, then for me or my child, I want to invest more in these cultural markers. And the key point is that will come at the cost of fertility. That is, it'll take time away from other things, and that if I want to invest more in each child, I can't have as many children.
Right.
Okay. So the idea is, if I had a shot at being a king or queen, I would have fewer children, or they would have fewer children, because they have a better shot at being king or queen. And if they do, then that will more than compensate for the current fertility loss, because king or queen will have lots and lots of grain. So now the question was, what would be the indicator that said I did have a shot? The indicator would be relative wealth. That would work. So that's the simple story, but that story doesn't work yet. Because in fact, over the last few centuries, we haven't had an increase in relative wealth. We've had an increase in absolute wealth. So the strategy I've just described says, look around yourself at your relative wealth to people around you. And if you have a high relative wealth, then you have a shot at being king or queen. Then you should lower your fertility now, invest more in the science, cultural markers that would make you at least qualified to be king or queen. But the story doesn't work yet. So I have to add one last mistake to my story. I have to say, well, up until the last few centuries, the average wealth hasn't changed. Society's pretty much always had the same average wealth, which was pretty near subsistence. People varied within a society on their relative wealth compared to the average, but the average almost never changed. So this heuristic, look at my relative wealth, was perfectly fine as a heuristic, look at my absolute wealth. Because my absolute wealth always told me my relative wealth until the last few centuries. So why bother to do this relative thing? Just look at absolute. So the story is evolution, culturally and biologically encoded in us this habit of looking at our absolute wealth as an indicator of whether we had a shot at being king or queen. And if we did, we would lower our fertility in order to investigate cultural markers of eliteness such that we would then be a valid candidate for king or queen. And then the problem is, in the last few centuries, all of a sudden, absolute wealth did vary. We got rich consistently, the whole world, not just temporarily, but persistently. And that threw off this heuristic. So now everybody thinks they have a shot at king or queen, and everybody's cutting back their fertility to collect cultural markers of eliteness so that they can all be king or queen, which is not working very well. They can't all be king.
What is happening, it seems like right now in society, especially with young people, is that people are investing more and more in their education or their careers. People my age in particular, they are, especially young men and women, they are putting way more value into their finances, their education, their careers.
And I would say these are markers of eliteness. That is, the things they're collecting instead of kids are markers of status in our society.
Right. And this is part of the reason that fertility is going down, because we have less value on producing more children and more value on gaining eliteness for ourselves.
My explanation is that's executing this strategy of trying to have your kids or you be king or queen.
Right. So by the time you do have kids, you have developed this wealth, or you have accumulated enough.
You can train them to have high cultural markers so that they have a shot at being king or queen. So except none of you have a shot at being king or queen anymore. I mean, in the past you would have, but now you don't.
So how did we end up here? How did it get like this?
So the key idea is that evolution evolves strategies that are heuristic and that use the cues available in a crude way, right? So evolution can't look at the world you're actually in and tell you exactly what to do in the world, right? It can only find markers of the world you're in, and then find correlates between things you should do when those markers exist. That's how evolution tells you what to do. You can't look at more detail, right? So it evolves this connection between the cues you see and the behavior you should be responding to. And the way it encodes those is going to be opportunistic. It's going to be based on what happens to be stable or not. So for example, imagine there was things like water, except they weren't water. Okay, right? So imagine there's something like water that tastes like water that isn't water, or something else that smells like water that isn't water, right? Now, in our world, everything that smells and tastes like water is water. It's not a problem, right? So in our world, evolution could have taught you when you're thirsty to get water based on the taste or the smell, either or just the way it flops when it moves or something, right? When evolution wants you to go get water, it has a whole bunch of cues to work with that all go together, so it doesn't that much matter, right? So Maybe you cued off the smell. That smells good enough for fun, right? So now imagine a world where, okay, there's a thing that smells like water. It isn't water. That isn't actually healthy for you, right? Well, now if you appeared in that world all of a sudden, where you had been trained in the prior world, then you would start drinking the stuff that smells like water, and that would hurt you because it's not actually water, right? But that's because you moved into a new world, right? You moved from a world where all the different cues about water all went together, so you didn't actually need to use them all. You could just pick any one of them. You moved from a world where all of a sudden it makes a difference. And now you'd be making a mistake. So the key idea is evolution has this general task of figuring out what cues in the environment should trigger what behavior, but it's only going to bother to look at the actual variation around, not all possible variation, in order to figure out what to get you to do. So the story is that our ancestors, for 1 million years, our ancestors lived in societies whose average wealth never varied. So there was no point in evolution coding you with this way of checking your relative wealth to other people. It was much simpler to have you just check your absolute wealth. That was the perfectly fine cue up until recently to decide whether you had a shot at being king or queen. But all of a sudden the world changes, and now this heuristic that worked fine in the old world doesn't work so well in the new world. And that's why fertility is declining. We're just executing a heuristic that is misfiring because it's in a new world.
And there's projections that show birth rate, where it's going, and I think Elon Musk is one of the most vocal people about this.
So the question is how will this problem get fixed? And you might think, okay, eventually, say evolution would fix it, but now we have to ask, well, how exactly would evolution fix it? So I think the key question is how much cultural conformity pressures are involved here. That is, so for example, we've seen societies like the Mormons, say, or Orthodox Jews, who have an unusual culture that promotes fertility, right? But nevertheless, their fertility is also falling at a similar rate, just at a delayed time. And even those societies, apparently, are failing to resist the larger cultural pressure to adopt the larger cultural attitudes toward fertility. Right? So that is, your attitude toward fertility is a combination of your genetic, unique attitude toward fertility plus cultural attitude toward fertility around it, which is being taught, right? So biology can only fix this if that biological attitude got so strong as to overwhelm this cultural attitude. And that doesn't seem to be true of most people today. That most people are pretty culturally influenced by people around them. Some people might have more of a biological inclination toward fertility, but they all seem to be pretty influenced culturally by people around them. So if you think about, I think I did the numbers, in 1,500 years, humanity would go extinct if the population went down by half every 2 generations. So that's kind of the time scale we have to work with. Wow. So the question is, first of all, can biology create humans who resist cultural pressures enough over that time scale? Which I'm doubting for. More likely scenarios, can culture create a new culture that resists outside cultural influence over that time scale? And that seems more plausible because we have seen cultures that are somewhat insular like that, right? Cultures that train people in that culture to follow that culture and ignore outside cultures. Say, forget all of them. They're evil. They're wrong. Just listen to us. Right. So then the win scenario seems to me is that we end up with a especially insular fertile culture. That is, a culture arises which has a strong value of fertility and insularity. That is, it teaches people to not listen to outsiders and stay away from outsiders and to just listen to people in the culture. This has to be more insular, as I said, than the Mormons are. Because they are failing. They are, in fact, responding enough to the outside cultural influence that they are on track to fall with everybody else. So this new insular culture is going to have to be pretty damn insular. And that's going to cause a lot of costs, right? That is, that insular cultures have caused wars and a lot of things. especially if they're going to limit innovation, right? This insularity is probably going to resist other things from the outside culture, not just fertility attitudes. So it's going to resist technology, maybe. All sorts of things might resist, right? So who knows what it will be, but unless we can engineer it, it'll be kind of random, right? Which insular culture appears that manages to persist. And of course, it'll have to not only arise as an insular fertile culture, but also resist the outside's will try to crush it. Right. Because the outside will may be very offended by their insular fertile culture. I'm less assured of biology solving the problems than culture. That is, I'm less assured that like some humans will just evolve a biological inclination to just want to have a lot of kids regardless of cultural pressure.
Or we can start genetically making our own kids in test tubes.
I don't think that helps. That is, it's about, again, how much you invest in each child, right? It's about how much you invest in each child, not so much about how mechanically you make the child in the first place, right? Most of the cost of raising children isn't the first year or the pregnancy. The cost is all that time it takes to raise the child to be a elite cultured child.
And the time it takes to put into them and to teach them things.
Right. So you'd have to imagine a future where people are willing to like hand all that off to robots or something, right?
Well, people are selfish too. Like I feel like right now people are they're inclined to produce more kids, but it's the time they're willing to spend on the kids because you're taking time away from yourself and putting it right towards this other human. And you have to have enough faith and enough belief that you're going to.
Right. So you have to imagine something like, where the elites kids send their kids off to boarding school or something, right? Where now the elites aren't spending the time in the boarding school. And now you have to imagine a very efficient, cheap boarding school, right? Because somehow it's going to be able to raise these elite kids at a low cost to the parents so that they're willing to have a lot of them. Right. That seems a tough game. I would more predict the insular for the culture faster than that.
Well, Rob, we've hit 3 hours. Thank you for doing this, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for letting me spout and random.
I'm going to have to watch this over again so I can understand it better. But it's been quite educational. I appreciate it very much. Where can people watching and listening find more of your work, find your books, find you on the internet, etc.?
Well, I have a website, hansen.gmu.edu. On Twitter, @Robin Hansen. I have these 2 books, The Age of Them, Things in the Brain, and just Google my name. Of course, you'll find a lot, or even videos on YouTube, Google my name.
Well, thank you very much again. It's been a pleasure. I very much enjoyed it. All right, Dan. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You live in Naples, right?
Yeah.
What's it been like down there since the hurricane hit? What was that, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. It's funny right now in East Naples. We're doing all this cleanup. A lot of stripping houses out, getting all the water out and stuff like that. But down in Gulf Shore, which is the more richer part, I seen it today. It was a wreck. And yesterday, yeah, I was down there working, and they're not so quick to clean it up. It's almost like they're cleaning the poorer parts up first this time. Yeah, that's the first time that's ever happened.
All I see is obviously the pictures and videos on social media and stuff like that. That's all. Like one bridge was completely demolished.
Captiva, all that down there is Sanibel. My buddy's got a bunch of stores down there. They all wiped out. He was flying around in a helicopter taking pictures. I got a bunch of pictures of it. But the whole causeway is knocked out.
So what was it like driving up here? For people that are listening,
nothing on 75 this.
So yeah, I was gonna say, people that are listening, Dan lives in Naples, which is, we're in St. Pete right now, so he lives like 3 hours directly south of us.
Yeah.
Which is almost exactly where Hurricane Ian landed.
Yeah, Fort Myers is where it came from. We got hit with a flood real bad, like quick. My sister, my nephew got wiped out. 5 feet of water in no time. They were calling me saying, "Come over, we got power." And I'm down Naples on my own beach. It didn't hit around my place, but the water came in and it came up the whole East Trail. Just like all those houses, flooded, all those first floor houses. 5 feet of water in like 2 minutes.
It's so crazy how, depending on which side of the storm you're on, the fucking, because of the counterclockwise rotation, if you're south of the storm, it's land, you're going to get flooded.
Yeah.
We were north of the storm when it hit, so all the water got sucked out of the bay.
Dropped on us.
It was the opposite.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's how Irma when when Irma hit, me and the guy we were just talking about earlier, we were on Gulf Shore, and the surge came in and it died right down because of the cold front. And it just came in 5 feet real quick, but it went right back out. But before that water came in, the Gulf went out a mile. You can walk like a mile out. And he got caught on a newscast or whatever. He was down there. And he was just walking around looking at the muck of all the Gulf being dried out. It was a good mile out. You can walk out, and the TV reporter says to him, hey, is low tide usually like this? He goes, it ain't low tide. Because I don't know what's going on. You can never walk that far out on dry land. I mean, muck, like, sand going, cold land.
Irma was one of the craziest storms I've been through here. Yeah, we were terrified over here that what was going to happen. Everyone was, it turned the last minute at the and it was supposed to hit Tampa directly, and it was maybe a couple hours before it just made a random turn right.
There was 3 factors that happened. We would all been wiped out. Like 3, just flukes, a cold front, some other thing, but it just made it to where it changed the whole dynamic just enough for us not to get wiped out. And this time, we got hardly any warning. We thought it was going to hit Tampa, Fort Myers, north of Fort Myers. They said it was coming in, but we didn't expect that surge. I didn't see it. I don't know. But
the news is everything that came just to fear mongering.
And it's never accurate. I mean, it's never what they say. You get lucky every now and then. It's you can just get just as lucky guessing.
So the worst thing that happened to you with Ian was you just got like 5 feet of flooding, right?
Yeah, I lost a couple of trucks, but nobody got hurt. But I pulled some people out of floods, and some people were stuck down there.
So what is it you do? What were you doing?
I have a moving company.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I have a semi-demo company too. I was doing that first when I came out of corrections or whatever. Being locked up so long, I really didn't have any legal ways to make money. So I started picking stuff up and putting it down. Big muscle down. I could pick anything up and put it down. So I started doing that and just started making more money. And people just kept moving.
So what were you doing to help people after the hurricane? You're just like helping people get out of their houses, get out of the
floods. Yeah. Some of them, they were okay with drinking and hanging out there, but they were going to die. Yeah, they were going to die. Yeah, they would have died. And then, my sister, it looked like a bunch of refugees running up to my car. Yeah. I mean, like, you're talking water, and one guy went to the hospital with like a bacterial infection from it. Yeah, he had like a bum leg. Yeah, and we're cleaning his place out now. It's just a mess. But serious burning. He couldn't stop burning. And so finally he goes to the hospital. Yeah, it's got some serious infection for that. What do they call it? Brackish water.
Yeah, man. I mean, they got really fucked up in that one area, but I keep thinking how many more bullets are we gonna be able to dodge, especially right here in St. Pete. You guys in Naples, you can be just a couple, 10 to 20 miles away and get away from kind of like the worst parts of it.
Right.
When you see the photos and videos of the worst parts of Irma or the worst parts of even Hurricane Andrew, there's whole entire neighborhood that got just demoed, flattened, total.
We were in a brand new prison when Andrew hit, and it was brand new. Now it's getting down.
In Miami?
Yeah, South Florida. So we got evacuated. We got sent to Lake Butler, which is not that far from here. We were in the reception center at that time. They got picked down. I was Miami. Homestead. I heard you talking to Matt on the other podcast about how to keep him kind of safe.
Yeah, he was saying that they're the safest places to be. Unless you're getting flooded.
Yeah, unless you're getting flooded, they ship whole
That happened to us too.
Did you guys Con Air?
No. You know, the funny thing is, though, I was indicted on some charges I didn't do, and they put me on this bus, and I was in Clayton County, Missouri. And I was wanted down in South Florida for triple homicide and an armed robbery. I didn't do it, but they swore I did it, and they had people saying I did it. But anyway, I was running, and they get me, and I'm in a fugitive block on the 8th floor in Clayton County Jail. And they come get me and they lock me up. It's like Silence of the Lambs walking down the street, like and I get on the bus, and this bus, and it says the Con Air club. That's what they showed. They showed Con Air locked up. They had like a Greyhound that was restored into a prison bus. And we're on this thing for like weeks. And I'm traveling. I ended up in Cook County, in Chicago, all these places. I'm sitting next to this guy, and I go, "Is everybody on here wanted for murder and armed robbery?" And he goes, "I'm wanted for child support." I was like, he gets up, walks away from me, and I get down to Naples, and this is a long time ago. My daughter lives in Missouri, and so I was going up there trying to, at the time she was still a kid. So I got, trying to do legit, trying to do the right thing. I get picked up, like, 500 cops hit on me, they hit me at the place I'm working. And bring me back down. Like a month later, I get back to Naples. And I couldn't believe the whole ride. And they take you to all these county jails to park you overnight. After so much driving, they have to stop at the county jail.
Process you.
Yeah, you kind of sit in no man's land. You don't get fully processed there because you're not standing. But so I go to all these different counties till I get back to Naples. But the whole way, what was funny was they're showing all these breakout movies, like every day, like they're trying to give you ideas or something. You ever see the Sylvester Stallone locked up?
Oh yeah.
They're in and out, breaking out of prison, Con Air, that, and it was like, what are they trying to do here? They're trying to encourage you to, try some stupid, escape movie.
I wonder why they do that.
I don't know that the people, they must have been minimum wage workers that would drive these things, because there was a guy and a girl that were fighting with each other. It was like this is what we're not here. And
so you got actually charged with this homicide?
Yeah, I was. What they do is they get probable cause. They lock you up, and I don't know if they do this everywhere, but in Florida, they locked me up a lot first and found out what I was doing. And so this is what happened to me. They had enough people saying they witnessed me being there, me being around there, whatever, and they had enough probable cause to arrest me. They didn't have enough to get me because an armed robbery, which I did. I robbed this drug dealer. So I robbed this guy, and he's not a very nice person, so I didn't have a problem with it. And at the time, and I took his stuff, and he called the cops on me and told them, and so I couldn't believe it. But so I get there, and they're like, "Look, if you give us a 3 lie detector test, do a hair and blood sample, do a hair swab, and prove you didn't do these murders, and we'll let you go on this armed robbery," which I know I did do. Right there, they could have got me for 40 years or something. And I already had a priors and everything else. So I was like, sure, let me get my lawyer down here and put for a lawyer on these charges. So he came down, made it all official. I only failed one question that had nothing to do with this. But they slid it in there, and it wasn't, it was a very generic, didn't make me look too good, but I beat it. So I ended up walking around. And that's happened quite a bit. I don't think they do very good police work. You know what I mean? I think they do a lot of, they got like a force there, and they don't have a lot of people looking into stuff, so they just kind of lock up who they think they tell them. So someone tells them. So it's getting better now, but the more it was very in the dark ages when I got so much trouble.
Yeah, so let's let people know like how this whole journey started. You, I believe the story is you got sentenced to 5 years in prison at the age of 15. Is that right?
Yeah, my first.
How did that happen?
I got into a fight with a cop, and I was coming out of someone's house late at night. Kind of snuck out of her house, and I was walking home, and they rolled up on me, said I was loitering the crime, and I said, I don't know what that is. They just robbed to my house. I live here, she lives here. They wanted to call, and her dad was Spanish. Wasn't gonna understand nothing. He was just gonna know I was there late at night. So I just said, well, it's none of your business. I'm going home, and I walked away. And Force collared me, like pulled my shirt back, like down my neck, real hard. And I wasn't really thinking. I just kind of spun and hit him, and I cracked his jaw. And
You got some hammers for fists.
Yeah,
I don't want to get hit.
and I boxed a little bit, and I was just quick with my hand. I've always been real quick. I don't look quick. But it's just always been real quick. So I got in more trouble than I signed up for. So I just ran. I took off home, pulled out my house, deep, and then the judge kind of made a. At the time, single moms with their kids was not really something they wanted down there in Naples, Florida. And not to make excuses. I kind of got made in as a big kid, about 315 pounds. So, the judge didn't have any kind of, I just told the truth. I said, look, this was a fight. I know I'm wrong. Well, we can work this out. He's like, yeah, 5.5 years. Good luck, son. Set me on my way. And that was it.
Yeah, that seems insane. You're punching your top.
Right.
I understand it's way worse than assaulting a police officer just like your punch.
Yeah, they're very strict about that down there. Like, you can't even get in a fist fight without touching that. That's about normal now. Where I grew up in New Jersey, fist fight, it was just a fight. Even if a cop challenged you in a fight, and they said, run down, this guy's going to fight you, it was totally different than where I was from.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. By the time
What town are you from?
Originally?
Yeah.
Well, I was born in Camden, and I was raised in New
Jersey.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I moved to Florida though when I was 14. I think I had like one good year there. And I won all right. I did good in sports, but I couldn't concentrate in high school. Sports was the only outlet I had.
So this is an interesting question. If you could summarize it, what is the difference between Jersey and Florida?
If I could summarize, well, not all of Florida, but
not necessarily. Not necessarily like the geography, right, the nature, but the people.
The people, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
What is the difference in the people?
I found my kind of people that I grew up with, that I'm comfortable with in Miami, the inner cities, and I found that this is a nice place to live if you know how to live. St. Pete actually got rough. Yeah. A lot of people don't know about it here, but I was caught up here one time at a concert or whatever. One dude got slammed on the head, and I got shot. This place gets off.
South St. Pete is pretty good.
Yeah. Another friend of mine got stabbed at Camp Corpse concert. What? In the lung,
What?
Yeah.
A Cannibal Corpse concert?
Yeah, he was just moshing, and next thing you know, somebody stuffed him.
I've been to a few Cannibal Corpse concerts.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off the chain. But a lot of people think, Tampa's St. Pete, it's a nice area. Same thing with Naples and Fort Myers. We got tons of unresolved murders. Tons of them that they just don't publicize. I don't know. That's the truth. You know what I mean? And they just don't. Tourists. Yeah, freak everybody out. Miami too. Miami's off the chain.
Miami's not even good.
Nah, Miami's a whole different country. Yeah, it's a whole different world. I lived there for a couple of years. I mean, I had great days, but not one.
Miami to me is like Vegas. That's 2 days there. The day you get there and you leave.
Yeah, now it is. Yeah. I had a lot of good times. I had some good people, good friends of mine to this day. But they were thorough people.
What years were you living in Miami?
Oh, let's see, 90s, mid 90s. All that time was kind of a blur. I was out of my mind.
I've seen some documentaries about Miami.
Yeah, I was in prison there in the 90s, and all those guys were coming in there for the worst. They just been the worst parts of society.
So what was your early childhood like? How did that shape you?
That's a good question. So I reacted. I was about 8 years old when I identified a lot of pressure to live up to something. You know what I mean? I felt like a lot of pressure. I had to live up to something. I didn't know what it was. And nobody gave me direction.
What were your parents like?
Both good people. My dad was a chemist, always working. My mother was always cooking. She had a place in Montclair called good parents, but no real time with 4 kids. So and we had a lot of other kids living in our home too. Because my mom would take sad kids. So everybody just kind of assumed I should know what I'm doing, and I had to act like I knew it. I felt like I didn't know how to say 104. Yeah, 104. I'm the third. My little boy was but yeah, I always kind of had to know what I was doing. I had no clue. Really, I was a slow learner. I didn't get nothing. I didn't understand nothing. People gave me, my mother, one time when I came in drunk, I fell through the door, and I was a young kid. I was trying to press this door. People in my face. She ended up helping me to the door, and I fell down, and she's like, "You're just like your father." I was like, "Oh, cool. I like him." That's good too. Went right over my head, and you would think I was some sarcastic, but really, I meant it. At the time, I didn't know nothing. And nobody taught me nothing. I had to learn all this stuff. All those years in prison, I read a lot and tried to figure things out. But there was no real, there was people that tried to talk to me, like they had to go to a shrink in an anger management school when I was a kid. Up to the chair, I hit this teacher because she and I just took the chair and I hit her. I didn't mean to hit her. I was just angry. And so they sent me to an anger management school, and Bobby Chaz used to come there and they taught me how to box. And I'm an angry kid. So it was just, it just got worse and worse. They sent me to a therapist. And when I got to the therapist, it was so calm there. He had me punching a heavy bag. I was like, yeah, I'm good. And then when I had to go to my house, it was like sometimes people would break in the window and see a person sleeping. There was nothing but trauma going on around me. Somebody trying to steal a car. They were big on stealing cars there. You don't know. Somebody would come in and cut your throat. You feel like you're just full of fear. And so, when I got to these places that I could have got help with, I honestly thought, they'd say, "How are you doing right now?" "Well, now I'm great. I'm in this office. I'm here with you. This is safe. I got a punching bag over. I don't need nothing else." But then I couldn't talk about what wasn't in this moment. And so if you ask me if I'm fine right now, yeah, I'm fine. I couldn't talk about yesterday or whatever because I don't and I don't know what talking about is going to.
So you're afraid to
full of fear,
relive the past or think about the future?
Yeah, or piss on a good moment. You know what I mean? This is a good moment. Why would I want to bring that shit up? Not knowing, because I couldn't trust where they were going. I didn't see the point in something, so I won't do it. You know what I mean? And you couldn't get me. And if you kept trying to pry, you find out real quick not to do that. And so it looked like I was confident, but all the while I'm backing off the only things that can help me because it's not my fault. So it was a real trap. So when prison went up around me, I was just like, it doesn't make any difference. I've been in prison all my life. So the walls go up around me.
But I was in prison my whole life. I have to be in this moment because, you know, if I bring any of my real life into this, it's gonna suck.
Right. So how would you say that growing up, obviously you were 8 years old, growing up in New Jersey, how did that sort of like mold you or hardwire you?
A lot of ways. I left there when I was 14. When I was 11, I was working for these gangsters out of Hoboken, and it was, at this time they were doing legit, you know, rubbish removal. But their whole presence was kind of weird. Just their whole aura, you know, just said don't mess with these guys. So I would go in and do these rubbish removal jobs. I was a big kid. At that time I was like 11. I was 6'2", 220. And I'm throwing like furnaces on the truck. I'm having a great time because I'm making good money. He started me out at 60 a day cash, and then he goes, I'll buy you lunch. And I said, all right. And then I ate like 40 hot dogs the first day. He goes, I'll give you $100 a day to buy your own fucking. I was like, oh, I got a raise. And it went right over my head that it was too much food. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was just like, I must have did a great job. Give me a $40 raise in one day. Because I remember it was Archie's on, or JJ's on down in Newark. And I go, yeah, give me 20 cheese dogs, 20 chili dogs. You know, these are like $1, $2, dirty water bags, you know. But it was like Christmas for me because my mom, she only took healthy shit. And wasn't allowed to drink Pepsi or have, you know, toy guns or nothing. They were a little strict when they were around, you know what I mean? Yeah, they would always steal, you know, I'd be on my own, my mother was. They became Jehovah's Witnesses.
No shit.
Yeah, the only kind of Jehovah's Witnesses I've ever seen were them and another family. The other family didn't seem to have, and I know they're very nice. But our family seemed like they had to tell everybody how to live, and we didn't know how to live. So it was pretty common. But they had this thing where you couldn't have a replication of a pistol or anything like that. They're not allowed to fight and do anything like that. So
Do you think that had an effect on you at all?
oh, big time, because it made me, I love pistols. I love guns. Only reason I think I love guns is because I didn't have to toy with them. So I bought a real one when I was like 12. Yeah, I was like, I'm hiding this. Because they would break it, right? And it was like heartbreaking to me because I wanted to play with them. You know? And so anyway, I got this job just so I could have money to do my own thing. Because as much as it seems crazy, I didn't know how to do anything, but I wanted to do it. You know, and I didn't let anybody else come back. So a lot of it was my fault for what you said, shape into a very graffiti or because I couldn't say you're real good at podcasts. I said, I want to do a podcast. But don't tell me. Figure it all out. And you go and give me some good insight. And I'm like, and I shoot that down. That's kind of what I did with life. You know what I mean? I'd ask how to do this thing. When I shoot down the messenger, and I'd come up with some crazy shit that told me it was better.
I feel like a lot of people fail in life in all different aspects because they think too much about the future or the past. Yeah. And I feel like one of the craziest example of this would be, I don't know if you saw it, if you're a basketball fan, but the Michael Jordan documentary came out on Netflix, I think. I forget what it's called. Last Dance. One of the biggest takeaways from that was he talks about like not thinking about anything. You're playing basketball and you're doing everything, you obviously prepare, but when you're doing it, you're living in that moment. And that's how you achieve the fullest potential you possibly can. Just staying in that moment. Not worrying about the future, not worrying about the past.
I believe that's the best way to live. The problem is when you start off from a place that's not fertile. Let's say George loves demons too. Yeah, he does, and that's the problem. Like you might think he's a success, and he is in his own right. He's way more successful than probably anybody. But there's this success that I found more. It's the success of like going inside and either living above those dreams or so I had one, and the guys that were influencing me showed me that power overrode happiness. you're always right. You can always be right. And that's no way to learn. So you got elements like the obsession of what you're into, being all into it. I think that is the best way to do it. If you're in some, like I told, like I said, the union, like when I'm here with you, you're the most important person I'm talking to. You're the only person that I can stand against your season. So I take that very serious, and a lot of the things I deal with people with is that kind of seriousness. Like they're gonna die if they don't do something about this problem. In Jordan's case, and in a lot of cases, people don't have to do this. They get enough success everywhere else. If you're not a success to yourself, you're not living. Like, I don't think you're living. And he might be confident enough. And, it looks like he's a well-rounded, great guy. But the guys on death row that I learned the serious lessons of is growing. It's just a concept that when you're close to death, you think about a couple of things. And one of them is you live your potential and how you treat everybody. Well, what I didn't know when that concept was introduced in my head to experience that that's the home assignment. It might not be what everybody wants, but a legacy or contributing to the whole is something I feel is my greatest call. You know what I mean? And if I'm not living true to that, it doesn't matter how much money I get, how much success I get, according to other people, I'll always feel like a failure inside. You know what I mean? And I can get to where it don't matter what you do. If that's not the question, nothing else matters. I can deal with whatever. So that's my obsession. This might have been basketball. And I don't think anybody is better or worse than anybody else. It's all about you like living your potential, or you like people thinking and you have that choice. Yeah.
What at what point? So going back to your starting year, 15, going to Top's job, I guess it's 5 years ago. And you're 15. Yeah. So you're essentially like living out the most important developmental years of your child. What was that like?
Well, you manufacture and play with things in your head that you're supposed to be experiencing. You gotta live in your head. You can only think about growing in the fundamental growth.
So you're saying
no, what I mean is like, so your fundamental growth is physical, mental, all these things. So you get a growth spurt. So most people out here with this experience, the growth spurt. Me, I would read a book differently. I would work out differently. So I would come up with some new idea differently than being in a place where people are just living their lives. I'm in a place where you're told stuff and violence. You gotta distract yourself, not experience life.
So these people are out here still selling.
Yeah, so it's really youngest website. And there, at that time, I was the youngest in adult prison. When I got to the state, I was classified because of my size. They disregarded their youthful offender, which was better because it's my age. I don't know. In some sense, I would have been worse off in some sense. But I didn't like, I like reading. So this is fine.
Understanding of the stuff that we have. These people think that they were doing this, or is it just a scam?
They didn't send me nothing, so I collected the guys. It's kind of like
yeah, it seems like most people have conflicts, but they were looking for markers and found some
And there were 5 different markers, and they tested about 150 different animals, and they published a paper saying, oh, look, we tested all these animals. None of them have all of the markers. One of them has one of the markers, and we just think the test.
There's some talented people. I know guys that can slam dunks from the foul line, and guys that can create a picture that's more lifelike than yourself. You got nothing but time to work on.
It's something. It's out of all the negative things about this, it just seems like you find some of the best aspects. You're able to do stuff within yourself.
That's the whole point of jail. Yeah.
You have all that time to just reflect, and you have these boundaries. It seems like something sort of magic that happens.
That's exactly why prison and jail was created. That was the good idea, to let you sit with yourself and say, is this the way you want to live or not? Now the problem is going back to distraction.